I mean, I put it like that because of
If
the
you're fishing, you can open carry. Yeah.
the
If you're
the
fishing,
2A
hunting, if
people.
you're practicing, also, you can open carry in Florida. Ironically, sorry, God, I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the reason why I like to do it that way, because that's the hard 2A or Second Amendment people. Because
Yeah.
they'll be upset about this, but they shouldn't be, because that's being a hypocrite. Sorry, I had to go make coffee.
Oh, good. I gotta make tea too. Okay, finally, YouTube is working. Okay.
Is
Oh,
the AK?
apparently it was just confirmed it was an AK.
I didn't know. I don't know Florida's laws there on such things.
I
I
just
was
googled
under
them
the
before on.
I was under the assumption they would be similar to Texas and Louisiana, but I guess not. Well, obviously not.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh, let's look at Ryan Roos' social media posts. Apparently, he voted for Trump in 2016. Whoa. He voted for Trump in 2016.
Nice.
He voted for Trump in 2016 and he was mad. He called him the R word, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Let me see. Let me get a second fucking source on this.
Yeah, this is pretty early on, and things change, as we know. I got to check and see if in Florida, if it matters what kind of optic or sight you have on your thing.
Yeah.
As far as I know, that doesn't. Well, it doesn't make a difference here, other than thermal, which is also legal here now.
I'm only seeing one fucking source on his social media post. So, all right, we got some requests to come up. Sunset. Hi, love. Oh, wait, I just approved. Sorry. Hi, morning. Sorry. Thank you, guys. Morning. Are you aware you're live?
Yes, I just jumped on to.
Okay, cool.
I think I'm missing some stuff. So, trying to clear it up. Are you guys making fun of the fact that Florida may be an open carry state, or
Making fun of it? No, it's not. Firstly, it's not an open carry state.
okay?
We're
So,
not
are you saying
making.
that it was okay that he was behind bushes, hanging things on a booth on a golf course where you wouldn't be
No,
hunting for
we're
anything?
saying right now that all the information we have simply describes like we don't know all the information is that a guy was like spotted with a weapon in a state that is not open carry, mind you. So he was breaking the law, but right now they also have said currently the statement is that only the Secret Service took any shots, not him. So currently the only thing he's actually accused of is having a pew pew basically on his person, open carrying. Basically, that's the only thing that he's like actually been accused of publicly.
Well, it goes a little further than that because I've been watching
Yeah,
several
we've got it
different.
on right now.
Yeah, and
He didn't
he
fire
had two
supposedly.
backpacks attached to a fence, a GoPro camera to
Right. No,
capture
I understand.
everything.
I understand. Neither of those things are illegal, though. So the only crime he has currently been accused of is the fact that he was open carrying currently. And we keep saying like information is changing constantly, but having two backpacks attached to it, and that's not me saying that he wasn't there to do something, illegal or more, that this wasn't him planning to take a shot or anything. But currently, the only crime he is described as having been committed is open carrying.
I got you, but
Because
you do understand he still will be charged with he knew a former president and a presidential candidate was golfing on that golf course. So to have the
I'm
muzzle
not.
I
A,
gun
mean,
pointed at a
I'm not of
hole,
any. I'm not aware of any laws that says you can't do things just because a certain individual is close by in any state.
Yeah, that's why they have the Secret Service here. Otherwise, it would just be open season.
Right, but you understand. Well, you understand. He's been taken into custody. There's a reason he's been taken into custody, and like we're not going to claim that we know what exactly he's going to be charged with until he's charged with it.
Oh no,
Currently,
you'd have to. Be
you don't know
involved
that. No,
in
well,
order to be
Sunset. If
taken.
you knew that, then they would have already charged him. They're
Well,
like
that's right,
investigating.
They're going to charge him. They just got. Several
Sunset. We're very precise. We do Sunset. We do try to be precise here, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I think there's a good fucking chance they will absolutely charge him, but you cannot claim to know that. Like,
I'm not saying
when
that.
currently, because he never even took a shot, according to like the latest statements.
Finally, the Secret Service
but I'm saying
took it before he did.
Right, but Sunset, you gotta understand, you can't charge with someone with like taking a shot if they didn't take a shot, for example, right? So we don't actually know what he's going to be charged with.
Well, why do they call things attempted rape, attempted murder then?
Well, because attempted, firstly, you got to be careful with the words you use on here because TikTok will get you and possibly me in trouble. So please use,
Yeah, that's true.
different words.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Essay, attempted essay. It's because someone attempts essay, right? Like you don't get accused of attempting essay for standing near a woman, right? While having a ding dong. You know what I mean? Like, even if we can say like, oh, he was planning on doing it, that doesn't inherently mean you're going to be charged with attempted essay. And the guy, like, as of the information we have right now, never even took a shot. So we don't actually know what he can even be charged with legally. Like, I genuinely don't know. If they find that he was like planning on doing it, there's a good chance he will be charged with something like related to it, like conspiracy to commit, something. But that's not the same as being even charged with attempted, whatever. Because technically right now, the information we have is that he never even got that far. And I think that's valid. We just want to be like clear about the facts here. The guy technically, the Secret Service, because they don't even know that, right? They're investigating right now. The Secret Service saw a guy carrying an AK, and they took a shot from a distance. So we can, they made an assumption.
I thought they saw him pointing it through the fence.
We've had some claims saying that he was pointing through a fence. We have some claims that he was like in some bushes, but like it's possible that they saw him pointing it through a fence.
Did you watch the press conference?
But yes, we have it on here. But the point is, like, they made an assumption, which it was probably correct. Like, I'm being very precise here. They made an assumption about what he was doing, and took shots at the guy. And now they are investigating to confirm that in fact was his goal, right? But like currently we don't, we're fucking waiting. And the reason they haven't charged him yet is because technically they're still like investigating to figure it out. Because if the guy says like, oh, I was hunting, technically, if they can't prove otherwise in Florida, technically he would be legally in the clear, it seems. Weirdly, which is crazy. By the way.
Yeah.
To be clear,
would you be hunting on a golf course? I'm just curious.
What's that? Sunset. I'm not saying that he's hunting on the golf course.
What do you think?
I agree, Sunset. I agree with you that he was most likely there to take a shot at Trump. But right now, that's not how the legal system works. You know what I mean? That's the fucking point I'm making.
Sure.
Yeah. So if they can't fucking prove what he was there, that we all suspect he was there to do, if they can't prove that, they can't charge him with things, that like we may think would have been the obvious conclusion. So like, I'm just not going to sit here and be like, well, they're definitely going to like charge him with like attempted because technically right now, the only description we have is him breaking the law of open carrying in Florida. That's technically the only fucking law that has been described by officials as him having broken.
That's a serious law in Florida. So why run?
Apparently it's a $700.
Yeah, big deal.
Fine.
Big deal. So why flee?
Well, because he was being shot at, Sunset. To be fair, he was being shot at, so most people would flee that situation anyway.
Well, if you walk down the streets in New York, you get shot at. So what's the difference?
Miss Perez?
People run away from being shot at.
And you would just run away.
Yeah, when people are shot at in the streets of New York, which doesn't happen as often as you are claiming, It doesn't happen as often as
Hey, guys.
we can look
Where
up
do you live? Where do you
Sunset.
live?
Sunset. I live in New York City.
Do you really? Okay.
Never been shot at. Never been shot at. Been here for a long time too. And it's
Guys,
not
I
happening.
actually
Hold
live
on,
in Florida.
Christian. Okay, sorry, 1 second. I want to let you speak in just a moment. Like, if you're being shot at, if someone is being shot at in New York City, they're gonna run too. Sunset in the same way.
Oh no, they're gonna run to cover themselves, but not
Cool,
to
okay.
run to get away and hide.
Not necessarily.
Not gonna take
Okay,
away
girl.
F95
All right,
north
all
and
right.
break the tunnel. They're just
That's a
gonna hide
wild
or
fucking
find the
statement
police or
to
do
make.
something.
Sunset. The point is, it's not proof saying, well, the fact that he
Again,
ran
let's
away
just say-
is
let's
proof
just
that he
thank God
did
that he-
something shady. No. The proof that he ran away because he was getting shot at. Firstly, and again, I'm not saying that he wasn't up to anything shady, but I feel like you're trying to point to things and say, well, this is cut and dry, whatever. But it's like that's not how shit works. That's not how facts work. That's not how proof works. Sorry, Christian, you were trying to talk. You were trying to say something about living in Florida. Sorry.
Okay. I do know the laws are very loose. I do know this last year, DeSantis did put in that you don't have to have a concealed weapons permit anymore. So
Okay.
I do know that gun laws have changed quite a bit.
Careful with the G word. Please careful
No,
with
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Pew pew
It's fine.
laws.
Yeah,
Pew pew laws. I'm so sorry. I'm so
or weapon
sorry.
laws or arm
I'm gonna,
laws.
can I say pew pew?
You can say pew pew. Yeah. I
Pew
try
pew
not
laws.
to usually because to me it makes it minimizes the
I'm
danger that
really
they
sorry.
pose. But yeah, no, it's fine. But yeah, use whatever other
Honestly,
word.
I'm honestly sorry. But they have recently changed. And I am not condoning what happened. And I agree with you 110%. Right now, all we have is that he was there. That he had the GoPro, that he had a pew pew, that he ran off, that they caught him in his car, that they pulled him out, and that they confiscated him. That's all they have. They don't have anything else.
Correct. Yeah.
And unfortunately, just like Trump and anybody else, just like you guys, if they assumed you did something wrong, you are assumed innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
So that's what we have to do, even in this situation.
Yeah.
Well, that too,
Luckily,
he was technically brandishing a fire, pew pew, and that's illegal.
There's some misdemeanor or second degree
Right.
misdemeanor charges there for
Can I
sure,
just say
but
something?
always, like she
course,
said,
of
always innocent till proven guilty.
Well, and also,
course.
and not even that. Like, not just even that. Like, we don't know what he's going to be charged with yet, because and
course.
part of that is because part of that is because the secret, assuming what we're all assuming, which I think is a fair assumption, the Secret Service did their job well in this case, right? Like last time they let the guy take the first shot and then they started returning fire. That did not go well. Obviously, someone passed away as a result of that. In this case, assuming what we're all assuming, the Secret Service did their job well, but that means that it's actually like a little bit murkier. Like it's hard to if you catch someone before they actually carry out an attempted thing, then technically you can't really charge them with attempting that thing because they never got around to it. But there's like other things you can charge them with. You can charge them with like conspiracy to commit the thing, or whatever.
But
And
I
they
do
can
feel
charge
like this
them
is kind of
also-
fake.
Can I say
what's
something?
that?
they can also. Sorry.
Kamala Harris just posted the
Kamala.
attempted blah 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 on Donald Trump.
Right.
They're all
But
no.
on
Let's say her
Wednesday,
name
so
the
these
right
are very
way and stop.
high-standing officials claiming that it was an assassination attempt. So
No,
Would you like
she's
me to call
already
him
come out
Donnie
and
Boy?
Sorry.
the first thing she said was, "Thank God he is okay." Her and
Yes.
Biden has already said that. Thank God he's okay. So
Yeah,
we
they
can't
said, "Thank
even
God he's okay."
assume
they
that.
just posted it real time
assumption.
that I'm watching. Real time.
No, they came out with that right away.
Yes.
No, I'm talking about
Yeah,
the
they-
second one they just came out with right now.
I'm looking it
No,
up
they
on
came out with it
X.
hours ago.
I know, but she's saying that they came out with another one recently, and so I'm checking this. Came out with it where?
I believe it was on X.
Oh well, it was on.
I'm only seeing the original
long
one.
before X. Before.
No, but she's saying that there's an. Are you looking at the account now
And
and
they all
seeing?
came out with something right away.
I
Of
know
course
they did, but she's saying that yes, they all came out
No,
with something right
she
away.
only did one statement.
She only did one statement. Okay, so it was like
Yes.
the one a while back.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one from the White House, to me, is the one that matters. X and all that, that's social networks. I'm sorry,
does it all
that's
the
not
time.
reliable.
Well, this is TikTok. This is a social
Yeah, this
network.
is a social network.
So what's the difference between the two?
I
That's how
watch
everybody
the
communicates.
White House.
The headlines on every station right now are reading FBI investigation, attempted assassination of former President Trump at Florida Golf Club.
They
Every
said
single
attempted.
station.
They should be saying alleged. Attempted.
Exactly.
They don't know
whether
anything yet.
Whether I agree or disagree, I'm just telling you what every network is saying right
But
now.
if it's something just feels weird about this, like it's fake. Like this was an attention attempt from Donald Trump.
Oh, like his ear getting almost blown off, right? Stupid.
Yeah, that was fake.
I agree
Because
with
where's
that.
the ear at?
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
where's the hole
I
at?
agree with you. I agree with you,
I
Freedom.
guess Biden's dementia was fake too, right? Just to get to Kamala in, right?
See,
I
say her
think-
name
Well-
right.
Oh, wait,
So
everyone. I think.
so
Hold
we
on,
don't
wait,
call
wait.
him
I think.
Donnie
Hold on.
Boy
Freedom,
or the
hold on. I
Orange
think-
King.
Wait. Instead of attacking each other personally, like that's not going to solve anything. Let's avoid the personal attacks and get to the actual argument. I really don't believe, like, in this discussion that's not going to hold, like, much professionalism. It's like actually
Totally
talking about
agree.
at the end of the day what's the facts and inputs. In my opinion, this is my take. I'm not going to personally put in my judgment until like maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, until like we actually like a court case, like public document. I actually might go to like what the Fed. Oh shit. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. I might actually just do something on my end. I'd probably like be like on their website, or probably talk to someone on my end. Hey, like, do we have access to this information? If I do, hey, like, I'll make a judgment there. But I think it's way too early today to come to like maybe solid conclusions or assumptions. We can make all the assumptions we want. Sunset may have an assumption. Personal bias. Christian may have a personal assumption about Freedom. You may have your take on Donald Trump's, assassination attempt. It's a fake. Hey, we all have our own conclusions, right? But I think
Totally agree.
right now, hey, like, I get it. Tensions are high, but it's, think about it, right? If it was outside, like, they'll come out, tumults or whoever getting, an assassination attempt, right? We all would agree, hey, like, come on. Like, why is everyone doing this? We should all, like, relax. Tensions are high. I know we can all go to be personal attacks, but it's someone's life at the end of the day. Because
How can you
personal
relax when somebody's
experience,
their
do
life
not
has been
condone
attempted
personal attacks. It's not solve-
twice in
I
one
know,
month?
but
Like I
It's
feel
someone's
like the
life.
right is trying to start a civil war because it's used. The last guy was a Republican, and most likely this guy probably a Republican also.
That's allegedly. That's what they
Yeah,
want to
but
do.
it's too early to say, though. It's way too early to say for
I
right
said
now.
probably. You heard me.
You're right. You
Well,
are correct.
Part of me feels like a lot of this was started by the whole division thing and hatefulness that he said at the
Yeah.
debate,
Yes.
and that
Okay, sorry. I just wanna.
hate
I
to
just
say-
wanna. I just
yes,
wanna.
go ahead, dear.
So Kamala's last tweet on this was in fact 3 hours ago. It was the original tweet. She's not
Exactly.
updated since. Sorry, I had to make a whole
Thank
ass
you.
account on X. Okay,
Thank you.
go. Yeah.
But I wanted to say that I want to say this very politically correct, but ever heard when you stir the pot, you gotta lick the spoon?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I'm saying this about as politically speaking as I can. Don't stir up hate and division and expect everybody to be okay with it.
That's exactly right.
stirred the
Kamala
pot.
should stop doing that. Kamala should stop stirring the pot.
Did you say her
about
name
calling him
right?
a
Who
dictator,
said-
about calling him a
who
dictator
said-
on day one.
Okay,
and
hold
he's
on,
gonna
wait,
take
one-
over the
one-
world,
wait,
and
hold on.
nobody's
Let
ever going to be
Sunset
president
speak.
again beside him. Okay, so everybody wants to hate on him now because Kamala's going around saying he's going to be a
Oh my
dictator
God.
on day one. Come on, people. Seriously.
If you can't
guys,
say her
like, whether-
name right,
whether you
don't say
like
her
him or whether you
name.
don't
Wait,
like him,
let-
he's been tried
wait, hold
to
on.
be killed twice in 1 month. It's absolutely ridiculous. If this ever happened to somebody on the Democratic side, the world would be going crazy.
It
right now,
has.
okay? Please, A kid was pulled out of a car the other day in Florida and thrown to the ground, and they want to tar and feather the police officer. He was told 22 times, "Open your window, open your window, open your window." The football player, and you all know who I'm talking about, and he didn't, so they roughhouse him. Because when the police pull you over, do what they say. It's the same thing here with these political people. Okay. Don't go around calling people dictators and that they're going to kill everybody and they're going to.
We have freedom of speech here. I'm sorry. You can pretty much say things.
Yeah. Well, what you're saying is
whether people like it or not. Trump says a whole lot of things constantly.
And she doesn't. You're actually going to say that?
Not nowhere near to the extent that he has.
Oh,
first of all,
just a fact.
JD Vance this morning just admitted that they made up the story.
Now she's Princess Leia.
What are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. Wait. So, go ahead, Freedom. Go ahead.
JD Vance admittedly said that they made up the story because they wanted the media to cover it.
The cats and dogs one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to tell you, but I know people that live in Springfield.
No,
Ohio,
you don't. You're lying.
True.
No, Sunset. It has been fact checked. There's absolutely zero fucking evidence.
True.
It's not happening. Nope. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Staten Island, they are snapping.
I will boot you if you keep lying.
You could.
Oh, okay.
You know
Okay. Wait. So we're talking about ducks, geese, and ducks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's fucking talk about geese and ducks in Staten Island. First of all, the photo snapped of someone carrying a geese was Road K I L L. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Number one. Number two. Americans eat geese and duck all the time. Goose and duck are both very common waterfowl that are eaten in restaurants constantly. And the guy wasn't even fucking Haitian. I mean, Jesus.
He was a regular black guy.
All right. So,
An American fucking citizen. And he was picking up Road K, by the way. He was picking up Road K.
I'm gonna put
My husband's a hunter, and we do that. We hunt duck. That's kind of a thing, and we are white.
It's very much a thing.
Sorry, but we are white. That's who we are, and that's what we do. We hunt deer, and he likes to hunt squirrel. I don't eat it, but that's his thing. But yeah, that's a thing. People hunt. That's normal.
Yeah, I mean the 2A crowd loves hunting too, by the way. So and now all of a sudden you're acting as though immigrants hunting, which isn't even what they're complaining about. Duck, like normal fucking duck and geese. Somehow that's a problem now.
So,
but America, whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna get cornered here. I am all for Trump, but like I did look back, like the word it was a little silly, bro. Like I don't think they're eating fucking cats and dogs like that. Maybe like, we don't fucking know, but like there's still no definitive proof. I think that was to me that was hilarious. All right, like come on, bro. That's probably not, maybe yeah, ducks and geese, yeah, maybe, probably, but there's really no like. I mean, maybe there are.
But also, but what's okay? Firstly, yeah, but I mean, the one image they keep using of the geese is again a guy carrying Road K. It's somewhere in like Staten Island or somewhere around in New York. But again, duck and geese are like Americans hunt them all the fucking time.
Yeah,
the entire reason, yeah, it's like, and it's just a fucking, it's bullshit. It is bullshit, but it's also racist bullshit and xenophobic bullshit. And like, if you want to make points, like if you want to make points, like anti-immigration points, make legitimate ones. Don't make up fucking bullshit. Don't, it's the fact. I know that you said that you're all for Trump, except for that one thing. But like, I gotta say, man, like, I gotta ask why that doesn't make you pause at least like a little bit. You know what I mean?
No, it did make me pause. Just, it was a little like I was a little upset. Okay, I'll admit. I'm gonna fuck up her name. I know I am. Sorry, but she did get under her skin. I was like, a little upset. Okay, but like, don't let her get under your skin. Just be more like talk about the problems. And he got a little flustered. I'll admit. She kind of got him there, but I'm more geared toward like he didn't really say Haitians. It was really more of a like a I don't know why Haitians came up. Maybe it was like some.
He was talking about Haitians like right before that.
Yeah, but he didn't mention it during like the debate though.
I've seen. I've seen the video. I know what you're talking about. There's a police cam video of an American citizen, a woman who was born and raised in Dayton, Ohio.
She's not Haitian.
She's not fucking Haitian. She is American. Who, by the way, By the way, she was never, the only hint that we have that she supposedly ate a cat was a cop on the audio saying, what does she do? Is she eating the cat? Something along those lines. She was never charged with eating a fucking cat. She was never charged with shit. Okay. So, I mean, she was charged with something, but like disturbing the peace or something like that. I forget exactly what the charge was, but she wasn't charged. There's like no official police report anywhere saying that this woman, born and raised in Ohio, in Dayton, Ohio, not even fucking Springfield, and who, by the way, was living in a different state. This like didn't even take place in Ohio. The only thing was one cop on the audio saying, what is she doing? Eating the cat? That's it. That's your fucking proof of somehow immigrants eating dogs and cats? Not an immigrant. No proof that she did anything. Just a cop made a fucking comment. Not even in Springfield, Ohio. Like, that's your fucking evidence? Come the fuck on.
Can I bring up something on this matter? I think it needs to get brought up.
Wait,
Brenna,
sorry.
Brenna, I agree with you. Yes. I agree. I said that she wasn't Haitian because I'm kind of policing my own here. Like, yes, like she wasn't Haitian. She's American. She's not, from Haiti. She was born in America. She's born here. Like the cops were mentioned. Oh, she was in the cat. We don't know. Like she probably wasn't. If she wasn't, cool. Again, I am agreeing with you. I don't know. Like, I get it. Yes, the whole. I don't know. I think it was, who was it? It was like some podcast that brought up like Haitians, which.
Well, he was talking about Haitians in that whole string of things. That's part of the thing.
I mean, I meant to look back and see.
Because, by the way, there is a large Haitian population in Springfield, but they are legally there. They are legal immigrants. It has a recently grown sort of, Haitian population because Springfield was like struggling. It was struggling, and it basically tried to get a lot more immigrants to come and live in Springfield and settle in Springfield because its economy was fucking dying. And so a bunch of Haitian immigrants they came and they set up legal immigrants, mind you, a bunch of Haitian legal immigrants are now part of the population of Springfield, Ohio. Springfield, Ohio fucking loves their I mean, probably not every single person, but there's immense support being shown now for many of the Haitian residents of Springfield, Ohio, because people are going to their restaurants and going to their businesses and stuff just to show the fucking support, because there's also this other side of people now that heard that, believed it fully, ignore the fact check, ignore the actual facts you can easily find out there, and are calling in BOMB threats to schools and are threatening Haitian residents, legal Haitian residents of this town. It's just it's disgusting. It is disgusting. And I just gotta ask you, dude, as a Trump supporter, I gotta fucking beg you to go and correct the record as fervently as fucking possible, because the problem is most MAGA do not listen to me. They don't. Even though I am handing them facts here, the woman was not an immigrant. She was not Haitian. It's a rumor that, it's one guy said that he thought she was eating the cat, like on the thing. Like, they don't care. They don't want to listen to me. So I'm fucking begging you, keep your guys in line, please.
Well, I can't really. The best I can do is like, hey, like, help persuade. I can't really police adults like that. I mean, I could, but like.
But you can fact check people, dude. You can have a conversation. When they're saying bullshit, you should correct the bullshit. Please.
I do that to all sides. But like, yeah, like, I mean, if it's going to come to like, integrity, yeah, like you have to police your own, for sure. But again, like I don't really. I might have to look into the whole Springfield conflict to see what like the whole like immigration status is over there. I can't really speak on the behalf.
Go for it. Like, fact check me. Go for it. But
is there an opportunity to bring up some information possibly? I think you guys might actually need to know this. So I'm in the veteran community, and we have a lot of people that have ties to the law enforcement side and everything like that. There is actually multiple TikTokers that have reported on this already. This whole Haitian community thing was done based off of a Facebook post that a woman did where she sat there and she had pointed out, oh my God, something bad has happened to my neighbor's cat, and we think it might have been the Haitian person. And yesterday, it was reported that the news agency down there in Springfield, Ohio, went and had gotten in touch with this woman to get her take on it. And she goes, I had no idea this was going to blow up. I am not a racist. I never intended it to go that far. I made it all up.
Yeah.
I mean, it is still racist.
When somebody goes and brings this up, understand what you're preaching about and what you're agreeing with when you side with Trump is all based on a lie. So please,
they are
check
100%
yourselves.
eating cats in Springfield. 100%.
There's no
What?
proof.
Wait, what did you? They're literally they're not, dude.
Wait, Billy.
Literally, they
you
are,
brought
dude.
A claim. If
They're
you're, if
been
you're like
proven they're
a
not.
Trump
Do you guys
supporter,
know
I get
anything about Creole, Haitian religion?
Please don't be
Dude,
racist.
Don't be
It's
fucking.
not being racist.
Dude, you've been proven wrong. You've been
Don't
proven
do that.
wrong. Your own fucking. You've been proven wrong.
I
Like
have
JD
not.
Vance, you have, and we're not going to
JD
accept
Vance
misinformation.
admitted
Wait, hold on, wait.
JD
Billy,
Vance
They
fucking
100% sacrifice cats. It's part of their religion.
Kids,
Oh my
God.
cats.
Vance
Stuff.
came out and said
Dude.
no.
Okay, even Trump supporters here. Know that it's fucking false, dude. Like, stop. You do.
Okay.
Like, by the way, you
I'm
make
not
yourself.
your dude, bro.
Okay, yeah, you're not my dude. You're no one's fucking
Wait,
dude.
I was gonna ask him, hey, like, can you provide some like proof or a claim? If
He's not gonna.
If it happens,
Yeah,
it
Billy,
happens.
if you have proof, go for it. Let's see it. Let's see the proof.
I mean, shit.
JD
Also, wait,
Vance even openly admitted that he lies, and he said it on
Yes.
CNN last night. He said,
With Dana Bash.
he's like, I will make up a story if it's going to sit there over and it's going to help the case. And it's like, so you openly admitted that you lied, and he then wanted to change the subject because he got caught. If you're trying to run a political campaign in order to be able to prove that you are the best person for the job, the one thing you don't do is bullshit the people you're trying to get to vote for you.
Like someone said in the comments, and it seems like this is what it's all about. Let's cause the biggest distraction. Let's not talk about policy. Let's not talk about what we really need to know. Let's talk about a distraction. He couldn't tell us his policy. When they asked him, he had concepts. And when they put him under the limelight and he got nervous, dogs and cats are being eaten.
Yeah.
So there, we have a distraction. And that's all we're talking about with the debate. We're not talking about what's important.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we be talking about what's important, what's good for our future?
Yep.
What about our children? What about what's going to happen to us with our economy and what's happening in the future? What we want, we don't want this hate with immigrants, hate with minorities. But no, all we're talking about is these stupid claims about ducks and geese and dogs and cats. Does that have anything to do with the tea in China? No. That has nothing to do with this country and what is best for what we need. I mean, has anybody thought of that?
All Trump is worried about is Project 25.
2025. Yeah.
2025.
And that's something else. Those that want to say it's not there or he's not part of it, read the RNC platform. I've actually read it. And it is named Trump, MAGA, and it says 2025. And if you read it and you compare it to Project 2025, there is verbiage from both. It's there. He's part of it, whether you want to admit it or not.
I'll be honest. I don't know
Project
much
2025
about
remind me of the
2025.
Nazis.
No, go ahead, Freedom.
Project
That's pretty close
25.
to the,
Project
that's
2025.
way too
remind
close
me
to
of how
the
Hitler
actual
did it.
name, so we don't really get to say their name.
Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Say
Too risky.
Yahtzee or Schmatzi.
Yahtzee. That's how you say it.
I say Yahtzee. Most people say Schmatzies.
Oh,
He wants to privatize. He wants to privatize the education. He wants to privatize the VA. He wants to privatize like everything. It's all about the almighty dollar. He is the one that wants to be the dictator, and he said it. He is the one that just came out and said, "Oh, I'll make TikTok legal again." The only way he could do that is to get rid of the balance of power. Yes, I want to keep TikTok. I love TikTok, but Congress passed it. The president signed it. They're doing an appeal tomorrow to try to get it to come back, and that would be wonderful. They're going through the balance of power. This is the way civics works. A president cannot come in and say, nope, I don't like this, so I'm going to go against Congress and the old president and SCOTUS and everything, because that takes away the balance of power. Goodness, I'm just a bill, you know, guys? Civics.
Sorry, I'm half listening. I'm just trying to find all the posts I can by the accused attempter person.
Good idea before they take them
We
all
need
down.
more hosts like this on TikTok because I see a lot of crappy ones.
Thank you, I guess.
I'd argue to host off
I
of
think you're
TikTok.
nice.
You can use certain
Well,
words.
you're
which is-
actually about facts and not making up stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's what we do here. We fucking fact check. I mean, and I will say, I mean, I have my beliefs, and I will push my beliefs for sure. I will represent my beliefs, but I'm not gonna abide by fucking bullshit in here.
Totally agree. Because I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm an independent. I don't trust neither of them, but I know that Trump is worse than VP Harris.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I've criticized Kamala plenty. You know what I mean? And I don't like the DNC. It's not my fucking favorite. Let me just say that. But even so, you know, to act as though, yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, but Trump is so much fucking worse for everything, for everyone.
I respectfully disagree.
Why do you think Trump is better? Let's fucking start there. Why the fuck do you think he's better? He's trying to destroy democracy. You know what I mean? Like, at the very least, here's like, if he was just like a run of the mill fucking Republican, I would fully support your right to fucking vote for him. But to support a guy who is destroying our fucking democracy from the inside out is nuts. You know what I mean? Like, you won't be able to support another fucking Republican again. You know, like,
People forget that we're under his tax plan. That's why we're paying so much.
well, also taxes
I'm not
are.
cracking about the tax plan. I can't comment on that. I'm about to do more further research in. But hey, off topic, by the way, I can already guess her ethnicity. It's in the name. I don't see a Stein or a Roth, but hey, I'll leave it at that. But
So why are you bringing up my ethnicity? I mean, fucking classic, dude. What the fuck is wrong with
no,
like,
no. It's a little joke, but hey, I kind of fumbled that one. But anyway.
It's not a funny joke, though.
It's not a fucking funny joke, but it's always MAGA. It's always MAGA in here trying to talk about my ethnicity.
No, relax.
No, why should I relax, dude? It's fucked up that, like, I understand you're trying to make a joke, but I just like, I'm sorry, but it's always MAGA coming in here trying to talk fucking ethnicity and making assumptions about ethnicity and stuff, and like my ethnicity and whatnot.
I was gonna attack the folks attacking your ethnicity, but I mean, it is what it is. I'll revert back to my original statements. I understand, yeah, you care about like the fundamentals of, you know, our democracy, our republic within the United States, but I want to ask you, what makes you think he's a danger to our democracy? What have you done?
What you're getting
like right now,
what?
like currently, like, can you right now? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Like destroy, like a lot. Like, what do you mean by destroy our democracy? Can you elaborate further on that, please?
I mean, do you believe in Project 2025 or no?
I have not read that, and I don't know the details.
Okay, can I just recommend you do that? You look into that, you know,
I will.
to start.
It's a long read.
Yeah.
It's about 900 pages, and I have read it, and it took a few days, and I fell asleep a couple times, and I threw up twice.
It's a manifesto. That's what it is.
It is.
It's
Let's
open.
look
I
at
mean,
the fucking bullet
I'll take my
points.
time to read it. It may take me more than just 2 days to actually.
Yeah, let's look at the
fully
fucking
look
bullet
into it.
points so I can pull them up so I'm not just like going off.
I said a few days, not 2.
Yeah. Let's see. Basically, it's a plan to take over, to basically instate as many people as possible in federal positions that will have like undue fucking power over things like elections. Also, I mean, we don't even like, and part of the reason I'm asking if you know much about Project 2025 is because MAGA, I will say, love to come in here and claim that Trump has nothing to do with Project 2025, despite the fact that it was written by a bunch of people from his administration and by the Heritage Foundation, which is like one of his biggest fucking PACs and like supporting, you know, lobby
And J.D.
groups.
Vance helped write it, draft
And
it.
J.D. Vance helped fucking write it. I mean, so many people under Trump helped write it. We're behind this thing. I get it. The guy does it like barely writes a fucking sentence. And when he does, it's in Sharpie. I get it. But these are his people. These are his people. These are the people pushing and getting him elected. And so to tell me that he, you know, this has nothing to do with him winning is nuts to me. But setting that aside, like we know that he called up state officials and asked them to find extra votes. I mean, that alone, let's look at stuff that he's actually done. That alone should fucking concern you. The guy doesn't give a fuck about democracy. He tried to overrule actual democracy. He tried to find extra votes. Like if a Democrat had done that, I mean, you'd be fucking like screaming from the rooftop. In fact, I would like to think that I would too. I would not fucking support a candidate that asks someone to find, you know, some extra votes. These are the number of votes we need. That's not how that fucking works, dude. It just isn't.
Do you have the bulletin pulled up from Project 25 where he's trying to flood the federal, I guess, positions within the government? And which states or which, I guess, individuals, what states he was trying to like, get more votes for, like who in particular?
Georgia. He asked Rassenberg
Georgia, dude.
for 11,000 votes. Try to find 11,000 votes.
What do you mean by fine? Like legally or like if there was some missing?
like
They
conjure
lost by
up.
11,000 votes.
He lost by around 11,000 votes, and he was on the phone with the governor, right? It was the governor.
No, not Governor Rassenberg. The what was he? Secretary
Secretary
of State.
whatever, yeah. With a fucking official saying, we need 11,001. I mean, I forget the exact number, but he's like, basically, we need you to find another 11,000 votes because he had lost by that much.
Was it documented?
Yeah, there's a recording of it.
The recording of it.
Recorded.
Someone sent me that via like a DM. Let me take a look at that.
Can you just Google it, man? It's hard to send shit through
Are
TikTok.
you choosing to be uninformed?
Can you just Google it?
I can. Yeah, sure. I can Google it. Or
Please
I
Google
can
it.
probably go to the Georgia Gov and just probably.
Please Google.
There's actually
No, not Georgia.
report.
It's they didn't,
Rothenberg.
dude. They didn't hang it up on the fucking Georgia Gov website because that's not what government websites do. Google the like phone call.
I'll do my best. So let me.
Trump phone call. Georgia officials to find votes. Just like Google something like that.
Even better, there's the court case against Georgia
Fonnie
v.
Willis, yeah.
Trump because of what he did.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's why he has a court case there with Fonnie Willis
Civil or criminal?
about the election.
Fucking yeah.
Okay, but if it's a court, like civil or criminal?
Criminal.
Criminal, I think.
Why would it be civil?
Yeah.
There's differences between like.
Georgia has not proven that, BC. There is a fucking recording of him trying to find extra votes, and also the whole thing with the fake elector scheme. You should probably Google that too if you don't know what that's about. Google all that. But then you can also feel free to Google all the attempts he and Giuliani made to basically challenge election results in every fucking state, and why none of those cases had any standing. They had no standing, which means they had literally no fucking evidence. The judge was literally like, I can't even let this go forward because you don't have evidence. and they have yet to provide any actual fucking evidence. And
Jamie with two eyes. Yes, you
The
are
only person with
legally
evidence is
allowed.
my pillow
Hold
guy.
on.
Mike
Hold on.
Lindell is the only person in the country
Mike Lindell.
with evidence.
Oh my
Somehow.
God.
he doesn't
I'll
have
be
he doesn't
back.
have evidence. He claims
Pillow
he has
guy?
evidence. He hasn't produced
Seriously?
it.
Pillow guy?
Yeah, somehow he's the only
no.
person who managed to find evidence, apparently.
He claims he has evidence and he has never
Fair enough.
produced it.
Right now.
Ask
Yeah,
this
what's up?
guy. Ask
I'm
this guy.
going to make
Sorry,
a bullet
Juan.
point right now. I have pen and paper. So look up Project 25 and what was the next one? Georgia? The Georgia Camp.
Look up Project 2025. But before you even get to that, because that's, that's a whole thing of like future promise it, whatever. What he has actually done, look up Georgia, Trump phone call, Georgia election officials or whatever. If I don't know what the best fucking string of things to Google it to get the actual fucking recording is, but because it was reported on a lot. But there's a phone call of him with Georgia officials asking for them to find extra votes. You'll find it. Google a fake elector scheme. Google that, and Google Trump challenging election court cases if you want to see that. But he keeps claiming like, oh, there was so much fraud. They kept suing. They kept trying to sue the states, but then the judges kept being like, you don't have any fucking evidence. Show up when you let us know when you have evidence. So what do you mean no, Barb?
No, I'm sorry. I'm yelling at my dog.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah.
I thought you were saying like no to me, saying there was no evidence in all these cases.
Where is this guy getting his information? Where is he
Right
getting
now
his
he's looking it up. He's looking it up. We're giving him suggestions for what to look up.
I get that. Where originally is he getting his information? Where is
He
he
wasn't
hearing
getting information.
He wasn't getting
He
it.
was, he's learning, honey.
He's learned. Yeah, he's
I do want y'all to know.
So what about the prosecuted ballot stuffers in Georgia?
The prosecuted ballot stuffers in Georgia.
Yeah.
Which prosecuted ballot stuffers in Georgia?
Well, there's been 3 of them that have been prosecuted and sentenced. So
Let's
why don't
see.
you do a little research?
I happily. 3 of them. So 3 votes. You're saying in Georgia, 3 people.
Convicted of multiple ballot stuffing.
Sure, buddy.
3 people are going to overturn a whole state. Wow.
Conservative group
That's
tells
wild.
judge it has no evidence to back its claims of Georgia ballot stuffing. So no fucking convictions, just conservatives trying to say that there were ballot stuffers in Georgia, and then when the judge asked for the evidence, they had to say they had none. That's what you're fucking bringing up here. Thank you for further proving my point, B. Carson. Thanks.
And yes, guys, a president is allowed to question it. That's why they go to court. That's what he did. I can tell you Al Gore did it when he didn't agree with the election results. It's totally normal for them.
Al Gore asked for a recount. That was very different, Christian. He asked for a recount because it was within the margin of error, and also to be clear, because it was within the margin of error. It was so tight.
Yeah.
While, each state has like a different margin of error that allows for a request to, a recount. And so for Florida, it was Florida, right? Yeah.
They had
close enough. He was able to request a recount.
Pads.
Very fucking different, very different from what Trump and Republicans have been doing. Don't even please compare them. Very different.
Oh yeah, no, Al Gore was a great guy. No. But we don't cause an insurrection.
But it's not even that. It's not even about being a great guy. It's just that what he did was very different than he didn't challenge the election results. He asked for a recount, and he accepted the election results. That's the thing. He accepted them. He just asked for a recount because it was so close. There's like within the margin of error, and like not even comparable. Not even a little bit fucking comparable to what
I thought he
Trump
He also
did.
later accepted the results, so even bringing up Al Gore is senseless.
Yeah,
I
he
thought
accepted the results.
Yeah,
and it came out later that he had more. That apparently it was likely he had more votes. They stopped the count. They stopped the recount. That was the whole thing. The conservative Supreme Court then pushed to stop the recount, which was fucked up. So he was actually, the irony being that the one fucking stolen election was stolen from Democrats. Jesus.
Go figure.
Go fucking figure.
Go figure. But Trump has never won a popular vote either, so.
Yeah, I know.
Which I wish they'd
Hits.
get rid of the
Thank you, Tony.
electoral college. The only reason we did that is because back in the day, you know, it's not like we could do what we can do now, everything being so electronic, you know.
Transformer, actually, that's funny. Dems are PD, let's say PDF, right? PDF, you know, we all know what he's saying. Republicans and conservatives have higher rates of PDF among their ranks, fucking ironically. So
Matt Gates.
you really don't want to bring.
Not surprising either.
You don't want to bring those stats up because I'll bring them up.
Oh, please vote Matt Gates out. Please, please, please. I'm in Florida.
Yeah.
Anybody in Florida, vote that guy out. Please, this November. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, careful, Christian. If you're pushing people to vote too much in one way, I think sometimes it gets us flagged. But
oh, sorry.
They'll limit our traffic.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. We're actually voting for a lot of Congress people in my state. A lot.
Yeah, I hope. Are you registered? Are you checking your registration?
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
And
Getting people.
Our Florida has the abortion on our ballot, and I'm really scared.
Yeah, shit.
Because DeSantis is changing. He keeps going to our personal Congress here in Florida and trying to change it and change it and change it to make it very hard to read or maybe even come off the ballot. I keep reading different news articles that he keeps trying to mess with it. It's amendment, I think, 4 on the ballot or something. Okay. And I'm like, oh no, stop messing with stop messing with it. No, we don't want to be Texas.
Oh boy. Yeah, please vote. Get everyone around you to vote to protect.
Go to vote.org.
How do you check if you're registered? I think vote.org. We gotta get that.
Vote.
Every state is different, but every state is different also on. Check your registration. Yeah, so vote.org. Vote.org, you can check your registration. I'm going to check mine right now.
And ballot.org, you can put in your state and even your address, and you can see what's coming on your ballot, so you can look up what's coming to you, what you're voting for. Mm-hmm. So you can actually research what you're going to vote for. So you know when you're coming in, you're not like, what am I doing here? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ballotpedia also? Or was that the one that you said? Ballotpedia? Yeah. Ballotpedia will tell you. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was originally what you said. Ballotpedia will tell you everything that's on your ballot, and so you can go and like research a little, you know? You can receive a text message when your vote has been counted. Oh, really, Naz? Is that true for every state? Yeah, in red states, check repeatedly. I am registered to vote. Great. I would show you the screen, but it has my address listed. I am registered to vote. I just checked. So check in Washington. Oh, nice. Yeah, especially in a swing state and red states, they are dropping a lot of people. I posted about this a few weeks ago.
I've heard.
A lot of people are being purged from the voter rolls. So please check your registration often.
How often do you think?
Like, I mean, I would check, weekly or something. I don't know, every couple of weeks. Okay. But also learn when your registration cutoff is in your state. It's different for every state, but learn when it is and make sure you check like a week before that at the very least. Maybe set an alarm for yourself. Figure out when your registration, what's the cutoff, the deadline in your state, and check and set an alarm for a week before that to check your registration.
I just checked mine and it's fine, but I'll keep checking weekly. I have a question. A young man I'm trying to push to just vote. I don't even care who he votes for. I don't even care if he doesn't vote the way I want him to. Mm-hmm. I just told him, you need to vote. He said, if you get a voter's registration, that means you'll have jury duty? Is that true?
Well, it doesn't. It means that you are eligible for jury duty, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you will get called for jury duty. But yeah, that's.
I did not know that.
But you can also, like I've been called in once for jury duty, but it was when at it was like the wrong county because I had moved already to, so I just went in and I was like, this doesn't apply. But also that doesn't mean that you're going to be forced, to definitely be on a jury. You can show up and you can say why you can't do it, whatever. But yeah, but that's part of, being an American citizen, right? Like you get the reason we have. Yeah, the reason we have a democracy, like it comes with the trade-off of like we have to also engage and do our duty, of being eligible to be, on a jury every once in a while.
Well, I'm 40 years old and I've been a voter since.
Oh, having a state issued ID or driver's license is how you get jury duty. That might be true.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean,
oh, there you go.
But I've been a voter since I could vote. And like I said, I'm 40. I've only been selected, maybe not selected, but been told to come twice. Once I wasn't selected. The second time was during COVID, so it didn't happen. But I was like twice. And I guess you would say in 20 years, because the first time I could vote, I was 20. So twice in 20 years is pretty darn good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
I've basically been called in once and it was by mistake, so it didn't actually happen once in 15 years. And there's people, who get it, who never get it because it's like the luck of the draw. And there's also, I know people who have been called like a lot of times, weirdly, like for some reason they've gotten jury duty like 4 or 5 times for some fucking reason.
Yeah, I'm 64 years old and I've been called in 6 times. 6 times.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Yeah, from 2 different states, from Minnesota and Wisconsin. I live in northern Wisconsin, you guys. Rural.
Oh, you were, John.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
Were
I'm
you
also
ever selected?
I'm responding to comments as well.
No. I was only selected twice out of the 6 times. But otherwise you call in, they say, nope, nothing's going on today. So
I'm 73.
Nice.
And I'm 73, been called up in 2 different states, a total of 3 times.
Okay.
And I was on the state of Iowa. I was on jury duty for 2 weeks. And at the time, my boss said I should have told them that I was prejudiced, and then they wouldn't have kept me for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's what my boyfriend does, and I fucking hate it.
I hate it too.
I fucking hate it.
It's your civic duty.
I would love to do one.
I would love to be on a
I
jury.
would love to do jury duty just because I'm one of those. I'm like one of those criminal buffs. I watch the ID channel, so I'm like, I so want to see these in person. My second one, even though it was COVID, it was for a federal case. And I was like, ooh, is it really going to happen? And it never happened.
Well,
because
I
really
it was
want
COVID.
to serve on
and I was
jury.
like,
I would love that. But yeah, no, but what you're saying of like, my boyfriend says that too. He's like, oh yeah, I was called into jury duty and I just said some racist shit. And I'm like, you can't fucking, like, just don't. He's like, well, I got off. And I'm like, firstly, it's our civic duty. Like, just fucking do it. You know what I mean? Like, he makes good money and he's a freelancer. So he can afford to miss a few days of work, which, as a freelancer, he may not have even been working those days anyway. Way better than most minimum wage people can, right? Firstly, if you can afford to do it, maybe just fucking do it. A lot of people out here, truly cannot miss a few days of work. That will be
true.
Yeah, and it'll make the difference between, them paying their rent that month or not. But secondly, I'm like, really? You're just going to sit up there and say some racist shit? Like, that's still harmful. Even if you don't mean it, that's still harmful. And also, by the way, all of that gets fucking, written down. You know what I mean? Like, all of that is documented. You can look up the transcripts and people can see exactly what you fucking said. He says he doesn't remember he claims he doesn't remember what he said.
That's bad juju.
But I'm like,
yeah, I agree with the bad juju thing.
Yeah.
I think
That you
that
do.
it
My
is your
first
civic
one
duty.
was about domestic violence. I'll never
Oh, wow.
forget that one. I was young, but because I am a product of that growing up, I did have to be honest and say
Yeah.
that, they
Yes, you
asked
have
if
to
you
be
ever
honest.
grew up in that and stuff. So I didn't want to lie
Yeah.
and say, oh, no, I didn't, because I was. And so I did have to raise my hand and say, yep, I grew up in that. So they excused me. So I kind of wanted to stay, but I was like, man, I got to be honest.
You
I
have
made
to
an
be
oath.
honest.
Yeah.
You know
Just
what I
like,
mean? So,
yeah, and just like
Yeah.
for me, I got let off. I know in one case, they asked me how did I feel about the military and how did I feel about war and military and government related stuff. Well, I'm a retired civil servant who is a former wife of an Air Force lifer and a mother of a Marine Corps veteran. So of course, I'm pro military. So that
yeah, you're
didn't go
biased.
well. Yeah, I'm very biased in that case.
You're
Yeah.
a little
We're all pro.
biased.
Well,
We're
it's
all
funny
pro
because
military.
I'm like not, I'm less. I would have assumed it depends on what the court case is, right? Because like for me, it's like if they asked me that, I'd be like, I mean, I'm definitely against war, and like the military, like, I mean, I don't have like super positive associations, but I'm also not like here hating on members of the military. You know what I mean? Like I would have assumed that because I'm not like a hell yeah, love the military, love everyone. I'm like I would have
No,
assumed that
see,
that would have disqualified me, but like I guess I
they
don't
just
know.
ask really simple questions. I mean,
Yeah,
they're just asking about your life.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
they'll say, what do you do for a living? And I told them what I did for a living. And even that was just enough to get me off. And I
really.
didn't want to.
Now
It was
I
just,
got paid. Did y'all
yeah,
get paid? I got paid
yeah. See, that's
from both
another
the
thing.
courts
I was
and
going
my
to
job.
see,
My
that's what I
job
was going
ended
to
up
say.
paying me.
Oh, nice.
That's when
They
you were
said,
talking
oh,
about,
you did your civic duty, so we're going to pay you.
that's what
And I
you were
went,
talking about
oh, that
earlier.
is really nice.
Yeah,
Well, Brent, what you were talking about earlier is when I served on jury duty for 2 weeks, I felt so bad because there was some single women, for example, who were someplace that they had to go to work to get paid. They didn't have any PTO. They didn't have, nobody was going to pay their wages if they didn't show up to work. Well,
yeah,
I got paid from my work, and then I got paid from the government, but since I'm a civil servant, I had to turn it back to the government. I couldn't take that
right,
separate.
right,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, there
I
is like
tried to give it
there
back.
is a stipend for most that they
It
have to give you,
is.
but it's like, it doesn't cover nearly like it doesn't even cover like a full day of
It
wages at minimum
doesn't.
wage.
Not
Oh,
even
no.
Yeah.
And I tried to give the stipend back to my boss because I was like, hey, you paid me for the day because I was only there for the day. And they were like, no, 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 you keep it. We paid you. You just were doing your job. We don't care.
Well, legally,
Whatever.
the government can't let you keep it if you work for the government. By
Right.
law, you can't.
Well, I guess I had worked for kind of like a maintenance company, so they just kind of like you, landscaping and stuff. They just didn't care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody has their own rules, but sometimes other places have stricter rules. But I think that I feel really bad for people that have to serve and they don't get paid.
Yeah.
Oh no, if it
Sounds
had been
interesting,
now, I'm sure it would have been different. I was a young kid back then. Young
Me too.
kid.
I was too.
I think I was in my late 30s, and that seems very young to me now.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was not even, man, I don't even think I was 20. I might have been
Oh, really?
19, maybe 18.
Yeah, I was 18, and I tried to figure out, and so did everyone else, how did I get how did they pick me? How did they choose me?
I don't
Well,
know.
I think it was because of my applying for driver's license, I guess. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yep. It had
Probably.
nothing to do with voter registration.
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with anything
That's what,
else.
yeah, someone in here, John, who works at the DMV, said that it was a driver's license.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think so.
I
And
guess
I'm
it's
lucky. Back then, I didn't even have babies yet. You know, wasn't a single mom yet. I was just a young kid.
Yeah.
but
I mean,
then
I
you-
don't know how old you are, Brianna, but I mean, being 40 now, I look
How
back
old
on
do you
that
think
and I
I
was
am?
just a baby. You look so young, sweetheart.
Really?
You look
Thank
so,
you.
so young.
you do look young.
Thank you. Tell me how young I look. Tell
Okay,
me.
let me
Tell me
tell
how.
you.
22.
I would guess.
22.
You're gonna
Well,
fucking
I'm
have
going
a
to guess
granddaughter that's
22,
31.
23.
My oldest granddaughter's 31, and I think you're in that range. Am I
Yep.
close?
I'm going to
Yep.
say 22.
No, I'm 33.
Which one?
I was
Yeah.
gonna
No
say 33.
way.
I was gonna say that. Oh my God.
If I
Yeah.
wasn't around
So I
for
guess I
all
don't
the
look
nicer.
young. I don't look young. I look exactly
You
my
do look
age,
young.
No,
guys.
you don't. You could easily pass the
I think
35.
you look young. You look younger than me.
Well, thank you. But
I've
that's,
got
you
a
know,
hair
it's
full
fine.
of gray hair, head full of gray hair because of my youngins.
So I will say I love gray hair. I will probably never get gray hair. Oh no, we lost one of our barbs. I unfortunately will probably never go fully gray because I have my dad's hair, and my dad is 70 and he has almost like no gray hair. It's wild. He has like a practically full head of like dark brown hair with like a couple of gray hairs. And I think gray hair, especially on women, is so beautiful. My sister is like a year and a half younger than me. She's getting a few gray hairs, and I'm so jealous of her. To tell you the truth, I think it's the most beautiful thing, and I love that it's getting more like fashionable now to just go gray naturally and
too.
stuff. I love that.
I don't
You know
have
that
enough
Marvel.
days to go full out
Like
gray.
the dog barb. Yeah.
You know
Sorry,
the
go for it.
Marvel gray hair girl where she had dark hair and the gray streaks, the huge gray streaks
Oh yeah.
that went across? That would be me. You can
Really?
blame my two teenage daughters.
They give you a streak.
Oh yes, 13 and 16.
I've been there.
I love that.
I raised my own and then had to help raise my grandkids. And I still
Barb,
don't
does it
have a
get
lot of
better?
gray hair.
Nice.
Does it get better? Please tell me it gets better.
The problem is that the kids just get older and the problems get older, and life is life. Life is life.
But it worries me because we're going into this and I am worried. What if Trump is elected and then my girls don't have rights? What if my girls get into this? What if they get into predicaments? What if things happen? I mean, I've never had a situation where I needed to have a procedure. I did have to have my daughter early. She lived. But I mean, in some Republican situation, they would think this would be considered a bad situation if she didn't survive.
Well, my daughter
But she had to be born early.
Yeah, my daughter
because
had a
I
baby at
was
16.
dying.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah, my daughter had a baby at 16.
Wow.
She had the choice, but she was raised to be pro-life, but we told her she had to live with her choice, and since it was legal, that she should think it out, think through it clearly, because it would affect her life forever. And she said, I can't, I can't, I can't do it. And so, people ask me, are you pro-life, are you pro-choice? Well, I'll always be pro-choice because I'm not going to tell somebody else what they should do with their own body. That's their life, not mine.
I appreciate that. And I feel like that's so, and I usually, I refer to the pro-life crowd as anti-choice, right? Because like most of the people who call themselves pro-life are not pro-life the way you mean it, right? They're truly just anti-choice.
They are.
And
They're pro control.
yeah, pro-control. and that's the thing. I'm not gonna like, and I mean no disrespect by saying this, but like I refuse using the word pro-life just because they get to dictate the narrative. Because then they also like to call people being like pro-abortion. I'm not pro-abortion. I am pro-choice. I'm also pro-birth control. I'm pro,
Exactly.
and being pro-choice also means like, against SA and forced, pregnancy, forced anything.
And IVF. I'm pro IVF.
Pro IVF, which is also a choice. I want that to be available to people.
Exactly.
So I refuse to use the term pro-life because that's not accurate to me. Because also women are passing away. It causes states and countries with stricter laws on abortion result in higher maternal mortality rates and stuff. And like, you know what? Like that doesn't sound pro-life to me at all. So it's just anti-choice. That's what it is.
It is.
I mean, in 2010 with my second baby, we were told she could be Downs. I was 20 weeks along and they said the doctor was not very nice. And he said, you need to get an abortion. And I looked at him and went, excuse me? I think that's a whole lot of my choice.
Yeah.
And me and my husband went home and we had a discussion and we decided, whatever God gives us, God gives us. Now that's our personal choice.
Yeah.
Now, luckily, she's not, for us, she is autistic and we love her for who she is. But my sister, unfortunately, she got her tubes tied, but her husband has super sperm and she's had 3 ectopic pregnancies.
Oh no.
And because she's polycystic, she has polycystic ovarian disease, she didn't know she was pregnant.
Oh God.
And they found the fetus up in her tubes. One of them, she found it when it was already a certain sex. And so they had to take it. And now if Florida passes this law because people vote against it, if my sister were to have this situation happen again, she could die.
Isn't that, didn't they used to call that tubulation?
Ligation, tubal ligation, I believe.
Yes.
She's had a tubal ligation, but she keeps getting pregnant and he won't get a vasectomy.
Oh God.
Because that's not the manly thing to do.
She needs to fucking divorce him.
Now,
She needs to go on strike. She needs to go on strike.
Yeah, sleep in separate beds.
That man is going to cost her life for his fucking manlyhood. He's going to cost her life. I hope she goes on strike. Fuck that. I'm sorry.
Me and my husband, they wouldn't tie my tubes because I was too young. And Florida is like that. You have to get your husband's permission. Still, before Roe, they were still telling us to get your husband's permission to get your tubes tied. And I was only 25 when I had my second baby. And so they wouldn't tie my tubes. So my husband went out because I'm epileptic and he said, we can't have any more babies. He went and got a vasectomy so that we wouldn't.
My husband did too.
That's great.
And then later, when I was 30, I did get my tubes tied. So then that way, none. But I'm on birth control because of my seizures. The birth control controls my hormones. If they take away birth control, they could hurt me because I could have seizures.
Yeah.
They don't understand. Birth control doesn't just prevent births.
Yeah.
It controls other things. So this is pro-control. This isn't pro-choice.
This
isn't, you know what I mean? This is
entirely.
There's so many
choice. You know what I mean? I misspoke.
Yeah, there's so many individual situations like yours and like so many others that you can't make a blanket decision for all women across our country. It's so ridiculous. I can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They don't. I agree, Fracker.
What's the thoughts
Dandy Daisy, it wasn't back in the 70s. Florida, there are certain parts of Florida that is still very, very Republican, and doctors still put in their opinions and they won't do things.
I mean, they do
They
that
will
in
not.
blue
You have
states
to be
too,
30. I mean,
unfortunately.
they're just, it doesn't matter how, if you're under the age of 30 and you haven't had a certain amount of children, they will not tie your tubes.
Yeah.
They won't do it.
Yeah.
Well,
A
my
lot of
husband
doctors
had
won't.
husband has his done in Georgia, but when we lived overseas in a Catholic Catholic country, he couldn't have his tied. We had to come back to the United States and to have, once he came back to the States, because we had two kids 14 months apart, and he was only 27, I think, when he had his tubes tied in Georgia and didn't have any problems.
Yeah.
I'm curious about this whole shots near Trump golf course.
Yeah. What's up?
I mean,
Happy to answer questions.
What's everybody's opinion on that? Doesn't it seem odd?
Yeah, I mean,
The man just crazy. I mean, from what I understand, the guy didn't get to shoot him. The security people were really good. Sorry, pew pewing. The security guys were awesome. They saw him. He ran off. A witness saw him. Gave the security people his tag number. Chased him down. Picked him up. They have him in custody. We have a name. They're investigating him. So far, all we know is he had a weapon.
Yeah.
So we don't really know much.
Yeah. Well, we know
other
his
than-
name too. His name is Ryan Wesley Ruth.
And his age.
And his age, 58, from Hawaii. I've gone through his Twitter, his X account. It is like just a whole bunch of, it's like insane, honestly.
4chan.
What's that?
Trump?
Is he like one of those 4chan conspiracy
4chan?
theorist guys?
No, it's just like, it's a lot of like almost every tweet is the same, and he like repeats, he copy pastes it. He was tweeting a lot about Ukraine, basically. But it's supportive of Ukraine. And but it was almost exact same tweet, like copy pasted a million times. There is a post making the rounds that was supposedly on his Facebook has been wiped, probably by the FBI asked Meta to take it down. But there have been some people sharing this supposed alleged post of his where he said that he voted for Trump in 2016, but now he thinks that Trump has gone off the rails and well, so I can't verify, time to eat. Where are you seeing that? I would love to verify that, because I'm seeing like a screenshot of a post, but it's hard to verify if that was in fact a real post or not, because it's been wiped.
That would be so easy to make for anybody. He had a criminal history and a history of like mental health issues, but he could still legally own an AK. So,
like I said before, Florida's pew pew laws are very, very lax.
Yeah.
So it's really easy to get a pew pew here. They don't have any concealed pew pew laws. You can just get one. So they're just very, very lax.
Are you sure? Because I was looking on the, I Googled earlier, and it said that I got different answers off of Google earlier.
I just know DeSantis dropped the concealed.
Well, you don't have to have a
pew-pew
license or
permit.
permit, but it still has to be concealed. There, from what I read, it's not an open carry state.
Oh,
right. Yeah. I was saying that it's not an open carry.
they're very lax.
It's a civil fine. Yeah.
Yes.
I think if you have a permit to hunt and fish, you can have that.
Oh yeah, sorry. You can use. Apparently, it's not open carry state, but unless you're hunting, fishing, or practicing, like target shooting or whatever. Yeah. You can open carry if you're fishing and hunting and practicing.
Yep, that's what I found too.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody wrote, so it seems like the Secret Service shot warning shots. That's interesting.
Yes, because they didn't hit him.
Yeah, I knew that, and I didn't realize. I mean, I just wonder, it just seems so odd that he just happens to be outside the golf course just with this AR pew pew. It doesn't.
Yeah, right.
You know, people just
Who
don't.
needs an AK to hunt? Yeah, I don't know. No one.
You don't.
Well,
You
ask
don't
a
need
whole
those to
bunch
hunt.
of.
They're
Well,
not
I don't
hunting
know.
guns.
There's a whole lot of amendment, Second Amendment people who think they can have an AK to hunt. They think it's just fine. Every time I talk to them, they think it's
I know
fine.
people who use them for
But you don't hunt
their
with
hog
them,
hunting
right?
and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, they use them for hog hunting and stuff, mostly because they think it's cool.
Well, I was talking.
I don't hunt.
The people that I've talked to. I mean, I was raised around guns, but people that I know that have guns or are interested in guns, they said it's just kind of it's kind of cool just to own one. He said he did. You know, I was talking to this young man that dates my granddaughter, and he said, you know, I know several people. He said they just go out and practice with them. It's not. It's just an ownership
It's
thing.
fun. They're fun to use.
Yeah, but you know,
I enjoy it.
The thing about it is, that's the same rifle that the military had to, you know, they had to shoot every year to qualify to use it every year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just exact same rifle. It's not a rifle. It's a, yeah. It's a
Pew
much
pew.
bigger thing than a
Pew pew.
pew pew. Bigger pew pew.
Pew pew.
Someone mentioned using it for hunting alligators, and I said that makes sense.
Yeah, I can see
Alligator.
that.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That
Alligators are
makes
really
sense.
tough.
You have to get them in the back
definitely
of the head.
yeah, for sure. If you're going to use a smaller round, it's got to be in the back of the head. Everything else just bounces off.
Yeah, that's one of
Oh,
the
you
reasons
just making
we
them mad.
didn't stay in South Georgia. The alligators.
Them and the hogs, you better watch out. You best hit them right, or they just get mad.
Yeah, Lindsay, I agree. Is people's fun worth innocent lives? I agree. And one thing I was saying earlier, it's like the irony of like when people use something like this. I mean, usually it's ARs, but they use a similar tool against children, kindergartners. Then all of a sudden, the issue is actually just mental health issue. Da da da. I mean, not to mention how little they actually do for fucking mental health. But then as soon as it's used against, and not even used, but like could have been used against their fucking God, all of a sudden it's like, a calculation. It's
a double standard for sure.
Yeah, total. It's like,
exactly.
Now, I do
Well, the
own
whole
some, but I will
thing-
say I think there should be more control on who should and what there should be available for people.
Me too.
I just
Well, the
want to
whole
put that out there.
situation is a double standard. You know, it was okay for what he said about his own VP last time, but it's not okay for what's going on today and what happened earlier. But it's okay for what he did to his VP. You know what I mean? It's not okay. Violence is never okay.
I agree.
And he's not saying that. He's just tooting his own horn.
Well, the divisiveness we have in the country, I blame on him, is on his shoulders and mine.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
100%.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing I was saying earlier too, of like, I almost made a TikTok about this because I saw it last night and I kind of made a mental note. I saw people were discussing the reaction to the Springfield, Ohio thing, where they're now getting like death threats and stuff there. And Trump was told, hey, what's your response to the fact that people are getting BOMB threats and stuff in Springfield, Ohio and stuff. And he was like, oh, I don't know anything about that. But, I do know it's like overrun. Basically, he doubled down on the claims, saying that Springfield had been taken over by migrants and stuff. And like, I was seeing this kind of discussion happen in this like Ohio subreddit, where people were like, where this one person said like, I'm so angry at Trump because he has turned me into someone who like wishes terrible things upon him. And like, when we talk about how he incites, violent rhetoric, or he has incited people to commit and feel and act violently, like we don't talk about it on our side nearly as much. We don't like talk about how someone like this spews such dangerous rhetoric. He also like breeds hate on the left. Yes. And like, and I totally feel that way. Cause like, yeah, it's like, I hate how the things I think sometimes because of that man, where I'm like, I just wish horrible things would happen to him. And I've never felt that way about anyone until he started putting this many people in danger. Right. and threatened, democracy in this country, but especially like people, like individuals are fucking in danger because of this monster. And
no kidding.
And yeah, I do blame him. Yeah.
The first thing I thought was couldn't happen to a better guy. And that's not like me. That's not really who I am.
I struggle
really
with
am
that because I feel the same way, and it's so hard. I feel guilty because I feel that way.
Yeah. I also, last time with the last like attempt and stuff, we had a couple of days of, deep discussions on here. We had a lot of conservatives up here as well. Thank you, Barb. But we also, it was like a really, really respectful kind of conversation that we had about, violence and whatnot and how there's no place for it. But in it, I did ruffle some feathers at one point because I was like, listen, I'm against it. Obviously I'm against political violence, but like, if we're going to have an actual nuanced discussion about this, like part of me has to admit that like, I would be it would be fucking great. Like if he was gone as a result of political violence, that would be a problem. I don't fucking want that. Right. Like, because that would just descend this entire country into chaos. It'd be a martyr. People would lose their shit. That would plunge us into civil war. But I was like, but I would be lying if I said that like part of me doesn't fucking wish the guy would get a heart attack in the middle of the night. And I was like, granted, I feel the same way about Biden. I was like saying at the time, like, just so you fucking know, I kind of feel the same way about Biden. I would love for him to get a heart attack, just not be running anymore. But like, yeah. And at the same time, and I fucking hate that. Right. Like, and the reason for Biden, by the way, was because I was like so fucking terrified that, look, he stepped down, so I don't feel that way about Biden anymore. Yeah, obviously, but it was more like the fear. I was like, I don't want this man in power again. That terrifies me. It terrifies me. And it's like I know that's like horrible to say, but at the same time, while I'm still like against violence, and definitely don't want Trump taken out as a result of political violence, because that will screw all of us over. I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish he wouldn't one day just go to sleep and not wake up. But
yeah, and I've never wished that on anybody ever.
Lindsay, quote, I've never wished anyone death, DEATH, but I've read a couple of obituaries with a smile.
Oh, that's funny.
Sorry, Lynn. I can't say I haven't.
It's very funny. Where does that come from? I gotta look that up.
That's great.
Hey guys, just a reminder, vote.org, check your voter registration.
Okay, I've already got in Iowa where I live, if you're absentee, you register absentee, they send you now this is new. They send you this form that you have to fill out and verify who you are and your address and all this information. And you send that in, and I've done that already. And now in return, I should get the absentee ballot coming soon, in the next few weeks.
Yeah.
So at least there's I feel like I'm good to go.
Liar. Oh, Tarasaurus. Who's lying about what, user? MAGA are violent. He's frightening. He incites violence, and people get afraid and desperate, and then they take shots. And
I'm scared.
Yeah.
Somebody's
Clarence
right.
Even if he
Dow
was
said
like
something
just a
about
civilian,
Chinese.
he's a morally
Everything?
reprehensible person.
Let's try.
Right.
Morally reprehensible. Absolutely.
Yeah, somebody says
Everything. Can we be more specific, please?
time to shut
Which
down the
what
Negroes? What does
everything?
that mean?
I do
mean,
have
when,
to say the
when MAGA
threat
loses
on
again, they're probably
Springfield
gonna
was,
fucking throw a tantrum again and try to take something
oh,
over
it's rigged,
again.
it's rigged, it's rigged. Just like the debate, it's rigged, it's rigged, it's
Yeah,
rigged.
terrible moderators and all
God,
that baloney.
such babies.
Yeah.
Wah, wah,
Snowflakes,
wah.
some might say.
Yeah.
They
I
were
really
asking for
was
specificity
very
because user was
upset.
in here saying liar, and I asked who's lie, what's the lie, and they said everything. So
Everything that they don't believe.
Right.
Only the truth is.
everything
Right,
that's
Nanda.
inconvenient for them.
Yes.
Inconvenient.
But Brianna, like you, I got very upset about those threats to Springfield. I found out it went to elementary schools and parents had to go pick them up. And it just, as a mother, it made me cry because I'm like, I couldn't imagine it. I mean, yeah, mine are teenagers, but I remember when mine were little. And if I got that phone call, that would have been terrifying.
Yeah.
And to
Yeah, it
know
would've been.
that the
Just because of that
candidate
fucking man.
did that, that would upset me terribly. That's scary.
My grandkids.
And so that causes angry. That causes anger in me.
Right. My grandkids were in a lockdown about 3 years ago because there was, they live in a suburb of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and there was someone that had a pew in one of the schools. There's numerous schools. So they shut down all of the schools in the city. And those kids had to stay in the building for hours. And those kids were terrified. And it took them quite some time to get over that because they were little.
Oh my goodness, I can't imagine, honey. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I just feel so bad for the people that have lost loved ones.
I mean, my girls, right after this Georgia thing, they've been doing nothing but bringing them all in and talking about depression, talking about plans of how you get to what to do if someone comes in and how to deal with this and that and whatever. I mean, it's just crazy. My daughter's like, "What's going on, Mom?" And I had to sit her down and tell her what all happened, because when it first came out with the whole Georgia pew pew thing, I just saw it and my husband said, "What's wrong?" Because I was sitting on the bed crying. I said, "There's been another one." I said, "There's just been another one." Columbine, I was a freshman in high school.
It's devastating.
I can't imagine what these kids go through.
Well, have a good evening, y'all.
You too. Thanks for coming
Good night,
on.
Miss Barb.
It was nice talking to you guys.
Good night. Yeah,
Good night.
thanks. Come back anytime.
Okay, I will. Bye.
I'm wondering what we lied about. I'm still curious.
We lost our second Barb, yeah.
You're right, he did admit it. He admitted it on CNN that he made it up. And that he'll continue to make things up if that helps them win. Alaska has a lot more land mass. Have you noticed? No, why do you think?
So right now, the law that we know he broke was he was open carrying in. Oh, our other Barb is back. He's open carrying in Florida, which
Hey,
is not
Barb,
legal.
we missed you.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Not necessarily everywhere can you
I'm gonna
open carry.
get my tea. He apparently, so far, the information we have suggests that only the Secret Service shot.
Yeah, no, he didn't pew pew. Shh. You can't open carry everywhere. You know that, right? Some places you're not allowed to have that. Florida still has same old laws. You can't just walk in anywhere and bring a pew pew just wherever you want.
Sorry, I had to feed my dog.
They are pretty backwards, but you still can't just open carry wherever you want. And hiding in the bushes with an open carry on a golf course that may not allow open carry, still wrong. But again, you're innocent until proven guilty. I don't know what they're going to charge him with.
Yeah.
I can't assume.
No matter what, you guys, no matter what, attempting to do this to anyone,
I agree.
it's bad. It's wrong.
We do not support
Totally
it.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it a buck right now. I don't give a fuck what political values you got. If you try to kill someone, you're fucking weird. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, we're not defending
Yeah.
that. But also,
No
please
one
watch
does
your
that.
language on here. Just
All right.
the
Who
K
does
word.
that? Who does that?
The K word.
No
is
one does that.
problematic.
No one in their right mind would want to go out and do that to anyone, ever. And
I was
whoever
just
does
answering
is
faux. There was a faux person saying it's open carry. It's Florida. Florida has open carry, blah, blah, blah. And I was saying that just because it's an open carry state
Exactly, pro-man.
doesn't mean you
All right,
can open carry everywhere.
Violence is never.
Yo,
the
Frecker,
answer.
since you said Trump will lose in November, you might be right because they might cheat, but they made so many predictions about like at least 90% of the states are voting for Trump. It's guaranteed. The only states that are probably not is New York, Connecticut, California, and Vermont, probably. All right, those are the only 4 states that are probably gonna vote Kamala. All right, keeping it a buck with you. Kamala,
You
whatever.
genuinely believe that?
Kamala. Wisconsin.
Kamala.
Do you genuinely believe that?
Florida's going blue.
I genuinely believe that.
Based off what?
Vote predictions. So many people predicted it.
Who?
Northern Wisconsin. Northern Wisconsin. Rural Wisconsin is voting for Kamala. Kamala.
Yeah, and I can tell you, there's quite a few states that she's going pretty good points wise. And I think that predictor that's predicted 9 out of 10 presidents did predict Kamala. And he's usually pretty good. He has a very specific point system. He's not just like woohoo. So he's predicted pretty well on every single one.
This 90% claim you're making is just so that you can say you were robbed when you lose. It's very transparent.
All right, I'm gonna keep it about you, y'all. The quality of life in America dropped after 2020 to 2024. The prices of everything went up. Like I can't even get a candy bar for 50 cents anymore. Like,
Okay,
dog,
but you understand?
like,
you understand
it's literally
where? Okay,
$1.50
but
in
you
a dollar
understand?
store.
Okay, but you don't understand how inflation works, do you? Where it
Yeah,
comes from?
but that never happened throughout 2016 to 2020. Never happened.
Right, but you know what happened in 2020, right?
Yeah, COVID hit, and then Biden got elected.
COVID hit.
Mismanaged
COVID hit.
COVID
A fucking
response.
global pandemic. Yeah, and in fact, inflation is down in the U.S. compared to what it's at in the rest of the world. So, in fact, the U.S. inflation, if we were under any other leader except for Biden, it would be much worse. Like we can see that right now. So,
Trump will try to cheat. No, you got that fact wrong, Fracker.
Trump has already tried to cheat. He's already tried to cheat. So.
No, he didn't.
He's convinced.
He did.
You,
No,
if
like
he
legally,
loses,
it has been found he
it's
tried to
robbed.
cheat. Like we can hear. There's a phone call. You can find the recording. You can hear him yourself trying to find some fucking votes. He tried to cheat. Everyone knows it. You can stop lying. It's fine.
Trump is a liar. He is lying to us. He has been lying to us for, oh my God. Why don't you see this?
No.
You do know we are under
all right,
the
I got a question for y'all.
taxation of
Before
Trump
we
right
continue
now.
this conversation, what news channel do you watch?
Let him ask his question. What
news channel do you watch?
Newsmax.
What news channels? PBS and BBC are the news channels I watch.
Newsmax.
No, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Seriously?
Tucker Carlson on X and Newsmax.
Oh my God.
What's that? What's this?
To be honest, I've watched all the news channels, the left and the right, just so as I know what talking points are headed my way later.
Questionable.
I mean,
if
all I can do is sigh. I can sigh. All I can do is sigh because you are.
I'm looking on other news channels. CNN themselves confirmed Kamala Harris told over
you can
Kamala, however you say it.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris told over 7 lies during the debate.
No,
7 lies?
And he
Wow.
7 lies? How many did Trump tell? How many did Trump tell? How many did Trump tell?
I don't fucking know. Let me check.
Yeah, you don't
30.
fucking know exactly.
Right, because you don't care because you're watching
30.
Fox News and Newsmax. You
And
are
CNN,
listening
by the
to-
way, CNN is
All right,
also
all right.
quite conservative, and by the way, they've gotten a lot fucking wrong today too, and had to
Right.
retract a bunch of things that they
Right.
claimed that turned out to be false. No
Exactly.
one
Exactly. And you have to listen to everyone. You have to listen to PBS, CNN, MSNBC, Newsmax, and Fox News. You have to listen to all of them.
By the way, there's like you can actually look and see someone like calculated the average number of lies Trump told over the course of his presidency. He literally broke like every fucking record by a lot. So to start to say that he's
like
not a
300
liar. It's a lot more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Right.
During COVID, it was like crazy.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah,
Total 30,000. They over.
Oh God.
They false or misleading claims total 30,573 over 4 years. Those are just the ones that they like cataloged, recorded, and fucking. He did. You know, you can look this up. I don't care if you don't like it, but it's a fact. So, everyone knows it, dude. Like literally, the entire fucking world is laughing at you right now, and at people like you. Like you should be embarrassed.
Nobody fucking knows me. That's the funny part. How is everyone gonna laugh at me if they don't know me?
They're laughing at people who have your opinion. You don't understand how that works? You don't understand how someone can be like, oh, people who support this fucking knucklehead, they're fucking laughable. You don't understand how that works? Okay.
Dog, Trump made peace with Kim Jong-un himself.
Do you understand? He is trying to make friends with our enemy. He admitted to sitting down with terrorists.
Rocket
That's
Man.
not a
Rocket
good
Man.
thing.
We've watched.
Yeah, that's not the flex you think it is, bro.
That's so funny.
What the fuck?
And he's gone.
He got embarrassed. He got embarrassed.
Oh, yeah, throwing a fucking tantrum just like you guys do. Just like when you tried to stage a fucking coup. You can't deal it. Can't fucking stand it. I love that
Made
everyone
peace
laughed.
with Kim Jong-un.
Well, that's fun. Made peace with King Jong-un. That's interesting.
That's a new one.
Yeah. That's funny. I mean, yeah, I'd love to see all that peace that we're, I'm sorry, what?
Oh God, North Korea, what the fuck?
Yeah. What's up, Tony? Tony just came up. What do you want to talk about, Tony?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome.
An Aussie.
Okay. Yes, it is an Aussie, but I am a Californian Aussie. So I've been over here since 2014. So
nice.
Yeah. No, I can't. I listened to it and I was doing my gardening and screaming at the phone. Just Jesus, these people. It's getting really hard to listen. Yeah. For me, it's like on a kind of like a moral issue, like the lies alone that he's going out and the damage and the spreading all of the false things. The trans kids are getting operations in school and
oh my God. Yeah. Jimmy, one day Jimmy will leave home and Sorry, I just want to, I'm sorry to interrupt. God, my dog just ate. She wants to go outside. So is it okay? I'm going to step away.
Yeah,
God,
I'll keep an eye on things.
Thank you guys. So sorry about this.
Let's share our favorite Trump lie.
Oh my goodness!
Definitely the gender reassignment surgeries over in at the schools for sure.
I think.
And I don't get to sign a permission slip for that.
I can't even get them to see my kid for a bruised knee when they fall over, let alone trying to get them surgery.
Right?
Sorry.
My husband's a teacher. They can't even make sure he has school supplies, but oh no, we're going to do gender assignments at school. Sure.
100%. Yeah, we live in a fairly middle to higher income family area in California, and our elementary school, I had to go out and buy them all the supplies for the entire classroom because they didn't even have a teacher. We had subs every day for the first 2 months of school this year. So it's wild. I'm like, yes, they can't afford that surgery.
It's not even about affording it. Yep. It's like, where's the surgical wards in the schools?
Yeah, exactly. I know. I've seen that nurse's office, and it's also a cupboard for the janitorial supplies.
And who is performing the surgery?
Right. I did have a question about the PE teacher.
Are the biology teachers doing that instead of working on frogs?
Wait a minute. Are these the same biology teachers that can't teach sex education?
Right.
Because I don't want them doing any surgery on my kid. No. Because my daughter came home from school and we had to have a serious talk. Because I was like, okay, what did you learn? And let me re-educate you.
Right? Exactly. Yeah.
We had already had the talk, but I had to reteach her because they tried to, I don't know. It just didn't make sense.
Yeah, the things, I mean, I only know what I know of America, and I know I have a very different experience because I'm only in California. So I'm only in a very liberal area. And even still at the school, I mean, I do have a trans child. And so even at the school, the different teachers, the different parents, like, we still get kind of harassment. So it's and you know, lots of people won't use correct pronouns and things even now. And so I can only imagine the other schools and things. It's so sad for the other kids.
Oh, Tony, here in Florida, all my governor does is talk bad about your
Yeah.
governor.
Uh-huh.
And we have the don't say
You scum.
gay, even
Yeah.
though my daughter is gay.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, get over it.
It's wild to me, I know. It's none of the kids ever have problems though, it's just the adults.
Kids don't
Yeah.
care.
I'm like,
Most normal people
stop
do not
paying
care.
attention to that.
Exactly.
Like, it's weird
I'm
to
like,
care so much.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to be like, okay, come to my house, I'll make you dinner, and you will see we are the most boring family. Like, there's nothing exciting going on here. Despite us ticking the box for every single minority group, apart from I'm an immigrant lesbian that has a trans daughter and a physically disabled son. Like, we just meet all of them.
You are
and I'm like,
literally Trump's nightmare.
Exactly.
You are literally
no,
Trump's
I came
nightmare.
over here. I came. And
oh
she's
yeah,
saying to my
you are
wife, I'm
so woke.
Immigrant,
if he gets
immigrant,
in, yeah, all of it, all of
LGBTQ,
it. I know.
disabled.
And trans.
You guys are
Yeah.
literally his nightmare.
I know, but we're so boring. I'm like, you guys, you have the wrong idea. Not what you think.
Tony, I have a question for you though.
Yeah.
Are you originally from this country?
No, I'm from Australia.
Okay, I've been to Italy and Greece.
Mm-hmm.
So when people talk about bathrooms and they have this huge stink about bathrooms, I'm like, you do know over there, they don't have gender specific bathrooms. They're called water closets or
Yeah, so
WCs. And
some do,
you
some don't, but
just
yeah.
walk in, girl, boy, whatever. You just go in. It's just a bathroom. They have never.
Growing up, we've
It's
always
just the thing. United States is the prudes, and they call us prudes over there. Across the big lake, across the pond, they call us prudes.
Yeah, 100%. It's different. Yeah, we just grew up like really differently with different kind of. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just we grew up really differently. We have always just had the family bathrooms, and just do go as you please. Like, I don't know,
Dude. I had to go at a Turkish toilet. Do you know what a Turkish toilet is?
Is it like a drop box?
It's a hole in the ground.
Yes.
There's holes and a hole in the ground. And I went, you've got to be kidding me. I went, oh my God.
Yeah, I've seen a few
And
of
you
those.
can't get any more non-gender than that.
Right. Everyone poops in a hole the same.
It's culture. It's culture.
I mean, and that's what I'm saying. These people that are like, you're letting boys go where girls go and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you do not comprehend. This is not a thing anywhere else.
Exactly. And also, like, every drunk girl at a nightclub has definitely gone into the boys' bathrooms at some point in their
What are
journey
you
of the
talking
evening.
about?
Like,
There's no light.
Wait, you guys,
Drunk?
I've never done that. I've never gone in a boys' bathroom. However, when I've gone to concerts back in the 70s, and I would go into the bathrooms, and there'd be 15 stalls, and one stall would have no door. I went with no door. Who cares? We've all seen it. There was 15 stalls, one with no door, and I would go in that bathroom. What the hell? Who cares? Who the hell cares?
Right.
Oh, no. My nephew had to go to the bathroom, and I said run because he was little and he was being potty trained. He was only like 4, so we were still learning. And he ran, and of course he ran in the men's room. And so I ran right after him, and I don't care. I said, cover up, boys, I'm coming in. And I didn't care.
But
Because I'm
you know,
not
it's
letting my little
strange.
nephew go in there without me.
It's strange that they think that like someone with like bad intentions is suddenly gonna stop at a bathroom. Like, oh no, wait, I can't go inside this bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Yeah,
it's like, where is the
exactly.
logic? Where is the logic?
Yeah.
Like, if I wanted to do something, I don't think a bathroom is going to stop me.
A
Like,
public
I'm
bathroom with tons
Exactly.
of other people around and a parent waiting right outside for you, like that's not gonna be when I go. Like do that.
where's the logic?
hmm
People are going to
It's like,
help.
And how do
People
you
will
know?
help. No matter who you are, people will help. Male, female, they will help you.
How do you know? That's my big question.
Right.
If they're saying they're upset about men going into girls' bathrooms and say they're dressed like a woman, you
hmm
checking? Because I ain't
Yeah.
checking.
Right. But I mean,
Who's
I've
standing
started.
outside that bathroom pulling
I
up skirts and
yeah.
checking? Because
I've
no
I've
ma'am.
seen a bunch of posts recently starting to like follow somebody through, and it's typically female to male presenting people that will be in the women's bathroom, and they'll be like, "Yeah, there's a guy in the bathroom, like blah 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 blah," and they're like, "Oh, it's just the whole thing is so stupid." Yeah, I don't know.
They
I've
would
never run
not
into that.
survive overseas. They just will
Northern,
not survive.
There's no way.
Northern
Gosh,
Wisconsin.
Greece alone, Greece has two naked beaches, and
I've
I
been
know
there.
we
I've been
were
there.
on the bus tour
It's,
and we had to pull over because people had to go potty, and it was a Turkish toilet, and you
Right.
just when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Absolutely.
my brother and I went to. Well, we went with my mom and my sister. We went to Spain, and my brother and I went to some. We wanted to go to the beach. We wanted to swim, and took a bus, and I'm standing in line. I was 12 years old, 12, and he was in another line on the Spanish beach.
oh my god, oh my
Yeah,
god. Enjoy it.
and walked into the changing rooms, went out on the beach, and it was a naked beach in Spain. And
Yep.
yeah, I was 12, you guys. Come on, I was 12. I turned around, walked right back out, and my brother was waiting for me. And he was, 13? He was a year older than I was. But yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
What do you mean? What's wrong? Sorry, just for the record, I'm Spanish, born and raised, baby. Dual citizen.
Well, I was 12 and from the U.S.
Really, straight edge?
Yeah. Yeah. What kind of dog do you have?
She's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
Nice, nice. We heard she was barking. We heard her.
She was barking?
Yeah.
She wasn't barking.
No, she
It's
wasn't.
probably
No, that was other Barbara's dog that was barking.
Okay.
My dog's probably barking too. I've got a pug trying to get into my veggie garden and eat the veggies.
Sounds good.
So yeah, it's mad at me.
5 heaped teaspoons and milk.
Yeah, a little bit warm at the first, and then it'll dissolve better.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, because we had some Aussies in here last night. It was yesterday. Yeah, and they were like, "You got to get Milo." So we got some Milo. So
that is humongous.
Cool.
Like,
I
where did you
know.
even get that from? That would have cost
Amazon.
Yeah, I've never seen one that big.
Yeah, okay.
It's crazy.
That's a lot of
That's like my
Milo.
dream. That
Yeah, a
legit
month,
is
right?
that is making me like froth at my mouth.
Okay, wait. So how should I make? I mean, Nestle Milo. So it is Nestle. How's
Yeah,
it not
so this-
Nesquik?
No, Nestle is our like chocolate company.
This is a malt drink. It's hard to describe.
So if you like it, it's not the same as that Bunny Nesquik one. It doesn't dissolve. It's going to be crunchy on top. So there's two ways to do it. Do it in cold milk, and then you have to put the spoonfuls of Milo in first, and then cold
5
milk and mix
heaped
it.
teaspoons.
Yeah, you need a lot. Because you're basically going to eat all the crunchiness from the top because it's all going to rise, and it's not going to be make the milk that chocolatey. Eat all that, and then you have the milk left over. Or do a little bit of warm, like half a cup of warm milk, and then put the Milo in it. It'll dissolve if you like it warm,
Try
like
that
hot chocolate.
way first.
Yeah, the
Warm
crunchy's a
first?
little bit. Yeah.
You need to be a Milo lover to have the crunchies.
You
I
reckon?
just realized.
See, I love it.
Well, someone was also saying you can mix it with water too.
Disgusting.
Yeah,
Don't
but it's
listen
not
to
the
them.
same.
If they were Australian, you need to ban them from the live. That's wrong.
It needs to be milk. Maybe a little bit of hot water to dissolve it, and then the rest milk.
Okay.
But it has to be majority milk.
Okay, because I don't have a microwave. I just don't do microwaves. So
Oh yeah, you don't have a kettle.
yeah, well, I have a kettle, but
Oh yeah, you could do a little, like a 2 tablespoons of water to get it dissolved would be fine. Oh, but
okay,
you could heat the milk in a pot.
that's true.
Over the
I don't want to
stove.
do that right now. I want to try it right now. I'm gonna try it cold. Is that okay? Will you guys
Yeah,
forgive me if
do
I
it.
try?
You'll like
Okay,
it.
I'm gonna try it.
Yeah,
I'm sure I'm
do
gonna
it.
love it. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a glass and some oat milk.
Tony,
Yeah.
do you in Australia do they have like pre-made juice box but with Milo inside of it? It's like a
Yeah,
pre-made thing that they sell.
Yep. Yep.
Have you ever
They're
been
not
able
that
to
popular,
recreate that with the powder?
Never. It tastes more. Have you tried Ovaltine?
No.
It's an orange malt drink. No, it's not orange. It's like the tin's orange colored, but that is similar to what I think that that's similar to the pre-made juice box style Milo. Google, look it up. Ovaltine.
Okay. Because it's been my life goal to recreate the box Milo because that's peak Milo for me.
Yes. Okay.
And I've
You want
tried
Ovaltine?
and I've tried and I've tried, but I've never been able to.
Ovaltine's where it's at for that.
Okay,
Definitely.
I'll look
I
at
am.
that.
Yep.
I was
then
gonna
have you-
film the whole thing, but
Oh.
fuck it.
Yeah, no, don't put it, don't just eat it with a spoon because it'll just give you the crunchy, claggy mouth. You won't be able to swallow it.
But honestly, a spoonful of that is like the best snack.
You got to be used
legitimately
to
the
it though,
best
'cause
snack.
it'll make you all like blah, blah, blah.
She's got a gallon.
Yeah, that's a
That is,
lot of
that is
Milo.
cocaine to me. My goodness.
Oh shit.
Tony, is it sweet like Nesquik?
Yeah, it's sweet. It's probably a little bit less sweet, more like dark chocolate maybe.
Okay, so how many spoonfuls should I put in this glass?
3 big ones. Do you reckon?
3. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's
Like this?
Ovaltine. It's Ovaltine.
Yeah. You can't have too much of it.
All right, I love that. 2.
Tony, are you sure you're Australian? You just said you can't have too much.
You can't have too much. What?
Yeah.
Someone else suggested I put it on ice cream, which
too
I
much.
love. I used to put Nesquik on ice cream.
Me too.
So
Oh, that's
so
good. This is good on ice cream too.
Yeah.
This was someone said. Okay.
But
Oh, you
what's
can
with the
never have
chunks?
too much.
You guys, what's with the chunks? Really? There's like chunks?
What is it?
What's with the chunks? The chunks?
Oh, it's very chunky. It won't. Yeah, it won't dissolve very well. It stays chunky and crunchy.
Right,
It's unique.
okay. Wait, we're watching.
That would be a
We're
weird
watching.
consistency for me.
Oh, it's good.
What kind of
Tony,
milk?
have you had it with toast?
What is that milk?
No,
is
that
it?
would be
Apparently
like a
that's a
good
thing.
fairy bread, like a sprinkle sandwich.
Yeah, apparently that's Australian fairy bread.
Yes, yeah. I haven't done it before, but I've done a lot of fairy bread, but not.
You need
Not
more.
Milo
You need more.
bread.
It's gotta be more chocolatey. It's got to be darker. Darker. You've got to add more.
To this right now?
I think
Well, there's
so.
a bunch floating on the top, so
Yeah, it won't dissolve.
Okay. You've got
It
chunks.
won't. It won't really dissolve. That's the
fine.
problem.
Unless you have a
I'm just gonna
frother,
give it
if you have a
some
milk
time.
frother, you could get it a little
Oh,
bit
I do have a
dissolved.
milk. I do have a milk frother. Okay.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's actually a really good idea. Yeah. Let me start with this.
Because a spoon won't do it.
Yeah, you got to have a spoonful of the wet Milo, the crunchy bit on top now.
Yeah.
You don't want it to get too
Oh.
soggy.
The crunchy chunks on top.
Mm. Yeah, this is like Nesquik.
Do you reckon? But it's
Yeah,
a different
it's like
consistency. Like,
I feel like Nesquik also gets crunchy on top like this.
no, not the way I do it.
No, I've never had Nesquik like that.
No.
For me, it always did. Cocoa mix and cold milk, yeah. I'm mixing some more.
Oh, it's looking better now. It's pretty chocolatey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that color is
But
looking good.
it's like really thick on top. There's crunchies on top. No.
It'll be good
It's
when
not really
it's
crunchy on top. It's just like sitting on top. You know what I mean?
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right. So
when the color gets to like a point where it'll offend a mega. That's when you know you got it good.
That looks pretty
God.
offensive. Yeah.
Yeah. I probably added mostly new Milo on top after I'd already mixed the original Milo, so maybe that's why it's extra crunchy on top.
Should I add more on top?
I don't know, if you like a little crunch, do it.
I do. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I always liked that from Nesquik too. I love the crunch on top from Nesquik.
No, yeah.
For sure.
oh my God, this is gonna last you for months. This will be months. Worth.
Oh, you haven't.
That's like a week in my
This
house.
is like
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't know
weeks.
me.
This is a week's worth. For a true Milo lover, this is like maybe 7-10 days.
Well, I'm surprised that you guys haven't that you guys don't have this like large size then, because this was like I don't know. I just got.
We
I think
have oh, sorry.
I feel like there was like one
Where
other
did you
size
get
that was
it
larger,
from?
but just Amazon.
This, I feel like, is like a wholesale thing.
Yeah, that's
size,
huge.
you know.
We have a little CD in.
You said Amazon.
Yeah. We have a little CD in the grocery store near my house, and we go get all our snacks and Milo and Tim Tams and everything from there.
Oh, nice. Tim Tams. Yeah, we also talked about Tim Tams.
If you haven't, did they tell you about a Tim Tam Slam?
Well, no. What's a Tim Tam Slam?
I'm gonna change your life.
I also, my sister lives in the UK, to be clear, so she has access to some of it. But and I grew up in Spain, but so she has. I'm pretty sure she has Tim Tams. Yeah.
Yes.
I get Tim
So
Tams
you
when I
can get
visit
them at Target here as well.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So you get a hot drink if you're a coffee drinker. Coffee's really good.
Oh,
You
and it's a
buy,
straw.
yeah, you buy one corner.
No,
one corner of one, like opposite corners on the Tim Tam, and then you use it as a straw and you suck up the hot drink, and then you have to slam the thing back or it melts all into your coffee and it's disgusting and that's ruined. So it's messy, but it's
Tim Tam Slam.
Life
I've tried
changing.
it. It's good. It's good.
It's so good.
With a nice coffee.
Yep.
And this has vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They market it as a
Age,
sports
vitamins.
thing, but it's really not healthy. It's mostly
totally
sugar.
marketed as a sports drink by all the cricket players.
Fucking Nesquik.
What?
Like up until my 20s,
Well,
I
there
fully
goes
believed
mine.
that athletes were drinking this on the regular.
Yeah. No.
I like it. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you for the validation.
You
Yeah, I
missed
gotta
our
sneak
whole
them into the
bathroom
kids'
conversation.
I did, yeah.
We were talking about why the United States has a big fixation on bathrooms and people of different genders going into different bathrooms, especially since Tony has been from Australia. I have been a world traveler, and I don't understand it myself. Because as you well know, Spain and other countries, that's not a thing.
Yeah. Well, it's not. I mean, there's like gendered signs on a lot of them, but a lot of them are, you know, for everyone. But yeah, but there's not. That's not like an argument that's happening right now. That's not. People aren't arguing about. Yeah, trans rights and using bathrooms as an excuse.
Well, in Greece and Italy, most of what I saw was WC.
Yeah, water closet, which it comes from. But
Yeah, they
but
didn't
some of them are
really have
gendered.
a gender.
Some of them are, but yeah.
Right. Mega people need to travel. They need to travel. They
Yeah.
need to see different cultures.
Yes.
They need to see what's going on in the world, not
Absolutely.
just the little Tonys, whatever. I don't know. They need to see what's
Many
going
of
on.
them are from small towns, and they are really narrow-minded from their teeny tiny town. They have no idea.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I grew up in a big city, and I live in a very, very rural town. unincorporated. There's no business there. There's 500 and some people that live in my town, and they just don't. Oh my God, they've not traveled. They've not seen the world, and that's what bothers me so much, because they don't understand what's going
How
on here.
great it can be elsewhere. Yeah.
Exactly. How great things can be elsewhere. Exactly. They don't get it.
They can't.
They don't. And
They
they
can't
don't
see
want
past
to.
the nose on their face.
Right? Right. Exactly. I know. I know. Since I've moved here, I have fought with the local communities so many times. The school board, the town board, just to, and I'm not trying to anger people. I just want them to see what the hell's going on. Just understand what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
And they
Well, and also just, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's hard because people really Americans especially are raised on this idea of American exceptionalism, and that America is number one, and America is the best at this and that and this and that. And it's like, I mean, you don't have to travel elsewhere to see the numbers, you know, but the numbers paint a very different story. But yeah, but I think it's a lot more like Americans are surprised when they go to Europe to realize that Europe is just as advanced as America, and more advanced in many, many ways, you know?
Yes.
It's just,
exactly.
That is absolutely one of the biggest conversations, arguments I get into with Americans is that, I mean, I have so many people being like, yeah, but like the Australian education system must be, and I'm just like, no. Like, we have a wonderful education system, and but a doctor in America gets a better education. And I'm like, no, like,
nope.
It's all standard. We just have different licensing requirements. But in fact, Australia has much more stringent licensing requirements in some cases. So,
oh yeah. Well, that's the crazy thing too. It's like in the U.S. I mean, another thing we talk about here sometimes is like regulations, right? Like right wingers are so against regulations, and it's like regulations are what make sure there's no poison in your baby food, right? And like,
exactly.
And you go to Spain. And like, I always have the same experience, right? Like I go home and I know this in my head, but whenever I just sit down and I eat the simplest thing, like something like tomato or like toast with tomato on it, right? That sounds weird, but that's a thing we do. It's like the ingredients, the tomato on its own is so much better because the regulations are so much stricter. Even just the most basic ingredients are just like a million times better. It's so hard to explain, like unless you go and you like eat a meal in Spain and realize like, oh, this meat tastes and feels like healthier. Like you don't realize it until you compare it to American food. But like chicken, the difference is insane.
American meat is banned in Europe. Like you can't import American meat.
Yeah, American meat is wild when you try meat elsewhere. American meat, I eat meat less and less because as I get older, because every time I go to Europe and I go back home and I eat meat there, when I come back to the U.S., the meat here becomes so much more disgusting to me.
Absolutely agree.
It's really hard to explain.
It's
like
little thing, even tap water. Like I couldn't drink tap water when I first arrived. It probably took me a year to get used to it. But I was just like,
well, you're in California, right?
Disgusting. Yeah, I'm in California.
To be fair, California tap water is nasty. But,
it's so bad. I know.
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's so gross. But yeah, it took me a long time to be able to like stomach any of it. My skin got all weird from showers. Like it's just little things that nobody realizes are so. The chemicals they put in, the different regulations. Yeah,
and those are in the cities. Those are in the cities. I live in rural Wisconsin. We have our own well, and we've got the most amazing water. Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's incredible. Drink it from the tap. I bring my own water wherever I go. fill a bottle. It's yeah. But the cities, chlorine.
Well, I will say New York City water is actually some of the best in the world. It is very good. That's where I live. And New York City water is famously very good, you know. So
Good.
where I am, I drink my tap water. But and like to be fair, also there's places in Spain where you don't want to drink the tap water. But also like
absolutely.
California tap water, like definitely don't want to drink that. Like I've had because I used to split my time between LA and New York City, and my LA tap water in a very nice apartment would come to me. It was like visibly discolored to me,
Yes,
and most people wouldn't
often.
call that, but it's fucking yeah, it's visibly discolored.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Have you
Andrew, I
guys-
know you're in
have you
here.
guys-
I don't mean to disparage your home state, but like, yeah.
Well, I mean, do you guys smell chlorine in the water? The city
Yes.
water?
Sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes.
My mom.
But yeah, JD, New York City water comes from the Catskills.
Oh God! I mean, you can smell the chlorine. You try and make coffee. My mom grew up in Minneapolis, and oh my God, just turning the water on. You wanted to fucking buy. Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted to buy water from the store. You didn't want to drink the tap or the faucet water. It was horrible.
Nice.
Horrible.
Yeah.
The smell burnt your eyes.
I will say, and if you do smell chlorine, one thing you can do, just wait a few seconds. I just know this because I have plants that I used to care for. And what you're supposed when you fill your watering can, you're supposed to wait like 30 seconds or a couple of minutes so that all the chlorine and stuff can evaporate before you water your plants. So if you are smelling chlorine in your water, I would just that's the one tip I can give. Just like wait, you know, a minute or two and it'll evaporate.
We don't smell chlorine here, and I have filled I've got 3-gallon water milk cartons that I fill up, 3 of them. I fill them up on Friday, and I water my plants the next Friday. My plants have never been so healthy because they are sitting and oh my God, I've got plants that I've had for 30 years, and they're amazing. They're freaking amazing. Let the water sit, but I don't have chlorine. We don't have city water. We've got well water, and I still let it sit for an entire
And I would
week.
say that's very lucky, right? That's a privilege because plenty of places their well water is now poisoned because of things like fracking. You know, fracking famously is poisoning well water left, right, and center.
It's
so
called
yeah.
I know. It's not far away. I mean, like I say, I'm in northern Wisconsin, and
Does anyone know if there's been any more news on what happened today? Did they release any more details?
Not that I know of, but whatever you don't know, ask Miss Brianna.
I've not seen anything.
Oh, I've been watching since I just happened watching the news all afternoon, but I don't know, there's all these pictures going around already of the alleged person and all the guesses and wrong pictures and incorrect things.
Yeah.
Tony was asking any new news about the shooter, and I said I don't think we have any new news.
I don't think so. Not from what I'm seeing. Trump's sons tweeted some stuff. I don't know what they tweeted, but basically being like something has to change. I mean, I'd love to know what they're referring to. You know, more Stringent
right?
G control. That'd be great. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
change
exactly.
it.
Well, I mean, tell your dad if
That's good.
he's gonna say, stuff that's gonna make everyone feel a certain way, then maybe he shouldn't be golfing as much. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
right.
Protect
You should
yourself.
talk to his
Stop
stepmom
wasting my
because oh
money.
no,
Like,
she's the one who hired him.
Oh,
yeah.
now something has to change. It didn't have to change in Georgia when that happened. It didn't
Yeah,
have to change
exactly.
in Uvalde, sorry. It didn't have to change in Sandy Hook. It
Sandy
didn't
Hook.
have to
Yeah,
change,
yeah.
you know.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to know what that's why it's like I'd love to know what you're referring to. Is it the
hmm
G's or is it something violent political rhetoric? Yeah, I'd love that. I'd love that. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Right,
exactly.
Sarah?
Exactly, Jay.
Some kind of projection. Yep.
Jay put, it's a fact of life, like Vance said.
What's going
So,
on? What's going on there? Okay.
Hearing sirens.
Yep. All right.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I live in the city. It's my house is. Oh, we got a party.
It's the
We got
illegal
one.
immigrants.
It could be. Maybe they're finally done in Central California.
I love. There's at least 3 immigrant. I think, right? Panda. Are you an immigrant? Sorry, I totally assumed.
No, I'm not in America. I'm in South Africa.
I'm an immigrant technically. Tony's an immigrant.
hmm
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out. Yeah, I was like, ironically, we do have a couple of immigrants up here.
Yes.
oh, Tony's a bad one. She's a
Yeah.
LGBTQ, immigrant. What else was it?
I was saying I'm all the minorities you hate.
Yes.
So my
My
wife, I've got a
God.
trans child. I
Oh
have
my
a
God.
son with physical disabilities. I'm an immigrant. I could be undocumented soon if I don't go and get my act together and apply for my citizenship like I was supposed to 10 years ago. It's all right. We're working out. It's all
I
right.
would apply for it now. I mean,
I need
when
to. I should
I
have.
will say once Trump won, that's when I got my IUD.
Yes,
For
I really in 2016, and then I sort of was like, oh, I just sort of stayed in a coma, and then Biden came in, and I realized, oh no, we're safe now. Well, and now I'm kicking myself. I didn't do it already.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and
Well,
deal with
guys,
that.
my 13-year-old is demanding my attention. So, and
Well, that's
it's
good.
9:30. So I've got to make her get ready to go to bed. Tomorrow is school.
All right.
So this has been lovely. It's been nice meeting everybody.
You too. Thanks for hopping
And
on. Andrew, I'll answer in a second.
y'all are awesome. So I'll talk at y'all
Likewise.
later.
Yeah, please come back on anytime.
All right, bye bye.
So Andrew, so basically, there is a rumored social media post of his. There's a screenshot of a social media post that could have very easily been faked, where he supposedly claims that he voted for Trump in 2016, but now he's mad at Trump, and whatnot. But I haven't been able. I keep looking it up, and I haven't been able to actually verify or find that has actually been verified as a real post. His Facebook page was taken down, but
Oh, I saw before that he's apparently the person they're alleging, this one random stranger on the internet, that he's a COVID conspiracy theorist and all the QAnon and stuff. And I was like, really? Like, that doesn't even, Again, I'm not proven.
Doesn't that make exact sense though?
yeah, it does. I mean, I saw on his X profile, mostly he was posting Ukraine stuff and very critical of Trump, I think. Actually, no, he only mentioned Trump once, but it was like a hashtag. But most of what he was tweeting about was Ukraine, but he was supporting Ukraine.
But who is that?
Oh, user, you clearly don't ingest any sort of news, do you? Cool. You can run along if you don't know how this works. We're talking about the facts that are known about the case. That's how that works.
The irony.
Yeah, fucking irony, right? You clearly don't know what you're talking about. We're just listening for updates in this whole Trump attempted
Right. Right.
nation, you know?
Oh,
You
yeah.
clearly don't know, user. You don't know what we're talking about.
User, jump on. Let us know the facts you know if you've been keeping up with us. Maybe you have more info than we do.
We're keeping up on it too, user. I've got it like right fucking in front of me. We're double checking, triple checking. What bullshit are you gonna spread?
Oh shit.
If you claim to
Let's
know
hear
more
what the
than we
QAnons are
do, I'm
saying.
gonna we're gonna fact check you. What do you supposedly know? Please share with the class. His neighbor says the guy accused of attempting Trump says, quote, a lot of people were afraid of him.
I don't know how much that tells us, though.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly. The people around me would probably say the
The
same
voter
thing about
records
me.
indicate he was unaffiliated but did vote in the Democratic primary in Guilford County.
Same God, same.
Yep. Oh, social media posts allegedly indicate he was a believer in COVID-19 conspiracy theories, and he had posted that he had voted for Trump in 2016, but was disappointed with him after the fact. So this is referring to the screenshot that's been spread around. This is from Fox 8, which is not Fox News, but it's Fox 8. It's like a local thing. I am waiting for someone to like actually confirm that screenshot that's floating around is actually legitimate, because it's really hard to know. As far as we can see, I've only seen basically not very reliable news sources refer to that screenshot. Very, very small publications, and not necessarily like ones that I would hang my hat on. So I'm waiting for an actual reputable news source to confirm that is in fact a real screenshot, because shit like this is so easy to fake.
Absolutely.
I'm checking
Trump made the
Newsmax's socials.
vaccine.
I'll let you know what they say.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, if anyone else wants to also just be checking and whatnot. I might also just swap this out for a little bit too, because I feel like sometimes TikTok doesn't like when I'm mentioning other apps, if you know what I mean. Oops.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah. Oops. Go. Yes, golf course. How much do you not know, Love Stoned? I mean, the fact that he wasn't even like, it is. I don't think this is fake. There's no evidence that this was fake, but it is very convenient. I'm gonna say that he's probably thanking his lucky stars right now.
If I'm on the stuff, I'm
It did,
planning
Stoned.
this.
Yeah, today it happened. Well, it happened a few hours ago. Someone was apprehended. A guy. There were shots fired near the golf course. Right now, it appears that only the Secret Service fired, because they spotted a guy. He was between 300 and 500 yards away. The Secret Service also said at one point that he was never in danger. But So they spotted a guy, they took some shots, the guy fled, and then they apprehended him in his car a few miles away. And so currently they're investigating it as an apparent possible attempt on Trump, even though the guy, it doesn't seem, took a shot. What are you talking about, Jamie? Are you threatening to take shots at us? Just because we don't like Trump? You know, we're not the ones who instigated anything.
Like, where's the logic? Wouldn't a Dem or the establishment
Name the lie,
do it secretly?
Jamie. Name the lie. None of what I just said is a lie. Name the fucking lie, dude. The fact that people like you yell when you're just like say fucking bullshit with your whole chest is the funniest fucking thing. We've been rage baiting, dude. You guys tried to like attempted a coup. What the fuck have we been rage baiting about? You're the one who's so triggered by people having like trans people having rights. We're the ones who are rage baiting? Jesus Christ. Officials came out and fucking said, yeah, he was never in any danger early on. It was one of the first statements that came out. I haven't seen that anywhere, MP, so definitely not. I think if anything, this proves that Trump should absolutely not win again, because look at how much he's just sending everything into fucking chaos.
What logic is that?
It's not all over the news, MP. We're all looking at the news. Hey, Screenburn. Shots were fired. It seems most likely just by the Secret Service, not actually this guy that they shot at near Trump while he was on a golf course. They believe it was probably going to be another attempt. Have I ever voted for a Republican before? No, of course not. I'm not a terrible person. Sorry, guys. I know there's some people here who have voted Republican who are now, not voting Republican, but I gotta say, I gotta take the shots when I can. My discrimination is showing. How am I discriminating? How am I discriminating? This is an equal opportunity fucking live. You can come up here and say whatever bullshit you want, and I will call you out for it. Equal opportunity. It's not my fault you like embarrass yourselves.
Dee Dee, yeah, 50% of Americans that are voting for Trump are pretty terrible people.
Firstly, 50% of Americans have never voted Republican. That's not how that works.
Yeah,
At best, close to 50% of voters vote Republican, but that's not half the country. It's not. It's about a third of the country. And yeah, people who vote for Trump are terrible people. Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's just science.
I can give you tons, Dee Dee. Have you been to her website? Because they're up there. Can you give me a Trump one?
He's got concepts.
He's got concepts of plans. Concepts of a plan. What do you want? What policy do you want? On what? She has a whole fucking set of policies on her website. The fact that you guys are intellectually lazy doesn't mean that things aren't true. Just because you don't understand what calculus is doesn't mean that calculus doesn't exist. So just because you don't know what her fucking policies are doesn't mean they don't exist. They're on her website. There's this thing, it's called Google. It's free and very easy to use. I highly recommend you start experimenting with it. Okay, so that's funny. You want close the border and the wars? Okay. Firstly, Trump is the one who tanked the bipartisan border bill that was going to close the border, or at least close it as much as it ever has been historically. Trump destroyed that fucking bill. So, literally Democrats and Republicans in Congress tried to pass this shit. Trump tanked it. just a few months ago. And then Biden used his executive orders to pass as much as he could of the bill. And now his administration is being sued because he basically enacted all the stuff in that bill that Trump fucking, axed, called around. And this is all coming from Republicans, mind you. This is all coming from Republicans in Congress who said, yeah, Trump called around and told everyone not to vote for it because he didn't want there to be a good border bill passed while Biden was in office, because that guy doesn't give a fuck about you. He doesn't give a fuck about you. All he wants is power. So he will fuck you over and he will tank policies that you want just because he thinks he'll be able to use you. He thinks you're so stupid that he will be able to tell you he'll be able to create the problem, further the problem, and then sell you himself as a solution, and you'll fucking eat it up. I mean, that's him. You should be insulted by how fucking stupid he's treating you. He did, Dee Dee. Biden fucking first he defined close the border. Biden passed all the policies that Republicans were pushing for with executive orders. He did. They limit the number of asylum seekers that can enter per week and stuff. It sets very strict quotas and maximums, which, by the way, is exactly what Republicans were trying to do. They weren't trying to not let a single person in. They were trying to set quotas and maximums, and that's exactly what Trump did. I'm not lying, actually. You can look this up, Dee Dee. It's not my fault that you're fucking misinformed. It's look it up. It is fucking plain as day. The data is there. You see it with your eyes? Okay, yeah. So you're going to ignore facts and just spew bullshit. This is why people like you are fucking pathetic, dude. You can't even argue. You can't even deal with the facts because you know that your positions are illegitimate if you actually acknowledge fucking facts and engage with the truth. So you have to just ignore the fucking truth and pull bullshit out of your fucking ass just to prove your point. That's how I know your point is bullshit. Yeah, Dee Dee, let me guess, you're getting the 20 million from Trump? That number is bullshit. You can look it up. That number is bullshit. The fact that you believe it is fucking embarrassing for you. Literally everyone is capable of Googling it, and the fact that you haven't is fucking hilarious. This is why I pity you. I fucking pity you. But I am it's frustrating because I wish I could just pity you, but instead you're going to put the rest of us in danger because you are incapable of fact checking something that is so easy to fact check. You're so fucking incapable. And I can't fucking believe that someone like you gets to vote. But you do. You do. Oh, God. Dude, I live in New York City. You're cracked. Make more bullshit up, dude. You just weaken your own fucking position. You prove the rest of us so much fucking smarter than you. And so much more legitimate than you. Keep spewing bullshit. Keep doing it. You make yourself look bad. You make us look fucking amazing the more you do it. Oh, okay, yeah. Just pivot. Pivot to the primary. Who gives a fuck? Oh, yeah. You know, your descendants, if you ever procreate, are going to look back on you and be fucking ashamed of what you guys did. That's going to be your legacy. You're going to be like the people who try to pretend that their fucking, grandparents weren't Nazis. Yahtzees. Oops. TikTok. Yahtzees. They literally stole oh, good God. Yeah, that's fucking cracked, dude. That's such bullshit. Again. The fact that you believe such bullshit.
How is it this far apart? How is it even remotely possible that that could be a believable thing. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
You're
it
right.
doesn't make
Google,
sense.
literally just Google anything. You could Google anything and work out that all of this is lies. They're so.
Okay, Jamie. Oh, you're saying they stole 14 million votes, which was why? Because firstly, that's not how fucking choosing a candidate works in a party. That's not stolen votes, but keep like going off. Sure. Here's the funniest fucking thing. Republicans should love that she supposedly was not chosen. You should love it, right? Because that would mean that no one wants her, right? I'm a lot happier it's her instead of Biden, let me tell you. A lot fucking happier. I didn't cast a vote for Biden either in the primary. He was still the fucking candidate. And I could still vote for him because I also didn't cast a vote for fucking Trump in the primary. But the people like you who are acting like people who didn't vote for her in the primary shouldn't vote for her, it's like, okay, so you are revealing that every Republican who didn't vote for Trump in the primary should also not vote for Trump, which I think is fucking fantastic logic. Fantastic logic. Why would Trump even bother campaigning right now if no one who voted for him in the primary, or no one who didn't vote for him in the primary, should vote for him in the general? Or do you maybe accept that doesn't fucking matter? Like the general election is a whole different fucking election. Like
Wasn't Trump,
they aren't
Jamie?
actually Tank. There's actual data that shows that the right is incredibly more violent than the left, statistically so. And also, your dude has been spewing fucking hate and like encouraging hate and violence for years, and now you're fucking like acting
Nancy
as though you
Pelosi's
give
husband.
a fuck.
What did Trump respond? He laughed about it.
Yeah. What the fuck happened with Nancy Pelosi's husband? All you guys were fucking cheering it on, laughing about it, but now you want everyone to be outraged.
It's crazy.
Fucking, it's so fucking hypocritical. At least I can say I'm consistent. I'm outraged at any fucking political violence, and I have denounced this political violence. But the fact that you guys suddenly grow a pair, suddenly like act as though you have fucking principles,
The
is
hypocrisy is
laughable.
wild.
Fucking
They're
wild.
all for law and order, but when officers die on January 6th, it doesn't matter. It's consistently hypocritical. That's the only thing consistent with them is being hypocritical. It's hypocrites. It's hilarious.
That's not true. Tank, you're just proving that you don't know like anything. You know, the guy that took a shot at fucking Ronald Reagan was just trying to impress Jodie Foster, right? You know that, right?
That is a fact.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was doing it because he wanted to. I know, right? Yeah. Because he saw a taxi driver, and so he wanted to impress Jodie Foster. Also, by the way, you understand that political violence isn't limited to presidential attempts, right? And that's not the limit to it. Do you remember what happened? There's a little coup attempt. J6. You fucking remember that one?
Hang my pants, remember?
Also, there have been like multiple examples of like groups of right wingers being caught on the way to a, you know, like Whitmer or whatever, Gretchen Whitmer. Do you remember that? They fucking caught a couple of guys who were planning on going and doing fucking the same fucking thing to her. It was Whitmer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gretchen
Whitmer. Right, you just wanted to overturn an election, and you stormed the fucking Capitol and tried to overturn an election and cost people their lives. Nowhere near, yeah. But calling it a coup is a step too far. You guys are fucking ridiculous. You have no principles. This country is worse off with you in it. Yeah, thank you, Frank. Oh yes, Valentino. The stand your ground party all of a sudden, the stand your ground fucking party all of a sudden says that it was the security guards' fault. That, by the way, a couple of fucking security guards, cops, passed away that day too. So, but let's pretend it was only that whatever that fucking dumbass was, whatever that lady who was trying to break in. Stand your ground all of a sudden. You guys don't understand, you know, defending yourselves. Don't understand stand your ground. Don't understand like being able to
She
defend
coulda
when
just
someone's breaking in.
complied.
She could have just complied. She could have just
That
fucking
easy.
complied.
I thought they loved cops. I thought these cultists were all about the cops. But when they
Valentino,
die,
you clearly haven't seen the fucking footage. Also, like the irony, aren't you guys like always defending cops who take shots at, who pew pew unarmed black men? You have all the fucking reasons to defend them, but as soon as it's one of you fucking lot, all of a sudden it's outrageous. Even though she was the one who was literally trying to break into the Capitol at the time. Literally breaking in at the time. And all of a sudden it's outrageous. You have no fucking morals. You have no fucking principles. This is how I know you have absolutely no fucking principles. Everything out of your mouth is bullshit. Every single fucking thing.
Lenny's hilarious considering Trump can never let anything go. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Who are we cooking? Just more MAGA. Bunch of MAGA in here saying that like, oh, Ashley Babbitt, that was that fucking idiot's name. And I will not respect her. Ashley Babbitt. Fucking idiot. They're saying that she was basically this like innocent victim, and how dare anything happen to her. She was, you know, the stand your ground party. The stand your ground, the traitor Ashley Babbitt. The, you know, stand your ground party all of a sudden doesn't understand why a woman who is in the midst of breaking and entering into a fucking government building might get caught in some crossfire. Some defensive, very clearly defensive crossfire. The world is better off without her in it. No man. Oh, that's what you're fucking. Okay, you're gonna go to that. No man, daddy left. Nope, my dad and my man are both very much alive and well.
Tank, how did you get
But yeah,
70%,
way to fucking
mate?
pivot to that. Yeah, Tank, you know what? It's funny because if you ask me, I would say the same thing. I'd say this country is headed in the wrong direction because of people like you. It is. Look at what the fuck is going down. You fucking monsters have pushed violent rhetoric for 8, 9-ish years. 9 years. Absolutely. The country is going in a worse direction, in the wrong direction because of people like you. I agree. Yep. The Sean Hannity
Trump doesn't even
report?
care
No.
about them. It's so sad. Trump doesn't care about them, and it's like it's so crazy.
Yo,
How have I attacked people, Steve?
you're fucking disgusting for perpetuating this bullshit and acting like Trump's a bad person.
I'm disgusting. Oh, tell
You
me
have
more.
fucking teeth. You literally have a fat roll hanging over your pants right now, too.
I do. I have a fat roll hanging over my pants.
Like,
Because
stop
this
drinking
is how
coffee and brush
humans.
your fucking teeth, please. You can literally see the
Okay.
gum. It's nasty.
Mhm.
I can smell that.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. I'm not drinking coffee, but like, yeah, go off.
Well, it looks
And
like
yeah,
you are.
talk about my fat roll. Yeah, because I guess you don't understand fucking human anatomy, right? I'm hot as shit, dude. I am so fucking hot, and I wouldn't give you a second
That's
fucking look.
crazy.
I would
great.
100% bang her over that dude too. And your kid is going to be embarrassed when it gets old enough.
Yeah.
Don't
I'm
talk to
hot
people
as
like
shit.
this.
Oh god. The fucking funniest thing. You think you're gonna like upset me, dude?
Oh my
I'm
God.
so fucking hot, dude.
It's so scary that these guys have kids, little kids that are like hearing this crap and they're going to be embarrassed. They're not going to be on the same side because none of their peers will be. And they're going to get teased and they're going to end up being, it's like the whole role reversal. The jocks will no longer be cool.
No, what's sad is those children are gonna be indoctrinated by them, by their rhetoric, and they are gonna teach them and keep them sheltered, and they're gonna grow up and realize this world isn't as like what they've been taught to
Totally.
believe.
The kids will go full 90s on them again and just hate the parents, like all of my generation,
Yeah.
cutting out all the adults. This new baby generation will do the same for them.
I think so, Benny. He left by his own volition because he got upset that I'm way hotter than he wanted to pretend. Am I self-conscious about my teeth? No.
What's wrong with your teeth?
I don't fucking know. I keep covering my mouth. I'm not covering my mouth. How the fuck am I covering my mouth? Thank you, Laronimo. Oh, so can we block Steve? He keeps telling people to report the live. Let's report his bullshit. If you try to get the live taken down, I will block you.
Snowflakes.
They didn't, Tank, but I guess you're just incapable of like Googling that. And so you're gonna lie again. I mean, the funny thing is, like, it's so easy to fact check these things, and you guys are just so incapable of even doing that. Hi, Matt. Who are you talking to, or Linda? You think if your party won, they're gonna knock on your door and tell you, I will pay your bills? What? Who are you fucking talking to? I know, right? I love how upset they get when, like, insulting me doesn't work. Like, bitch, I've been so much meaner to myself than you ever could be. There's nothing you could say to me that will, like, be worse than what I've said to myself. I was a fucking teenager in the early aughts. I was raised to fucking hate myself back then. And you know what? I fucking endured that and got out on the other side of that, and now I have learned to fucking love myself.
Exactly. We were told to look like Paris Hilton. Unreachable standards.
Yeah, right? Oh, yeah. But yeah, talk about my fat rolls. I'm pretty fucking skinny, guys, but this is how I sit. So yeah, I got fat rolls. Here, let me get some more out.
It's not even fat. It's like skin. You have a skin roll.
I have a skin roll, yeah.
His baby looks pretty little. I wonder if he's baby mama.
Look, you're gonna trigger them now. Be careful.
This is what I usually like to wear.
Out and they'll lose their brain.
I know. Well, that'll just get me in trouble on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
The best part is I'm not even wearing a bra.
I tried.
Thanks, Tony. I have skin. Oh, thank you, Frank. Yeah, exactly, Lesbiana. Thank you, Amanda.
I was busy doing something else, so I couldn't look at his profile pic, so I'm guessing he was chunky and bald.
No, he looked
That's
like to be
the
one of
usual.
those, like a gym bro or whatever.
One of those, yeah.
Which I feel like that's the thing. They're either like, you know, I mean, I'm not here to body shame, but I feel like a significant of them are like roided out, which is why they're so hateful and angry all the time and so easy to trigger.
They're so hung up on the way somebody looks or something like that changes anything about somebody's argument or the points they're making or anything.
But it's always what they default to. Once I like prove them wrong on their bullshit, or I'm not gonna take their bullshit, it's always just like resorting to just like insults, just like calling me everything under the sun, or just insulting my looks and my body and stuff, which is like fine. I'm not really trying to impress them. I mean, I do like wearing red lipstick on here because it makes me feel fierce to like destroy their egos in red lipstick. But like, I'm happy. I got a fucking wonderful man. I've got an amazing man. And even if I didn't, like, you know, the only reason I'm with him is because I'm like really, really happy on my own. I don't even do dating apps. And he is so fucking wonderful. He genuinely adds so much to my life. And that's the only fucking reason I would bother dating a man, because trust, you guys aren't worth it most of the time. You're just not. But like, you know, I'm not trying to fucking get... Why am I bothering explaining? Oh, because we're having a conversation, Pebbles. You see, this is how conversations go. We talk, we share stuff. Also, this is my live, so I get to talk about whatever the fuck I want. And so when people are going to come in here and insult me, I'm going to address it. But they are mean. I mean, sure.
Also, let's not forget that people are always asking you if you go to the gym because you look like you hang out in a gym, and you don't even. And that's pretty funny.
Wait, me?
Yeah, you. That's always people in the comments. Hey, do you go to the gym?
Do you go to the gym? I obviously don't go to the gym. Obviously, I'm skinny fat. Let's be real here. Let's be fucking real. Which is fine. It's fine. Yeah, right, Lesbiana? Thank you. I didn't, Aquarius. Ay, ay, ay. How about that, Trump? Yes, I speak Spanish and French. Oh, yeah, sorry, Benny. Several hours ago. So several hours ago, but it seems right now that the information is that the shots were actually just fired by Secret Service. They spotted a guy with an AK by a fence close to the golf course. And so they took some shots. So he then hopped in his car and fled, but they apprehended him. He's now in custody. He's been in custody for a couple of hours now. The guy's name is Ryan Wesley Ruth, Routh. Yeah, it's being investigated as probably another attempt on Trump.
But if this were the other way, honestly, if it would have been an attempt on a Democrat, it would have been Secret Service harasses a man for trying to exercise his Second Amendment.
I know, right?
That's exactly what it would be.
Just hunting geese down at the golf course.
He was just practicing his Second Amendment, you know, just doing his thing, and they just harassed him.
So right now, J-Dub, right now, there are reports of this there's like screenshots of this supposed social media post of his where it says, here's the thing, I can't verify how real those posts are. Some smaller news outlets have reported it as fact, where the guy says that he voted for Trump in 2016, but like no longer thinks he's good, and he calls him like the R word and stuff. I have not seen any like major news outlets really verify that screenshot as being a post of the guy's. So we'll see. Tank, just because you have diverged from reality and like, you know that the biggest news TV channel, news network in the US is Fox News, right? You know that, right? The biggest fucking one leans very heavily right. But they're also the one that has actually gotten into legal trouble for defamation, for lies, ironically. But the fact is, you know, just because facts aren't aligned with your beliefs doesn't mean that it's all a fucking conspiracy, that news and science and education are like a conspiracy against the right. It's just because facts align with the left. Like, it's not my fucking fault you guys are delusional and like so willing to lie.
Mainstream media favors Republicans anyway. They grade them on a curve.
That's true.
It's hilarious that they can't even see that.
Tank, the majority just reports facts. So if you think that facts are a left-wing conspiracy, what does that say about you? You guys tell on yourselves. Facts are left-wing. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the right has alternative facts.
It's the same way that like you guys complain about science and education being left-wing. It's like facts, the act of learning, that's a left-wing conspiracy. Okay. The fucking, you guys are telling on yourselves. People knowing things is a left-wing conspiracy. Data is a left-wing conspiracy.
Tank, I think that's a really outdated kind of view as well. I know when I arrived in America, I was told that there's Fox News and then all the other channels. So you do not watch Fox, but you can watch all the other channels and that's fine. But now I don't see the same, you know, I see a lot more favor in at least middle ground to Republican, I think, in the mainstream news on all the different channels. It's not just, I think it's definitely got more popular with this whole Trump thing.
Also, CNN is not left-wing. CNN is not left-wing.
Definitely not. And neither is Dr. Phil, which I discovered recently. Shocked.
Oh, yeah, no.
He's a MAGA. He's full-blown MAGA.
He's nutty.
Full MAGA now. Yeah, I didn't know that. I was sad about it.
I'm left, dude. CNN is quite right-wing now. Quite right-wing. Like literally, famously, they did like a whole shakeup and they replaced the CEO who's like right-wing, and he's trying to curry the favor. He's trying to basically steal audience members from Fox News. So they've gotten a lot more right-wing. Like, this isn't a secret. This has been very clearly documented. It's very public.
They saw that Fox model and they see how profitable it is.
CNN is right wing, guys. Like, it is recent, guys. It's recent, but CNN famously has been trying to siphon off Fox News viewers. It's well documented. This is not. I'm not like pulling this out of my ass. Like, they fucking replaced the president and all this kind of shit to try to get Fox News viewers. And in order to do that, you have to go right wing. So yes, it's very right wing. Not as right wing for as Fox, but yeah, it's basically veered over to the right. Sorry, I interrupted you guys. Sorry, I cut someone off. I'm sorry if you guys want to say what you were saying before I interrupted.
Like mainstream media can't even report facts in a like correct way all the time, because if they do, they alienate people who refuse to believe facts. So they have to do it in a way with like kitty gloves to like not offend and hurt people who don't want to believe in reality.
The first guy was Republican, and this guy voted for Trump in 2016, it seems. So it sounds like right wingers are pissed at Trump for ruining the Republican Party, which I keep saying is, yeah, like Trump is the biggest Democrat op ever, it seems. He fucking destroyed your party. That's the one good thing Trump has done. Fucking destroyed you guys.
Blitz, are you talking
Bled
to
you of
me?
any fucking credibility.
I'm in
No,
your
he
pond
didn't.
now.
He didn't donate to the Biden campaign, Copenhagen. That's a lie. He donated to a Get Out the Vote initiative through Act Blue, which is a website that basically just has it's sort of like whatchamacallit, like GoFundMe, but for political causes and stuff. So he donated through Act Blue to a Get Out the Vote initiative. He did not donate to fucking Biden or anything like that. He was a registered Republican. Stop lying and stop believing everything you're told. He didn't support the Democratic Party. Copenhagen. Stop lying, dude. Like, literally, it's so easy to find out that you're wrong. You don't know it. Okay, you're just fucking stupid. Okay. Act Blue is a fucking website where a bunch of different like organizations and causes set up fundraising shit. It is blue leaning, but in and of itself, it is not like, you know. And he donated to a Get Out the Vote thing. So basically, just to get voter turnout turned up while he was like in high school, mind you. And that in the years since then, he registered as a Republican, and everyone around him said that he was ultra conservative. So like, oh god, is Trump a Republican, guys?
Did he need to donate to Kamala's attorney general campaign or something? I'm pretty sure he did.
Oh, I don't know about that. Because
Yeah,
he wasn't
Trump
in California. He wasn't in California. So
Gavin Newsom and Kamala, he's donated to their campaigns.
Right. So Trump donated, or what you're saying that for Trump? Yeah. So Trump donated to the Clinton campaigns, and he used to consider himself a Democrat. Is Trump a Republican? Yeah. Okay. So Trump is MAGA. All right. So why aren't you pulling in? Why aren't you like saying these things about Trump? He donated to Democrats years ago. Okay. So why can't you understand that the guy who took a shot at him in Pennsylvania donated once to a Get Out the Vote initiative? A Get Out the Vote initiative, basically just for fucking voter turnout, when he was in high school years earlier, and in the years since became Republican and like super MAGA. Why is that too difficult to comprehend? I understand complex reasoning is not one of your strong suits, but like,
the only reason Trump became a Republican
he
is
is trying
because
to unalive people in Copenhagen.
He saw how easily manipulated the right people, the right are. He knew he could win because of how easy it was to manipulate you people.
I'm not lying, Blitzkrieg. Like, where's the lie? Trump was a Democrat. He donated to Democratic fucking campaigns. And now he's MAGA. And that fucking kid, he donated once to a get out the vote thing in high school. And years later, he was registered as a Republican, and everyone in his life said he was ultra conservative. I'm sorry that your feelings can't handle the truth, but like, that's your fucking problem, not mine. Yeah, Trump was a Dem. Trump was a Democrat. He was. And now he's MAGA. Yes, we already know that the guy who took a shot at him in Pennsylvania was super conservative. My point is that people are saying that the guy who was responsible for the thing, the you-know-what in Pennsylvania, he was conservative. He was a Republican. People are pretending like he isn't because years earlier he donated to a Get Out the Vote campaign initiative. Wrong? Nope, not wrong. All of that factually correct. Sorry. Why are you guys lying? He wasn't a Harris supporter. Firstly, Harris wasn't running at the time, so the fact that you make it so fucking obvious that you're lying. Harris wasn't even fucking running at the time. Like, he didn't donate 20 times. God. You guys really believe anything, huh? Did you see it on TV? Did you see a guy on TV who swore, who said? So fucking brainwashed. Yeah, he looked into offing both candidates. And he was a registered Republican, and according to everyone in his life, he was like super conservative. We're talking about Pennsylvania, yes. Do you understand that West Palm Beach isn't in Pennsylvania? Or do we have to explain basic fucking geography to you too? I have the answers for the Pennsylvania one. They have been released. Okay, yeah, you're talking about today. We've been talking about Pennsylvania for at least 10 minutes now. I'm the yokel. The fact that you can't fucking figure out from context clues when I repeatedly said Pennsylvania and the guy in Pennsylvania and the attempt in Pennsylvania, the fact that you can't pick up from those fucking context clues that we're talking about Pennsylvania, pretty sure that makes you the yokel. I'm fragile? Dude, I'm sorry that you can't, listen, that you don't understand that Pennsylvania is a different place than fucking West Palm Beach. Yeah, I mean, but it's so fucking funny that you realize you were wrong because you always fucking resort to making some weird fucking... Shoot, I will go head to head and fucking fact check anything, any bullshit you want to spread here. I will fucking fact check it. I'm not paid by the DNC, but they're welcome to pay me. It's been proven. Jesus, what's been proven? Jesus. It's been proven. What's been that I am being paid by the DNC? I mean, I'd love to fucking see where that proof is, because if so, I'm missing a lot of checks in the mail. Ah, yes, the person in here calling an entire group of people rats is not hateful. Y'all are fucking pathetic. Hello, Sergio.
Hey,
What's up? What do you want to talk about?
kind of about what's going on. I wanted to ask, like, do you think the Republicans are always like making up some new conspiracy theory or at least it even gets to the Democrat, like the more like average person to like basically call every shooting attempt on the man
Careful
fake?
with the word. Yeah.
Can't say that. Okay.
I say take shots because I feel like that is the one that's the like one that won't get me in trouble here. Thank you, Eleanor. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know.
I'm just wondering, like, where did they pull this out? Where they're saying it's completely fake, and how does it always come up? But at the same time, it's planned by Trump. But at the same time, it's also fake. But the news is also fake. Like the news itself, the fake news media lies, but also Trump could also lie. So like, who do we even trust at that point? How do we parse that out? Because for me, I believe that people are doing that to take action. I can't say the word, but I believe it's I think that they are actual vigilantes taking action in that case of who's actually arriving at these rallies and whipping out their firearm.
I mean, I would say I'm not going to believe like a random individual, right? Like we fact check here. We can check what like official reports are and stuff. And like we can verify where information is coming from. We don't just hear someone be like, "Oh, it's fake," or "Oh, it's that," and just decide to believe that. You know what I mean? Everything is fact checked.
Well, the thing could have actually happened, but it could have been set up still. So we don't even know that. It could be I don't know, MK Ultra thingy.
I mean, it could be, but unless there's evidence of that, I'm not gonna spread that misinformation.
The thing is that's the problem is that I never I don't know. I don't. That's the only type of conservative propaganda that I do agree with, that you can trust the media. I never thought of them as somebody who's a reliable source. The only reliable source
you understand that like the media has to give decent media has to give sources for their claims, and you can check those sources, right? You can check primary sources.
So for me, when it happens, I don't believe it. So it'll take like 5 years.
You don't believe it
until
okay.
things are until things add up. I won't take it at face value.
Okay, well, so I would say, Sergio, that's fine, but then I'll talk to you in 5 years. This conversation doesn't seem worth it if you refuse to accept any evidence of anything until 5 years have passed. So let's talk in 5 years, Sergio. I'm not going to debate facts with you. You don't want to believe facts, that's fucking fine, but we'll talk in 5 years.
I believe it happened. I believe it's a fact of the matter.
Now you believe it happened. Okay.
I'm just conflicted.
Okay. I don't know how to fix this conflict for you.
Sergio, when you're doing your research, what are you looking for? When you do your own research, what are you looking for?
I haven't done any. It just happened.
But when you do your own research, since you don't trust mainstream media,
I don't do it.
How is that? What is that process looking like?
I just don't do any research at all, honestly. Like, I just wait.
So you believe nothing at all? So nothing at all you believe?
No, I believe in things, but like random... well, with the presidential candidates, they're both so sensationalized that I really don't care for them either. So if something comes out telling us one thing about them, it's like they're puppets. We haven't had a serious candidate in America.
Oh, well, okay, Sergio, you say they're puppets. What tells you that they're puppets? Why do you think they're puppets?
Serious candidate. They're too celebrity.
Okay.
They're too
Okay, but Sergio, yeah. Well, firstly, Kamala is a celebrity. How is Kamala a celebrity? Second, you're saying they're puppets. That's a very bold claim. What source? What is your source for their puppets, for example? Since that seems to be something you believe.
I just say things sometimes. I don't truly say that.
I believe that. Yeah.
I don't truly say that they're puppets. I say that I don't think to myself that I can take their clowns more than they are puppets, and I don't want to be like. Why are you saying that? Is an insult, but I really truly think that a clown isn't an insult to me. So I don't think that of it as they're clowns, as in they're an insult. They're just entertaining us. It's not that we're
What are you basing that on? Because you are refusing to tell us where you get information.
What I'm basing that on is that there is like five actual Congress people that are actually talking about the issues that can take a stand.
Okay, Sergio, how did you find out about these supposed 5 Congress people that are actually talking about the issues?
Well, okay, it's probably AOC, probably Ilhan Omar. She probably knows what she's talking about.
But how did you find out about them?
Yeah, but how did you okay, but Sergio, how did you find out about them and what they're saying?
The only reason I know
your process.
Taking that's my, but I'm saying it. I'm legitimate them because they're taking a solid ground on things.
Okay, Sergio, I'm asking you a simple fucking question. How are you finding out about them? And by the way, I love the Squad. I am more politically aligned with the Squad than I am with like the 2 major candidates. But just for the record, like you're saying here that that you have no way of knowing, you don't trust any information, and so I'm asking you how the fuck you're in here and you have somehow some sort of opinion on the Squad and you like trust and you know what they're saying. Where did you get that information?
No, I'm talking about their positions.
Sergio, that's my fucking point. Listen. You're saying that you have no idea, you don't know anything about the candidates. When they say something about the candidates, you can't trust it because you don't know. Everything's whatever. Like they're celebrities. Okay, so Sergio, so I'm asking you, where do you get your information on the Squad that makes you think you know about them?
From them saying that what they talked about.
So why do you believe them and not like other politicians when you see them talk about stuff?
Because they've stayed to that. They've stuck to these things. They're consistent.
But how do you know, Sergio? Because we can look up.
Them be consistent.
Because we can. Okay, you've heard them be consistent. Okay, but like. You understand that you're saying that you don't trust any sort of mainstream media or whatever, but like I'm trying to figure out how you supposedly know you can trust the Squad based on what? Like just because of what they're saying. So then why don't you believe what Kamala says just when she says it? Like you understand you're applying a double standard here. And I say this as someone who, again, I'm more politically aligned with like what you're trying to hint at, but I'm also not going to be like, oh, everything is unknowable except for this one thing that I want to know. That's not how facts work. That's not how information works. The reason I can trust in my judgment is because I am able to like acknowledge even the inconvenient facts. That's how I know I can trust my judgment. But if you're going to like absolutely ignore everything out here except for what you think supports your beliefs, how can you trust your beliefs or your judgment?
I think to myself that if people flip-flopped at all, then I don't want to hear from them anymore. And then if they try to say that they're serious about this one thing, how could I ever take them serious when they were always flip-flopping on this one thing or other things that they said? We don't know. I'm saying the news is untrustworthy. We haven't updated our weather tracking technology since the 80s. We don't the news people, they're just people with friggin' journalism degrees. I don't think that they're very fucking smart people.
Okay, I mean, Sergio, I'd love to see. I'd love to know. I feel like the only reason you know about the Squad is because of the news. So this is like dumb fucking shit, dude. This is dumb shit to say. Yeah, it's what they said, but it is reported by the news. But Sergio, how do you know that that's what they said? How do you know that that's how is that how? Oh, the interviews. Okay, so the media interviews, the interviews that they gave on the media. Thank you. Like you're fucking you understand that, right? You are not sitting. You're not sitting.
I didn't watch Trump get shot.
Okay. You just proved my fucking point. A secondhand report, right?
No, I'm saying I didn't watch him get a bullet at him. So I've watched.
Okay, so therefore it's not true.
her feelings.
Okay, but so did you? You're gonna listen to AOC talk about her feelings, but you can't see her feelings. You just hear her talk about them.
Her feelings on Israel, her ideas.
Say please. Yeah, but my point is, Sergio, you're saying, well, you don't trust that anything happened around Trump because you didn't see it with your own eyes, but I'm pointing out the fucking fallacy in that. You can't see AOC's feelings with your own eyes.
The Butler thing, with everyone's seen that with their own eyes. This stuff was reported, today?
Well, you saw it through the media. You saw it through mainstream media.
I seen the camera.
You saw video, through mainstream media.
Through
mainstream media.
From people who were there who filmed it, but not media.
The media. That is media. That is the media.
That is the
media. That is fucking media. Put that shit out there, dude.
You're widening the net at that point. If I seen somebody,
what do you think media is? Media
is widening the net to something huge at that point.
Jesus Christ! So you're gonna believe random fucking people above, just because the footage. So the footage for you is only valid because it was shot on an iPhone and not because it was filmed with like an actual TV camera. That's what makes it valid.
Before the shooting in Butler.
Yes, media, right? Which you accessed because of media, or did you call up everyone who was at the rally yourself personally and ask them for all the photos? How did you access the fucking photos? Through the media.
Every rally.
Media. Through the media.
Not just through them. Everybody would take a picture and post it somewhere.
Okay, so did you call them up personally and ask them to text you the fucking photos that they took and the videos that they took?
No.
Where did you find them?
It was a random source, like you're saying. Like
a random source. Okay. Well,
first,
so you're gonna believe a random source? Jesus, this is ridiculous, dude. The funny thing is, again, it's politically, it seems like we're aligned, but your fucking stance on what information to trust is ridiculous.
I don't trust them. What's their incentive?
Sergio, you do trust them. That's the fucking point. You act like you don't trust them, but you trust them when it's convenient for you. So you trust an interview with Ilhan Omar, which again, anyone who's new here, I am also Team Squad. I love the Squad, but you're going to sit here and you're going to act as though watching an interview with Ilhan Omar isn't watching media. Isn't watching the fucking news media that you claim not to believe. That's fucking nuts, dude.
There's also things that there's bills that they've signed.
Yes, correct. There are bills. Yeah, but now you're switching. Okay, but Sergio, and that's so great. So if we're going to talk about bills that they signed or bills that they voted for, by the way, because they don't sign bills, that's not what their job is. Which maybe you should listen to media a little bit more if you don't know that. The bills that they voted for, you can also look up Kamala's voting history on bills. She was a senator, you know that, right? She was also head of the Senate, technically president of the Senate while she was VP, or is currently, because she's VP. So you can see all the tie-breaking votes she has cast in the Senate. So why do you not know anything about her?
Oh, I guess her as a candidate, I mean, flip-flops. I mean, when did she start saying about, what was the first thing she said regarding the conflict in wherever I can't call it, and whatever Stein, I can't call it, whatever. What did she say? What was the first thing she said? First thing, and I don't know. I didn't watch the debate, so I'll be fair with you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You didn't watch the debate. That's okay, Sergio. Thank you you've proven my point several times over. Sergio, you selectively choose what to believe when it's in the media, and you act like you don't believe the media. No, you selectively choose what to believe. And again, you and I seem to have the same beliefs, but I'm not gonna act as though the only way. You make me look bad. That's why you're pissing me off. You make people look bad because you do not engage with things fully and do not acknowledge the source of your information truly and fully. And you don't understand sourcing information clearly. That's why I'm upset with you, because you make the rest of us look fucking bad. And I'm sorry, but you clearly get most of your information from media. You do. You have just said so yourself. And now at the very last minute, you fucking pivoted and say, no, it's about their voting records. Okay. That's because you finally realized that I caught you. I caught you. But bro, I'm going to have a real conversation. I would rather have a real fucking conversation with people who aren't going to sit here and act as though everything is unknowable, because that's a waste of my fucking time. It just is.
I agree with that. But I still would rather acknowledge the unknowable. I would rather acknowledge it.
Acknowledged.
That's how you treat others. Then to say that it's impossible that you can't that they
Dude,
don't.
Sergio, because I'm not gonna host you on here and let you like spread this idea that everything is lies unless you want to believe it, which is what you're spreading right now. You don't realize that, but that is what you're saying. You're saying that everything in the media is lies unless you like it. That is what you're fucking saying.
It adds up to the bills that I've written.
Okay. Exactly. So thank you. You make the rest of us look fucking bad. You are intellectually dishonest. Goodbye.
And also, people change their minds about things all the time, so.
I absolutely hate
How
the
else
word
does he
flip-flop.
know about Elon and AOC if not through the media?
By the way, I love
I'm so
AOC. I love
confused.
Ilhan Omar. I love AOC. I love Ilhan Omar. I am a progressive, but I'm not going to engage. I'm not going to tolerate intellectual dishonesty and acting like, you know, everything is unknowable. I mean, sure. Yeah. Everything is unknowable. Sure. But that's why we fact check here. And we talk about being able to find multiple sources that verify shit here. We do that. We like engage in fact checking and verifying here. And I'm not going to fucking accept someone coming up here, even if we agree politically, saying that everything is bullshit unless it's something that agrees with their opinions, because that makes me look bad. That makes the rest of us look bad. We don't fucking engage with that. That is bullshit. And by the way, we should be able to like change our opinions. I want to be able to change my opinions when I am challenged with actual factual information that proves that my opinions are either incorrect or no longer compatible with my ideals. Okay. So like, but the only way that works is if I am open to all types of information, even information that is inconvenient for me. And approaching things like that is fucking bullshit, dude. It is so harmful, so harmful. Even if I agree with you politically, it is so fucking harmful.
Can I share a little life anecdote about flip-flopping?
Please.
In 2004, so my whole family's very conservative. So in 2004,
I do Copenhagen. We've talked about that here.
Our computer was in the TV room, so like during that 2004 election, like Fox News was on in the background all the time while I was using AOL Instant Messengers, for anyone who's confused. So I think I was like, I don't know. I was very conservative when I was starting to think about politics because my family was, and it was on all the time. Had I been old enough, I was shy by like 2 months, being 18 for the 2004 election. I would have voted for George W. Bush again.
Telford.
I went to school. I started thinking for myself. I made friends. We stayed up late, consuming salads, if you know what I mean. We would debate and talk things and politics, and we'd be enjoying libations late into nights. And I found myself and thought for myself and became my own person and saw other people's perspectives. We talked about religion. We talked about everything in that freshman year, and throughout school, so that in 4 years, I was like excitedly, ready to vote for Obama. Did I flip-flop? Do I have, am I like betraying my morals? Am I pretending to be a different person? Because in 2004, I would have voted for George W. Bush. And in 2008, I voted for Barack Obama and haven't voted for a Republican since. Did I flip-flop? Like, I don't understand. I hate the word flip-flop because I also vividly remember from that 2004 time when everyone was calling Kerry a flip-flopper. And like, I bought into it without even thinking for myself, like what it might mean to shift and make decisions about something with new information. I just
people who use that as an insult, like reveal that they don't want someone to learn, to be open to information. They just want people who will dig in their heels and push the same fucking narrative, regardless of whether or not information and facts challenge that narrative. Using flip-flop as a fucking insult reveals you don't care about the fucking truth, and you don't care about adapting to the future, to reality. You just want someone who's gonna close their eyes, cover their ears, go nah, 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 and keep going on pushing whatever bullshit they're pushing. You fucking revealed it. I would much rather have someone who has changed their mind given new information. I would because that just shows someone who learns and adapts and is able to like adjust their thinking. Yeah, I think that is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard. Ever.
Well, Sergio says Kamala's flip flopping in the wrong direction. What do you mean wrong direction?
Well, I would say probably because she's not as left as she was in 2020, probably.
You would rather consistency, Sergio? Okay, so Sergio, if it turns out that Ilhan Omar is actually running around essaying, millions of people, you're still going to support her? You're still going to support her because to stop supporting her would be flip-flopping, according to you, right? It's fucking ridiculous, dude. The fucking dumb thing to say. The idea is, okay, yeah, fucking, yeah.
I understand the idea is dumb. I do see where maybe a politician could be kind of disingenuous about it. Whatever's convenient for the moment.
Yeah.
But to change one's position is not inherently bad at all.
I agree.
You should want people to be able to evolve and change as long as they're principled. It shouldn't. It's a weird concept that you have to be like born. If you were born into a party and you have to stay in that party and you have to stay in these beliefs, it's a strange concept where it's frowned upon.
That's a great actual point. That's a great point, Panda, that you kind of stumbled into as well. That it's ironic that the people who accuse others, who treat flip-flopping like a fucking insult, are the party that are trying to procreate at higher numbers just so that they can have a bigger base, right? They want everyone to believe this idea that not believing what you're told from day one is somehow a character flaw. It's a moral failing. The only reason you would want someone to believe that is if you have fed them something that you don't want them to question.
Like religion.
Like religion. Exactly.
Yeah, it's cult-like.
Which is, by the way, and just to fucking illustrate, here we fact check everyone. We fact check people that I agree with, people that I don't agree with. I fact check myself. And I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid that my beliefs will be scrutinized and my information will be scrutinized, because if it turns out that my information is incorrect, firstly, I want to correct my information. But also, if I have an opinion on something based on something that is actually not factually correct, I want... maybe, I should change I'll change my opinion if I get new information. But I'm not afraid of being, of being questioned, of that, being scrutinized. And people who want to make you think that changing your mind and adjusting or adapting or adopting new ideas and stuff is wrong are people who are afraid of you scrutinizing what it is that they've taught you and told you. They're people who understand that their beliefs are relying on faulty either information or logic. They don't want you to question it.
But I personally have changed my opinion on several different topics as I've aged and gained more experience and learned things. AB is one that I changed because I was raised religiously, and then I reached the age of reason and realized that it's really nobody's business and it's a medical issue. Pew pew control is another one that I wasn't fond of because I grew up in Wyoming, and there are tools out here, basically. But then I realized that, those are weapons of war that are running around. They're not just a shotgun or grandpa's 22. So, you can evolve.
Hmm?
But wouldn't you agree that it would be better for someone to say that in the beginning, though, before making a stance on something and then changing their mind? Like if they said, well, look, I don't know enough about it, or I need to look into it more. It'd be better for someone to preface with that.
If that's true, though, but what if they think they have all the information, and maybe they do have the information, right? But then the next day, new information comes. I would if someone has an opinion, they should share that opinion, and if they don't know enough to have an opinion, they should be ready to say that. But if they have an opinion and later it changes, I think that's fine too. I don't know what's so fucking wrong with someone changing their opinion about something. Otherwise, by the way, we would literally, if it were so fucking problematic for someone to change their opinion, then like we wouldn't even vote. We would just have people like register to a party and just call that the vote. You know what I mean? Like that's not how we do things. Because
I mean, don't we want people to change and progress and become better human beings?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that a good thing?
Well, and that's also why we vote every couple of years too, you know? Like because things change.
I came in a little late while he was talking about flip-flopping, but I didn't hear what he was saying she flip-flopped on. Is this about like fracking?
No, he was saying, well, first thing, the reason I booted him is because the main thing he was saying was that all the media lies. He doesn't listen to mainstream media because he doesn't. So when he hears something, he doesn't believe it immediately. He doesn't believe that it happened immediately. He like waits 5 years to really believe it because that's when all the information is out. And so I was like trying to like investigate that. And he was like, well, you know, like Kamala and Trump are both celebrities. It's all bullshit and stuff. And I was trying to figure out, and he was like, there's only like 5 Congress people who actually are, you know, the truth. So I was asking like, what 5 Congress people, where are you getting the information on these 5 Congress people? Basically, he was acting as though all media is bullshit and you can't trust anything, which like, sure, to a certain extent, of course, fact check everything, fact check and verify everything for sure. But what it turned out was like, he trusts the information he has gotten on, you know, the squad, but he refuses to accept any information ever about Kamala or anything else in the world might also be trustworthy or verifiable. So my point is, even if we agree and are aligned politically, his approach is incredibly fucking dangerous, and I will not stand for it, and I will not let him like spew that bullshit, because his approach is doubt everything unless it completely aligns with your beliefs. That is his entire fucking stance. That everything is lies and everything is untrustworthy unless it supports his fucking beliefs.
Just affirmation. It's just always looking for affirmation.
Yeah.
What's that old saying? Trust but verify.
That's your approach, Sergio. Yes, trust but verify. It's one of my favorite sayings. Sergio, that is exactly your approach, and that's why I was asking you questions, and that's exactly what it was.
Even
you're
though
lazy,
it's
you're
not
not
like
ignorant. You're both, dude.
MAGA, it shows like the issues people have with debating these people. It's like if you can't agree with
Thanks for the follow, JJ.
certain basic facts or what a fact is, then you can never have any real good faith discussions.
Right.
Because they will always say, I have my own sources, or that's not true, that's not true. It's
which is, by the way, again, it's like we've had and like lately this hasn't happened, and it's so frustrating, but like we've had like really, really good discussions on here with people that we like disagree with, like MAGA people, you know, because we talk through, we like agree we're gonna fact check everything, and we go point by point and we fucking fact check it, and like, you know, and like as long as we can agree on fact checking and verifying those numbers, then we can have an actual discussion. But if people are gonna be up here and be like, no, all information, all media is bullshit, or like, no, all the media you have is bullshit, and without giving us like a clear standard of like, you know, primary sources we can verify with, and like what we can agree on will establish fact, then it's fucking pointless, because the people here aren't looking to have a conversation. They're not looking to have information. But like everything is, not everything is fact checkable, but like most fucking things that we are basing our opinions on, we can fact check it. But you got to have everyone agreeing, you know, that facts exist, and there is stuff that is actually like not up to anyone's opinion, and it's not something that we can argue. It's just something we can look up.
I think that's the problem with social media. It's made people believe that their opinions mean something or matter. I mean, they do.
Opinions matter, yeah, but it's not the same as a fact.
Scope, that opinions don't stand up to fact.
Right.
When does something become a fact?
When it's verifiable.
Oh my god.
It's verified. What do you mean? How about this? What do you define as a fact?
Well, I mean, I'm literally trying. You made me think of this. I'm like, what actually makes something a fact?
Reality.
I mean, data, right? A fact should exist outside of my opinion or yours. A fact stands on its own.
But what determines if it's right or wrong?
I mean, yes, reality determines it, but we can determine what the fact is. using, reliable sources of information. Like if we're talking about something scientific, we can look up data. We can look up actual numbers, right? If we're talking about, if we're arguing about something like the border, right? We can look up the exact numbers of border crossings, border encounters, border this, border that. We can also look up the exact legislation that has been in place at every point in time. We can look up so, people come in here constantly and being like the border, there's more crossings happening now than ever before. And it's like, actually, no, verifiably, border crossings have plummeted in the last few months. And we can look that up. That's not like an opinion. That's not an opinion of mine. We can look up those numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think sometimes people get they question those numbers, though, based on whoever's putting it out, because for instance, the whole jobs report.
I think they question those numbers based on whether or not it affirms what they want to believe, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
Confirmation bias.
I don't necessarily think that, but
I mean, you don't think what?
I don't think it's what did you say? Confirmation biased? Which means what
people
exactly?
Question, like when it's something like border crossings, right? Because I've heard it. I've been on this app for a couple of years now, and so let's say 6 months ago, people were absolutely using the same government agency numbers against Joe Biden. But now that those government agencies have shifted and are reporting that it's a huge decrease, by the way, since his executive order, those same government agencies reporting the numbers that goes against their narrative are in question suddenly.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is that people distrust the source. Some people distrust a source when and if it disagrees with their preconceived notion, what they're trying to, or what they're asserting is true.
I get that. I mean, I would agree with that. I think smart. Well, I probably shouldn't say it like that, but I feel like smart people can discern proper information. Like I feel like a lot of people they're like a bunch of followers, just like listening to anybody say anything, and they can't make up their own logical.
Look at Springfield. Look at Springfield right now.
Yeah. But Mr. Boom, I also just want to clarify, it's not even just about, I agree with you, smart people can discern, information. Yes and no, right? Because I am reasonably smart. I am, and I'm quite good at fact checking. But there are times where I'll fact check myself and I'll realize oh, I did have a wrong piece of information. You know what I mean? So I don't, I think smart people will fact check. Smart people are aware that you have to fucking verify shit, but everyone is able to hear or miscomprehend, information that is maybe not entirely accurate or is misrepresented or is, whatever. Everyone, by the way, is able to fall for confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is a just psychological phenomenon that happens to all humans, which is that you are more likely to remember and store information that confirms your beliefs, right? So if we it's worth being aware of that, because I'm more likely to remember facts that are in line with my beliefs, but that doesn't make me stupid, right? That just makes me fucking human. But I have to be aware of that, and I have to work hard to just constantly fact check and to be ready to be wrong.
Right. I would agree.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I just need to let you all know I need to boot out. I'm gonna go put the kids to bed, but I'll be back another day.
Okay, please do, Tony. Thank you for all the Milo advice.
Thanks. Well, I'm a bit jealous now, but all right, have a good night.
Good
Stay
night,
tough.
Tony.
Bye. How do I leave? I've never been on a live. Get me out of here.
I got you.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
I guess I don't mean to change the subject, but I guess I'm thinking about obviously Springfield and the Haitians coming over, and the one thing that I think a lot of people assumed was that these people were illegal, and after looking at it and realizing what Haiti was going through, I was like, well, actually, them seeking asylum, I feel like is appropriate because Haiti's in complete disarray.
But Mr. Boom, the thing is, there are Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, but they are legal Haitian immigrants. Like,
They got work.
and none of that.
Springfield wanted them to come work.
Yeah, Springfield was like in trouble economically and needed more people to move. Sorry. Needed more people to move to Springfield, and it encouraged immigrants to come to Springfield. And so yes, there is now a pocket of like a Haitian population in Springfield, but they're not illegal migrants, they're not, or undocumented migrants, they're nothing of the sort, and they're certainly not eating dogs and cats. That's not fucking happening.
No,
So-
I know it's not. Well,
And by
I
the
mean,
way,
it's-
they came over. They started coming over originally. This goes back to 2018, and they've been
Right.
there. I mean, I guess probably steadily increasing, but they've been there since 2018. Do you know why it's blown up? Do you know why it's blown up in the past year? Do you know why it's blown up in the past year? Have you guys
well, I
heard
mean,
this?
it's an
No,
election year.
Why, Andrew?
Well, about a year ago, October something, 2023. I think I told you this, Brenna, the other night. We were talking about it. There was somebody driving in the morning. Sorry, I've got a lot of background noise. There was somebody driving in the morning, and they came around a bend and were blinded by the sunlight. And because they couldn't see.
I thought you meant why the population is blown up in the past.
Oh,
year.
the population is blown up. That's right. I'm saying why it's like why the pressure
Haitian
cooker
stuff?
has been going on for about a year, and the misinformation spreading and the anger spreading. Like, if they've been there since 2018, why in the past year has it become a pressure cooker
You're
that is
talking about
just
the
now
school bus.
exploding? Yeah, I'm talking about the school bus. That's what was like, started this whole like pressure cooker of anger in the community against Haitians, where now, Donald Trump and JD Vance literally threw a match into this thing and exploded it. But yeah, no, in 2018, I think there's an Amazon warehouse there too that needed jobs and stuff like that. So yeah, but they very much were.
What's the
they
school
wanted
bus
people to
story?
come.
I didn't even hear about this.
There was one.
Okay, so
there
about
was
a
this-
year ago in October, there was a Haitian person driving a car, and he came around a bend and right into the sunlight early morning. And because he was kind of blinded by the sun, he drifted into the wrong lane and clipped a school bus, an oncoming school bus, and it went off the road. And unfortunately, one student unalived and several were injured. And since then there has been like a pressure cooker of anger and hatred growing in Springfield, right? Building,
Well, among
accumulating.
some people,
Among some, right,
to
of
be
course,
clear,
right.
it's not all
Right.
fucking.
It's not everybody. But that's what has like started this. That was like the thing that started this. And by the way, the family of that unalived child has come out and said, like, please, Trump, Vance, please stop using our child. This was a terrible accident. Please stop using him for political points.
Yeah.
So anyways, and that's when the rumor started. And because of the anger going on that started with this thing that was an accident in a school bus, people saying, well, why are they even here in the first place? Blah, blah, blah. Then somebody posted on Facebook like a completely unverified false story about her neighbor. And it turns out it wasn't even her neighbor. It was her neighbor's friend that told her that and she posted it on Facebook and it exploded.
Interesting. I'm trying to look it up now because I never even heard of that.
I mean, we got to understand when rhetoric like that gets thrown around, there's real consequences in real life for real people. Kids can't go to school. They're closing down other places because of boom threats.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous the lengths that it's gone to. I'm 54 years old, and my God, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. Yeah. And just yesterday, Trump was refusing to like denounce all the boom threats in Springfield, Ohio and stuff. He just doubled down when he was asked to respond to them, what his response was. Pardon. He just doubled down on the immigrants or migrants have like Haitian immigrants have taken over Springfield line. Like, he refused to even, engage with the actual fucking question in a real way, or like, say like, oh, that's fucking terrible. People should not be calling in boom threats in Springfield just because they're fucking racist pieces of shit. No, he was like, oh yeah, let me talk more about how immigrants have taken over Springfield.
And at this point, that's who he is. That's who he represents. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not complicated anymore. It never was, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but part of me, like, there's like this devil's advocate that's playing in my mind that's saying, like, how do we know that these aren't people that are just against Trump and they're using it as a strategic narrative in order to, like, make him look bad?
Because, Jesus Christ, because
he makes
the
himself
guy,
look bad.
yeah, he makes it, firstly, he is the one who made these, like, claims. And I'm sorry, but I see people in my lives constantly who are repeating that and genuinely believe it. If you think it's all an op, like, I mean, that's wild, dude. That, like, to claim that everything is an op, you really don't think MAGA is like perfectly capable of calling in boom threats when they genuinely believe that Haitians are just eating dogs and cats, like, on the streets of Springfield?
You're not wrong. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, it does. I just don't trust a lot of info, like, until I know exactly what it is. So it's
Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the explanation.
Yeah,
where do you get your information from?
Yeah, what information do you believe? What makes you believe information?
Well, I mean, kind of similar to what we were talking about earlier. It's things that align with my beliefs, right? So, like, I know.
So you only believe things that align with your beliefs.
Well, I mean, I only understand things that align with the things that I think about. So if I thought about it, I come up.
You only accept things. You choose only to understand things that align with your beliefs. That's like what about? Yeah, I don't understand what that means unless it's like willful ignorance. If something is inconvenient for your beliefs.
Well, I mean, I just don't speak on anything until I have 100% fact. Is I guess what I mean. Like, I don't.
Right, but speaking on something is different from listening to information, right? And absorbing information. So when you say, like, how basically you're doubting this claim that people are making boom threats in Springfield, right? And so I'm asking you, like,
I just don't underestimate my enemy. Like, I wouldn't underestimate somebody, or not. I wouldn't put it past someone to do that.
Okay, let's say.
But you do underestimate your own, your allies. You don't underestimate your enemy, but you underestimate your allies.
To be frank, I underestimate everybody. I don't trust a single person.
Okay,
Sometimes I don't even.
So you
trust
do
myself.
underestimate. So you do underestimate your enemy or whatever.
No, I don't trust them.
You don't trust them. Okay. So why do you trust? But so why, when multiple people are coming out with reports that boom threats are being made in Springfield, and it seems to be people who heard and believe this, like, dogs and cats thing, why is your immediate thought, when there's no evidence to this, to think, oh, maybe it's the Democrats that are doing it just to make us look bad, when there's no evidence of that whatsoever?
Well, I mean, that's part of the thing, right? Like,
part of what thing?
I guess it's hard to, like, contextualize, and honestly, I don't have this conversation often, so it's hard for me to really even speak on. It's innate in my nature, like.
It's innate in your nature to come up with excuses for information that's inconvenient for your beliefs?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think.
Yeah. So maybe, I mean, that sounds intellectually dishonest, right? Like, it's innate in. Yeah, it sounds like you will come up with any excuse to not accept facts that aren't aligned with your beliefs.
Well, I mean,
you would rather continue believing your things, whatever you believe in. You would rather continue to believe that, even if it is incompatible with reality and with fact.
Well, it's like being like a detective, right? Like, you kind of look at all of the variables, and then you take the information in, and then you come to a consensus on it.
But you're not looking at all the variables. You are receiving all of the variables, and because they're inconvenient for you, you are choosing to assume that there's a different, reason for it. You're choosing to doubt the variables that are given to you because they are incompatible with your beliefs, So, which means that your beliefs, you would rather preserve your beliefs that are based on non-facts rather than accept facts as they come and adjust your beliefs accordingly.
Well, I guess maybe it comes from the fact that I came from like an abusive household from a father, and it comes from the fact that I couldn't trust even the person that was closest to me. So I think it's often like a trigger for me that anytime anybody says anything about basically anything, even if it's for Trump or against him, I'm constantly analyzing and trying to come up or think about, well, what really could it be? It could be this or this or this.
Okay, but how do you discern? But then how do you ultimately discern? Because Trump, I can tell you for a fact, lies to you constantly. But it seems, but if you support Trump, that means that you accept a bunch of those lies as fact. So what is making you accept those lies as fact and not the facts themselves?
Well, just so you know something about me, I know he does.
Okay.
But for me, I feel like I'm battling just like a completely different battle than just the surface level. He's a liar and he's done terrible things in his life. Like for me, it goes much like deeper. It
goes much deeper for a lot of people, Mr. Boom, and that's why I'm asking. Why would you? What is it when you say like, oh, you're just perpetually skeptical, perpetually suspicious? That's fine. I am too, mind you. I am on constant alert. Sure. Because of my life, my upbringing, for many reasons, but I draw the conclusion usually to fall on the side of like facts, and when I find out someone is lying, I choose not to believe those lies. But you say he's lying, and here we're talking about a very specific situation where you have been presented with a bunch of like, at least claims, numerous claims coming from schools in the area saying that they're on the receiving end of boom threats, and your immediate response is to doubt that and question it in a direction that supports a guy that lies to you. And so I'm asking you, how do you just discern? Because it sounds like you're not very discerning. You are skeptical of everything, but your conclusions consistently support the lies.
Because for me, I guess for that specific topic, like the boom stuff, I don't understand how there's a connection between what he said and what the consequence of it was. Like, I don't understand how he can say that thing and somebody has the nerve or the audacity to do that. Like, I don't see the connection there.
But just because you don't understand something means it's not true.
No, it's not. I'm not saying that. Okay. I just can't understand why someone would hear what he said about what's going on there, and then their immediate reaction is to do that. I don't get that.
I mean, okay. I mean, I don't understand it either, but I've been on the receiving end of threats on here for, the dumbest fucking reason. I know it happens. And
I understand it perfectly well. Yeah. These people want to burn it all down, and they don't care what happens.
No, but how does it not make sense? Trump says that these people are doing bad things, so community gets angry about it. Thus, they go and do something about it. Yeah. How is that thread not connecting to you?
I mean, I guess in a perfect world, like, I wish he just didn't say anything on it at all, because that's obviously their problem. Like.
What do you mean their problem? What do you mean by that?
That's Springfield's problem.
Okay,
like,
so Mr. Boom, no, Mr. Boom, you understand that the dogs and cats thing was a lie, right?
No, I 100% I will stand on business, and I will say what he said was not entirely accurate.
Not at all accurate.
Entirely.
Not at all accurate.
Not even at all. Not even a little bit.
I've watched Tyler Oliveira. He's an independent journalist, and he went there and did a whole 1 hour segment asking people that live there about all of it.
That's not proof of anything. That's not proof of you, Mr. Discerning. Mr. Discerning believes just like firsthand account. Okay, you understand this all started with a fucking Facebook post, Mr. Boom?
Yeah.
Mr. Discerning. Okay, so you understand that it's bullshit. Mr. Discerning, you believe all the bullshit. You're not Mr. Discerning.
I don't
You're not fucking discerning at all. You're not skeptical at all.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about like somebody going and interviewing people in Springfield. All those people, because of that Facebook post and the misinformation that spreads from neighbor to neighbor to neighbor, any
Commiserating.
literal neighborhood spreading through a community. I heard so and so said that so and so said. So when a reporter goes to the town and says,
100%.
"What did you hear about it?" and they say, "Oh, I heard that my friend's neighbor had her cat stolen," that's not proof of anything.
Yeah.
When you're looking for proof, you want to see police reports, 911 calls. You want to see,
actual cats
actual
that were
verifiable. Because when
you know?
somebody's pet goes missing, you don't just go like, "Oh well, they're gone." You put up posters. You
JP
try to find
Mandel
the
said
pet.
it's made up.
Well, I mean, if my
and
pet
then
went missing
JD Vance this
tonight,
morning
you
said
guys
he
wouldn't
was
know
making
anything
up the
about
story.
JD
Yeah,
Vance himself
anecdotal
said it was
evidence-
bullshit, dude.
The
Anecdotal
Republican
evidence is not
governor
evidence.
said it's not happening.
Yeah. Anecdotal evidence isn't evidence. And Mr. Boom, I find it so deeply fucking ironic that you say that you claim to be skeptical of everything. You don't trust anyone, but you're going to trust a couple of random people spreading rumors just because someone else recorded them spreading those rumors? Really? You're not fucking discerning. You very clearly choose only to believe things that you want to believe.
Well, I mean,
Like, how are you,
Mr.
Mr. Boom, how are you believing random fucking people interviewed on the street about rumors? None of them even claimed that it was like actually their pets, I'm sure. But like, how are you believing random fucking people repeating rumors on the street, but you're not believing people like at these schools who are claiming to receive these boom threats? How is
Sure.
that fucking different?
Because I can correlate the fact that these people come from a different culture, and that's something that
Okay,
they
but
would
Mr.
do.
Boom, that is bullshit. That's racist bullshit. That's xenophobic
not.
fucking not. It is, dude.
It's
It is.
absolutely
Mr.
racist.
Boom, I can correlate. Well, you know what I can correlate? Actual data shows that right wingers are much more violent. And what
That's
is
racist.
you know? That's not racist. Right wingers saying that right wingers. The data shows that like,
Well, I'm
fucking
just
nuts.
using your argument against me to you. I mean, you're calling me
Mr.
different
Boom,
things.
no, Mr. Boom, firstly, right wing is not a race, but the fact that you equate the two shows that you're a fucking white nationalist, dude. Like, clearly, right wing equals a race. Okay, that's fucking white nationalism speaking right there. Thank you. But also, there's actual data. There's actual data that shows a fucking correlation with fucking right wingers and violence. So actually, the data shows that it's much more likely that right wingers are calling in boom threats to fucking schools than there is a correlation of fucking random fucking. Is there proof? Well, what's the proof of yours? I'm telling you that there's absolutely no proof that any fucking pets were eaten by Haitian immigrants. You're saying random fucking people heard rumors, and just because someone recorded them repeating those rumors, that's enough evidence for you? Just because the correlation is that their culture eats dogs and cats, which also not fucking true, dude. But like whatever. But you don't accept the fact that a party that is actually shown by data, by research, to be have a higher propensity for violence, you don't believe that they're calling in boom threats?
I don't. You'd have to cite your
Yeah, you
source
don't.
on
Shut
that
the
they're
fuck-
being that they're
The town of
conservatives that are
Springfield
doing
is
it.
my source, and they've had to shut down schools and I believe a hospital as well. Those
And
are
the right
reliable
wingers
sources.
are the ones that are doing it.
Yeah, dude. Why do you think they're
How do you
doing
know?
it?
How do you
Why
know?
do you think? Why do you think? Why else
I'm
are they
asking you,
doing
how
it?
It's
do
the
you
same
know?
way you think that it was reasonable to think that Haitians could be eating cats and dogs. It's
Fine,
the
not
same
right
way.
wingers. People stupid enough to believe that Haitians are eating cats and dogs in Springfield. Those people who are stupid enough to believe that.
It's
And
that
that's
same
they're
logic.
stupid.
It's that
I was
same
trying to
logic.
tell you, I don't think they're eating cats and dogs, but I do think they're killing birds.
No,
Like-
but you said
wait,
it's
hold
something
on.
you
Okay,
could believe.
hold on.
Moving the
Let's
goalpost.
talk about the birds. The ducks and the geese.
Correct.
Okay, number one, the claim is that they're unaliving geese in Staten Island, I believe, somewhere in the 5 boroughs of New York.
That's
Number one.
the seagull story, yes.
No, I believe that was a goose story. But
Okay.
number two, and the photo was of a guy picking up road K, mind you. There's like a photo floating around that is like the evidence. That's evidence. That's a photo of a guy picking up road K in one of the 5 boroughs. Number two, geese. You understand that that American citizens hunt duck and geese constantly, right?
Correct, but you have to have a license and a permit to do that.
Well, no, actually, that depends on the state you're in. Many states don't require a license or a permit to go hunting.
You can't open fire a gun in a city setting.
That depends. Okay, that depends on where you're at, dude. But also, there's no actual evidence that anyone open fired a GUN.
Okay, wait. So then,
there's no fucking evidence of that, Mr. Boom.
So people are calling in boom threats because of a game warden violation now? Because of geese?
Because of geese, which American citizens fucking hunt?
I'm just going to say, I would completely disavow whoever's trying to do bomb threats because of what's going on there.
But you can't disavow that because
understand it.
But okay, but that's the point is like you are ready to believe people on TV. Well, just because an independent journalist, so I assume he's a YouTuber, went to Springfield, found a couple random people to repeat some fucking rumors that they heard on Facebook. And you believe that more than you believe multiple schools saying evacuating and forcing kids to stay home from school because of boom threats. Like,
Well, I
do
hear
you understand?
I hear you. So my response to that would be is just like we were talking about in the beginning of this, people are allowed to change their opinion, right?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to change my mind, and if something poses itself, I am more than willing to admit being wrong.
So do you admit that you're wrong?
I never came out and claimed that they were killing cats and dogs. I'm sorry, unaliving.
Okay, but you are also, but I'm also, by the way, like, it's not as simple as just being wrong on this thing, right? Like, we're talking about your ability or your way and approach to discerning information, fact from fiction, and discerning what sources of information are true or not. And you have claimed that you are skeptical of everything. However, you've given an example. Yes, we're talking specifically about this thing, but like, you have clearly believed some fucking bullshit that very easily could be fact checked and found not to be true, while questioning stuff that you know very few people are questioning, and like your excuse for questioning that's like the stuff that's very simple, plain to see, and like I haven't seen any claims to the contrary saying that like, oh no boom threats are coming in. Your excuse for questioning that very clear information is, oh, I'm skeptical of everything. But then it turns out you're not skeptical of any information that you receive that is in line with your beliefs.
Well, to clarify though, I don't really believe a news article. I would more likely believe people that are actually there, like experiencing
Okay,
it.
so how about this, Mr. Boom? I am a person on YouTube. I'm live streaming on YouTube right now, right?
Right.
And so interview me. Hey, Andrew, will you interview me about all the Republicans eating cats and dogs in New York City right now?
Yeah. Have you heard about this phenomenon in New York City that about Republicans eating cats and dogs and stealing their neighbors' cats?
Oh, yes. It's a very serious issue affecting New York City right now. Yes, it has affected, my sister's neighbor. Her dog was eaten by a Republican. 3 little kittens down the road, they were barbecued by a Republican. Yes, it's an issue, and we're all scared. I've been talking about it with my family and stuff. I've got a dog. I've got a dog here. I won't take my eyes off her because there's so many Republicans eating dogs in my neighborhood right now.
Is it true they're also eating people, like the late great Hannibal Lecter?
They are, in fact, eating people. Yes.
I mean,
in fact,
you make me look
You know what's funny?
stupid,
Wait,
and it
what's
makes me
funny
feel,
about
like,
this
so great.
specifically? Hold on, wait, Mr. Boo. What's funny about this is the other night, like when the day or maybe Wednesday after the debate, I was talking to somebody and somebody asked me to look it up from, look it up. And so I looked it up and I couldn't verify anything in Ohio. But then out of my own curiosity, I Googled Florida man eating cats and dogs, and I did a Google search for Florida man, and I found like 5 or 6 white guys in Florida who were like eating people's pets, and one of them, the only reason he was caught is because he used poison to unalive the cats, and then he had to call into poison control.
Got sick.
And he got sick and called into poison control. There's more evidence of white guys in Florida stealing and eating people's pets than in Ohio. And that's the most hilarious thing about this skit we just did, brother, is that it's actually happening in Florida and it's white dudes.
I mean, that's why I don't eat wild animals in the city, because you don't know what they're consuming. Like,
okay, but you understand my point, right? Like that
no,
to
I
say,
totally
well,
get
I'm going to
both
believe.
sides. I really do.
I'm gonna believe, you know, stuff out of people's mouths more than I'm gonna believe, like, you know,
But
a news
obviously,
article.
that's not
It's
the
like,
only reason why I would support him. This isn't the only
okay, no,
topic.
but I'm not even. I'm not. What do you mean that's not the topic? This is the topic. We're right
Well,
now.
no.
We're
That's not
talking
the
about.
only. It's not the only reason why I would
Okay, I
vote or not
understand.
vote for him.
I understand, Mr. Boom, but like right now, I'm talking about is like, you know, what you're
Fact
willing.
versus fiction.
Yeah, fact versus fiction, but also just like your sources of information and what you're willing to believe unquestioned, and what you're going to find ways to doubt. Like that to me, and I'm trying to call attention to it because like I don't believe I'm going to convince you not to vote for Trump while you're here. I know I'm not going to. But I would like to, I'm hoping that when you hop off this live, whenever that may be, you're, you know, gonna, and that's not saying that you have to hop off now or anytime soon, but like that you will maybe have heard us pointing out that the way you accept some information and question other information, like that's not conducive to you having the facts. And if your opinions are based on this very selective accepting of information and questioning of other information, then your opinions are most likely based on fucking bullshit. And like, I'm not saying you can't have the beliefs that you have. Have whatever fundamental and foundational beliefs that you have, please, by all fucking means. I mean, obviously I don't want you to be like a racist piece of shit, but like,
I'm not.
you know, for the most part, you know,
And I'm not a nationalist.
have your beliefs, right? But if your beliefs are based on bullshit,
Supporting
then
one.
you know, I feel like, you know, you would want your beliefs, you would want to apply your principles to facts, I assume. Most people would. Otherwise, if you apply your principles to falsehood, then what you're probably most likely doing is actually going against your own principles because you don't have accurate information. Right. So we're just pointing out that the way you approach information right now is you're ending up with false information. So if you consider yourself to be a principled person and you support a guy based on false information, applying your principles to false information, I'm sorry, but you're probably not acting in pursuit of your actual principles.
In order for you to have an accurate opinion of that, though, wouldn't you need? And you're not going to, because you don't care. I'm a random person, but you would have to see my whole process as to why and how I do it. I look at both sides.
Sure, but Mr. Boom, I mean, I don't have to see your whole process. I mean, I'm here asking you questions, and I have just, you know, pointed out, you know, that you don't seem to approach it equally. It seems very clear already.
It feels judgmental is what it feels like.
Well, I am judging you, yes, because that's what we do here. But like, I'm also, you know, and I'm also, it's very tongue in cheek, right? Like I'm outspoken for my beliefs, but I am going to point out, I'm sorry that you feel, no, I'm not sorry that you feel judged because, you know, like, I don't believe you're going to sit here and like I said, like change your mind about anything big, but I am hoping that you hop off and you think about it and you realize that like, yeah, maybe I had some good fucking points where I pointed out that you are so fucking willing to accept these lies, but you're so ready to question actual facts.
Let me just say, Mr. Boom, because I got to go. Yeah. I'm going to go carve a watermelon into a jack-o'-lantern. It's a really fun early September tradition that me and Ashley have. But I got to say, like, sometimes there are things, it's always worthy of looking at both sides of something. But sometimes there are things where there's not really a both side. And this is to me, is one of them. But another one is like the age-old, I always think of this example where like a TV network, just to fill airtime, will have one person come on and argue, you know, one scientist come on and argue that humans absolutely have contributed to climate change. And then they'll have another scientist come on and argue that humans have not contributed to climate change and that climate change isn't even real. And they'll present it as one versus one side versus another side. But when in actual fact, 97% of climate scientists agree that it's real and that humans are contributing to it, and only like 2.5 or 3%-ish don't think that's true. So that, but on TV, it looks like one side versus the other side, 50-50. Let me just listen to them both, but it's 97-3. And in this case, it's not a both sides. Let me listen to both sides. It's one, it's not happening, and two, the presidential candidate of the Republican Party said that it is, and now there's boom threats, and it's just not a both sides kind of moment, in my opinion. But I gotta go carve. I'm gonna go carve a watermelon. I hope you're on later. I'll join you if you're on later, Brenna.
Okay, sounds good. Have fun with the watermelon carving. Dems are freaking sick. Okay.
Can I just say that you're probably one of the better hosts of a TikTok live I've participated in.
Thank you, JJJ. I appreciate that.
I do troll a lot of MAGA lives, and maybe that's the reason. I don't know. But you seem extremely intelligent and well-informed, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Very kind. If you guys want to support me, let me swap the thing. Well, on that note, wait. If anyone wants to support me, that's the best way you can. I can't always leave it on because sometimes TikTok sees it and starts suppressing the thing. But thank you. And thank you all to my guests. Let's do W's in the chat for mods and for our guests right now. Thank you all for coming up here and being willing to have a conversation where we all challenge each other's beliefs a little.
Yeah, no problem.
W's in the chat.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, Brenna, is there anything that you believe that you're kind of on the fence about, that you're questioning yourself about?
Well, so I have principles, I have beliefs, and I try to constantly fact check myself, trust but verify, yes. But I have like switched my support for candidates at different points according to my beliefs, upon doing more research. But like my ultimate belief, like axioms and foundational beliefs haven't really changed. I believe in people's right to their autonomy, people like in equal rights across the board. I believe in not harm, like ultimately my belief is like we should do everything we can to harm as few people as possible, and that tends to translate to like support equality and support people being able to do whatever they need to do for themselves as long as they're not hurting anybody when they do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
that's libertarian.
It's not modern day libertarian.
No, okay.
Modern libertarian.
It's not modern day libertarian. Because I also, by the way, believe in regulations. I know libertarians don't believe, because I believe that harming fewer people include. My boyfriend just tried to call me. I believe that harming fewer people includes regulating corporations and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm a strong believer in regulations. Regulations are the things that keep poison out of our baby food, and keep poison out of our pots and pans, and keep poison out of everything that you and I, basically consume. Yes. So
yeah, there's a reason they're there.
There's very much a reason they're there. I believe in labor laws, right? So I'm all for regulations. So yeah, I'm not a libertarian, but I'm basically all for harming as few people as possible. And by that, I also mean a fetus to me is not a person. So just to be clear. Oof. Yeah.
That was a big exhale.
I'm conflicted on that because I've researched and I've looked up stuff, and obviously there's different lines, right? Like the I word and grape. Like obviously there's different lines, and I come from I'm in Kansas, so I live down the street from a Planned Parenthood. So, anyways,
love Planned Parenthood. They're great.
Do you know how much good Planned Parenthood does?
They do so much good.
Do you know how many babies they actually save?
Do you know how
I can't speak on it. I don't know. I really don't know. I'd have to do the research. It's probably a reason why I haven't. It's because for me, it just kind of feels sad to think about. But I don't know.
Don't you think those women are absolutely making the most difficult decision they've ever had to make in their lives?
Oh God, yeah. And they're going to live with it for every day that they live. Yeah.
Yeah. So
At least they should.
it's not just a callous
They should.
decision that's made.
Well, it's
off
funny, you know, studies show that women who have children are more likely of having lifelong mental health issues than women who have an abortion, right?
That's because they don't get
kids
the
mess
outside
you
support
up.
they need.
Kids do mess you up, so yeah.
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 Especially forced upon you kids.
Especially forced upon, yes. Wait, select my state.
I can say honestly, though, parents can mess you up too. So it's a two-way street.
That's true.
Mr. Bombastic, if I can ask, on a scale of 1 to Laura Loomer, how big of a MAGA person are you?
Laura Loomer?
Yeah.
Well, I guess probably not as much because I don't even know who that is. So
okay,
I
MTG.
Mean, MTG. If I see your face, I would know. I don't. I just don't want to. I don't like to associate him with that because it's given him a bad rap. And I mean, I want our country to be great, regardless of who's in power. But I don't like big government, and I don't like
January 6th.
What's that?
January 6th was an insurrection.
Do I believe it was an insurrection?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes or no?
Well, it's not really a yes or no for me. If you're gonna ask me yes or no, I'm gonna lean towards a no.
Okay, then you are kind of on the tipping into the scale of big MAGA.
But then again, I understand those people's. I mean, those are their convictions and their passions, but I don't agree with the fact that they would listen. I can't subscribe to the whole narrative of Trump made them do it. Like everybody is in control of themselves.
Okay, may I?
They decided to do it.
May I?
Okay.
Please. Okay. Let's be very clear about.
Sorry. What can I get? I'm really sorry that I stepped away for a moment. Can I get the Spark Notes version of Mr. Boom? I'm seeing a lot of people reacting to whatever you just said. So
they hate me now. They hate me.
Well, I'd love to know, what did you say that's so fucking polarizing?
Well, he was talking about January 6th.
J6, yeah. Let's say
if
J6.
If I believed if it was an I word.
Right. And you don't?
Well, he gave me a yes or no, and I don't think it's as simple as that.
What do you believe J6 was, if not an insurrection?
I think people are getting fed up with this, the same thing every year.
So they wanted to overthrow it. So that's what an insurrection is.
But there's not a blueprint. There's no blueprint.
Correct. There's not a blueprint. So, but
there's
an
a
insurrection
word that matches what happens there.
An insurrection can look like many things. So
but the opposite side destroys cities when they don't get what they want too.
Okay, but Mr. Boom, so an attempt to overthrow an existing government, that's an insurrection. That's a coup, but it's also an insurrection. So, saying but the other side destroys cities, which we can always get back to on how accurate that even is. That doesn't dispel a claim of whether or not J6 was an insurrection. You know what I mean?
Can I speak to J6 for just a moment?
Go for it.
The link is very clear. The man in question denied that he lost the election, denied it, brought 64 cases before courts. That's all he talked about for months and months after the election. And basically, he whipped people up into a frenzy. He invited them there on that day to participate. He is absolutely responsible for the actions of those individuals. They did it on his behalf.
Well, they're autonomous humans, and they can discern right from wrong. So I can't.
Well, can they?
That those people actually have.
They're in a cult. They can't.
Wait, hold on. So you wanted to? So wait, you say those are autonomous humans who can discern right from wrong. So a whole bunch of people that you say that just can't discern wrong, right? Assumingly, all of those people want to vote for Trump. So that would tell me that a whole lot of people who can't discern what's wrong vote for Trump. And that's really the side you want to be on. By the way, also the side that the KKK supports, that
I'm
white
not a part of
supremacists
that
support.
group, and I don't know
but you vote
anybody
with
in it.
them. But you vote with them. Like they
But-
agree with you on who should be president. Does that not give you pause?
Well, I mean that's kind of. I feel like that's kind of a reach, but
It's not a reach. That's a fact.
Are you gonna?
No, I'm
be
not
the
saying it's
guy-
not a fact. I believe you're right in the fact that they are, but
Okay.
I don't think it's fair to group me in with all of those types of people.
But you've grouped yourself in. You all agree on something, on a few things, right? Mainly what we're talking now is that you all agree that Trump should be president. It's not my fault that you're in that group with them. That's not something
Well,
I'm doing to you. You know what I mean? Like that is a grouping that you form a part of, that they also are a part of.
Well, to be fair, I don't know all of their stances. The Triple K, I don't know their
They
stances
support
on anything.
this. They are right wing and they support Trump and stuff. I'm telling you, you don't have to. You know.
How many
Not all
Germans
racists
in
are
1930s
Republicans, but
were like yourself? How many Germans in the 1930s were like yourself, Mr. Boombastic?
Well, that's an interesting topic too, because my lineage is from that area.
As is mine.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well,
What does that have to
that
do with your beliefs now, though? Like
Well, because
your
I thought
lineage?
hard and long about all of that too.
You can't afford to sit on the fence and go, well, you know, I kind of agree with this. Or you're going to find yourself on the sidelines doing things that you didn't think that you would want to do. And that's how these things happen. You know?
Sure.
You know,
Mr. Bombastic.
self-reflection is hard.
are you like a policy guy, or do you genuinely like love Trump?
So, and everybody hates this, right? A lot of it's anecdotal, and it's a lot of just like, it's my core belief that in this point in time, I feel like we're at like a juncture where this is like the time that we need to put him in because of multiple variables.
Like
So it's policy and
like
because you just love him, you think
WW3
he's like
right
the
around
guy.
the corner,
Um,
and all of that stuff. I don't believe Mrs. Harris. I don't know.
Is
She
that a
doesn't
threat,
say a
Wise?
lot.
Is that a threat? It seems like Wise is threatening all Democrats. You're saying just wait till you come for all of us, all Democrats? I mean, that's
Ooh.
fucking par for the course, isn't it? I keep seeing that, by the way. MAGA just keeps coming in here and threatening me and Democrats and stuff. You keep saying just fucking wait. And you want to tell me that like you're not the party of insurrection and coup?
I never said that.
No, I'm saying in the comments. Sorry, it's such a fucking thing. And it just seems to also be relevant that people come in here and keep saying just fucking wait, they're coming after y'all.
Can I just say
That sounds like a fucking threat, yo.
most MAGAs to me are just toddlers, okay? They don't get their way.
Thank you,
They're
North.
throwing a fit. They're angry about something and they want to punish somebody because they're angry. They need to grow up. We got to move on.
Is there anything that Trump could do to make you not want to vote for him, like realistically?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I mean, treason. I mean, that would be.
You're joking. That's a joke, right?
How do you define treason? Wouldn't an attempted coup and an insurrection be treason for you? Or how about attempting to overthrow?
I think if they were actually trying to do that it would have been done. I think it was just
okay.
kind of
So
like a.
you think? Okay, so so in that case, that means you'll never not vote for Trump, right? Because you say that the only way you would not vote for him is if he committed treason. But if he were to commit treason, he would have been successful at it. Therefore, obviously he can't. Like, really, you think that it's not possible for someone to try to commit for Trump to try to commit treason and then be unsuccessful at it?
Well, I was an RFK supporter, and then he told me that I need to support Trump.
Okay.
He also told you that Trump
I mean, the irony. Wait,
is
Mr. Grimm. So
terrible.
you had an issue with all these like supposed immigrants that we've already proven were not actually eating cats and dogs, but you were voting for the guy who, admittedly, according to himself, barbecued a dog and ate it.
That's news to me.
That's news
where
to
was
you?
that at?
Oh, you should look it up. The guy said it himself. He fucking barbecued a dog.
RFK did.
RFK did, yeah.
Yes.
He
No
barbecued a dog.
way.
I swear to
Worm guy
God.
did.
Look it up.
He had a worm in his head.
He barbecued a dog?
He literally barbecued a dog, dude.
Let the dead bear in
Yeah,
Central
dude,
Park.
look it up right now. Don't take my word for it. Fucking look it up. Look it up.
I am.
No, the Central Park thing was. Sorry,
Was that
I'm
fake?
hearing. JJ, I think you gotta turn your either put some headphones in, or you might have to hop down and hop back up because I'm hearing myself. The Central Park thing was a bear carcass, a baby bear carcass. He drove into Central Park and then staged in there, like posed it as if it had gotten hit by a cyclist. That's a different mutilation of an animal, corpse. But yeah, that's a different thing. But the guy barbecued a dog. Look it up. Don't take my word for it. Look it up.
If RFK is the only reason you're voting for Trump, doesn't it concern you that the only reason RFK is supporting Trump because the Dems didn't want him back? I mean, they weren't going to give him a position. Doesn't that?
I think it's also like the larger picture of just it's not just Trump. It's like RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk potentially getting involved, like all of the things.
Those all sound like a terrible thing to me. You like those things?
RFK would be with Kamala if she would give him the time of the day.
I think RFK deserves answers about what happened to his father and his uncle. Like, I truly believe that.
That's why you want to fucking vote for him?
Well,
Just because you think he deserves
but I
answers?
think it's one of them.
Oh my God, that really?
I think
Trump,
we need it too.
Okay, so Trump was president. He could have declassified all the stuff on JFK. He didn't. So that's why you're.
He could have.
And he didn't. He chose not to.
I don't know what the process looks like. I don't know if he's just like, you know what?
Oh,
Yeah,
Mr.
I'm
I
gonna do this today.
declassified stuff just by thinking about it. I declassified it in my. You don't know what now you care about the process. Yeah. So fine, great. Let's talk about the classified documents he fucking stole and was hiding in fucking Mar-a-Lago. How do you feel about those? That's treason.
Which Biden also did too.
Actually, no, it's very fucking different, dude. Biden, there was like some folder from when he was VP that was found and immediately reported and picked up. He wasn't trying to keep it, whereas Trump literally like kept fucking hiding the boxes, put a bunch in, was caught on camera, loading them into an airplane and like whisking them away while the government was asking for all of them back. And he stored them in an insecure place, Mar-a-Lago. The bathroom being one place, where other foreign nationals and like foreign actors for other countries had access. Very fucking different situations, my dude.
And was he prosecuted for that?
He wasn't prosecuted for that because they're waiting to see, and the Supreme Court kind of put the blinders on everybody to stop punishing Trump because he put 3 justices into the Supreme Court who support his actions. Plus, he's got a firm hold in the Republican Party, and those people don't want to do anything to hurt their precious little boy Trump. But the fact of the matter is that the nature of the documents that were in Mar-a-Lago had to do with national defense, had to do with our weapons capacity. They were things that he would never actually have permission to move to his house. Okay, so, and when you talk about dozens of boxes of stuff as opposed to a few papers, I mean, let's not be calling something, apples to apples. We're talking apples to crates of apples.
Sure.
Busloads of apples. It was blatant and over the top. And so
that's okay with you?
It's not okay with me.
I'm also bombastic. That's okay with you.
Well, I mean, obviously, probably not. I mean, the logical answer to that would be that's not probably okay.
But we're still voting for him.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't. I think we're really at a pivotal moment here, and I don't know. It's
You
hard to
sound like you're
explain
a
it.
good human being that has good intentions. I would ask that maybe you do a little deeper searching. You know?
Oh, I mean, I'm on these lives. I'm listening to people's points of views. I'm looking stuff up. I'm watching videos. So I'm trying to be well-rounded. But I don't know.
So I'd like to know, what do you think of the things that Trump is saying that's not crazy? Because he does seem to say something crazy every time somebody wants to ask him about what's your policy, what do you plan on doing, do you support Project 2025, stuff like that. And now he's saying, the dogs and cats thing, or, I hate Taylor
Right.
Swift. And he's always got a diversion away from the truth. How do you like the statement that he said, I'm going to be dictator for just one day? He still says that at his
Right.
rallies. So
Well,
what do you feel
Sounds
about that?
treasonous.
Because if that's not treason, I don't know what is, because our Constitution doesn't support dictators.
well, I agree. Don't get me wrong, but and I guess this is also anecdotal, but I've also heard that Biden said similar things. Words are words, and
No,
I
words are
think
not
he's
words.
just
Anecdotal,
Words are
dude.
real.
Mr. Boom, again, it's like you keep doing this. It's like you accept whatever anecdotal evidence that is like conveniently supports this idea that Trump is a viable fucking option and everyone else is terrible. But anecdotal evidence is like there is no actual evidence that fucking Joe Biden has said anything about basically becoming a fucking dictator. There's no fucking evidence. Dude, anecdotal
Intellectually dishonest.
it's so fucking dishonest,
He's
dude.
too old to be a dictator. That's it.
Yeah, if that's how dictators work, if that's how dictatorship worked, a lot of stuff would be solved
He'll
in the
be a
world.
dictator for like 2 years.
No,
And
he'll be a
then what?
dictator forever.
And then we're stuck
Remember,
with fucking JD Vance. Like, Jesus. That's
That
the
just
dude's
problem,
remember
right?
that
JD Vance is way too young for that to be okay. We don't want JD Vance to become the fucking next dictator.
But
You know
don't
what I mean?
forget about the bromance. Trump's got a bromance with Putin, and he's got one with Kim Jong Il. Both of those people are dictators.
Kim Jong Un.
Victor,
Kim
Victor
Jong Il. Well, I
Orban.
got his name
Victor
out.
Orban.
Victor Orban.
That's someone he loves.
Yeah.
He loves him.
I've been
Doesn't
a
that concern you?
Victor
I've been a
Orban.
Republican for 29 years.
Oh, so
I
wait,
have
hold on.
never
I just
seen.
Luisa, I'll let you in just a second.
I'm sorry.
I do because someone in the chat was fact checking the dog claim. So the thing with the dog is that RFK texted a friend saying that it was a dog that he was posing next to, a barbecued dog, and a vet said that looks like a dog based on the ribs. But then, once that hit the papers and it was reported that it was a fucking dog, RFK said it was lies. So then everyone switched to saying it appears to be a dog because technically, it's, how can you fucking verify since it was a photo that was several years old? And then other veterinarians said it could be a dog, but it could also be like a goat or, another animal that has similar ribs, but it's hard to tell without the fucking head. But RFK Jr. is the guy who originally texted a friend, like talking about like it being a dog and stuff.
We're still
So-
talking about deviation of focus. I mean, whatever Trump goes out there, I mean,
He switched to
wasn't
saying it was a
prepared.
goat, yeah.
He wasn't prepared in that debate. It was obvious he wasn't prepared, and he just threw at. I think Kamala just like make the real way to talk things like they were not right. Anyway, I mean my English is not that good. I'm sorry, guys. But let me tell you this: I'm a Republican for 29 years, and let me tell you this: we have the worst candidate ever. We're gonna lose another election because we have an incompetent guy in front of us. He couldn't articulate not even one policy.
And cowards behind.
Not even one policy of his agenda. And it was like, that was for me, it was like, what the hell? Whenever I wake up the next morning, I wake up and I remember things, I remember Kamala say $50,000 for people who are making new businesses and tax breaks or whatever. And
Small businesses,
I don't even know how many new buildings. I mean, new houses or housing for people. And what I remember about Trump was the fucking cats and dogs. I mean,
And
let me
concepts of
tell
a
you,
plan.
articulating a policy is like a really simple thing. It was clear that he wasn't prepared for that, and that's it. I mean, I feel ashamed to say it. I am a
Tom, it's a
Republican.
tax break.
I
Sorry, I
can't
just want.
wait to
I'm gonna let
this.
you finish, Louise. But Tom Daly is asking where are we getting that 50K? It's a tax break. You guys fucking love tax
Yeah, it's a
breaks.
tax break. Yeah,
But as
it's a
soon
tax
as
break.
it's a tax break for a small business, all of a sudden it's where are we getting that money? Okay,
Well, I'm
sorry.
a small business owner,
Keep
so
going.
It
I'm
is tax
excited
break
for
is
that.
awesome. You know,
Yeah,
it's awesome
me too.
It's
whenever
new
it's done.
businesses. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
I
new
just start
businesses.
another one.
It's like startup. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna I'll
I'm looking
fucking
for that. I'm looking for that because
reincorporate.
I'm gonna start my business next. I mean, this year. So I'm looking for that. So
Yeah.
she gave me an alternative. Trump didn't.
Also, well, to be clear, by the way, don't go out and start a business as soon as she wins if she wins, don't go like that shit has to first be passed
It's
through
not going
legislation.
to.
I mean, if Republicans stop it in Congress, you're correct, sir.
I don't know.
Which
I don't know.
I wouldn't doubt because
I hope
Republicans
she wins
fucking
the
hate
whole
y'all,
thing
dude.
down. You know.
I think we have bigger issues with our debt and the fact that everybody's de-dollarizing.
We do,
it,
and all the fucking tax breaks that Republicans keep giving to
Trump added to it more than
huge
anyone
corporations. Yeah, Trump added to the deficit more than any other fucking president, like by
Right.
a huge amount. But the tax breaks Republicans keep giving to large corporations and billionaires, those are like one of the largest, if not the largest contributor to the increasing deficit of the United States. So if that's a concern of yours, once again, you should not be voting Republican. But, you know.
Trickle down.
Far be it.
Eventually, you'll see some of it.
Yeah, trickle down. Trickle down economics is not a thing, but trickle down politics sure is.
I mean, I
Trickle
think
down
I'd
is the
rather sit at the
equivalent
top.
of somebody pissing on your head.
Yeah. That shows people just vote against their own interests. It's I don't know.
But
That's not true. That's not literally not true. Fuck. Not true.
Department of
Obama added more to the
Education-
death than any other president. You can look it up. It's literally, it's fucking well documented.
Nice.
Trump added way fucking more. Stop lying.
Historically speaking, Democrats leave either a recovering economy or a budget surplus. Those are facts.
Yep.
That shows how good the media has been in portraying that Republicans are the economy people. It's it's propaganda.
Yeah.
And let me tell you this, guys. I'm from Puerto Rico. Whenever Trump came down, I mean, I have to say, I work on his campaign for the. We don't vote for presidency. We vote for candidate, right? And I was one of the guys who worked on his campaign in Puerto Rico. And after that, he got elected. We got hit by the worst hurricane ever in Puerto Rico history. And then he came down to Puerto Rico and said, "This is gonna cost me." That was the point that I said, "This is a son of a." All right, I don't want to curse on that phrase.
It's okay. I curse all the time, but
Yeah.
go for it.
So, whenever he said that, he make it personal. I mean, I'm a Puerto Rican. We were expecting from him a lot, and whenever he came down, and I mean, it's not even the throwing the towels, the paper towels to us. I mean, that was like, it's just the guy doesn't have any sense of feelings. He doesn't have a sense of compassion for anyone. And I found out
Empathy.
in the hard way. You know, as a Republican, I found it in the hard way. I came after the hurricane. We decided to move here. We moved here, and I found there's this crazy republicanism. I mean, I will not tell it. I mean, it's a far right movement. It's called fucking MAGA. It's eating up our party. It's taking off our party, and that's it. I mean, we have a leader who can articulate one even thinking only. He can articulate one policy. I'm sorry, my English is freaking bad, but whatever.
It's fine.
And
I speak Spanish if you want to say something in Spanish.
sí, muy bien. But we have a leader. I mean, it's not my leader. We have a leader in the Republican Party that he can even articulate a policy. I mean, I was expecting. I mean, I wasn't even voting for him, but I was expecting for me as a Republican, to say things with sense, common sense, in that debate. He couldn't articulate a fucking policy.
No.
Again, I
Never
wake up
has.
next
Not even in
morning. I was
debate. He
wake
never
up
has.
about cats and dogs, and the other side was telling me, all right, housing for a lot of people, and like $50,000, for businesses, and there was it was again a disappointment, like it was the usual. Again, we're gonna get beat up this next election, and I'm gonna vote for Kamala. It's not my best ever choice. I mean, the lady, um, I think she earned the place she's at. I mean, we are ready to elect. We have Nikki Haley. I mean, great freaking candidate. We just dumped her for fucking
Probably would have
Trump.
won with her.
So we are lost again. So we're gonna lose this election. I can't wait to finish with this crap, and I'm gonna be part of it. So I'm gonna vote for Kamala, and after that, I'm gonna
Thank you.
vote for that's it.
Thank you, Luis. I appreciate that. I mean, that's the thing. I know. I mean, I have Republicans in my family who are now disgusted. They voted for Trump in 2016, and I will never fucking forgive them for that. But yeah, they are never Trumpers
No, I
now.
didn't vote for Trump in 2016. I mean, I vote for Biden. So
Oh,
because
nice.
yeah, I vote for Biden.
Wait, no, in
I
2016 it
didn't
would have been
hurt.
Hillary.
I mean,
Thank you for me. 2020.
2020, I vote for Biden.
Okay.
Yeah, but in 2016, I didn't vote for him because I was in Puerto Rico, so I couldn't vote for
Right.
Trump. So thanks God I was in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I couldn't vote for him.
Yeah. Yeah. But you did work on his campaign.
Yeah, that was I'm totally embarrassed about that shit.
But honestly, I appreciate you coming here because, like, I appreciate that people. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? Earlier, before you were in this live, Luis, we were talking about how this accusation of flip flopping is bullshit, and how people should be ready to change their minds and be able to change their minds and like accept new information and challenge their beliefs and stuff. And so, like, I just want to thank you. I appreciate, because a lot of people tend to refuse anything I say just because I happen to be progressive, right? I'm a self-described progressive, and it's like, and so they want to like refuse everything that comes out of my mouth. But it's like, so I appreciate people who come in here who have supported Trump, who can say exactly why they changed their mind, or what made them like reevaluate their beliefs and whatnot.
I am a stand-up Republican. And
You're
I
a
will be
stand-up
because
Republican, yeah.
I am a stand-up Republican. I mean, I like Mike Pence. I mean, the way he stand up and he stood up for the Constitution.
I appreciate that too.
I mean, the way he stood up there. You know what? Trump is totally morally and ethically bankrupt, and everybody knows that shit. And the fact that the people are voting for him anyway, that really bothers me, because whenever you gotta, I mean, Kamala doesn't have any fucking counts of felonies on her. But we do have a fucking leader that have like 34 counts of felonies. I mean, if you have like $2 million to have anyone to pay you to represent you in a court of law, and you don't win that, something is wrong.
Something is wrong.
I mean,
Something's concerning.
something is fucking wrong. I mean, obviously, I mean, it is a democratic, state, but believe me, the law system here is not perfect, but it works. If you have money to have the greatest representation and you don't win in front of a how you say that, in front of a
Jury of your peers.
Jury
yeah,
of peers. Yeah.
that's right.
Thank you.
That's right. If you don't have that, it's because something is really rotten, and it is always something about Trump. I mean, it's something like corrupt. There's something. I mean, you don't have that in Bush. You don't have that in
Bush hates the guy.
I mean, yeah, you don't have that in Bush. You don't have that in Kennedy and what's that the other Republican?
Bush did start a forever war, but
The,
okay.
Bush and oh
Well,
my
Reagan
God,
passed away, so it was
whatever.
It wasn't an AR. It was an AK. Clan. Hey.
Whatever, guys. I mean, we don't have that in many others president, Republican presidents. We don't have that shit. We have it in Trump, obviously, because there's something wrong about the guy, and he is the wrong fucking guy. That's it. I'm not going any further with this. We have the wrong, wrong candidate, and we're gonna lose. That's it. And I'm gonna vote for Kamala, so I'm gonna be on the win side, the winning side. So I'm gonna be freaking. I mean, my kids always like, are you like a Republican, Dad? Yeah, I'm not a Republican now. I'm gonna vote for Kamala because this guy is a scumbag that is trying to represent the Republican Party. No, he represents MAGA. That's it.
Yeah.
MAGA is a fascist bullshit. That's it. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being a Republican who is standing up against MAGA. I wish there were more of you. Truly.
Yeah,
We need more.
I'm a stand-up
I'm curious
Republican.
to see the results after the election. How many Republicans cross over and vote for Kamala?
Yeah.
Like I don't really trust polling because they only after election polling is a little different than pre-election because they only poll likely voters and they use landlines, so they mostly get older people.
Yeah.
But I'm curious about the exit polls. How many Republicans are actually going to switch their vote?
I bet.
Wait, there's two major organizations that are against Trump right now, right? The Lincoln Project and Republican Voters Against Trump. And they've made a lot of headway, I think, in educating Republicans on what you should vote for. And I think it's really good when people can vote the person and not the party. Like, for example, when I watched what Arnold Schwarzenegger did, in California, he really did a lot of good for that state. And the guy that they have in now, who is a Democrat, he's just kind of botching it. There's things that need to be improved, and he hasn't really touched on. Things are kind of going in the toilet, and so it's like the person is what matters. And I wish that the MAGA people could look at the person, and even ask themselves that simple question: would you want to leave your daughter in a room alone with him? And
Yeah.
and they'll say no to that, but they'll still vote for him. And I'm like, how can you?
It is freaking nasty to have a conversation about a politician who talks like that. Period.
Who wants to F his
We
daughter?
shouldn't be having that kind of conversation right now where we're having it because this idiot find out a way that I can't even keep talking. I mean, this is just fucking upsetting.
To that point of, I grew up in Wyoming. I'm still here. We, for most of my life, had a Democrat for a governor. We were the equality state. We were the first state to grant suffrage to women voters. We had the first female governor. But in the last 10, 15 years, it's just gone completely way over to the other side. And there's no compromise here. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Yep.
I think this. Let me.
It's kind of interesting. I was looking up. They're actually allowing betting on the presidency. I find that odd.
Really?
And
That's been going on for a while.
Kamala,
been
I'm
sharing
sorry,
that.
Mrs. Harris is
Kamala.
negative. I'm sorry, negative 103, and Trump's positive 110.
Okay, so the guys betting are probably UFC incel guys.
Oh.
So yeah, he's probably going to lead that in that thing. But why would you
Is
bet
it the
on something
poli
like
side?
that?
Interesting.
Mr. Bombastic, is that
Yeah.
the poli side something?
Oh, the website I'm looking at?
Yeah.
I'm on Odds Checker, but I think I'm not really good at betting, and I'm not sure if plus or minus which one means the other one's in front. I don't quite understand it. Trying to figure that out.
Remember, people will bet on anything. I don't think that means anything at all. It's just, a lot of betting has to do with luring people in to take their money.
Well, it's
Yeah.
sin.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't agree with betting and gambling.
So, yeah. But back to when you were asking about the national debt, I looked it up.
Yeah.
The national debt rose by $7.8 trillion under Trump.
Yeah.
Well, I
Nobody
mean, we
talks about that crap.
could talk about that. I mean, sure, he added to it. All of them have. I mean, for a really long time.
No, that's not true. Clinton erased our national debt, and then Bush came along, gave everybody a tax break, and added to the national debt almost instantly when he came into office.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I know that. I knew that. I was just saying for a really long time, though, we've been going in the opposite direction, and it's getting to a point where it's kind of scary if we don't do something about it.
Wait,
And Trump is going to do something about it.
going in
Well,
the
I
wrong
haven't
direction
heard-
on what? Sorry, Boom?
I haven't heard anything on either side about addressing it.
Or addressing what, Mr. Boom?
The national debt.
What do you mean? Kamala has absolutely talked about addressing the national debt.
She has? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look it
She
up.
talked about her fucking tax policy and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Now, economics is really simple and complicated
look
at
at
the same
her
time.
tax stuff. She wants to tax corporations and billionaires. And those taxes, the tax cuts that Republicans instated, are one of the largest things that contributed to the national debt. And so you gotta start taxing corporations and wealthy people again to fucking. Yeah. So yeah.
And she's not even bringing it back to like pre-Trump levels. It's still in between. So she's striking a good balance for those corporations and billionaires, even though they could be more. They could be paying more.
A lot fucking more.
I
Yeah, you
remember-
tell me. How about this, MAGA? You tell me the last time America was great, the year, and I'll tell you the top marginal tax rate of that year.
Doesn't know.
I hear crickets.
Cocky?
2019, probably.
I think
God
the
usually has
1950s
crickets
was
in
the
the
last time we had a 90% corporate tax rate in the 50s.
No, that wasn't the last time. We had it in the 60s too. You give me a
Okay.
year and we'll look at the last, the top marginal tax rate of that year. MAGA. And let's get to talking about that if that's really what we want to fucking say. The other day we did it. It was fucking wild. Scroll back a little. What am I looking for, Pico?
You've been led to believe that the Republicans are the economic champions. It's a perception
He's gonna-
advantage.
All these threats. If
Very
T
high.
wins, he's worried he's gonna have Rizzo sent to Springfield, Ohio. Terrible. Terrible. Someone threatening my dog. You can send my dog
That
to
dog looks
Springfield,
tasty.
Ohio. Yeah, you can spring
That dog is looking
my.
tasty.
I agree, Nas, but
You know, the sad part of that Springfield, Ohio thing is just the fact that they're attacking a vulnerable group of people who come from other place here, afraid, but willing to work hard to make their life better. And they just point at them because they're like simply vulnerable and try to make a case on them. And this is disgusting. And you know what else? They're black. They are black. They're not the color that everybody's. Because I mean, if the like 20,000 people from, I don't know, let's say this, from Iceland, or wait, let's put it a wider place. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk many words that maybe TikTok will ban me, because they already banned me because of this. You know what? If many people from Spain, totally W, came here in masses, they come in a place, do you think someone will care? No. I think, in my opinion, they care because they're freaking black. And let me tell
No,
you why I'm
Spanish would
so.
also be an issue.
Huh?
The Spanish would also be an issue. They don't like Mexicans for that same reason. They want white people. They don't want anyone speaking different languages or anything like that.
Yeah. But probably I mean, Australians. Like 25,000 Australians moved in. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
welcome, because they're so cute. They're not like black. Honestly, my friends, this is a racial fucking issue that goes on. And I'm a stand-up Republican. I say it the way to say it. I mean,
Vinny, Luis was born and
Reagan.
raised in the United States, you fucking racist piece of shit.
I mean, Reagan
Sorry, keep
said.
talking.
Donald Reagan said, "This is a place for every fucking one, for everyone." And he said that. I mean,
Reported.
you can hate Reagan for many reasons, but you can hate Reagan for racism. But let me tell you this: these people who are there, they're looking for better life, and now they're being targeted because they're black, and they're like the thinnest part of the rope, and they're making a politic advantage of it. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else. They're not eating ducks and cats. They're fucking working hard. I mean, some lady in other channel told me, "Oh, logistically, they cannot take so many people." Really, in America, in United States,
Actually,
we have plenty of
Springfield
space.
needed
Yeah.
immigrants.
They were losing.
I think they're
Their
doing well there.
economy was suffering. They needed more people. They needed to basically replenish the labor in Springfield, and so they basically
Nobody cares about
they
that.
enticed immigrants to come to Springfield so that it would not basically disappear off the map.
That's right.
And that's why they ended up with a strong Haitian immigrant community, legal immigrant, mind you, documented
That's right.
immigrant
They're fucking legal.
Haitian community.
All
By the way, who is
eligible voters
They've
now
been
as
targeted
well.
now.
no, they're not all
They're
eligible
not.
voters.
Now because they're
Immigrants,
targeted.
they have to get citizenship to be eligible voters,
Right.
but they are
They're not gonna
legal
vote
immigrants.
for anyone because they can't vote. It's just
Some of
freaking
them may
Trump
have
brought 'em.
citizenship by now, but I
Yeah.
think probably not. Most of
Again,
them.
another reason why Trump is gonna lose is because he brought this kind of stupid shit on the board, on the table, and we just can't get rid of it. We just can't get rid of it. We're not gonna get rid of it. I mean, it's just a statement that is gonna stick on the Republican Party. I mean, I'm sorry, on the MAGA
Most of them are
party,
not citizens yet.
on the MAGA party, and another reason we're gonna lose.
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to bring up about that a little bit, which you kind of ignited me to look it up, the SAVE Act about allowing illegals, or whatever you want to call them.
Undocumented.
I knew I had a feeling we were going there, but it was
going to being respectful to humans. Yeah.
well, it was 221 to 198, so 198, mostly Democrats, voted to allow undocumented people to vote. Is that something you're okay with?
On what thing? Are you talking about what? No one voted to allow undocumented immigrants to vote. What the fuck is your source, dude?
I'm talking about the SAVE Act that was voted on. They didn't allow it, but I'm just talking about the fact that 198 voted in favor of it to allow it.
Let's see.
Or-
Save
Well, do you
Act.
understand why they would if that is true? Do you understand why they would want that?
I mean, I have my
No, that's not.
speculations as to why.
That's not what they voted. That was a fucking voter ID bill. That's not the same as voting to allow undocumented immigrants to vote. That's stop lying, dude. Stop fucking lying. I pulled up the actual bill on the actual congressional website. I don't know what fucking garbage you're reading, but like again, you came in here claiming that you're going to question everything and you keep just bringing up fucking bullshit, dude. That is not what the bill says at all. Who are
what does
you?
it say?
It literally says this bill requires individuals to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship in order to register to vote in federal elections. It's not about letting undocumented fucking, immigrants to vote. It's about voter ID laws. Also, whoever fucking reported the live, thank you so much. Thank you so much, MAGA.
I work.
Good job, triggered. Being triggered.
I work on the electoral I work on the electoral schools, and it is the simple shit. I mean, I don't know how you can cheat on this. It is a sign-in, there is a name and it's a sign-in. Whenever you have your name, you sign underneath it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is as simple as this. You came in, all right? Your name should be on the list. It is on the list, right?
If you are registered to vote.
That's right. If you're registered, right? If you're not registered, you're not gonna vote. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you come to the electoral, help me on this one, guys. The electoral college, right? Whenever you go to electoral college, you go there and you present your. I'm Luis Rafael Burgos, right? My name should be there on the list, and I sign in. Once I sign in, I go ahead and vote. After the vote process finishes, there is a tabulation table, right? I mean, it's a tabulation chart that you see people like Luis Burgos, who's signing, Michael Jackson, and he's signing. It is 1-to-1. There's no way to cheat on that crap. I mean, I don't see the way to cheat on that.
Yeah.
There's always discrepancies that goes on in every college. It happens in Puerto Rico, it happens here, but it's not a discrepancy that you can say, oh my God, it's changing the course of this college. Again, it is a simple process that a computer says his election was processed. But first, before you go into that computer, right? Is before you go into that computer, there is a name and it's a signature that goes on. I mean, all this bullshit, like it was like something tricked out in this election and that election. That doesn't happen, It doesn't happen. That's why, whenever they tried to put this on the courts, they went over how many courts they went? Like 50, 60? And none of the judges want to dirt their feet on that, and they say no, there's no case on this because obviously there's no evidence. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, this freaking Trump guy is trying to trick us again, and he will do it again on this next election. So we gotta be aware of what's gonna happen, and I hope the government is ready to fight it because Trump will come up again with this crap again, and he's trying to get people rise up and bullshit again. Well, whatever. It is a simple system. It is made to be like really stupid simple, and people try to say, "Oh, this is rigged." It's not rigged, man. It's simple. There's no way to rig it. There's no fucking way to rig it. Why Fox News lost so many $billions over this crap topic? I mean, it is frustrating. I mean, my English is bad. My brain is freaking sharp on this.
You're very clear.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, they're
listen, you
not. Just
have
to be
to.
clear, they're not pushing for paper ballots. They're pushing to hand count the ballots. In fact, paper ballots are great, but hand counting them only without any sort of like, backup is very dangerous because they have, just like they did last time around, the Republicans, MAGA, pushed for election workers to be MAGA. And so if you give like the entire fucking, if you leave it to just be hand counted by MAGA, that's incredibly fucking dangerous because we know for a fucking fact that they will try not to count all the votes.
But the problem is,
We do want a true count, MJ, but the point is it shouldn't just be hand counted. It should be like verified, doubly fucking verified.
Yeah, that's right. It's one sign with one name with one sign. That's it. One name, one sign. One name, one sign. It is simple. That's why the system in the United States is so good. Back in Puerto Rico, we have like a simple system, but it's more complicated than here. I mean, I thought it was gonna be like really hard here. It's really simple. One sign, one name, one sign. One name, one sign. I mean, you just can't beat that. You just can't beat that. I mean, it's simple.
No ID. Okay, so people are asking why push for no ID. So the problem with voter ID laws is that they discriminate against people who like don't have an ID on the day. Firstly, you have to be a citizen in order to register to vote in the first place.
Right.
But like not having an ID can come down to a million fucking things. And the fact, and also by the way, it's unconstitutional because unless we give everyone free IDs and like basically and allow people to replace their IDs for free every fucking time and allow them to like replace them at any moment, like quickly enough for free, then it is unconstitutional because that counts as a poll tax. Because basically that means that someone has to pay money in order to exercise their constitutional right to vote as a citizen. But if you require them to pay money to have an ID and you can't get an ID like immediately and last minute and stuff, that basically amounts to a fucking poll tax that will also, suppress a lot of citizens' ability to vote, which is unconstitutional. It goes against the fucking Constitution of the United States of America. So that's why you can't, require voter ID laws.
The last time they asked me for my ID, and the guys who were in front of me, and this is a fact. I mean, I'm not inventing this. I'm not making this up. This year, I told my wife, I'm not gonna present my fucking ID. I'm not, because in Pennsylvania, it's not an obligation to show ID. If my name is in the fucking list, I'm allowed to vote. And in the last election, they asked for my ID, and they asked for my ID, and I, as a bidding citizen, I took off my ID. But you know what? They didn't ask for the ID for the ones who are behind me, my neighbors. And then my neighbors, guess what? Believe me, try to guess what my neighbors are. Try to guess.
Yeah, white.
What kind of
challenged.
colors? What kind of colors my neighbors are? Can anybody guess?
Yeah, they were white, obviously, of course.
Right, they were fucking white. And whenever I present my ID, she asked for my ID. The Republican girl, she asked for my ID, and I show my ID and I vote. Whenever my neighbors came in, they didn't ask for the Republican guys. They didn't ask for their ID, and they tell me, Rafi, what the fuck? You shouldn't show your ID. And I was
that guy, renting a car, hotels, liquor, and flying are not constitutional. They're not, rights that are granted in the Constitution. And, sorry. And by the way, the 24th Amendment to the United States Constitution prohibits Congress and the states from conditioning the right to vote in federal elections on payment of a poll tax or other types of tax. So whoever was in here saying that it's not in the Constitution, you're incorrect. Sorry, keep going, Luis.
Right. So that situation happened. You know what? I'm waiting
Yeah,
for the
right.
voting date because I'm gonna go there and vote. Whoever fucking asks me for my ID, I'm gonna tell them, you know what? I'm not gonna show you my fucking ID. Why didn't you ask the white guy behind me, and then I will show you my ass? Really, it is offensive. It is
It is
offensive.
offensive.
It's my name is in there. Is because I'm allowed to fucking vote, and I had enough. I had enough with this shit. You know, we contribute to this country, and we pay fucking taxes. I pay fucking taxes back in Puerto Rico, right? As a Puerto Rican, we pay a lot of fucking taxes, and no, I'm not gonna show my fucking ID. It's gonna be trouble in my electoral
Good night,
college, and
JJJ.
I'm ready to it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it.
Thanks for hopping on.
And guys, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk here in this.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you for
I gotta
sharing.
go now. Anyway, I mean, I'm not a Democrat. I almost said Democrat, but you know what? I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Republican because I'm a conservative guy. But I don't drink the Kool-Aid from fucking stupid Trump. He's an ignorant and
I appreciate that.
whatever. I mean, I can't even talk more about that guy because he's just crap. He doesn't do anything good for our party, and it will
Is
never
it really,
do.
Eddie?
So I'll see you guys in another conversation whenever we have like a normal fucking candidate, and that's it. Thank you very much. Bless you guys. Even though if
Appreciate
I see
you,
you guys
Luis.
with the punch tire in the road, and you're Republican or Democrat, I'm gonna stop anyway. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
that's what we are America. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Indeed. And also, your
Thank you.
English is great. Way
Yeah.
better than my Spanish.
Yeah.
God bless you guys. I love you guys. You know, and
Thanks for coming up, dude.
let's get this fucking term out. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Please. Please. Ugh. Let's see. Rompy, you just joined. What do you want to talk about?
I would just like to ask what your opinions on voter ID being unconstitutional. Do you also think that FOID cards, for example, in Illinois,
That
are
what?
FOID cards? You have to purchase a FOID card and to.
I don't know what that is.
It's to possess a firearm or to purchase one. You are required to own a FOID card. Do you think that's also unconstitutional?
No, because in the Constitution it doesn't say that you're not allowed to that no one is allowed to be taxed or required to pay a fee in order to access, an arm or anything like that. The Constitution specifically says that conditioning the right to vote in federal elections on payment of a poll tax or other types of tax, that's illegal. But the Second Amendment doesn't say anything about not being allowed to tax or, charge or condition access to a pew pew on a tax or fee. Otherwise it would be illegal. Otherwise it would be illegal to charge someone to buy a pew pew. You know what I mean?
Sort of. The second question is what states don't have or provide free voter ID? Do you know?
What states don't provide free voter ID? You mean free IDs? No
Voter
states
ID.
provide.
I live in Illinois. I simply go on a website. I type in my phone number, my address, and put in my social security number, and they send me for free a voter ID that I can use to vote.
Right, but that's well, you have a voter card, right?
It's a voter ID. That's what it's called. You sign up for a voter.
Okay, sure, that's what they call it. Sure, fine. But voter ID laws are requiring like an actual like ID card or whatever.
Well, I mean,
I have a voter card. I have a voter card that I'm sent in New York, But it's not an ID. And if I don't show up with it, I can still vote. They just have to match my signature and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if they only require your voter ID to vote, would that be acceptable? Not an actual picture identification form, an actual.
I mean, I think only if it's possible to get like day of if you lose yours and stuff. You know what I mean?
You can register day of, from my understanding, at a poll.
I think that depends on the state. But you understand, you know what I'm saying though? Like if I were to lose it because you know maybe my wallet got stolen or something the day before the thing, I would still. It's my constitutional right to vote, so I would want there to be some way for me to legally show up without that in my hand and still be able to exercise my constitutional right. You know, or my right, I should say, to vote, whether or not I have that ID on me. Also, by the way, like I have ADHD, I lose shit all the time. So.
Well, I mean, people losing or misplacing their ID is not really a. I don't really see that as a good enough excuse. But
Why? Good enough excuse? I mean, fine, sure, but my right to vote shouldn't depend on whether or not I like got robbed that morning or lost or can't find my ID that morning. I should be able to exercise my right to vote regardless, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. You should still have the right to vote. The problem would be is that how do I know you are who you are? You come up and say you are who you are.
Well, I do a signature. I have to sign and they have to match my signature to it.
In New York?
Yeah.
No.
Everywhere.
No, not in Illinois.
Oh, they don't sign your signature? They don't match your signature?
Nope, they don't even look at it. I walk in there, and the last 2 times that I voted, all I do is tell them my name. I do sign a paper. They don't even look at it. They put it on top of the pile, and they give me a ballot. That's it. I can literally.
Well, so maybe you should vote in your own state if that's an issue for you. Oh, so Ella from Illinois says that. I'm going to look that up also because I don't know that you're telling the truth.
Yes, you do. So what I experienced isn't true because I walk up there, say my name, and I get handed a ballot. There's no verification of my signature before I get the ballot.
Let's see. But Ella's saying Ella had to sign, had her signature matched.
I mean, counties are different. People run things differently.
Okay, so it's not just Illinois. It's your county specifically.
It's going to be on different polls. I mean, you go to any place that people are going to handle and manage the polls differently.
So Jay says it gets checked later. Possibly they catch fraud. That's how 2 Republicans voting twice got caught.
Yeah, that's my point, right? So I still get to vote, and even if they want to check it later or whatever, right? What I just said is that they didn't when I did it, right? So then there's someone
Right, but they still verify. They still check it to ensure. So there's still some sort of verification. So I can't like basically rock up to Illinois and like just say a random name of a random Illinois resident and vote and then not get caught.
Well, depends on if you have access to signatures. You know, that's where the photo identification comes in, right? Your face matches the face in their records, right? And the other question would be is what people in this country don't have some kind of identification?
Homeless people don't have identification, nor can they get an identification because they don't have a home address and a power bill and a cable bill and a phone bill and so on and so forth. Have you thought about those? Those are Americans too, yeah?
State IDs,
just saying.
State IDs are free, so
they're really not free. Actually, they're not free because I don't have a license.
And you can't get one without a residence and proof of address. So
Yeah,
homeless people can't get them.
Yeah.
Are you saying that homeless people aren't Americans also? They shouldn't have a right to vote? Have you thought about some of these things? Sorry, I was holding it back for a while, and this always annoys me because nobody never thinks of the
Yeah,
poor
you're
people.
right. You're right. I always fucking forget about it. Thank you, God. You're right. Yes, you need an address, a permanent address, and you need proof of address in order to get an ID, even a state ID. And I know because I don't have a license. I have a state ID, and now I have a permit, but I've had a state ID or a permit at any point in here because I've never gotten a license, and I've always had to provide proof of residence and an address. So yeah, unhoused people without homes, without home addresses, what are they supposed to fucking do? They're not allowed to vote, in your opinion?
And it's even worse because, as you know, Brenna, I live off grid, so I don't pay a power bill
Oh, yeah.
or a phone bill or none of that. And I have a home address, but it was still near impossible to get my driver's license updated and stuff.
There you go. Yeah.
It's a
There
lot
you
of
go.
trouble. And I'm born and raised right here.
I mean, also the irony of like these small government supposed folks being all about tracking every fucking citizen and forcing them to get IDs that are registered to a specific fucking address. You know what I mean? Like, and I'll say something like if IDs are like accessible to every fucking citizen, like easily, and if I lose it, if I can like walk in and get like a replacement in a day and like walk out with it and stuff, and it's not gonna cost me a ton of money, and I don't need to like make an appointment 3 fucking months in advance. Like at that point, I am more amenable to some sort of voter ID law. But I also think that if there are voter ID laws, there should be basically ways for like backups, right? That if you can't find your ID that morning, you can show up with something else that will demonstrate enough, or like have you basically double checked against whatever data, whatever. But that's a whole lot more complicated than like systems with like matching signatures that are then like double checked after the fact and all that shit.
I kind of don't really fall for the poverty equals not being able to vote thing.
But it's true, Rompy. But Rompy, if you don't have
It's
a
a fact.
house, it's a fact that you can't get a fucking ID in this country if you don't have an address to use. And
You
if you
don't
don't
need an address.
You also can't
You
get
do.
on
You
welfare.
can get a birth certificate.
Not everyone can
Have
get
a birth certificate. I have a birth certificate. I have a social
Okay,
security card and other cards.
Also,
They
by
don't
the way,
count
Clara,
here in the state of
by the way,
Texas.
Clara, my birth certificate, I wasn't born in the United States, but I'm an American citizen. So my birth certificate would do fuck all for me. And also, by the way,
I was
homeless
born
people,
here.
I don't know, Clara, homeless people, you're expecting them to be able to carry around an original piece of paper that is like, a birth certificate. You want the official fucking thing. You want them to be able to hold on to and preserve a single piece of paper for years at a time, and like hold on to that and secure that. A homeless person, and what if they lose that, or if it's stolen, or if they like sleep outside and it fucking rains on it and it's
First of all,
destroyed?
you
What
don't know
then?
that you're homeless
What then?
right now. Okay.
What's that?
Just because we're
I'm
not
not-
right now,
I'm
that
not
means we don't
homeless.
have to stand up for them. I mean, they're
Yeah.
Americans
What? So
too,
because
and
I'm
I
not
will
homeless,
stand up for them.
I don't have to give a shit about them, Clara.
If their
That fucking
priority
explains a
was to
lot.
vote- If their priority was to vote at any point, wouldn't they protect their birth certificate at that point? But it's not their priority to vote. Because they
Robbie,
don't-
okay, I have a neighbor who was recently like put out on the street. She was recently evicted. She's been homeless since. She was carrying around fucking $350, which the building put together for her. It was stolen from her. That's all she had in the entire fucking world. It was stolen from her. You really don't think it's possible for a birth certificate to be misplaced, stolen, lost, destroyed for a homeless person? Like, that happens to people with houses, mind you. With houses, they lose their birth certificate all the fucking time. You're expecting a person who is struggling with putting a fucking roof over their heads to be like that much more able
No,
to
you know
keep
what
track
I
of a single
expect?
fucking
I
piece of paper?
expect-
Come
I
on.
expect people to have respect and wanting to have a fair election. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
Great. So are we.
I find this topic. Thanks for bringing me up. I find this topic so like their argument so ironic with Republicans who constantly talk about trying to be against any kind of regulations when it comes to firearms because of the Constitution, and here they are trying to argue for all this regulation for another
By the way, I'm an
constitutional
independent.
for a
I'm not a
constitutional
Republican.
right to vote. I live in Pennsylvania, which we have been a Republican state during my time of voting and a Democrat-run state. And I have never shown my ID to vote. I walk in there and I say my name, and they have a notebook because that's where I'm registered to vote at. And my name is there. They point to my name. I sign my name. I go. I vote. I leave. And this will be the 6th election that I voted in. I have never shown any kind of photo ID to do this. And if they would ask me this November, I would probably be like, no. Like I've never shown ID. Why do I have to show ID? I know who I am. I vote here every time. Like Let's be honest. You just want to try to you want to try to stop as many people from voting as possible because you know the majority of people vote Democrat.
I'm an
And
independent.
and also it doesn't matter, Clara. Independents can have stupid ideas too. But like here's the thing. But guys, again,
you're all stupid.
Cool.
You're a
Thanks.
bunch of
Thanks so much, Clara.
Okay,
Thank you
Clara,
so much.
Thanks for proving.
Thank you for proving us correct. It was God. By the way, having a stupid idea is not the same as being stupid, but I get you don't understand the fucking difference between those things. But cool. Yeah, the fact is that voter fraud is incredibly fucking rare. And there is no evidence of non-citizens like voting. That's not a problem that this country is experiencing. So people keep like acting as though these voter ID laws, which are going to make it more difficult for people who are unhoused or even Native Americans, because addresses on reservations and on native land are often so much fucking harder to use to register to vote in the first place, let alone get like IDs and whatnot. It's just going to disenfranchise a bunch of people, and the people who are voting for these laws are pretending like they're going to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Like, you can't actually prove that problem exists because it fucking doesn't.
My state was one of the states that Trump tried to say that there was voter fraud in Pennsylvania, and by the way, they're probably going to say it again this year because
they're definitely going to say
and Pennsylvania is a huge state, and our elections go till 8:00, and we have huge counties, and it's probably not, our vote total is probably not going to be done until the next day. So once again, a bunch of numbers are going to come in from a bunch of counties, and they're going to say, look, they cheated. They did an audit. We have a Republican legislator. Our House is Republican controlled. They try to do all these trials and stuff in an audit, and when they found like 500 illegal votes, and the majority of them were for Donald Trump, including multiple deceased people, which was so ironic. And there's no conspiracy because it was the Republicans doing all this in our state. It's just so funny. Like, I don't know, man. If everything is a conspiracy, and like, how do you live like that? How do you just live with everything being a conspiracy? It has to be exhausting.
It's easy when they become true, like vaccines.
It's not true. I just told you it's not true.
Oh, wait, like what?
You mentioned conspiracies, right? So vaccine passports and IDs was a conspiracy, right? Then they came out as a...
In what sense? Like, in what sense, Rafi? How are they a conspiracy?
So wait. I just want to get this straight. You guys are denying that vaccine passports and vaccine IDs were...
What do you mean? What do you mean a conspiracy?
So
what do you mean a conspiracy?
Before it came out, they stated that they were going to do this, and everyone said it's a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory. Then it happened, right? So
what? I don't fucking remember that at all. I don't remember people saying that was like a conspiracy theory or not.
What? That's the thing, right? You lefties don't do that. I heard it before it came out. Then it came out as a thing. We all said it. We were told conspiracy theorists, and then it happened.
Yeah, bro.
Oh my God. Okay. I mean, here's the thing, Rompy. You know, Rompy.
That's exactly my point. You guys don't know anything.
Rompy, you understand that like all vaccines are tracked, right? Like, so in order to attend many, if not most, or all public schools in America, you have a vaccine booklet that like. I mean, I don't know if it's a physical booklet here anymore, but it used to be. When I was a kid, there was a literal vaccine booklet. When I grew up, it was a book. It was a literal booklet with vaccine records that got filled in, by hand and whatnot, and that had to be provided to like a school, for example, that required vaccine. So anyone who said that like vaccine passports or like vaccine documentation was a conspiracy theory, like, are just people who don't understand how fucking vaccine documentation works, because that's been a thing since fucking forever, dude.
You get fries, right? That was a thing for you to take your booklet from school to a Burger King to eat fries, right? Oh, it wasn't? Oh, that's what I thought.
Well, I mean, but whoever fucking claimed that wasn't going to be a thing. What are you fucking talking about, dude?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what how does that disprove my fucking point? Tracking vaccines has always been a thing. Being able to show your vaccine history has always been a thing.
You share a lot of memes on Facebook. Are you a Facebook memer?
No, I don't go on Facebook. No, Twitter.
You're fucking right. Yeah.
It's called. Yo, fucking right. Oh, look at me. I'm entitled. Good job. Why don't you stammer harder at me?
Robbie, are you? So you think the election was stolen?
They're so triggered.
No, I think that the media
Melting
swayed
away.
the populace because the populace is uneducated and stupid. That's
So people that don't vote for Trump are stupid.
No, people that don't see reality, right? People that think that men can give birth. People that don't understand absolute truth.
Oh, you're
People that don't
you're transphobic.
Reality. Oh my God, reality.
You're so triggered.
You
Why
mean
are you
like
so
people that
fucking
believe
triggered?
that the dogs are being eaten in Ohio?
I react to how you react. That's how
You mean like people that believe that dogs are being eaten in Ohio?
That's kind of how that works.
You're mad that we're like cool with fucking that, we just proved that vaccine records have been a thing since the beginning. So now you're just throwing out as much fucking hate as you
Name a
can.
single instance at any restaurant where you had to bring your vaccine booklet. Please name one before COVID.
Why doesn't
Name
well
one.
no but Rompy.
Exactly. Congratulations.
But Rompy, okay, so now you're changing the goalpost. Now you're saying that the problem was that you would have to use the vaccine booklet for a fucking restaurant. By the way, I haven't, but Rompy, private companies have always been allowed to demand your vaccine records, mind you. They have always been able to do that.
At what point before this one? At what point? Name
Well,
one.
name one pandemic before this one in modern times. Name one.
Spanish influenza.
Yeah, modern times. When the fuck was the Spanish flu?
Spanish influenza is still modern times, considering the state and the existence of the country.
I
right?
don't think you understand what the word modern means.
Yeah, bro. Jesus Christ.
Sorry. In the past, 10 years you want to go with? 20 years you want to go with?
50, 70. How about
this fucking century?
Yeah.
So century would be 10 years, right? That's why I said 10 years, and you said
no. Century is 100 years, my guy.
100 years. I mean, like literally. Fucking Spanish influenza was fucking 100 years ago. 100 years before 2019.
Ebola.
Those weren't pandemics. Those weren't pandemics.
From Ebola. And by the way,
those were not pandemics.
The right wing tried to say that
doesn't-
Obama was letting it happen on purpose, and then Trump let 1 million people die from COVID.
And then this one's on purpose to sway elections. Oh, interesting. It's manufactured in a facility in China. Oh, wait. It's
Buddy, you should be upset that your
either.
party is running a 78-year-old man waking up at 7 in the morning tweeting out, "I hate
I'm
Twyla
about as angry as that as you were about Biden. Oh, he's not cognitively gone.
I'm not voting for Biden, my guy.
But you were, weren't you? 3 months ago?
Well,
That's all you guys were saying,
your
right?
dude, your
But there
old
was
dude was
two
a
old
fucking
guys.
hateful bigot.
It was two
dude.
old guys. It was two old
Rompy,
guys.
your guy was a hateful fucking bigot. So yeah, obviously I was gonna vote for the slightly better one. I wasn't happy about it, but I was.
Rompy,
but
I
now,
bet you agree with this. I don't
now we
think-
got rid of ours,
I don't
Rompy.
think
We got rid of
anyone-
ours. So what's your fucking excuse now,
Rompy, I bet
Rompy?
you we agree on this. I don't think anyone over like
he's a
65
white man,
should be
so
in
I'm voting for
Congress.
him. That's all I have to say. That's his qualifications. He's white and he's male, right? Oh, wow. There's qualifications.
I didn't
way
say
to
that,
fucking
bro.
say the quiet part out loud. Why you're voting for Trump because he's white and he's male?
That's called mocking.
Rompy, here, listen, I'll be civil with you. I bet you we agree on this topic. I bet you we agree. I don't think anybody over like 65 should even be allowed to be in Congress.
Oh God.
I would definitely agree that we should make laws that no one over 65, 70 should not be in Congress. I also agree.
I told you we agree.
I would also agree with
Great.
term
So why are
limits
you
for
voting
these
for one of them?
Why? Because the other option is hilarious. I don't like puppets that have no support in primaries that have to drop out because no one likes them.
Oh
But
yeah,
then
yeah.
when
I'm
they're-
sure you give a fuck about democracy. Yeah, I'm fucking right, dude.
Do you
I'm
support unions
sure.
and union
I'm
workers?
sure this is
No,
all
no, I
about
don't- I don't
democracy to
support
you.
unions. I don't
You don't support
Fucking
union
irony.
workers?
I don't support unions, no.
Oh, okay. Well, I got
Okay,
figures.
you don't. So you don't like
right to work
American, the
states.
American working class. We get it. We understand.
I'm a union worker,
everyone has the right to
Robbie.
work.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm a union worker. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like the right for everyone to work, right? The equality of everyone's right to work, not just joining.
Yeah,
some
unions
club in order to afford-
unions made that happen, buddy.
Right to work? You guys are against right to work.
No.
Right? You believe the fucking propaganda,
Oh my-
Rompy?
yeah,
Oh my God!
unions
You believe
gave-
the right to work
No,
title
I said
as a
they-
right?
Don't you guys
know
believe
that
that everyone has the right to work?
Rompy, the right to work law, like the fact that you fall for that fucking propaganda is the dumbest shit ever.
No,
That
I'm
is
just saying.
the law literally just says that you can be fired at any time for
Right.
any fucking reason,
At
and
will.
that people have a right to fire you for anything they want at any
I mean,
point. That's what the
a
right
private
to
company.
work.
That's terrible,
That's what a
Robbie.
right to
They
work
have
means.
IDs, right? So
That's
they have
what
the
a right to
fire you whenever they want.
Rompy, you're a
that's what
bootlicker?
Yeah, dude, Rompy, you
I don't-
saying,
I don't
oh,
lick
you
the
you
boots,
believe
I
in the
wear
right
the
to
boots, dude.
Rompy,
what
stop
do you-
interrupting me. Guys, stop interrupting me, please, both of you guys. Rompy, you said that you believe in a right to work, and I'm fucking explaining that law, it is titled that because people like you will fall for it. And like that law just says that a company is allowed to fire you at any fucking time. for any fucking reason, even if you did nothing wrong, even if, you know, whatever, even if it's just because like someone's like just doesn't like the way you look and you did nothing wrong, or because maybe you caught your boss doing something shady, they can fucking fire you.
I agree with your previous point about private companies having the right to have you have vaccine status, right? So I have the right to agree that private companies have the right to fire you whenever they want.
Right. Oh, yeah,
It's
you
the same
totally
thing,
get. Yeah,
right?
Rumpy, you're welcome to that opinion, but that means that you're against the fucking American workforce. You're against the working class. That's fine, Rumpy. I'm not saying you can't believe that, but don't. But Rumpy, my point was I was pointing out that when you say that you believe in the right to work, what you're actually saying is that you believe in the right to companies firing you whenever the fuck they want. You don't actually believe in the right to work. You don't. So stop misrepresenting your actual fucking beliefs. You're allowed to be on the side of the corporations. You're allowed to, Rumpy. No one gives it, like, you're allowed to feel that way. You're allowed to feel that way, but don't pretend that that's because you believe in the right to work. That's not fucking, that's what I'm saying. Stop misrepresenting yourself and your beliefs. Stop it. Like, we see right through it, dude.
Robbie, you're a business owner?
No.
No? So you're a W-2
Damn.
employee?
I'm a what?
You're a W. Do you have? You're not
Do you have a
self-employed.
job?
You have a job. You work for a company.
No, I'm actually disabled. Would you like to inform me more?
So that's why you don't believe in. So
what
wait, hold on.
earth is happening, bro?
You're disabled,
there are
and
people
you're
that are physically disabled that don't fall into I need free stuff all the time, right? I understand that I have to deal with things and I make it work my own way.
You don't collect disability?
No, I don't qualify. You want to know why I don't qualify? Because the limit is so low. You have to have $2,000 in your bank account. Okay. Oh man, I have $4,500 to manage.
So how did you make that money?
I want you to have disability.
Robbie, how did you make that money? How did you get that money if you don't work and you don't collect disability?
Means that are not exactly what you want to talk about.
Okay, you break the law. Got it. Okay, cool. So you're a criminal. So you're a criminal. Okay.
Criminals get caught.
fucking irony.
Criminals get caught.
Jesus.
There's a big difference.
You're a criminal. You just haven't
It's
gotten
called-
caught.
It's called the
So
party
let me
of
guess,
law and
you-
order, folks. It's called skirting the law.
Oh, you're breaking the law. Got it. Okay, cool. Good to know. And let me guess, you hate immigrants, right? Because they're criminals.
They're taking his job that he doesn't have.
They're taking your job of breaking the law.
Let's be ableist. There's a good one. Are you guys not allowed to be ableist? Isn't that
Buddy,
what
I
it is?
want you to have disability. You
Dude,
vote
yeah,
Democrat.
what are
You'll
you
get
fucking
disability.
talking about?
No,
You'll
I
get
can't.
disability.
No. The only person proposing that there be an increase to that is it's actually a bipartisan bill to raise it to 10K. Right now it's at 2K, and do I feed off?
And you
the
don't
system?
qualify because you break the law. Okay.
I agree with you. The limits are way too low
Hold
for
on.
people.
Am I allowed to eat? Right? Isn't that a thing with poverty? Like poverty.
Yeah,
creates
I want you to be able to eat.
Circumstances.
Which is why we vote Democrat. Which is why we're voting blue, dude. Because we agree with you. Those limits are way too low. But Rompy, the irony is you would in fact collect disability if you weren't breaking the law. That, like you just said so yourself. The only reason you have too much money to qualify to receive disability benefits is because you receive money from the crime you commit. So,
what happens when I go under 2,000 and can't afford to pay my bills, right? So basically,
I guess you'll collect disability at that point, right?
I'll tell you how long it takes, right? The cases take about 6 months to go through. So I have to get under 2K to do 6 months, which I'll run through in a month, right? Then what do I do for the other 5 months?
No, you're right, Rompy. Keep voting for the party that keeps trying to lower and get rid of disability
that's
benefits.
So crazy.
You're right. You're fucking right. Totally.
Robbie, I'm in Pennsylvania. The limits for stuff like food stamps and stuff, especially when you have kids, is so ridiculously low that you're correct. A lot of people don't qualify, and then what happens is there starts to be a form of class warfare where people that are like working poor versus poor start to obviously hate each other. And I'm like, you guys are fighting the wrong battle. It is these these billionaires that are hoarding all the wealth while we're sitting here arguing about, you not being able to eat. I want you to be able to eat, bud. I want you to be able to have a house. Like, you're talking to a leftist, bud. I'm on your side. I think you need to understand that.
I also have a problem with taking handouts, right? That's a big thing. Being a man, taking handouts, it's a problem for me, right? And so the fact that
it's not a handout. It's making sure that other humans
Right, yeah,
get their
Robbie,
basic human rights met.
Robbie,
it's not a handout.
How the fuck are you against handouts while like Oh my God, the hypocrisy is fucking incredible. Yeah, sorry, you take it away. God, go for it.
It's not a handout. It's just other people caring about people enough to make sure that they
So
get their basic needs met and they get to live a better quality life.
nothing
It's
saying
not a handout.
male pride here, not necessarily the system, right? So you guys are men, the men in here can understand. What is it like for you being a man and even receiving handouts? You don't want them.
Why just men, dude? Why are you also being misogynist?
Yeah, that's a human thing, and
you
that's
think women just expect handouts constantly, Rompy?
If
nobody wants them. Is the point?
My body would marry a guy with money. That's what I would do.
Rompy, I am a union. I work.
Why don't you marry a woman with money, or do they not like you? Is that what it is? You can't land a woman with money. That makes sense.
Rompy,
it's not a male priority.
Rompy, I work
It's not the main priority. Okay, but women should marry men with money for their money.
They absolutely do.
But oh my God,
Rompy, I work a blue collar job, right? I work for UPS. I make a pretty good living. The stuff that you're talking about is the stuff that I actually want my tax money going to. Like in other developed countries, they have a very broad social welfare net, but they still have capitalism. Like all these European countries, Japan, China, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, they have capitalism, but they have a social net because it would be more beneficial for our society if people like you were at least properly housed and fed, as opposed to being on the street or committing crimes and stuff like that.
I'm fucking exhausted by the mental.
Yeah, it's better for us to have you taken care of.
Yeah,
I'll try and explain it so you understand that I'm not like completely breaking, like I'm not stealing, right? I'm not doing anything to defraud anybody else that's a human being, right? I'm simply selling something on a website to that isn't technically. Let's say if Universal got a hold of me, I'd be in trouble. You get what I'm getting at here? Like a big producer of things that I sell a product. So I'm technically a business owner, but I'm not exactly selling things.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. Do your thing. Do your thing. I don't care.
I mean, wait. So you're selling, I assume, plants, right?
I'll just say the emulation. I don't know if you know what
copyrighted material.
Wait, what?
Material that has copyrights on it. You know.
Yes.
A pirate without a patch on his eye.
You place emulation things on devices and you sell them. Not technically legal, but it is for me to not get.
Wait, so is it copyright?
Yeah.
Hey, Rompy, let me ask you a question.
Digital pirate. Yeah, I don't respect that.
Do you?
As someone whose work product ends up getting pirated, I don't respect you stealing other people's work product. Why not create the work product yourself?
Because I'm not a multi-billion-dollar corporation who can design these things.
Wait, so Rompy, but if you're capable of working as a programmer, why don't you work as a fucking programmer? Like, so you're incapable of getting a job doing something comparable to what you do now?
It's not really programming. Very simple.
Okay, fine, but you clearly can work and do stuff with devices, right? You're able to do digital work.
It doesn't. Let me rephrase it this way: it doesn't take a whole lot of brain power to do what I'm doing. I'm not a degree.
Okay, so you're a low-skilled worker. You're a low-skilled non-worker, is what you're saying. But like Rompy, it sounds like you're capable of doing certain things digitally, right? At the very least. So why not get a fucking job doing those things?
An 8-year-old can do this. That's how easy it is for anyone to do. An 8-year-old child.
Okay.
Are you, Rompy? You mentioned handouts. Wouldn't you agree that in this country, America, that it's actually the wealthy and the corporations that get the majority of handouts, not people like yourself? Because I pay taxes, I have a job, and I can assure you that if you looked at anyone's paycheck, you'll actually notice in America we actually pay more tax money to corporate welfare than we do to social welfare.
I think that I shouldn't say we, right? Because I'm dodging this, but normal people that work are paying taxes to get zero benefits for themselves besides roads, police, fire department, basic things, right? I do think
those sound like some benefits, quite a lot of benefits, right?
Okay, so or I'll rephrase it. How many times have I called the police in my life? 0. How many times the firefighter showed up at my house?
Oh, okay,
0.
so the police only do things if you call them. So do you think police? So you agree that we should abolish the police, right? You want to defund the police? Yeah.
No,
Great.
I understand the existence of the police officers. I just haven't had to use them. That was my point.
Okay, so you agree we should defund them though, because if they're unless you're calling them directly, then they don't do anything to help.
Again, I was trying.
They're not worth having around.
To get to my point. So I understand the need and the idea.
Right, but Rampant, you understand that like prosecuting crimes that don't happen to you still benefit you, right? Right. I mean, I know you don't because you're a criminal, but like, if someone goes and unalives someone else, it is in your best interest for that unaliver to be jailed because you could be the next person that he unalives, right? You understand that?
Obviously, I said I understand. You have to.
Okay, so the worth of your taxes going towards police, for example, just because you have never called the police doesn't mean that you don't benefit from the police being around you, correct?
Obviously, that wasn't the point I was trying to get at, right?
Well, it sounded like that's what the point
when you
was.
pay into the system and you have all these things, and what benefits do you actually experience in your life?
Well, you benefit from the police.
I agree, Rompy. Medicare for all, buddy. I preach to the choir,
That's
bud.
what I'm trying to get to, but she keeps going at me. So, anyways, Medicare for all is an understandable concept. Here's the problem I have with it. It's not the idea. I like the idea. The problem is the inaction of said idea. So, what happens in a government when it comes to providing for what they consider a deficit? There has to be a law if they're going to pass this to make quality assurance the number one thing in the law. Because what's going to happen is if they pass it, you will not have quality assurance. You will get quantity. That's what will happen. They will try and cover everybody with
According to who? Just you? Just there's going to be no quality assurance because you say so?
According to any model in any country that's going on right now.
Actually, no, Rompy. Actually,
UK,
there are plenty of
Canada.
Rompy. I grew up in a country with universal healthcare, and it was actually better quality than the healthcare here. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Which country?
Spain.
Okay, well, Spain.
One of the fucking leading cardiology
on a
things.
different level than Canada or the UK, right?
It's a different level in what?
As in better, right? As it's probably on a different level of people,
Yes.
right?
Okay, so then
what's the majority population of Spain are who? Spanish people, right? Majority of the population, right? So you're talking about homogenous.
You're making a racist argument. You're making a racist argument that the system works in Spain because of racial homogeneous.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there because I didn't say race, right? So it's cultural homogeneity.
Okay.
So when you have a culture like in New Zealand and the Nordic models that everyone likes to cite, they have one culture. All of the people, regardless of race.
Yeah, you're this
they
fucking
have one culture.
Jesus Christ. The fucking irony, dude. You're a criminal, and like coming in here making arguments.
Who doesn't pay taxes?
Who doesn't pay taxes? And you're
it's
here
embarrassing,
saying,
and it's embarrassing for somebody who's in need of help to accept that help, but it's not embarrassing for a rich guy to accept lots and lots of money.
And we're sitting here showing
That's a good
you
thing,
empathy,
somehow.
saying that we want you to be taken care of, and you're like, well, I don't want anyone else to be taken care of.
yeah, and you're complaining about the systems. Firstly, Rumpy, you're making bullshit arguments because it's not true that like just because you decided that universal healthcare in the United States, you decide it would not work because it would be bad quality, and like I'm questioning that, and you're saying like, well, look at other countries, and in fact, like that's not true. That doesn't track. Just because it universal healthcare, that doesn't inherently mean that it would be bad. But you're saying that in the United States would not be good enough to do universal healthcare. It would be low quality because of American culture. Because American culture is not homogenous. That's your fucking argument. American culture is not homogenous enough for it to be able to do universal health care properly. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're not homogenous society. We are.
So, and therefore, the U.S. is bad at things like universal health care.
They're bad at money management, right? Can we agree that the United States government is bad at money management?
Because of its culture not being homogenous?
Again, so can we? I asked the question.
Because of its culture not being homogenous?
So again, I asked the
Because
question.
of it, no. I'm clarifying because you clarified it's because firstly it's bad at managing its money in certain ways, absolutely. But I don't think. But what does that have to do with it being homogenous? You're the one who's claiming that the United States would be bad at running universal health care because its culture is not homogenous. Correct or false? That's your claim. True or false?
Not in the same sense. I'm saying that Spain's is better because of homogenous culture, right?
But it would be, and it's better because as compared to the U.S. because the U.S. does not have a homogenous culture. That's your claim. That Spain's is better because the culture is homogenous than the U.S. would be because
they have more
the
sense
U.S.
of community. Yes, I think they care more.
Oh
about
God,
their fellow citizens.
they
That's
do
correct.
because of the socialist policies. You're right because of socialist. Yeah, they do care about more about their community.
Homogeneity of
No, because no, that's not what it is at all. It's because of their fucking socialist and socialized ideals. That's why they care more about their fucking community, not because they're a homogenous fucking culture.
I think culture creates unity, right? And having one culture.
Okay, but that's and once again does not fucking prove.
I think
shit.
quality of. I think having a higher quality of life creates unity.
Yeah.
Helping each other out. That's how you have a good
Robbie,
community.
don't
you help each
you
other
think
out.
that we would have more unity as Americans if maybe the wealth inequality wasn't as bad and there was less people in poverty? Don't you think more Americans would have a more American pride if there wasn't so many people living paycheck to paycheck and not being able to afford health care?
Oh, we lost them.
You didn't lose me. I'm just trying to analyze the entirety of what you're saying. I think that the concepts of the rich are the evil entity. Yes, there are plenty of mega rich people that are evil, right? But what about the rich guy that's got $400,000 he makes a year and he has his own?
That's not rich. We're talking about wealthy. We're talking about people that have.
We're talking about like corporate.
We're talking about people that have billions of dollars.
Also, like, it's so kind of you to worry about the guy making $400,000 a year while you make nothing on paper and break the law in order to be able to fucking eat. So kind of you to worry about the little guy out there making close to $500,000 a year.
That's how income tax came to be, right? So income tax was originally created to only be affecting the rich people, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was like the most prosperous time during America, by the way.
Yeah, which is, by the way, which is what Democrats are trying to do, Rompy. Which is what but Republicans keep cutting taxes for the wealthiest people. So yeah, exactly. Once again, you are proving our point. Why Democrats pushing to tax the wealthy and tax the rich is better for everyone.
We were building mass infrastructure. People we had a large union percentage of workers. And by the way, that's crazy. You're sitting here disparaging union workers, and my man,
I'm not disparaging union workers. I just don't.
You don't make tax.
I didn't say anything bad about union workers. I don't like unions. Doesn't mean I have anything against.
What do you? But listen, I'm not trying to be a dick. But what do you know about unions? Like, what do you know about unions? Be honest. I'm not trying to be a dick, but like, I'm a shop steward, my guy. Like, what do you actually personally, not from what you've read, what do you know about unions, and what do you know about the history of unionization in this country?
I understand the essence of unions when it comes to worker safety. I understand the essence of unions when it comes to paying your dues to have affordable health care through them. I understand.
I don't even pay. I don't even have a copay, my guy. I go there. I go to the doctors and show my union card. That shit's all paid through by the Teamsters.
Yeah, I understand.
Also, Romby, I just want to also point out the irony that you are against unions because you believe in the right to work, aka you believe in the right for companies to fire you for any reason at any point, but you package it as the right to work, but you don't even work. You don't even exercise like that right, I guess.
Okay, so I can have opinions about being a thing, right? That's not a qualification to denounce my opinion.
You can have opinions.
Well, it's just you can have opinions, but we're just trying to like clarify. There's just a lot of fucking hypocrisy stacking up here. You know what I mean?
Rompy, I want to let you know that. So, like, when even if you're not in a union, if you're a W-2 worker, right? You work for a business, right? You're not a boss. You're not a corporation. You're a worker, which is the majority of Americans. Even if you're not in a union, you still, even if you don't believe it, benefit when unions do things. For example, I work for UPS. So when we go on strike for better pay, when we get a new agreement for better pay and better benefits, our non-union competitors have to compete with those things. We also are making sure the National Labor Board is being protected. We make sure that we're we're the ones that are more politically involved, and that still benefits non-union workers because we want non-union workers to be protected as well.
I mean, I agree they gain the same benefits. I mean, that's obvious.
I like to think of union as a nice big community. Everybody helping each other out.
That's why I call everybody brother. It doesn't matter if you're, whatever it is. We're your brothers, my union brothers. And we, like one thing that was a typical thing in America up until Ronald Reagan and Nixon started to gut unions is we used to have things like profit sharing where, you wouldn't have the CEO giving themselves a $10-20 million bonus. That stuff used to be shared with all the workers now, or all the workers. I think up until 1978, the gap between like the average worker and a CEO was only about, I don't know, 150% difference, and now it's like 3,000 or 30,000 to 1. Like it has gotten out of control. And I'm as someone that is on the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to finances, I'm trying to figure out why you're supporting policies that directly hurt someone like yourself and someone like me, and mostly benefit people that have more money than you and I will ever see in our entire lives.
Also, by the way, unions are partially responsible for the fact that you have disability benefits now. I was just looking that up just to make sure. Yeah, you don't have them, I guess, because you're breaking the law. But, the disability benefits that you would like so much, that you would like the, minimums increased on for you to, or maximums rather, increased on for you to be more eligible to receive, you can thank unions for those.
What's up, everybody?
Hi.
Hello, new person.
What's up, World's Stage? Is that your name? I can't see the full name.
World's strongest Mayo.
No. Okay, I'm gonna call you World.
I appreciate that because people call me Mayo, and so I'm actually a former mayor. And when I left office, I took the R off, so it was never really meant to be Mayo. I just didn't feel like changing my name at the time, and it just kind of stuck.
Mayor of what?
There's a city in Maryland.
Oh, cool.
So I just wanted to. I heard you guys talking about unions, and was it Rompy? You were the one arguing against them, correct?
I don't argue against unions. I simply was stating the right for people to work by not joining unions, right? And
well, that kills unions.
You were earlier, yeah.
That's very anti-union.
I haven't disparaged unions at any point, so yeah.
You did earlier. Okay.
So I said unions
right to work
are
is
crap and you shouldn't
anti-union.
have them? Is that what I said? Because that's not what I said. Right?
Right to work is anti-union. It absolutely is. It weakens unions to the point. So I just wanted to see if you knew the history of unions. What do you know about Rockefeller, Standard Oil, and Carnegie Steel in the early 1900s? Like, do you know the history of those companies?
Yeah, I'll just pull up my random brain file of all history.
No. So I don't expect you to know all history, and that was a genuine. Hey, do me a favor, Rompy. That was a genuine question. So I was literally asking you if you knew anything about it. You're clearly like very defensive about this. That was just a genuine question because I wasn't going to go into all the detail if you understood it. But what a lot of people don't know, they should learn the history of it. And there's a really good series called the Men Who Built America. From the History Channel. You can watch it. I think everyone should watch that and the spin-offs from it. But it talks about Carnegie Steel and Standard Oil, and it goes into what happened in the early 1900s before there were unions. When they tried to strike because they were working 7 days a week, like 12 to 16 hours a day. Rockefeller actually hired the Pinkertons, and I'm sure you've probably seen those in some westerns and such. But at the time, the Pinkertons was actually larger than the entire U.S. military, meaning they were the most physically powerful organization in the country at the time. To come and shoot anyone that left
Careful with the language.
Pew work premises. Yeah, I don't live a whole lot, so every now and then you gotta remind me. But yeah, so they did that, and and these were monopolies. This was before the monopolies were busted up. So there was literally no one pushing for the common person outside of some government officials that eventually it led to the formation of unions and those kind of laws. Unions are the reasons we have weekends. It's the reasons we don't work 16 hours a day. It's part of the reason children don't work in factories anymore. If you go to our history pre-union, the world is an absolutely awful place for everyone that wasn't at that time the absolute filthy rich or the clergy. So, I mean, you just got to look at the history. The history is the most important piece of this, because all we do now is we compare companies that aren't unionized to companies that are. And that's not a fair comparison, because what Mad Chad was saying is absolutely correct. Unions, they prop up the workplace. And, the other thing is, back then, it's even worse now because of globalization. Globalization is not a good or bad thing. It's just a fact of life. And what people don't think about in a globalized economy is how much of an advantage the wealthy and business owner, and look, I'm a business owner. 100% of my income now comes from businesses I own. And I can take advantage of this, but we use contractors all over the world. And there's several reasons for that, but most companies can. The elite, the 1%, they're all doing it unless they already have so much money they're not really active in the economy. Most people cannot. Most people cannot leverage that. So there has to be something here, and it has to be through the government or government-like entities. It has to be legislated. It has to be done through protections like that. It can't just be our economy doing it, because we will lose all of our jobs, almost all of our jobs, to places like the Philippines and Asia and so forth. So there has to be unions are an absolute must. Or union-like entities. Then you have FOPs. You have all kinds of things like unions that aren't true unions. But go learn the history of that. Go learn the history.
Safety, fair pay. All the things you're talking about. I understand. Like, I agree with the core concepts. Right. I do agree with core concepts. I just have one real question before I'm going to get off here. Is, do you guys agree that the left's hatred of the rich is basically the same thing as the right's hatred of the government?
The left doesn't hate the rich.
Oh. I don't hate
the left wants the rich to fucking pay their fucking fair, taxes and stuff, their fair amount.
I think that there is a legit concern of a massive wealth inequality, and I think if you just read some, and I'm not saying that you're dumb or anything. I'm saying if you go, watch some history documentaries and stuff, you will see that in other, in the past, wealth inequality is always one of the biggest reasons why countries start to fail, and there's uptick in violence.
And I also want to just say, Rumpy, when you say the right's hate of the government, I mean, I'd love to see where that actual hate comes in, because all I see is them extending the government's ability to exert control over individuals. And you know what I mean? Like, their actions don't say hate of the government. Their actions say hate of poor people. You know what I mean? What they hate is the government representing poor people. And yeah, I hate that their fucking policies, like, specifically and almost exclusively benefit the wealthy. That is a fucking problem. But for that to say that they hate the government, they don't fucking hate the government. They hate the government when it represents everyone equally. That's what they fucking hate.
So I'm not trying to conflate.
Exactly. Brenna, can I say something? Can I?
Yeah. You've said
so.
a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm new. Thank you for bringing me up. But I just want to reinforce the fact that the left leaning does not hate the rich. Okay, and I will say that because as an African American, like HBCUs, like because of white rich, you brought up Rockefeller, his wife, and a lot of other abolitionists. Like, the reason HBCUs existed and they had funding and they had teachers was because of rich people, rich white people that helped that And then also like a lot of African Americans did not have like the education or the benefits because they weren't allowed to get education. And so there were Jewish people that were able to teach at those universities, and they were able to, benefit us. So we don't hate rich people. We just understand the simple fact of like, there's some rich people that just really want to use their riches for bad or not good. And so, or to not pay their fair share, while we can understand that the lower 1 to 50% of people are paying a larger percentage of their taxes and stuff to the government, but these rich people aren't. So we don't hate the rich. We like rich people. We understand that there's plenty of left-leaning people that are rich or wealthy or whatever you want to call it, but there's just a thing called integrity, and we want people to practice integrity. And I don't think there's
I've
anything
only
else.
find integrity in business, my friend.
And to piggyback on that,
Integrity in business is the Arizona tea CEO that says, "Hey, I could charge more for my teas, but I make a good living off it. So yeah, I've been charging $1 since like the 1990s, and I'm still charging $1 for my Arizona teas. But I have a really good living, and I don't have to I don't have to get richer just because other people are getting richer and other CEOs and corporations are getting richer. So while I'm paying $1 for my Arizona iced teas, the same price I was paying in 1995, like he understands that, and he has admitted that. While we do have more multi-million-dollar CEOs than we've ever had in the history, and it keeps growing and growing and growing and growing, but it doesn't have to actually be that way. We've had multiple CEOs. We had Kroger. I'm an Ohio resident. We had Kroger's CEO testify before the Federal Trade Commission that, oh yeah, we were pricing certain things above what inflation would warrant us to charge for those things. And then also, they're investigating, and there have been charges filed by the United States federal government against the major meat corporations like Tyson and Smithfield and stuff, because pork, chicken, and beef, they were charging people way more than inflation calls for these items, because they realized, hey, we can just do it. And they use some some company that has some type of algorithm to charge us more. And they just did it because they said, hey, the people are willing to pay for it, so let's just keep doing it. And so we've seen where these companies, these corporations are charging us more for less, or let's say equal, but it doesn't quantify to the fact that like we're not going to benefit from it. It's not equal. They are charging us more for less, or they're charging us more and they don't need to. And so, yeah, that's not right. I don't think that's right as Americans. Do you?
Well said. Rompy, I also, that was one thing that was very well said. And then to piggyback off that, there's a big, also, not being the word police, but there's a big difference between rich and wealthy. There is, like, there's people I know that they probably qualify for rich. Wealthy is someone like Elon Musk, who has enough money to buy power, literal power to interfere in elections, which is what I believe he's doing with his wealth by buying Twitter and basically turning it into a right-wing echo chamber, and using his power and wealth to fire workers that were trying to strike and unionize. It's a greed issue is what it is. I have no problem with someone working hard and buying a nice house, and if their house is nicer than mine, they had a car is nicer than mine, that's the American dream. The American dream is not for someone to have so much money that they can buy politicians with and destroy working people's lives. That is the issue here. It's not about rich. It's about wealth and power, and how it's absolutely gotten out of hand if you look back to our country about a half a century ago.
Amen.
Well, Matt, Chad, and Life, I want to just tell you guys something. Can I tell you something from experience? What do you define as rich, and what do you define as wealthy? I'm asking that because I agree with you, but where do you define where that number changes? Is it 100 grand, $500,000, $1 million a
Rich,
year.
yeah, rich would probably be anything over. I think right now they consider middle class to be what, like 250,000, around 250,000. Like rich would rich would be millions. I would say rich would be millions. If you're a millionaire, you're probably, I would consider you rich right now. Yeah.
So the average single male makes $67,000 a year.
Right.
Rich to me is over 175.
Yeah, I would call that well off.
So well off.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
yeah.
fine. I will tell you this. I will tell myself I've been where I didn't know where my next dollar was coming from, and I've been very wealthy and I've been rich.
Yeah, me too.
I've been all three. And I'm just saying this. Here's where I agree with both of you and 100% on multiple levels. But here's where the challenge is. I've worked in lobby groups. I've worked in those places, and I understand how that world works. I've seen people where, I kid you not, $20 million is nothing to them. I've been around that world. And I will tell you this, if you don't know who this guy is, go look him up on TikTok or go Google him, Bob Lord. Go look him up. He is the number one in his little disciples and associates for tax and accounting and financial advisor for the ultra wealthy. And he has publicly said, if you taxed us that way, I've been a professional athlete. I've been invested. I've owned multiple. If you taxed us more or did something, we wouldn't even notice. So this BS where, oh my God, it'll hurt the wealthy.
Mark Cuban said that. Mark Cuban said that recently too.
Yeah, we're job whatever that, what's that phrase? We're job creators. No, we're not. If job creation made you a better person, then Jay-Z should be president. Okay, that's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. I've had years where I've called my ex and I've said, we have 170,000 in savings, and I didn't even notice. So that garbage about why they shouldn't tax people like us, knock yourself out. I want them to do that because I know I literally give $100,000 a year to Pop Warner, to AAU, to youth programs in Richmond and Oakland all the time, and I don't even notice it. So anybody's on this chat, anybody's on this live, anybody's on Brianna, I'm a fan, by the way. First time you've ever had me up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody
Sorry that you were waiting for a while.
No, it's cool. I love you, girl. You fist bump. But anybody who thinks that the wealthy, the top 3 to 5% that own 86.9% of our country in wealth is going to be hurt by taxing more is delusional. Mark Cuban, people are open-minded billionaires, multi-billionaires. Mark and I are boys. We've hung out together. I'm telling you. That demographic would not even notice. So please, if you're in the chat or you're listening to this live or you're in this thing, stop it. Stop it.
Won't someone think of the millionaires?
Can I comment on what Royal said? Can I comment on?
Thank you, Royal.
Can I comment on?
Yeah,
what
of
Royal
course,
said?
of course.
So okay, while he is in a situation that a lot of Americans, or we'll say he said 89, so we'll say 10.1 Americans aren't in. There's a lot of people that are also, or not a lot, but there's people in his position that do not share the same ideals that he has.
Rumpy.
So it's hard because there's people that just want more and more and more and more, and they don't care about people that are under them or anything like that. But like me as a person that's like, there's millionaires, billionaires, trillionaires, whatever you want to call it. I'm like a dollar heir. We'll say that. But if I have $2 and I see somebody that is suffering more than me, and I have the ability to give them $1, I'll give them $1. And if it means that I have $1 when I had $2, I'll do that. But there's a lot of people that aren't willing to do that, and so I appreciate Royal for, his stance and his values and his morals and everything. But he is one of very few people in our country.
Agreed.
Yeah, you're one of very few people in our country, but then also people that think like you are even less,
Yeah.
And so like it's
Also, I just want to say data, like anecdotal evidence aside, poor people are more charitable than wealthy people.
We understand what it's
Especially
like.
wealthy people who've been poor before because they understand what it means to go through that. And life, I'm sorry, I'm making sure life's
simplified.
Sorry, my bad, bro. He's totally right. But here's the thing. if the government's supposed to look out for the people, let's just hypothetical. I've been homeless, guys. I've been homeless. Let's just say the government's supposed to look out for us in an ideal hypothetical world, which they're really supposed to do. We don't know this, but they do. Why is it an evil problem to say, look, if you make this amount of money for every 225,000, I say that because I know the tax brackets, for every dollar over that, not the whole 225, which are, oh my God, these taxes. No, they're not. They're saying 226,000 and above, you're going to pay this percentage. Do you realize, let's say I've been a professional athlete and I messed up. Trust me, I've had my moments. I've been divorced. I've done my things. I've lost money. Oh my God, I have tequila moments. Trust me. But if you have someone who gets to $10 million, here's what they can do. They can put in a AAA secured bond. The interest on every $1 million is roughly about $75,000 per million. That's $750,000 a year, tax-free interest, while the $10 million is still sitting in the bond that you could pull out, that you'll pay tax.
We were talking about this the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you have like $1 million in the if you invest $1 million in the stock market, just like an index fund, on average, the average is like 5% return. Exactly. I mean, this past year it's been like 15%, but average out very normal economic times, you're going to average 5% return on that. That's like $50,000 just on money that's just sitting there. And it's compounding.
It's getting people.
It's getting more and more and more every fucking year.
Normal people don't realize that, like these millionaires,
because they're not educated in school systems.
They're not getting paychecks every week. They're not getting paychecks every week. So it's not like they're getting taxed on like, oh, my paycheck was 50 million or 50,000 or 100,000 these 2 weeks. They're not getting paychecks. That's not how the wealthy work.
Life. Here's what I'll tell you: there are companies out there like I'm not endorsed for education purposes. I'm not endorsing any company. Bernice King and a friend of mine named.
You're endorsing. You're about to endorse.
I'm just. There's three companies: Built, Ready Life.
You endorse me though, right?
Yeah, I love you, Brianna. But there's companies like Built and Ready Life that you can like what they call fixed income assets and bills, which is your rent or your utilities. And when you pay those things, you can go in those funds. There's multiple companies out. Do your research, people, not endorsing one of the other, where that goes into credit for you, that you can go into equity funds and you can use it by property or use it. Say, look, I live in California. I pay, I'll make up a number. I'm paying $3,500 a month in rent and another $200 in utilities. That money, that $3,700, if I can pay that, then I can pay a mortgage. How about you give me an equity fund toward my house and I'll buy the mortgage? What Kamala Harris is trying to propose is I'm going to give you the down payment along with those. Trust me, I know who she is. I worked for a senatorial campaign. I know who she is.
I know. I just correct everyone on the pronunciation.
My problem is my apologies, Brianna. But what she's trying to propose, whether it's right or wrong, whether you agree or not, is I'm going to give you the down. And if you go in these other equity type programs, which there's like 12 of them that are great, you can earn equity and go, hey, I can afford a mortgage and I got this down from this program and own my own home or a condo. And the best places, don't go where you live at. Look at places like outside of El Segundo, Texas, or in Oklahoma, where you can buy rental property where it's not that expensive and then use that in this state. Struggle for a year. You're already struggling now. Struggle for a year, take the money out and then buy your own home. And then the rent on that property pays your mortgage or pays your rent. You just got to be patient and work the system and find it. I know it's not easy when trying to put food on the table. I've been there. I know it's not even have kids and everything. I know it's not easy, but these are
I just want to
options.
say there are options, but I do want to let's take a moment to say it's not as simple as like, oh, you just got to be patient and work the system. That option is available to some people, but to many others, it's
Totally
not.
Understand. Totally understand. It's not easy. But before you go to the bar and buy that Tito's and sodas, which is $10 to $12, before you have coffee at Starbucks, make it home.
But Royal, you're like veering into that territory that sounds like maybe just stop buying avocado toast and put that money.
What I'm saying is, if you figure out what you can sell, what you can do, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be awful. I remember my first house. I was literally living in my car sometimes. But that one change can change your world.
But you also said you were a professional athlete too. You know?
And I fucked up. So excuse me. I messed up and
No,
didn't.
you can say the F word
You can
here.
say
We
fuck
swear all
on
the
the
time.
live.
I'm sorry, but I
Just don't
messed
say
up
the
and didn't
alternative
understand
unalive
things.
or something.
I'm very lucky because I have nephews and nieces and cousins now that are playing now. That like my dad, who God rest his soul, and we all advised them because we messed up. We didn't know this stuff. We didn't learn this in high school. We thought it was going to be forever and get injured, get hurt, and what people don't understand is professional athletes to the IRS are what we call IBOs, independent business owners, which means that's why you see endorsements where they're not promoting their team, they're wearing some neutral jersey or stupid stuff like State Farms or whatever. But here's the thing. If my contract's not guaranteed to me and 3 years goes by, I'm great. Oh my God, everybody loves me. It's all great. Then Uncle Sam comes, hey, super fan, by the way, you owed $738,467.72. That's what I owed in back taxes. And I was broke. What was I supposed to do?
But, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Hi, everyone. I do want to ask you this question because I did. Hi, thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
I did want to ask you this question. So you were suggesting, sir, that you. So was it college or pro? Because
It was pro. There was no NILs back then. And here's the thing: when it happened,
that's true.
Yeah. So when it happened, you have to go, okay, I can't pay this money back. So when you watch athletes hold out for their contracts in their second or third year or their fourth year, you know why? Because that's when Uncle Sam comes calling in your third year. You can defer like an SMB, a small and medium business, for 2 to 3 years. You cannot pay taxes.
Royal, you're gonna lose
knuckleheads do
credibility,
that.
bro. Like you can't say you owe $758,000 in back taxes, but like that's more than like your back taxes is more than some people will make in 10 years of their life.
Exactly. And when you're stupid and idiot. And prior to that, I was on the street. I was living in my car. I was eating top ramen to play high school. I had people selling my jersey in college football for 30 and 40 bucks a minute, and I couldn't afford to go catch a bus. I understand, trust me, bro. But I got my master's degree in marketing and computer science.
Good for you that you actually went on to get your master's degree because that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but I had older people yelling at me, getting my face. I remember the first time I told my dad, "Why do I need to worry about college, Dad? I'm going to be a professional athlete." And I remember my dad punched me in the face. I literally in college punched me in the face.
Don't condone that.
But he made me understand, like, you don't do, because he was a tight end for the Redskins, and he met my mom when he got injured. She was his nurse, and they got married. It became one of the first 6 black executives at IBM. He was about education, and I didn't listen. I was an idiot. But
Is it okay for me to interrupt you and say host? So I go back.
Yeah, go ahead, Brie.
Brizaza?
Brizaza?
It's just Brie.
Okay, Brie.
Also, by the way, just want to warn everyone, I ordered food. When they ring the thing, my live is going to pop off for a moment because of the phone.
What'd you order?
I ordered a burrito.
Come on now, girl.
But it's gonna, just so you know, it's gonna like pause the live, and so I apologize in advance. But it'll fix it.
Is this the Taco Bell Cantina burrito?
And she did the side face. Like, I ordered a burrito. I'm guilty. That's what I did.
For the record, Life Simplified, I love you, dude. I love how you talk and what you say and everything you're talking about. I agree.
I just want to know, is it the new Cantina chicken burrito from Taco Bell?
No, it's not Taco Bell. I've never eaten Taco Bell before.
Come on now.
So you gonna
I live in New York City.
Are you gonna get us a little
I feel like when
mukbang?
she said I'm from Los Angeles, I feel like when she said she ordered Mexican food, she was not fucking talking about Taco Bell. Like, she's saying I ordered some.
I would never call Taco Bell Mexican
Breeze,
food.
why you gotta put me out like
so I agree with you.
I'm so sorry. I have been watching her lives. Is it Brenna?
Yeah, it's Brenna.
It's Brenna. It's not. It is not Brianna.
I'm Brianna. So like I have been watching your lives here and there because I did notice, like, and I didn't want to come up here and I don't know you in the circuit or like but I welcome you and I appreciate you because I think your takes are really great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I love that.
Where's everybody from?
Curious. In here.
Where's everybody from? Curious.
I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yay! So you're gonna vote for Kamala Harris, right? You're from the PA.
Yo,
Rockville, Durwood. I went to Magruder High School.
Who's from Pittsburgh?
I'm from Pittsburgh, Mad Chad.
Hey.
I'm a Teamster. I work for UPS.
Yo, I'm
good
not
for you, man.
Hey,
good for you.
I'm not from Pittsburgh, but I'm from Youngstown. I always fly into Pittsburgh because I love the airport.
Youngstown, PA.
Yeah,
Youngstown, Ohio.
Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, Ohio.
That's a good
Brenna,
party
where are
town.
you from?
Where am
Or
I
where are
from?
you at?
I was born and raised in Spain, but my mother's American, so I am a dual citizen, and now I live in Brooklyn.
How dare
Good
you?
for you, girl.
How dare you
I'm a
be
dual citizen too.
house?
My dad's from Panama. My dad's Panamanian Korean. I have dual citizenship with Panama. So
Panamanian Korean.
Yo, my mom's French Creole. If you saw my daughter and her cousins, it is like she's she's Brianna's color, and her cousin is pure Korean, and they have Asian eyes, mixed hair. It's like I'm scared of boys around them. I know I'm a dad. I know they're young. I know they're grown up. They're over 21. I have to accept it, but
There's no explanation for Creole. Like Creole is just it is what it is, and you gotta accept it because it is a.
But life, when guys are checking out your daughter and your niece, it's a different conversation. It's like when they walk by you in the mall and you see guys turning around and looking at them. I go biblical. I'm sorry.
I know my daughter. My daughter's 13. She is 5'11". My wife is white, so she's mixed, and she's very beautiful.
Dude, same thing. My daughter's 5'11". Her cousin's 5'12".
We went to my brother-in-law's
16.
wedding 3 years ago, so she was 10. Okay, and we took a picture together, and the photographer's like, "Okay, you and your wife, give each other."
Dude, I'd say.
And I'm like, "This is my daughter, bro." I'm like, but also you're a pervert because you're looking at this 10-year-old as she's old enough to be my wife.
Like,
And I'm
you and I on the same page, bro. Oh my God.
Yeah.
A girl got mad because she saw me out to lunch with my daughter and my niece. She said, "So who are you with?" I was like, "My niece and my daughter." She thought it was some girl. I'm like, dude, it's when they turn 21 and guys are checking about really checking about life. Call me. I got you.
I'm
parachute in.
military, bro. I can handle it.
I'm ex-military too, dude. We will parachute and we got you. I think there should be a company.
Don't parachute in, bro. Don't parachute in.
Hey, Royal, can I ask you a question? Because I know you were talking about getting into real estate, and I do hear this a lot from people in these lives. They're like, hey, if you want to get out of poverty, you can do real estate and stuff like that. Now, I mentioned I'm a UPS worker. My grandfather was a steel mill worker. So that this kind of like union working, labor working is in my blood. The problem I have with that, this constant like, oh, you guys should get into real estate and you guys should do this and you guys should do that. At what point are we going to say, but we also need people, and I'm not just saying it because I'm a UPS worker, but people like me, people that are the laborers and the workers of this country that don't want anything else other than just a normal life where they have a job and they have kids and they have family. Wasn't that supposed to be the American dream? And my problem with that is, if everyone's flipping houses and everybody's buying real estate and everybody's doing this, what about the American workers? Because they are the backbone of the society, and that's where I lose a little bit with that ideology.
So there's 3 areas where I think I tell people to invest, not just real estate. And here's my thing. This is my opinion, educational purposes. Here's the thing. Real estate, yes, great.
It's not financial advice.
Exactly. Thank you, Brianna.
I do have stocks, by the way. I'm just saying.
No, but Brad, Chad, you're right.
Brenna, yeah.
No, Brad, Chad, you're totally right. So there's real estate, and then there's investing in areas of technology. There's a lot of AI, Google programs that you can do to make money. You can do this to make money if you're talking about instant money right now. That will help you with your career. But the third thing was people are not doing. It's called asset investment. So let's say Brianna owns multiple houses, but I don't own a house. Brenna owns multiple houses. I can invest in Brenna and she'll invest for me. I can invest in my boy Life Simplified because he is in a tech industry. You do what you call asset investment to multiple other things.
Diversifying.
Exactly.
But can I just say, guys, let's also let's not invest in hedge funds that own
absolutely not.
a bunch of that own a bunch of houses. Okay.
No, F that. She's right.
I really hate this idea. I understand you invest in real estate and that's fine and stuff. I don't like the idea of investing in real estate, especially
It's happening in my
residential real
neighborhood.
estate.
She's totally
happening in my
right. Brenna's
neighborhood.
totally right.
Investing in residential real estate is how we have this housing crisis, and it just So
And that's
What I'm
kind of my
saying is,
point. Like the American
Brenna's a
dream
homeowner,
feels
Mad
lost.
Chat. Brenna's a homeowner, and I know
So am
her
I.
personally.
I'm not a
I
homeowner.
invest in her.
I mean, I honestly, 1 second, I really love the fact that you guys are all fucking interrupting her. Like, that's a little wild.
Sorry, my apologies, Brenna.
It's fine, dude. Thank you. Thank you,
No, I
Bree.
agree with her totally 100%. I agree with her 100%.
Is Bree a moderator?
No, I agree with Brenna so much. And Bree, thank you for checking us. We're wrong. We're absolutely wrong. But when say Brenna has a home or multiple homes, Bad Chad, you talk to Brenna, not hedge funds. You talk to Brenna because she owns these properties. You know her personally, and you help her buy new properties and become a team. That's the way to go. And
Sure, but I am also, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm also saying personally, my personal beliefs are investing in real estate, even if you're a small time thing, that to me starts to get a little scummy. I think, sure, maybe own your own home, maybe own like a vacation home, maybe if that's what you need to do, like fine. And I say this, by the way, as a kid, I grew up, I mean, my family has been wealthy. It has been very poor. At a certain point in time, yes, my parents owned like vacation property, but you know, I still, even being like a person who at one point somewhat benefited from that, like I think, you know, I just disagree in just treating real estate as an investment. Use it if you're going to use it part of the year or whatever. That's fine.
Brenna, can I respond to Mad Chad?
Thank you,
Because
Rex.
specifically,
yeah, if you want to help me get my first house here, you know.
okay, so Mad,
I could do that. I could do that in other ways, Brenna. I'm telling you.
Where though, girl? Where? Like, where can I help get you that? Anyway, I agree with whatever she just said. I think that.
Roy,
Anyway, go on.
so
I'm
Roy,
in commercial real estate. I'm in commercial real estate. Can I just suggest this? And I don't mess with residential real estate so much because of what she's. There's so much dirty work that fucking happens there.
Yes.
And anyway, sorry.
Bree, can I respond to Mad Chat because specifically
I mean, I'm not.
where he lives at? Okay, so
My
Mad
order is
Chat,
going to arrive soon. Just warning you, but yeah.
Mad
Please go
Chat.
ahead.
Yo,
Matt, you asked about like where you can invest and stuff. Like I told you,
No, I wasn't asking him. I think maybe people misheard me. I'm saying that I hear a lot of this rhetoric about investments. Listen, I have stocks, and I'm fortunate enough to have a pension to look forward to. I'm saying that a lot of people don't. You know, we still need to. I think my point is, what about just the straight up American dream that I feel like is lost, right? For example, Brenna talked about how there's these companies going around buying up. You're investing in real estate now. All these companies, it's happening in my neighborhood. They're buying up tons of properties and then they're renting them out.
Which is BS.
I think that's morally wrong. I believe
Mad Chat, I
You
can
should
speak to
blame
that too.
people like myself, Mad Chat. You should blame people like myself who deal in commercial real estate, because it's like, at the end of the day, like, how can we profit from like gentrifying, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like my grandfather was a steel mill worker, right? And he did not have a college education.
That's always going to be like a problem, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
What I'm trying to say is I agree with host when she says like literally like we need to do what am I saying? Okay, so literally like if I can do this for a living, like commercial real estate, I can understand the difference with like coming after corporations, but not individuals, right? And when it does come after gentrifying communities, even though I do think that that is going to be. I live in Los Angeles, okay? So Los Angeles is becoming gentrified at a moment, like, you know, Silver Lake, all these places. It's a difficult position to take.
So Bree, what do you think of mandatory rent to own for people that are existing tenants?
I don't think that's actually a thing.
Okay, I'm just asking a question because I want
mandatory rent?
mandatory rent to own. Like, let's say I come into a neighborhood, I buy 4 houses, the people already exist and living. I offer them through government grants, which California's pretty good at sometimes, not perfect, Bree knows this. And they say, look, Brianna, you can rent this house.
Brenna. It's Brenna, bro.
Brenna, my apologies. I'm
Honestly,
so
the
sorry.
Brianna thing actually works too because I'm
Brenna,
actually in a
I'm
lawsuit right
sorry,
now.
Brenna,
As
Brenna,
Brianna.
Brenna,
It's
Brenna.
fine, guys. It's fine. Literally, everyone gets my name wrong all the time. It's
Brenna,
fucking, I
I'll
don't
send
care.
you. I'll subscribe and send you money. I'm sorry, my apologies, Brenna.
Thank you.
And keep track of when I mess her up in life because I'll send her money for it. But Brenna said Brenna owns 4 homes, but she can rent to these people. She bought these homes and do rent to own. But the state or the federal government will grant her a certain tax incentives on her property because she's doing rent to own, and they will be able to become homeowners in a certain amount of time. And she goes, now she's not gentrified because the people who are already living there now live there.
No,
There's
that's
these
not okay.
programs.
No, hang on, sir. I have to listen. I'm a person.
I don't know any. I'm just asking. Bree, because
I don't own 4 houses.
I don't
so
know. I want to know, Bree, because I've heard this. I'm aware of this. I'm trying to educate myself.
Okay, but before you do that, I feel like you might be miseducating other people, right?
I was just
So
asking
that's
a
why I
question. My
interrupted.
apologies. My apologies. Go ahead, Bree. Tell me what you know. I want to hear. I want to learn.
So
Well, I
here's
mean-
the thing.
yeah.
Well, he's talking to you. Sorry.
No, I want to hear the correction.
Oh, okay. I wanted to say this, that so as a person who is a Democrat, I will always be a Democrat. Why am I saying this? How many? Okay, 70, 57. Okay. So I do own property, right? And hold on. And it's RSO. RSO in Los Angeles means Rental Stabilization Ordinance, right? I am a Democrat. Let's be very clear. But I cannot get rid of these people who are living on my property because of the RSO issues. What I want to say about that is I'm okay with that. I'm fucking okay with that. I'm okay with fighting that in courts versus trying to say something like, oh my God, the Dems though.
Right, but that sounds like a different thing. You're talking about like rental stabilization, which sounds like different.
No, it isn't. It's about like owning your own property, right? Like I own that property at this point. It's my name is on that
Please
title.
connect with me offline. I would love to hear more because I'm trying to understand this because I've run into similar situations. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Please, I would love to.
Can I just match
It's
Chad?
on the title.
Sorry, because Royal, you were asking about like rent to own stuff, right? That if I hypothetically, I don't actually own 4 houses, guys, just so you know. I own 0 houses. So if I owned 4 houses and I rented out, I lived in one and I rented out 3 as a rent to own scheme, and I, received like a tax incentive for that. That's what you were saying?
Well, I was saying the corporations that are buying up all these properties, if you gave them a federal or government tax incentive, and I'm not sure it works. I'm just talking about an idea. Like, so Bree's shaking her head. I don't know. I'm totally not giving you advice. I'm just saying, what if the government said, look, if you rent this to rent to own, so people who are homeowners will
Rent to own is a fucking fallacy. Sorry.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just asking. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying,
But she just said, like,
would that be helpful if all these corporations are buying up these properties to get them to stop owning all these properties and give us back our?
I mean, I feel okay, but no, Brie, I want to just answer this. Like, I feel, I mean, without being like well studied on rent to own stuff, I think in general that's like a great idea for an individual, right? I would argue that being like, oh, let's allow corporations to continue to buy up things in order to rent to own, that is not an agreement. But like, let's say that, yeah, we pass a law and we're like, corporations can no longer own, use single family homes as investments or, whatever. And we say, okay, but in order to transfer that, they're going to be forced to do like rent to own in order to transfer ownership over to individuals. Like, that sounds like a great fucking solution on the surface. I don't, obviously.
So like I said, I'm just throwing an idea out because I don't know the details of that. And I'm just asking because the panel here, everybody has their own opinions.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to make it illegal for them to own single-family homes as investment properties, I think that's great. I would love that solution. But then, yes, the question is, at what point, how do we transfer ownership out of their hands into the hands of individuals? And in that case, rent to own sounds like a great solution, especially because it makes it a lot more. If I were renting to own, that'd be fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like, I pay more in rent than I probably would in an actual like mortgage, monthly rate. But I can't fucking, qualify for a mortgage in most. I mean, I know I can with some, USDA shit and whatever. But like where I live, in the city and area that I live, I could never, you know, begin to like touch like purchasing a property. Firstly, also it's really hard because they're all bought up. They're all owned by like larger companies and stuff.
Exactly. So to Bree's
But
point,
yeah.
I was like, my thing was like, there isn't a solution now. I'm trying to say, if your corporation owns, and I'm living in Northern California, trust me, like Google, Apple, which I'm just speculating on for
Wait,
TikTok
hold on. Can I
purposes.
say this? I agree with whatever host said. Like everything she just fucking said. Like that's it. Like
Exactly.
yeah. Hold on, Royal.
What could they do to fix it? I'm asking questions. I'm not saying why.
Yeah, one sec. We're friends, right?
Yeah.
You're a U.S. Army combat vet, sir. I thank you for your fucking service. My grandfather did Vietnam.
And I'm okay
Hold
with
on.
being wrong.
That
Totally.
one sec. I do want to what are you saying though?
I'm just saying, well, see, corporations are buying up these properties the way I see it, and I hate it. It drives me nuts, and I get mad and upset about it. What is the compromise when you're in lobby meetings and talking to congressmen, which I do, and talking to people that have this money? What can we say? Here's what you could do and still make money, or still do the right thing and still get some profit to fix the problem. Because I want the problem to be fixed, so it's the right thing to do. But we all know that world's not going to do that. But what could we do to fix the problem with these Google? And
You know what I think we can do?
things
You
to
know what I think we can do? You know what I think we can do? Like what host's background is. Shots near Trump course. Sorry, I'm going to go back to that part. One sec. I'm going to go back to that part because I feel like we're having a very high kind of conversation about what we can and cannot do. But here's the fucking problem. As a woman from California who is a Democrat and definitely is a feminist, I would never, my whole issue would be that I'm voting against Trump. Can you agree on that?
We all are.
But you're not voting for Kamala.
Oh, I am.
Oh, I am voting for.
No, I'm saying.
Oh,
So
I'm
you
voting
said,
for her 1,000%.
well, you said you're voting
Look at that,
against
though.
Trump.
Right.
Oh, I'm talking to the
I looked
independent.
at Kamala's senatorial campaign in California. I am a full supporter of her. Trust me.
Thank you. No, of course I'm voting
Is
for
Brenda
her.
about to do a mukbang? I just want to know.
No.
Wait, what?
I mean, I will be eating.
So I can get the headphones on.
What
I
is
gotta
he
know.
saying, host? What is he saying, though?
No, I'm not doing mukbang.
Okay.
What is he saying? Why will you not? When I said I'm voting against Trump, I'm going to ask you the question: why are you voting for him, though?
Who, me?
That looks
Yeah,
good.
whoever said whatever.
Whoever said.
I don't think anybody here said that.
No, I said. Okay, so you said you're voting against Trump. I said, okay, so are you voting against Trump? Or are you voting for?
Oh, I'm voting for Harris. When I say I'm voting against Trump, I'm talking to the independents. I need them to know. Listen, I don't need for you to fucking like respect her for what she is, which you should anyway. But because they're dumb anyway, maybe you need to calm the fuck down and understand that Trump is dangerous.
Okay, so Bree. Okay, so that was not me like antagonizing you, but I've heard people say like there's some people that say I'm just voting against Trump and they don't care who it is they're voting for. So I asked you, like, are you voting just against Trump or are you actually voting for
Oh,
Kamala?
I'm voting for her,
And- and you-
1,000%. But
okay.
listen, I'm afraid of saying that. You know why?
You shouldn't be.
Last time I said that
You
shit, the
shouldn't be.
last
You
time I
shouldn't be.
said that
You
shit,
shouldn't
fucking
be.
Trump won. So,
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. Like I am a product of her
Just
programs.
don't attack people for asking questions because that
No,
like
listen.
makes people.
Agreed life. Agreed life. Bree,
Well, you
shouldn't be.
kind of came at me for no reason at all. Like
No,
I'm
Bree, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be worried about saying that.
honestly,
Bree.
I'm not fucking coming at you for any fucking reason. I'm just trying to tell you that when fucking Trump won, it broke my goddamn heart.
So Bree, after this, Go check out my page and you can tell me who I'm voting for. You'll be able to know.
I
Okay.
don't care, sir. I don't
Same
get
thing
it.
here,
I
Brie.
don't
Same
get it.
thing,
You can
Brie.
have it
But
this
you
conversation
should
with me in the
care
garage
because
or not.
you attacked me
Did I?
for no reason.
They're so
You
No,
came after me.
life. I think she reacted to your comment, not attacked you. 'Cause I'm thinking she
Okay,
reacted like
so
a
Royal,
lot of
let
us
me
do.
hey Royal, let me say this, okay? So I spend more time in right leaning lives than I do in left because I want to hear how they think.
Doesn't it
The way
upset you
she
though?
came at me, it reminded me of the right line, like just attacking for no, like without any reason, without being provoked or anything. Like I simply asked her a simple question. I just simply said, "Are you voting against Trump or for Kamala?"
I'm
you're
voting
both
for
right.
fucking Kamala 1000%. But when it comes down to my answer about independence and what they might need to hear, I'm voting against Trump because that's what they need to hear. But me as an individual, of course, I'm voting for her. Are you
But
dumb?
so life. I
And
will
so
tell you
she
this:
just
we're
she
all in the
just called me
same boat.
dumb. So can we? So she said, "Are you
Oh my
dumb?"
God, he's so mad. Like,
That's all I'm saying is like,
Are you
You're on the
by
same
being
side.
called dumb?
You're
Are
on the
you
same side.
okay?
You're on
all
the
I'm
All right,
same
saying is
guys.
side.
Yeah,
that
stop,
I'm
guys,
voting.
guys, guys. I feel like
I'm
yeah,
On the
we're
voting
same
getting.
for
side. You're on
I'm
the
voting
same
for
side.
Kamala. I'm voting for Kamala, but for her to just say, "Are you dumb?" Like, why would I
No,
be
we're on
dumb
the
Babe,
same
I
for
don't give
asking
side.
a
a
You
single
question?
guys are
fuck what
both
you have,
reacting to
sweetheart.
things you've
Now she's
experienced.
saying I don't give a single fuck. So
I
that's
don't.
all I'm saying is
I
that
don't.
No,
people
no, no,
Sweetheart, I
she's
guys,
don't think
guys,
it
going
you're on the
matters.
same
going
side.
What are
after
you
You're
in? What are
reacting
independence.
you?
to
Are
other
you the
people.
independent voter? Hang on. Are you the
If you would
independent?
allow me to ask a question without being interrupted or insulted, I can explain to you everything you want to
You were
know.
insulted.
Okay, so for you to call me dumb or a fuck or anything like that, and for simply asking a question,
I didn't call you dumb. I said your
so
position might be
once
dumb.
again, you cannot not interrupt me. Do you
I
understand
can't.
me?
I
You're
actually
saying you going after
Come on,
independence.
Bree.
Be in
Independents
life. You're
are
on the same
listening to
side.
you right now.
Keep your ass
There might
calm.
be some people on this live. Royal, can I respond? You've
Go
talked
ahead.
all
I'm
night.
not that bad. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just trying to
No,
say
don't. You're not
let's
hurting
keep it.
me. You're not hurting me. I'm just letting you know how you sound. So she's saying that she's going after independence. She wants to let independence know. But someone simply asked a question, and she has called me stupid and dumb, and it said what the fuck and cursed at me for simply asking a question. Now I am a Kamala supporter. I can pronounce her name right, and if anyone looked at my page, there would be no doubt that I am a Kamala supporter. But if you're saying you're going after independence and you are going to be the example of, oh, these are the people that are voting for Kamala, they might be like, man, she's attacking somebody that's on her side. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I
She
agree.
cannot be quiet enough to let me express the fact that I support the same person she supports, but yet she's so like wound up that she's insulting me.
Agreed, but
That's
you
the
have
messed
to
up part.
understand that all of us have been in lives and on things, and she's
Good night,
reacting
straight edge.
to things, and she's on the same side you are, and we're expressing things sometimes the wrong way. Like I said, I work for Kamala in her central campaign in California. I've met her twice. I wish I knew her better. I wish I knew her better. But I know her policies, and you're both on the same side. All I'm saying is, before you let misinterpretation or perception
Night, straight edge.
us who are on the same side, like the right is doing, listen and express and hear each other. Life is
Also,
right and you're right for your reaction, but life is right for the reaction to your reaction.
Royal, I'll tell you this, okay? Like I said, I spend so much time in right leaning lives just because I like trolling. I like mess. I like hearing what they spit, the fake stuff they
Agreed.
talk about. And when they say, I go in left leaning lives and there are certain ways and I want to defend them, I've been in left leaning lives where the way she like went at me, like it was common in a lot of left leaning lives. And I was like, man, like I hate to say it, but dang, man, like some of these people are right. Like as far as getting attacked and stuff like that. Cause I don't necessarily get
Okay,
attacked.
okay, hold on,
I'll
sir.
get banned. I'll get
You think
banned.
that I came after you, but babe, listen, like I have
I'm not
thick
your babe.
skin.
I'm not your babe.
Oh, okay. That's okay. But I have thick skin. I have been in MAGA lives where they have said so many awful things about us. And what I'm trying to suggest to you is like, if you do actually think that Kamala Harris is the best person for this job, which I think she is, if you do actually think, I'm very confused about what your problem with me is.
You literally attacked me, called me dumb,
Okay, well,
called me
get over
stupid.
it. Then fucking get over it. Have some.
Bree, okay, Bree, chill. Okay.
Bree
Yeah,
sounds
you
So
like
I
kind of
didn't
ruined the
hear.
vibes up here, bro. So I'm
Okay.
out of here. You guys have a nice night.
Oh, boy.
exactly, Mad Chad.
I'm confused. Did I attack him?
Okay, well, so I mean, I don't know what started. I did come in, and I feel like Bree, from what I saw, I was gone for a couple minutes. You were upset that someone had asked you who you were voting for, and that you were being asked to like kind of explain your beliefs. Is that not what happened?
Host, can I tell you what I asked her?
Yes.
And like, well, okay, so she said she is voting. She said I'm voting against Trump. Okay, and so when I heard that, I've heard people say, I don't care who I'm voting for as long as it's not Trump. Okay, so when
That's
she said,
bullshit.
so
That's
no,
not it.
she
Bree,
said,
Bree,
oh my,
Bree. He just said, Bree, can you fucking chill out, please,
I
girl?
will shut the f up and let her explain or rebut.
And also,
as much
and
as
like
she wants.
he just said that he has heard people say that, and I have too. And by the way, I have, like, it's a fair question to ask you who you're supporting, because I have MAGA up here all the time, and I have Jill Stein supporters up here all the time. So I think it's a fair fucking question. Yeah.
Good. So let me finish my explanation, and then I will shut the fuck up and let her rebut or whatever she wants. Okay, but she said I'm voting against Trump, and so like I said, I've heard people say I don't care if it's a ham sandwich, I'm not voting for Trump. So I simply said, are you voting against Trump, or are you voting for Kamala? And then I got attacked, and then I got like verbally, we'll say attacked, or like, insulted.
That's kind of when I came in. Yeah, I heard that question.
Insulted or whatever.
Did I do that? I'm so sorry if I did do that. I'm so sorry if I did do that.
You cannot resist. You cannot resist interrupting.
Yeah.
Shut it. And I'll let you do whatever you want.
Okay, but I'm trying to say I'm so sorry if I presented that way. Like, I didn't mean to say, like...
Okay, so host, you see exactly what I was dealing with and what I was talking about. So go ahead, Bree. Do what you do.
I'm very confused. I feel like what you're doing is trying to present...
All right, Bree, I do want to point out that you were... Yeah, I'm like letting you have the moment if you want to apologize now. I will say you kept interrupting him to apologize. That doesn't...
Well, I do apologize.
It seemed to me like yeah. Okay.
I do apologize for interrupting. I do that sometimes, and I'm so sorry, but I don't mean any ill will. I thought what you were trying to suggest was that like Donald Trump is like somehow like on our side. You know what I mean? Like, as if this guy is like not, listen, I'm not going to be bullied into a situation where I'm not going to criticize him for what he says he wants to do to this country. I'm not going to allow that.
Who's bullying you into that?
No, I mean, listen, with what happened to him today, right?
Right, but you were simply asked if you're voting against Trump or for Kamala, and like,
well, I'm voting for her.
How is that connected?
I'm voting for her.
Okay, I understand, but I think that's a fair question, and a question is not a fucking attack. All we do here, like most of the time, is ask questions, and it does drive me crazy when people start getting like really upset about questions, because that's what we do. We like fucking investigate. And by the way, there are a lot of people who are voting against Trump and are voting for Kamala, but not because they're voting like for Kamala. You know what I mean? They're voting for her because they're voting against Trump. But there's also a lot of people who come in here who are voting against Trump, who are, voting for Jill Stein. And up until recently, we're voting for RFK Jr. And like, I think it's a fair fucking question. It's not an insult. There's no reason to get like upset and act like it's an outrageous thing to be asked. I think like no one fucking knows you here. And I say that with due respect, all due respect. We don't know. We all have to ask each other questions and be ready to be asked questions and to be ready to answer them. And like, that's okay. That's fucking fine. That's not like...
Can I answer, host? Can I do that? Okay, I get, and I actually fucking love you for saying that. So let me just say this. So when it does come down to Jill Stein or RFK, here's what I have to say. Fucking Jill Stein, okay? She's a fucking Russian. She gets paid by them. I'm not okay with her. I'm not okay with her. As a Democrat, what I'm going to say is this. I will respect anyone criticizing our position. I'm good with that. I am voting for Kamala Harris. I'm doing that because of her.
Why are you voting for her?
Why am I voting for her?
What policies do you like?
What policies do I like? I love when they ask this question, host. Okay, well, here's the thing. She did post her actual policies, but here's the thing at the end of the day.
No, her policies are up on her website now.
It's on her site now.
They're on her website now.
Seven of them are, yeah. Who wants to like ask that question? Because what I have
Why are
to
you voting for her? Answer the question.
Why am I
voting
voting
for her?
for her? I'm voting for her. I'm voting for her.
Why?
Because I think she is the most qualified to deal with diplomatic issues, internationally speaking. And I think she is going to follow through with the biggest like democratic issues when it comes to the economy. And she's going to follow through with that. That has done well so far.
What democratic
let
issues?
me finish. Hang on. That's one.
There's a lot.
1 second. Our unemployment rate has been doing so well. If you guys can actually look at the actual policies, then I'd be okay with that. So if she's going to follow through with what Biden has done, I'm good. I'm Gucci. But also, if you want to talk about the international things, I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't. Why did I say I'm sorry? I just think that a lot of people on the right are not willing to give the Democrats, Biden included, our win. We have done well in this economic situation. We have done really well. Our unemployment rate is under 5%. Anything under 5% is full employment. So yeah, she's probably going to follow through with that.
Right. I mean, can I also say I'm pro-choice? I want someone who's in there fucking fighting for women's rights, personally.
Thank you. Is that such a fucking wrong thing to say? But I felt like it was a wrong thing to say. But thank you, host.
But also, like, listen, I'm not, like, Kamala isn't my favorite person in the world. I'm a Bernie girl through and through. I am registered as a Democrat, but I consider myself an independent because I am progressive. I don't like the DNC. But also, like, you know, Kamala isn't my favorite person in the whole wide world, and I've criticized her plenty.
Yeah.
But also, like, you know, yeah, I believe in democracy, and I'm voting to protect democracy, personally.
And hang on, host, babe, I'm so sorry that I didn't bring this up before you did, but a woman's rights shoes. Like, is that such a fucking crime?
Yeah.
Brenna, I'm a Bernie guy, by the way, just FYI.
You're a Bernie guy? Yeah.
Oh, totally. When he wanted to expand the ACA to help with veterans, which I am one of, to like basically it's Medicare and Medicaid, we can go to any doctor we want to, and we build a VA. Why is that a problem? We build it, they get the same money, everything works out. It backs up the backlog, gives us all the treatment specialization we need. If it wasn't for certain acts, I wouldn't know I had throat cancer from my time in the Middle East. Like, I'm a fan of that.
Some people think it's a waste of money.
Not all the Republicans voted against it, but 90% of them did. I was done after that. I was done. I will never. Between this, the AC, my mom, my dad who died, who passed away, God rest his soul, that chronic cancer. My son, who was an Army Criminal Investigation Division for this military, God rest his soul, he's gone. I will never vote for anybody who's trying to get rid of the ACA. Never. I don't care what the reasoning is, what the rationalization is. No, my government insurance is always too high.
Well, I mean, unless they're replacing it with universal health care, in my opinion.
But the reason why it's so expensive because red states and other states didn't invest in the exchanges and say we're going to make it a universal healthcare system or a federal one. That's why it happened.
Okay, do we all know who the Koch brothers are? We know who the Koch brothers are, right? They're super fucking Republican. They're you know.
I need a tequila shot for that shit. I'm sorry.
I have a question real quick, guys. What do you guys think about the government subsidizing childcare for people?
Hang on, I want to talk about the Koch brothers for a second about universal health care, if that's
Why we
okay.
gotta go that deep? Why we gotta go that deep with the Koch brothers?
Yeah, can I talk about this subject? I was thinking maybe this could be a solution.
I think child support is part of the universal healthcare system.
Hey, AC's new to the panel in a way. You know, let him introduce himself. Let him introduce himself and talk. We've all spoken a lot.
Agreed life. Let AC do your thing, babe.
What's up, guys?
What are you eating, though? What is she?
Bree,
Her burrito.
Bree, stop interrupting, please. It's getting to be really
Bree,
super
stop.
annoying.
Please stop. Yeah.
Every time somebody else starts talking, you start talking, and it seems like you just want to take control of the chat. Please stop.
Okay, so like my question was, what do you think about this solution to help improve like the people that want to get a better career, but they don't have the opportunity to because they don't have someone to watch their child because their parents are dead, so they can't, give it to their grandparents so that they can watch them. Or, what do you guys think about like the government, like taking control of child services like that and providing it for free or at a reduced cost, depending
Universal child care?
I guess, right? That's something. Yeah.
I love universal child care. In fact, Congress passed it back in the 70s, and then like bipartisan, it was passed in the Congress by both Democrats and Republicans, and then Nixon vetoed it, and that's why we don't have universal child care.
Did you see my comment? I said under Nixon. Thank you.
We even had free college until Reagan got rid of it in California. But I'll gladly pay more taxes for universal child care because I have 4 kids, and I can tell you I paid a lot of money a month for 4 kids of child care. But ultimately, if someone can go to school or college to get a better degree and eventually get a better job, I think that they will contribute more to society and taxes and money and stuff like that, and then they can pass that that wealth down to their kids, and their kids will expend more money into into the economy. So
and also sorry to interrupt, Life.
No, you're good.
I also like. There's also like benefits beyond the economic ones, which are, very real and we can actually like see from countries that do something similar or, in fact have universal childcare. But, and that is like, single or parents, especially women who are in abusive marriages and stuff are going to be more able to leave spouses if they can support themselves and have their children receive childcare. Like a lot of people are stuck in really dangerous situations because it requires it often. I mean, our economy and our like very, very non-socially supportive system in the United States often forces both parents to be involved in childcare and stuff. And so like, yeah, if a woman is able to trust that she can have childcare, afford childcare while working, and can therefore leave an abusive situation, like that's incredible, not just for her but for her children as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just an economic benefit.
So ACA, there's a thing called the Braden Report, which is something about childcare, and which was about single parents, people who are socioeconomically disenfranchised. Here's the thing: if you took 3.78% of the defense budget, I'll round up to 3.5 to make it easier math, it would cover that, and we wouldn't even notice. It wouldn't affect the taxpayers. It wouldn't affect any of us. We wouldn't even notice. And that 3.5%. We are more equipped in the defense budget than the next 28% nations, which 25 of them are allies combined. We are fine. That 3.78%, let's make it 3.5 to make everybody feel bad so they don't go, oh my God, he's against veterans, which I am one. 3.5 would cover all the things that Brianna just talked about and what people are saying in this live. It would cover universal health care. It would cover ACA. It would cover Medicare and Medicaid for veterans. It would cover the whole situation. Now, I'm not saying that everybody's always the right side, but there's one party that votes against this implementation every time. Why do they do that? Because there's lobbyists, there are corporations, and there are federal people and the governments and corporations that get money from this. Like, if you do this, you cut into our profit. And I'm telling you, I've been in that percentile. I live in Los Gatos in Campbell in Northern California, which is one of the 5 most richest neighborhoods in the United States. We wouldn't even notice. It's bullshit. We wouldn't even notice. It's not.
We don't even have to cut from our defense budget or anything like that. All we have to do, if we just tax the wealthy a little bit, tax the billionaires a little bit. Yeah, sorry. AC,
Can I
go
follow
ahead.
up
Yeah.
with another question?
Yeah.
So this whole time, we could have been doing that shit, but because of the politicians that we voted in not following the desires of the people, right? They didn't implement the policies that we wanted. So what comes to mind is just running another politician against another politician that you didn't like. Does that make sense? Like, is that the only way? So that we have to make a coalition of people that are like-minded that would vote and we would
Exactly.
endorse that person.
I don't agree with that. I think
AC
whenever
is AC is
I mean,
Congress.
AC Democrats keep pushing for shit like that, but like I said, universal childcare was passed and it was vetoed by a fucking Republican. So you know, it's very simple. It's like
Not once,
you really
but
want
twice. Not once,
what?
Brenna, but
please
twice.
don't make us part of the problem is what I'm trying to say. Like, please do not make, like, myself, I am a Democrat. I'll always be a Democrat. I'm a woman. So
Right,
do
but
not
like
fucking sit there and suggest
well,
that
no, but Bree, I'm gonna say
fault
sometimes
because-
Democrats. That's the thing. The reason I don't consider myself a Democrat is because the DNC has plenty of shit to criticize. I'm not gonna act like their farts smell like roses.
Right.
No, I get it. I get that. And I agree with that. I think right now Kamala Harris has the whole power of the DNC and the Democratic apparatus against, like, with her. And that's amazing. And I love that. I think okay, here's the thing. We're a bicameral system.
Or
We're
bass fishing for life. Sorry. Hey, host, learn something super. Stop. I mean, firstly, fucking stop spamming. Secondly, clearly you don't understand what sarcasm is. I was making fun of your fucking idiotic dude when I said, sorry, I'm just responding. I made a TikTok where, in response to Trump claiming that he doesn't want to debate Kamala again because he says only losers want rematches. Right, yeah, he says, oh, only losers want rematches. And I was pointing out, like, oh, yeah, of course. That's why Super Bowl winners sit out the season after they win, right? That was fucking sarcasm, dude. That's why I said that. But thank you for fucking proving.
Brenna,
Wait a minute, host. Can you hang on, everyone? I want her because I haven't seen that thing that she posted. Say it again. Say it again. So
go to her page.
No, Brenna.
So she said,
Girl, it's on my
he
page.
said, I'm only going to debate people. He said, the only time you will ever, like, this was so ridiculous. I've had my friends who are, like, pro freaking Trump. They're like,
Wait, what did he say?
I want it. Can I speak? Is it okay? Is it okay?
What did he say, though?
Yeah, but
Is it okay for me to speak for 1 sec, though?
No, AC's asking what the guy said, Brent.
He
Please,
said,
you're responding
he
to it. That's what I was
said,
asking.
Trump said only losers want rematches.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was trying to say. Trump said this. When he was asked, like, everyone this person that I know who is a friend of mine, we've been friends since 7th grade. She is a Trumper. And she said, well, I would like to see him have a debate on Fox News. Right? That's what she said. And then Fox said, hey, you know what? You can have this debate on our platform. And you know what he said? He said, well, I'm not going to have it because if you won a debate, you will not want to actually have another debate, which is so stupid, honestly. Like, are you for real?
So I will add to Bree's point.
Anyway, oh my God, why are we arguing this?
Sorry, Royal was trying to say something earlier.
So
I
I'm
think it
gonna
was
tell you.
either
So I'm gonna say
Royal
something to Bass, Fish, and For Life. As a former professional athlete, when you beat someone and break them down, you let them know next season we didn't win by luck. We got you, and we're gonna come after you next time. If we lose, we spend the whole off season in the locker room, in the training room. We are talking about how you beat us, and that fuels us next year. We are Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. We are so. I'm telling you, from relatives who are in the NFL right now, relatives who are Olympic athletes right now. When someone beats you, you are fueled next year to come after them. So
You want
Trump
to fight
doesn't
them
want-
again, right? You want to
Exactly. You want to
debate them
come
again.
after me. So just, dude, you don't understand what you're talking about. And I've been a lobbyist, I've been a veteran, and I've been a professional athlete. I'm telling you, when someone kicks your ass, all you're thinking about is, how can I get after them? And
Okay, sorry. Okay, I want to
to
address more shit. Copenhagen is lying and saying that Trump's offering a higher child tax credit. Actually, no. Trump, JD Vance, I believe, mentioned a $5,000 child tax credit. Kamala has outlined a child tax credit that begins with $6,000 the first year, and then I believe the second, third, I don't know, the next few years it's like $3,500, and then basically it's an increase of several $1,000s over the child's lifetime. And I just want to point out, JD Vance literally just sat out the vote in order to block the passing of a $5,000 tax credit just a couple of weeks ago.
Andy
Like
has sex with
literally.
couches.
Sorry, go for it.
Andy has sex with couches. Just go ahead and finish.
Yeah,
I
that too.
was trolling.
But he basically, a week after he said that he supported a $5,000 child tax credit, a week before he claims that he supported that, he literally sat out the vote in order to block it from passing. They're lying to you, and the fact that you fall for their lies says more about you than anyone else.
Brenda, can I do a serious response?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so people talk about and Trump says he won the debate, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but also Trump has said in interviews that he said, I feel like she had the answers to the questions before the debate. You don't say that unless you felt like she answered all the questions right. No one says that. Like, no one says, like, if you took a test and or if you did something and someone's like, oh man, like I felt like they had all the answers to the questions, then that means you felt that they got all the answers right.
You got it right.
You're not going to say that if you felt like you won.
Thank you.
And so that's the simplest thing. We don't have to go anywhere else.
Burrito.
If you say that you felt that she had all the answers, that means that you felt she got all the answers right. So that means
I feel like she's in the right. Can I just say that? I feel like she's in the right.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, I don't care if you guys are talking about her pearl earrings, like having no, none of that.
No, okay, so do you
but the point is,
do you understand the significance of her pearl earrings,
She
though?
got under his skin. Can I just say this? She got under his skin, and it was beautiful. And if anyone actually watched the debate, that was fucking brilliant.
But do you know why she had the earrings on?
For breakfast, like
why? I want to know.
Why she had those?
The earrings that she had on, it was pearl earrings. They're Tiffany earrings. First of all, they weren't some special like earpieces. They weren't special earpieces. But the significance of pearls is she is a AKA. That is a predominantly African American sorority. And AKAs wear pearls.
I know. I was part of the sorority at Berkeley.
You guys aren't talking. Hey, hold on. Everybody that's not currently talking, hush. Everybody that's not currently talking, mute your microphones.
So pearls are a thing that AKAs wear. That's part of their sorority. So AKAs wear pearls. So that's why she had those pearl earrings on. They are Tiffany. They've been proven to be Tiffany earrings versus some random crap that Republicans came up with to say, oh, they're special earpieces. Like no one wears pearl earpieces to get answers. But also, I want to point out this, okay? I do not care if either of them had earpieces in and they were getting information from other people, because what I want in a president when it comes to politics, military, whether it comes to civilians, whatever it is, I want them to be the most informed they can be. And I understand that presidents, they have cabinet members. They have people surrounding them to educate them on things that they might not be like the most educated on. And so if they have somebody in their ear saying, hey, well, this is why this is this versus that is that, I'm all for that. I don't care if they have someone helping them, because that is what we want in a president. We want someone that is not just going to go, this is what I think, and I'm just going to go on that. I want somebody that's going to say, oh, you're very educated on this matter. Tell me about it. And then I'll make a decision based on this person that's educated and this person that's educated on it and this person that's educated on it.
Sure.
And so,
Sure, but I would say in a debate.
That was awesome, dude. And I'm an Alpha Phi Alpha, by the way. And I'm also ex-military, 160 SOAR, 13 of Staff Sergeant Operations. So I hear you on both those points. That was the most articulate way to sum it up. I hear you. It was great. Thank you, bro.
Go ahead, host. You were speaking.
Yeah, no, that's different than cheating on a debate. I agree. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I would also say in a debate, like, but it doesn't matter because she wasn't fucking cheating. Like, because I also, I think if Trump had an earpiece in and someone was just reading him fucking answers that he was regurgitating, I don't think any of us would like that, But
in a grand scheme, I don't
that's not what,
I don't think it should matter.
I mean, in a debate, I think you should follow I think we can argue about how stupid debates are, right? Which we talked about the other night. Like, there's no real world situation in which a president is going to be under like similar circumstances as like a debate where everyone
Make
is like
decisions.
limited to 2 minutes to talk, and then you know what I mean. Like that's not how life works, and definitely not the presidency. So we could debate that all we want, but yeah, like but it doesn't fucking matter. She didn't have people in her ear. She wasn't like getting answers fed to her. We don't even need to like spend money like fucking explaining that away, but like
Girl, she was just a fucking prosecutor and then attorney general of the
she was just good at it.
Like,
But
listen, she didn't. But I do want to agree with her on that. Like, listen, also sororities. I'm Tridel. Listen, what I think, from what I noticed being part of the Greek world, like when it does come to being like Black American, right? It does matter, right? What? And I'm laughing at
It does. I agree. I love that you said that way. It does. I have an Alpha Phi Alpha.
It's a
She's
fucking
AKA. That's our sister sorority to our to my fraternity, and my daughter's thinking of pledging, and we've talked about it, and she's totally into it. AKA, I dated AKA, and I'm trying so hard not to influence her that way, but I want her to go that way.
Yeah.
And I apologize. So I apologize. Hey, world and God, whatever. We have been dominating the conversation, so please interject and say things for Brenna's live. I apologize, but to what Bree just said, yes,
She went
you're
to
right.
fucking Howard. She went to Howard.
Well, I want to address. So Copenhagen was saying she wasn't even a good one. I assume you mean prosecutor and whatnot. She was fucking excellent, Copenhagen. But I find that hilarious. I find it hilarious that you think you can discredit her quality or experience as a prosecutor. Again, she was well known for being very good at her job.
In
When
Copenhagen,
fucking Trump, guys, please, when Trump famously is so bad at business, not only has he declared bankruptcy multiple times and bankrupted a fucking casino, which like no one else manages to run one of those into the ground.
The house always wins.
But the house always wins, as we know. But he also, like, people have shown that if he had just parked the money that he inherited into a fucking index fund and just let it sit there for as long as he's, ever since he received it, he would have ended up with more money than he has now. So like his businesses are so he's such a bad businessman that he couldn't even beat the fucking stock market this entire time. That's bad, dude. That's bad.
Brenna, can I tell you from experience? I worked for the Bakar Resort, which he bankrupt, and 3 of our contractors didn't
hear what
pay.
she had to say.
And so Copenhagen, just FYI, that 97% success rate, that's not true. It's 68.45. And I know that for a fact because I know the people that do his finances. We work at the same company. You're lying. You're not being you're being disingenuous, and you're missing something. 68.47%, it's not 97%. You're wrong.
Hold on. Did you disagree with what host just said? As far as it goes, like, yeah, what?
No,
Copenhagen.
he's responding to the comments.
Success rate.
Oh, I see.
That's not true. It's 68.47. I know it for a fact because we use the same financial advisory firm, which is Brad Lloyd, and we all knew the same. That's not true. He's an asset management and brand management company. That is not 792%. You are misinforming the live. You're posting stuff that's not true, and I can prove it. Contact me privately, Copenhagen, and I'll prove it to you and show you the documentation. Bakar Resort in Southern California, we were 3 of the investor pool. He stiffed all of us, and that's not true. You're wrong. I know this for personally. In fact, I'm in that demographic. You're wrong. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Royal, he contributed to her campaign and he endorsed her for her campaign. So all this is null and void. Like, he can't say she's crap, but he contributed to her financially and endorsed her. So
yeah, I'm sorry, Copenhagen. Doesn't he like always hire the best people, and he likes the best people? And he contributed to her campaign, helped to get her elected as DA or whatever. And now you're going to tell me that he had such bad, ability of picking a good candidate. He picked a wrong one, a bad one.
well,
Make it make sense.
he did pick his VP and then called for him to be
Unlived?
Jan
So
6. So,
Copenhagen said, prove it now.
there's a
Connect with
reason
me
nobody is
privately.
left
I
from his
will walk
last.
you through everything you incorporate. I'll walk you through. Don't say prove it now because I can't log out of the live and show you my information. Log with me, follow me. I'll prove it to you now. And when you are wrong, I'll videotape the whole live or the whole conversation on Zoom or Google Teams or a Meet, and I will post it on Brandon's thing, and we'll go back here. I'm open with doing that. Let's do it, Copenhagen. Call me directly, match me, and talk to me, and I will walk you through the financials of what I know. And if you have something to contradict that, we'll have a conversation. Don't do this to me. You don't know who you're talking to, bro. Park your car. Don't do this to me.
Yo, hey, we got to do a countdown when the burrito's almost done. We got to do like a 10-second countdown. Yo, she killed that burrito, bro. She ain't stopped it. She didn't even throw no salsa or hot sauce on it. She just like,
Well,
yo,
because the queso, it's spicy queso, and it's like
Really?
all over it.
Was it chicken or chorizo? What was in the burrito? Come on,
It's
Brett.
like shredded chicken, pico, black beans, and
And life and I in worlds, we're okay.
get that
Just
top
go
button,
eat it. Just go eat
unloose the top button, and let's just finish this, okay?
Just
Let's
go
do
eat
it.
it, girl. Go eat it. Go
Life
eat
brought
it.
up a good point here.
right. I just wanna-
I've never eaten a burrito without pouring hot sauce onto every single
That's
bite
true.
before I take it, and I don't know how you just ate that burrito like that. I'm sure it was delicious,
Bro,
but
what's
I
your
know.
favorite hot
I'll
sauce?
be. To be honest, I usually do put. This is the first time I've ordered a burrito from this place. I usually do put hot sauce on it. They didn't give me any extra hot sauce. I do have some hot sauce, but I will say the fucking spicy queso is actually pretty fucking good. It's like
good. It's
Bren-
okay
Brenna-
with the burrito
really good.
inside
Brenna,
of it. Okay.
legit question, Brenna.
Yeah.
You haven't eaten all day, right? Like you didn't
Correct.
eat breakfast. You might have had like a granola bar, but you didn't eat breakfast, right?
I ate nothing all day.
Okay, okay. I could
had
tell
coffee.
because you have not made a single face or anything like, I ate earlier. Should I eat the rest of this? You're just like, I'm going in because I deserve this.
Well, I do
really-
What was
fucking deserve it.
the hot
Thank
sauce
you.
you said?
So you deserve to put that on camera so we can count down. You're hiding it now. Stop
No,
hiding
I'm
it.
not hiding it.
Unhide the burrito.
But world
That's why I have
doesn't.
dessert
Don't
with me
do
too.
the rah. I'm gonna
But
get like, listen, don't.
How about this? How about this? How about this?
Oh my God! Like.
We won't
She's
count
eating
down the
her
burrito.
She's
Brianna,
having she's enjoying
will-
her meal. Let's
we won't
not.
count it down if you give the last bite to your dog, who so really wants that
Okay,
burrito.
that's fair.
Well,
That's
no,
fair.
don't do that. There's
bad.
pico.
She's been-
The dog can't have onion. Don't.
Or she-
That's
there's
true.
onion in
That's
that.
true.
Don't,
No,
yeah,
I
don't do
know.
that.
No, I know that. But I'll give her a piece that's not.
She
doesn't
wants
have it.
that. She's
But
been coming up on
She's
you.
been eating the little bits that I've been dropping. Don't you worry.
You ain't dropped not a single bite, girl.
I've been
No,
dropping.
she
Don't
has.
you worry. Yeah.
That's what that's what I did with my dog. Like literally, I wouldn't feed her my what I was eating, but I would intentionally drop. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to the freaking discussion.
I like the burrito
I
discussion.
do love
I
Ho
like
so
the hot
much.
sauce
And I said,
discussion.
what's happening behind her? Like that whole background. It's that's fucking cool.
That's like a California backdrop. I don't know where she lives, but like
Oh my
that's
God!
a.
Why you gotta be in California? I'm in Northern California. Breezes, LA. Why you gotta be there? It's cool.
So she is in California. I knew it. I could tell.
Reed and
That's
I are in
a New York
California.
backdrop.
Let
That's
it
New
go, bro.
Oh my god. Though, can we stop? Can we stop?
If she has a record player, I'm gonna lose my shit.
You got
a record? She does.
Life. I have a
Listen,
record
a
player.
record
Life. There's some things that I have. Like my dad passed away and left me some jazz things from the way back. And I have record players to play as vinyls because there's no. I've looked for it. I've tried to find online and on these audio things. There's no. These things have just dropped off. And I have to have the record player to play his vinyls.
Oh my god. We're all such weird.
I think there's a business there. If someone could do that and take our vinyls and reproduce them later, I think it's a business. But when I play these, I'm thinking my dad and my son. I'm sorry.
No, Royal. I got the same thing, Royal. So my dad didn't pay, like my mom just they got a divorce and he left a whole ridiculous collection of vinyls, and so I have them. And I listen to them from time to time. And I remember when I was younger, I go in the basement because that's where his vinyls were. There was this comedy vinyl called Wild Man Steve, and it had naked girls on it. So I'd be like, oh, naked, as a little kid, I'm like, oh, look at these girls naked, But that was just a thing of mine. And so I have this whole collection of vinyls. I still
You
have.
have Wild Man Steve, 1966. Oh my God, dude, we are boys now. oh my God.
And my name is Steve. Technically, you know, so like I always saw that I was like, oh my God, like wow, man, Steve, I'm Steve. These girls are naked. Maybe one day, you know. So that's just how it was. But like now, I love vinyl. I love the way it sounds and everything. And I guess you call me a hipster. I don't know because I love vinyl. I think that's what
Dude,
they
you're
call.
you're just one of us, and I think there's a lost business of how do we take that world and expose it to our new world, technology-wise, because online it doesn't work. I've listened to vinyl and listened to them when they've transposed it onto audio and on streaming apps, and it doesn't sound the same.
You just don't get the same feeling. You don't get that sound of when you put the needle down on the vinyl. You can't duplicate that.
Like, how do we duplicate that? And then
Oh my God! Do we see the fucking Cavalier King Charles? Look at that baby.
like, how do we move forward though?
Hold on, one sec. Like
Did she
literally,
say
are
King
we
Charles?
kidding? The
Who?
Cavalier King Charles, right, host?
Yes.
Yeah.
Bree, did you just? Oh my God, girl, we're married now. Oh my God, that was awesome.
But no, I'm all about the papillons. Like
We have
don't
to
agree, don't buy, adopt.
How do we take that world and
literally.
expose our kids and our grandkids to that stuff without having them come to the house and listen to it on vinyl? Like, how do we get that sound and that experience, technology-wise, to the level?
You gotta start like I did. All my kids, like my oldest kid is 13, and they all listen to Motown and stuff like that, and older.
Me too. I did.
But
I started
Yeah.
just with my phone.
I grew up on Elvis. to be clear.
So life simplified.
Elvis, huh?
I'm an
I'm
Elvis
related
girl.
to a whole.
I mean, Elvis was fucking cool. He was really handsome too.
So Bree and Life Simplified, I'm related to the Hullen brothers. I was like all those Motown hits. They sued them. Our family owns some of the rights to some of those things. Smokey Robinson and I are family right
Blue
now.
Notes.
Like we are there because they settled all that with Barry and I trust me. I love it. My son, God rest his soul, he was an Army CID agent who passed away, protected the border of both Northern and Southern.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
2021. It's been 3 years. We're working through it. Me and his sister and his older brother. We're working through it. But he was a major Motown thing. We flew out to Motown Museum. Barry Gordy has been at my house. I have a picture of my mom, my dad, with Diana Ross and Smokey Robinson in it because we're related to the Hullen brothers who did all the music and all that stuff. It was crazy. We grew up with that. And now this younger generation, I'm not criticizing Gen Z or anybody. When I hear your music, I'm not criticizing. I love some of your hip hop. I love some of your beats, but God, Lord Jesus, sometimes I just don't get it.
It's not for us to get it, man. We just got to live in our time. She got a cheer up now. Bring it back.
Life, I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm trying. I'm trying.
You don't have to get it.
Like which one? Hold on. Like which one?
Like-
what don't
like-
you get?
Because
You don't have to get it.
It's like
It's
there's
not our
some rappers
time.
that go blah 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 lifestyle. What are you saying?
I'm
Like,
saying your parents did not get hip hop and stuff like that.
No,
like
my dad said,
it wasn't for
quote
them.
unquote, I don't want that Snoop Doggy MWA bullshit in my house. He said that to us.
Exactly. It wasn't for him to get. It was for our time.
Wait, hold on. Did he
And-
talk shit? Wait, listen. Snoop Dogg, like I know I'm from LA and I do respect him. I actually do respect the man. I really do. He's best friends with
I
Martha
loved him, but
Stewart,
my
right?
dad
Like,
was like, no.
I get that. I get why that he would be for no. Listen, also when I'm asking that question, I was like, is it against Kendrick? Right? Because Kendrick is out here freaking having all these like wars, like people that do have these issues with each other.
Kendrick,
I'm trying to be really calm about it, like not saying the words, but he's like, yeah, let's all meet together, all against Drake.
So my problem with Bree, from the culture, from that neighborhood, that world, the problem with Drake is, and it's not he's a bad person. I love his music in a lot of ways.
I don't.
No, I hear him. But I think when brothers hear him, we go, dude, we hear you talking about experiences that we experienced, but you didn't. We
Right.
love you, but it's okay. You're amplifying it. We love that's okay. But
Wait, you
don't-
mean like what Kendrick said in his lyrics when he said like the Mecca, like you come to Atlantic when you need money?
Exactly. So Kendrick. So the song "I'm Happy," like that was in. I think it was Me Too
For
and Me
real.
One.
For real.
Was it Me One or Me Too? I don't know. CeeLo originally was given that song. He said, "This is not me," and
Yeah.
passed it on.
Yeah.
And it blew up into a pop culture thing. Does that express the hip hop and urban culture? No.
Can I express something? I know I'm like an Italian American woman, right? But I'm from Los Angeles and I love Snoop.
So
Also,
your
I'm gonna say-
ethnicity has nothing to do with your cultural process of music.
Yeah, but I love fucking Snoop and I love Kendrick and I've never understood why what's his name? Drake was actually like popular. I never understood.
Me either. Me
It
either.
sucked.
I've
So
been to
can I
India,
can I
I've
explain
been
to you
to
why
Japan,
Drake's popular?
I've
Yeah,
been to
yeah.
Taiwan.
Let's
Drake
hear it.
walked
Like,
the
wait,
clubs.
Drake
Life.
is lyrically talented. Drake
No.
makes also
Really?
Drake. Let me
Life
finish.
is right.
Let me
Life
finish.
is right. He gets it.
Explain.
He's right.
Like Drake is lyrically talented. He makes radio hits. He makes things that people can dance to. He makes things that this
Yeah.
generation.
He's not a hip hop artist, sorry.
Okay, so first of all, I grew up. I'm a Biggie, Jay-Z. You know, I'm born in 1983. I listen to all the stuff. I went through the whole Bad Boy era. I went through the whole No Limit era.
I love you.
You know,
I love you politically.
you know,
Now
but
you, now
but
you,
Drake
now you
Drake
check my
Drake
box.
connects with people. Drake connects.
No, he
I
doesn't, and
listen
he
to
fucking
Drake.
sucks. I'm so sorry.
Drake
His
doesn't
lyrics
suck.
are
Drake
fucking
doesn't
lame.
suck.
His
Drake doesn't
lyrics
suck.
Suck. He doesn't fit the cultural old school
He doesn't.
hierarchy.
But the
doesn't
thing is, he
suck.
doesn't have to fit the cultural old school because things
Agreed.
continually progress. But also,
Okay.
Drake's family has contributed to the history of African American music.
Exactly. They
And
go
so
to
so
museums and
so
they
he
love
has
the
more
cities.
credibility.
Thank you.
He has more credibility.
Honestly, I'm
technically
gonna
than Kendrick.
believe Kendrick Lamar when he says, like, I don't know, maybe because he's from where I'm from, Los Angeles. I don't like Drake, and I never thought he was talented
The problem
whatsoever.
is, see, the thing is, the problem is that I have with hip
Why
hop
are
is
we
that
talking about this,
constantly we have to pit each other against each other. We do not see that in pop or country music. No one's beefing. Everybody's just eating. Everybody's
But
eating.
he's
And
not an okay person, though, bro. Like, he's not. Like,
what I'm
Drake
saying,
is
why do we
not
have
an
to
okay
pit each
person.
other against each other?
Okay, whatever. I just think
People
Drake is not an
legitimately,
okay
people
human.
legitimately, like when it comes to rap and hip hop, people legitimately have been killed and died and unalived over music, and that's stupid.
Well, okay, but I do want to say, Roy, you're all muffled.
Sorry, I'm 57 years old, so I'm going to tell you something here. I've been to Mumbai, India. I've been to Tokyo. I've been to Taiwan. I've been to China. I've been around this world, in Germany, and I've walked into clubs and they're playing hip hop music, and I've had to step out and go, "Holy shit, are they there?" To quote Quincy Jones, who I've met and been married to. No, I've gone to dinner with him.
Yeah.
The African or Black American culture is the most renowned thing worldwide. We influence, and affect everybody.
But also, we have died over it. No other brand of
Exactly.
music.
We have.
So life. I do want to. I mean, hip hop is slightly different because obviously, like a lot of the sort of hi Murdoch on Twitch, a lot of the like beef. It runs a little bit deeper than what I'm about to say, but I do want to compare, like, so I went a little viral last week because I weighed in on the Be Better takedown. I don't know if you guys saw any of that shit, but so I found some stuff and that was part of the whole like downfall thing. And so that like you're muffled again, Royal.
Can we let her speak, though? Go ahead.
So I did like, you know, a couple videos on it and they fucking blew the fuck up. And I immediately saw why Be Better's entire brand is takedowns of other like influencers and brands, because that shit like pays. It pays. People engage with that. People fucking eat that shit up. And like I said, you know, in one of my videos, I was like, I'm hoping that this is it. Like, I'm not trying to be the new takedown girly and stuff. And I genuinely mean that. But like, I can see why it encourages people to find a way to commodify that draw. I mean, it's like, again, with hip hop, with like very real life, circumstances and like results, obviously, thank you, Royal, the stakes are a lot higher. But in the same way that there's that like theory that the whole like Taylor Swift Kanye thing was like totally like agreed upon, kind of planned, because they share the same like management company or whatever. Like, it's that drama fucking it sells. It's soap opera shit. Same reason wrestling works the way it does. Wrestling is all pre-written and it has like long-term beef and whatnot. Same reason fucking Culebron. How do you say that? I just said it. Soap operas. The same reason soap operas sell. People fucking love beef. They do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
please go for it.
So
Especially
the things you mentioned, you mentioned wrestling, you mentioned the like
soap operas
and stuff like that, and I'll even go to say like the real housewives of name a city.
Yes.
It's all stuff that's written out and it's all fake. Okay, so the problem I have is that when it comes to hip hop and black rap, African American rap culture, hip hop culture, is that the things you named, no one is dying or being unalive.
I know. I understand.
But the problem I have is that these executives and these CEOs of these record companies, they profit off of the deaths and unaliving of people. Like there's songs at people's graves, at 18, 17, 16-year-olds graves, talking about, we did this to him, we did that, and then 2 weeks later they're unalived as well. So while we can say that like we like the drama because we see the Real Housewives of this, we see the Jersey Shore and stuff, we understand, like I understand,
I don't
like
think
drama
that's what
sells.
she was saying.
Drama she said that. Let me finish,
No.
and then you can rebut. I'll let you rebut and I won't interrupt, but don't interrupt me, please. But when it comes to like black hip hop and black culture, like people are actually dying over it, and that is the problem that I have, because people are profiting over people's death. And
I agree.
Do your thing, Bree.
Sorry, I'm gonna step in and say I agree, and that's why I kind of said at the beginning, like, I don't mean to minimize it, and obviously the stakes are a lot higher when people's lives are being lost and whatnot. Like, I fully agree, and that's why I don't mean to minimize those stakes when I compare it to these other things, but I do. But the reason I'm like mentioning those others is like, because also, like many of those, it's like it's scripted in many ways, right? Or somewhat planned. But the TikTok thing, like it's horrible to see how like hungry people get to see people's downfall. And it's like, obviously no one's like being unalived in this case, in the TikTok case, but like the fact that people are like loving to see, or like hoping to see someone's entire like life destroyed. And like, I mean, also people were sending like D threats and stuff and doxing Be Better and stuff. And it's like,
who's Be Better?
So Be Better is like
can I say something about that though? Can I go ahead, host? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to answer. Be Better. So Be Better is this creator who like kind of had a very quick rise. He had close to 1 million followers, and his whole thing was like doing these like marketing analysis, and I put that in very, very large quotation marks, talking about the downfall of like blank. And he would talk about like influencers and like brands, but mostly like influencers that are a brand or a person that is a brand, and he would talk about like the downfall of them. And recently he did a video about the downfall of Kamala Harris, and he did this like analysis of her political campaign and said all of these things of like why she's gonna fail, but all of the stuff he said was like factually untrue. Most of it was factually untrue and was like right-wing talking points.
No, I got it. I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right,
So
I'm good.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I'm just pointing out that. Oh no, Royal, we lost
Girl,
Royal.
you're good. I love you. Go.
Thank you. Oh, I see. Sorry, Royal. Okay. Let me know if you want to hop up later. But so, I'm just pointing out, it's like, his whole fan base was built on these people who like loved to kind of watch these like takedowns of very real people, and just we're like bloodthirsty, right, for this, like the downfalls of these big people. And the whole reason everyone flipped on him on a dime was the same thing, because he built his entire fucking audience on people who are like thirsty for that beef, you know, that love that. And so they did the same shit to him. And, you know, again, yes, I was part of the exposing of some stuff, but like, you know, people were sending him D threats and stuff, and I had to ask people to stop. And again, different stakes, because people are not being unalived in this case. They're being threatened of, you know, to be unalived. But I think that when we ask ourselves like why, it's because like, well, up until someone loses their life, up until then, all that drama pays. It pays so fucking much to everyone involved.
A lot
and
of
like
money.
and it gets and that is commodified. And so until you're the guy who's like unalived, every fucking step of that is making you richer, and it's totally fucking worth it. And you just gotta hope that you're not one of the ones that ends up being unalived by the end of it. You know what I mean? Sleep is good for the health.
Bree
Literally.
got to stage. Bree, it's all you.
Yeah.
No, I agree with everything the host said, because I think that's very true. Honestly, and I'm kind of like taken aback by the freaking comments, like, "Oh, sleep is good." Like, listen, she just made
Bree. No. That's Nas. He's Mod. He's a very, very good friend now. He's in here all the time. He's being kind. He's also, you know, he's telling me to get some sleep, which is fair.
Okay,
it is 3 a.m. where I am.
Fair, but I also get those kind of comments. Like, I sometimes like go for 9 hours on my live when I'm there. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like the live is like so good, and like you want to keep on going and whatever. Yeah. Anyway,
The burrito.
sorry. Can we talk about this dog though?
The burrito beggar.
This is Rizzo. Yeah, the burrito beggar, exactly. Her name is Riz. That's why if you subscribe to me, the flare you get says Riz. So Nas has Riz.
Don't tell me she's named after Riz from Greece.
She is named
Rizzo Di Gregorio. No.
Betty Rizzo. Betty Rizzo is her.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's okay. I'm so sorry, Benny. I'm so sorry. I understood that like this person's a mod. Yeah, she might need to get some sleep, but I'm just gonna say this.
Well, they're also saying because today, really, TikTok has its day in court. And so I was saying, like last night I hopped off the live at a reasonable time because I was like, I gotta try to fix my sleep schedule. Newsflash, I did not. I laid in bed all fucking night until this morning. And I slept, you know, starting at 7 a.m. But, sorry. I just want to be like awake. My plan is to go live today during the day when we hear anything about like the TikTok live or the TikTok ban court case thing. I'm hoping for a stay on the whole like timeline heading towards a ban, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, this is kind of what gets me. Like there is a lot. Like, yeah, we don't know.
Has there not been any American? Wasn't it like based on like an American company like owning a certain percentage of it or something like that?
Yeah, they were saying that China can't own 20% of it, and China doesn't own 20% of it, but China has what's called like a golden share, which basically gives them like a seat at the table that they can like override sales and stuff. And that's common, right? So like Brazil has, as you know, Brazil had like there was some airline that was being like acquired by Boeing that's Brazilian, and they had like Brazil had a golden share or whatever like on the board of that airline, and they were able to stop the acquisition or whatever. Or I don't know, there's a whole fucking approval process. But they said like they just don't want 20% to be owned by an enemy, you know, a hostile nation. And it's fucking nonsense is what it is.
I guess so. At some point, Walmart is gonna own TikTok.
That's what they're hoping. They want an American billionaire to own it. which is gonna
Walmart.
Yeah, I don't understand why American billionaires owning yet another social media site and controlling our ability to communicate is somehow better than one of them
I
being owned
think
by
because
China.
they know. I think because they know that at some point, like they'll have a certain amount of influence and they can control what we see and hear and stuff like that. And I do have older in-laws and older family members that like. You look at Facebook. I get friend requests from my mother-in-law every week because she gets hacked every week from clicking on something or whatever it is. But that's neither here nor there. But also we have let's say so in our country, Smithfield. You ever heard of Smithfield meat products?
Sure.
Okay, so Smithfield, they are a Missouri company, one of the biggest meat providers in the country. They unknowingly sold their company to China.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so crazy. And there was a whole you'll have to go look it up on YouTube. There was what is that? What is that? It's a YouTube channel that Vox or no, I can't think of it, but they did a whole thing on it. But it was crazy how they did not know that they were selling their meat company to the Republican Bank of China.
That's funny.
And and Smithfield is a big, like even in Arkansas at Walmart. I live in Arkansas, okay? And so Walmart is big here. Tyson is big here. Smithfield is big here. They're in Missouri, the state above us. Like we still have Smithfield hams and Smithfield, bacon, all that stuff. They did not know that they sold themselves to China, and so I think that's a problem that people are realizing. Like these companies don't understand that, like they're selling their land. Like in Arkansas, Bill Gates in China owns so much land in Arkansas. Between Bill Gates and China, they own like 90% of the farmland in Arkansas.
Oh my goodness! Can I
And
say
so
something?
I
So
think
that
I think that's just what people are coming up with. Like in our country, we allow other people to come in and buy land and stuff like that, and we don't necessarily do thorough background checks or even care about that stuff, just because we want the money for it. But in other countries, we don't get to go into China and just buy land or buy companies.
Right, but at the same time, we also pride ourselves in not being China, right? Like, I think that's the dumbest fucking excuse is people say, like, well, we're free. We're not like China. They control all the internet and people can't even access like, and it's all this and it's like, but then as soon as it's like, oh, well, we want to control a social media company because it has like a minimum, like, not even like a majority ownership by Chinese investors. The majority is owned by international investors, including some large American investors, by the way. But like, and the excuse is like, oh, well, China does it to our social media companies. But the entire fucking point is that we're not China. Like that,
But Brenna, the point is of that is you can, okay, so let's say, obviously, we'll say China is our enemy.
wait, I'm gonna have to leave.
Right?
Brenna, I'm so glad. Thank you for letting me up on your panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, babe. Thank you so much. I think you're fucking brilliant. Bye.
Thanks.
So we'll say we'll say they're our frenemy, but at some point, like some people think we'll go to war with China at some point someday, right? So if China owns a lot of land, because they own a lot of land around a lot of
no, I understand life also. I mean, sure, like land, fine. Ironically, Chinese investors own a huge amount of apartments in New York City that they don't use. They use them as investment properties, and like no one's fighting against that. I don't see Congress protecting New Yorkers' right to fucking affordable housing and arguing against Chinese nationals owning those fucking properties because they don't give a fuck, and by the way, and we don't, I'm not trying to veer into like xenophobia and stuff, but like, we're talking about vested wealthy interests and stuff. But also if we're going to talk about like TikTok in terms of like, this is a hostile nation and we don't want them to control our social, access to information and social media and like have this much access to data. Number one, all of our data can be purchased by pennies. So whether China, and also it's like
it's
China,
already purchased.
It's already purchased by pennies. Also, China has access to so many apps on our, like any like shitty little game that you download on your phone. Half of those, if not the majority of them, are created by China. And they're getting all of your data by just installing that anyway. Okay, like firstly, they're buying your data for pennies anyway. Thirdly, we keep fucking seeing all of this shit come out about Russia paying influencers, but those influencers, they're not on TikTok. They're on fucking YouTube, and they're on X, and they're on Facebook. Like, we keep seeing these fucking, things come out every few years of how Russia is spreading disinformation in amongst Americans, and rarely, if ever, is it through fucking TikTok. And so, and beyond that, like, I'm sorry, but Elon Musk, X is a fucking cesspool right now. And you get censored on there if you use words like cis. If you call someone like a cis man, your fucking tweet gets censored. But all his right-wing bullshit, that's fine. All of that misinformation, and it is heavily misinformed, all of that is fine. But it's fine because technically he's a billionaire in America. And like fucking Zuckerberg, he controls all of Meta's things. He controls Threads, Instagram, Facebook. He has vested interests. He has been tied. Meta has been tied to fucking coups in other countries and has absolutely used its power to influence beliefs and elections and behaviors of people. We fucking know that. Not only is it being used by countries like Russia, but it's done it on its own volition too. You mean to fucking tell me that the ruling class in this country somehow has my interests at heart more than fucking China does? Really? And by the way, China, again, like being an entity that is making a lot of fucking money from me just using this app and like, getting people to send gifts to me and also buying shit on TikTok shop. You know what I mean? Like China, I mean, TikTok, ByteDance makes a lot of fucking money through TikTok, in the United States, but also in other countries. And like, if you want to protect our data from China, maybe you should enact some actually strong protective data privacy laws. But really, you're going to tell me that that like a billionaire, an American billionaire that is already very much not on my side, otherwise they wouldn't be a billionaire. You know what I mean? Like, there are no fucking moral billionaires while people are going hungry in America. You want to tell me that a fucking right-wing, most likely right-wing, because those are the ones that are jumping up trying to buy TikTok right now, one of those billionaires is going to be better and use this tool more safely and honestly and in a less self-interested way than fucking some people that happen to also like exist in China? It's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, but it's bullshit.
Host, I don't think that at all. I think that any American's interest in TikTok is, man, TikTok can make me a lot of money. I can't wait to monetize it and use advertising and stuff. Just like anything else, I think it's the same way with marijuana and all that stuff. It's like once the states figured out that they can get taxes from it and stuff, then it's like, oh, let's make it legal now. And so I don't think that any of it is in the pure interest of like helping out Americans because Americans are going to be done wrong by TikTok. I do think there's some people that think, as far as like China's ownership and things like Smithfield, like I said, Smithfield earlier, is a major meat company in America. If China has that, and let's say we went to war with them, that's food that like we won't get provided to us if they can cut that off.
Sure.
In a type of war thing or whatever. But I don't even want to go there because that's just that.
But also, it's like, well, sure, yes and no. But like, if they, if you go to war with China, similar to how like Russian assets were seized overseas, right? Yep. Russian homes, Russian money in banks, that all that shit was seized once Russia went to war with Ukraine, invaded Ukraine. And like, I feel like that's the same thing, right? Like, Smithfield, that's what it's called?
Smithfield, yep.
Yeah, so or Smithville?
Smithfield.
Smithfield. Like it's now like Chinese owned, but I assume it's still a company operating here. So like, yeah, if war breaks out between the United States and China, the United States like seizes Smithfield.
Just
and
takes
it seizes
it back.
Yeah, it just fucking seizes it. Like, that's what they do, and that's what's always been done. You just seize the assets of your fucking enemy state. If China all of a sudden, if they go to war with the US, like, they've already offered to put all the fucking servers holding American data on American soil. They've already fucking offered that. And so if the United States just like allows that and accepts that, then cool. Once you go to war with China, you can seize the fucking like servers. Just seize it. Just fucking seize control of it. Like that is what people have done historically. It's
That's not the
fine.
concern, though. That's not what they're worried about.
They're worried about China manipulating the
Yes.
information. Yes. Oh, I
Yeah.
understand. But that's my point is that we're seeing that plenty, and it's happening on American-owned apps.
I mean,
Plenty.
I don't disagree with you. I think about that. I mean, that's something that I definitely have some experience in this. You know, what I do for a living. I mentioned I was a mayor, but I own a digital marketing agency. So when it comes to social media, you know, that's what we do. And you know, the big thing was when we found out that the algorithm was different in China, and how they presented things to children. You know, most of the stuff, it was encouraging productive videos, like, you know, STEM related kind of stuff.
STEM stuff.
Like, look, that's what China does. And I'm not necessarily saying that the government should be involved in what the algorithm is like showing people, right? That's not what we base our American values on. But when you look at what they were doing here, you could tell that they were trying to, you know, I'll use like an old boomer term of brain rot children. The algorithm just promoted, like, you know, mindless dances, things like that. I'm not saying it should. I'm not saying I'm for the legislation that they're proposing, right? So because I don't have all the information that they have. The one thing that keeps me from being completely against it, though, is there are, and look, you know, again, I was a small city mayor, right? We have 20,000 people. You could argue because our utilities covered 40,000, but that's a small city. I only have, you know, connections to the federal government through a few people, and you know, like one of them is Congressman Raskin. He's on this, you know, the national stage now because of, you know, the last few years with you know, the different committees that have been formed and whatnot. But he was fairly unknown before that nationally. Great guy. I trust him as much as I can trust any.
Jamie Raskin is the one who had cancer, right?
Yeah, he was wearing the head cover and everything. And he's great.
He's entertaining. I like listening to his sound bites and stuff in his little videos.
Yeah, he's bold, and the thing about him is he was a professor of constitutional law at Georgetown. So when people try to like talk law or constitution against him, which, you know, Republicans always do, he can just absolutely wipe the floor with them. He's great.
Own them, dismantle them.
He's a good person. And he's always kind of, you know, I've always seen him fight for the side of freedom, you know, and things that go against this, you know, and he's for it. Jeff Jackson is for it. All these people. So all I'm saying too, and I think my experience in government has me a little, I don't know if the word bias is it, but I just know that there are plenty of times people would be furious about something that my city was doing when I was in office. And there was something that I couldn't tell them. You know, I can speak about this now. I mean, and these are very small things compared to what's going on the federal level. And, you know, if it was like one party doing this or the majority of people, and there are a bunch of people kind of fighting it, but the people that are in the government at that level that I trust, they're also for it. So I'm not saying I'm for it because I don't know why they're for it. But I do, you know, I'm more hesitant to be completely against what they're talking about because I know there's probably stuff that we don't know. And I know that's not like super convincing.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand that, and I fully understand that, but I'm also like honestly, when it goes to questions of like free speech, which I understand that free speech governs. It's not as simple as that, right? Because in theory, I'm allowed to still say and do the things I do on TikTok. I just can't do them on TikTok. I understand that. But I like with something like this that has growing disapproval, like the whole point of democracy is that you will not govern in darkness, right? And I get it. There are questions of national fucking security that not every American is going to be privy to, and that's fine. But like, quite frankly, like show up or like, you know, put up or shut up, right? Like, if we're really at risk, I want fucking proof of that. I don't want to just take your word for it, because also I'm seeing like firstly, by the way, TikTok saved my fucking life. And I've only been on here for a year and a half. But it gave me, like, I was someone who's struggling deeply since the pandemic for various reasons. I'm a filmmaker, or I, was, and like I was struggling to like feel like I had anything worthwhile to say, all this kind of, I'm not gonna fucking bore you with the whole story, but like TikTok helped me find a community and helped me start to like trust, believe that like, oh yeah, I have something of value to say that speaks to people. And it also now helps me pay my bills. You know what I mean? Like, I work in the film industry. The film industry is fucking struggling, dude. It is struggling so badly right now. And this has genuinely helped me to bridge that gap. And it has helped me to get more jobs. But it helps me pay my fucking rent, and it helps me put food on my table. And like, I am posting the same stuff, and it's, I know it's going to be like, oh, okay, so my stuff isn't successful on other apps as well, so therefore that's why I'm against them. Sure, but also I post mainly political stuff, and when I post stuff like on Instagram, for example, it either gets no views or it gets flooded with MAGA. That's all it gets fucking flooded with. It's tons of fucking hate speech and disgusting things. Okay.
Post it on Facebook.
Yeah, I don't even fucking dare to post it on Facebook. It's just more hate. Yeah, I don't even bother to put it there. Same with Google. Same with fucking YouTube. Right? I won't even dare to put it on fucking X, on Twitter anymore. But in all of those, it's a right-wing fucking cesspool, and it's hate speech all the way down. All the way down every time. But this is the one app that I feel like isn't rewarding that hate speech. This is the one app that I have to be careful about what I say. I mean, yes, you have to be careful about what you say with regards to Is and Pal on YouTube and Meta. And that's been that way, by the way, for years, well before this past year, like famously so. Google was like blocking Pal speakers at like academic events just because they argued that saying anything in favor of Pal, self-determination or independence is somehow promoting T-ism. Like, they've been saying that for fucking years. Like, don't fucking get me started on that. But, outside of that, I have to be careful about what I say to make sure it's not misconstrued as like hate speech and stuff on here, harassment and bullying. The other apps don't give a fuck. They allow so much hate speech, and that's all it is. And I'm sorry, but like, the United States government doesn't have my best interests at heart. I know it doesn't. I know. I see who's in control of it. And the people who own, the fucking billionaires who own all of my ability to communicate with other fellow Americans also don't have my best interests at heart. I know they don't. I also see that. And I'm not going to argue that China does, but there's something to be said for the fucking variety in control over our communication networks. There's something to be said by that. So the diversification in our fucking platform ownership. I'm sorry, but there is. Yeah.
I mean, look, I agree with almost everything. I mean, I'd probably say everything, but there's some nuances, really, is it? I just, I try to keep an open mind with something like this. Obviously, you and I aren't going to make the call on it.
Which is a shame, because it's a fucking democracy, and you'd think we should be able to, at least have just as much say as anyone else. But no, you're right.
Well, and look, and we're definitely a form of democracy. We're supposed to be. It's not the best form of democracy. You just got to remember that. Our Constitution, if we want a real democracy, or even when I say a real democracy, I don't necessarily mean a pure democracy where everyone votes on every single thing, but even a good representative democracy, we would have to rewrite the Constitution, the people that would do it.
I will say, I argue for that all the time. I think that the United States, the American form of democracy, is garbage. I'm a parliamentary girl all the way.
You'd have to get rid of the Electoral College.
Yeah, you would have to. I mean, first things first. Ranked choice voting is so important, right? So, but you just gotta remember the people that wrote the Constitution. They wrote it.
Yes, Benny, it's a type of democracy.
To have people that are rich landowners that didn't want to pay taxes and were wine snobs. Like, that's who, when it was originally written, the people that voted, you had to own land, and almost no one owned land then. It was look. the 1% have been ruining things since the very beginning. 100%. I mean, you look at every major thing that happened in this country that's a absolute tragedy. It was the 1%. It always was the 1%. You know, I mean, it's like across the board. I mean, even like Western expansion in the beginning was about the 1%. The 1% were the ones who owned slaves. Like they've been doing it since the beginning. And when they wrote the Constitution, it was written to do exactly what's happening, even though they didn't want what's happening to happen. I don't know. That's a really poor way to word that, but they warned about a lot of stuff that's happening, but they're the ones that planted all the seeds for it to happen.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, the TikTok, I hope at some point we find out what's going on and maybe it makes us feel a little better.
I do want to point out that by far the division between people in congresspersons who supported and didn't support the TikTok ban bill, it's actually along age lines. That the youngest, it's not even along political lines. It's the biggest like clear line is younger congresspersons and whatnot are against the ban bill, voted against it, and the older ones voted for it. And that also fucking tells me that whatever fear, because the younger ones, I'm sorry, but statistically understand a lot more about the tech side of it and the implications for privacy than the older ones. You're not going to fucking convince me for a moment. Like, love Pelosi for a lot of things. Yay. Great Pelosi. But you cannot fucking tell me that you think that she understands anything that's going on our phones, on our computers or anything. And she's not the worst, you know what I mean? Like, I'm using her because she's an actually like incredibly intelligent woman who, like, of all the fucking geriatric people in charge of our country, she's the one I would trust to know probably a fair amount or have some fucking ability to conceptualize it.
Where I grew up. We both grew up in the same city.
Nice.
Her father was it her father that was the mayor in Baltimore too? No, she's great, but I agree, right? Like,
right. So I'm just like
ruling class.
Right, but like along those lines, if we agree, like, oh, they all have access to some information, right? If we're just going to assume that this is based on some intel, right? Yep. I'm also seeing that, like, as a result of that, only the older ones support, and not only, but like mostly it's still the older ones that support the ban and the younger ones don't. And the younger ones statistically understand the tech and therefore the risks a little bit more. So that fucking, like, I don't believe it's as simple a thing as like, oh, it's fully just a national security thing. I just don't. It sounds like a bunch of old people who like heard a few scary words.
Tactics.
Yeah, they got a few scary words handed to them by someone who wanted them to draw certain conclusions, and they fucking believed it. Whereas the younger people were like, okay, but I actually understand the implications of this a little bit more, and it's not nearly as scary as you think it is.
It could be, and I'm certain that's part of it. I guarantee there are some old people that are in there that they just heard TikTok and wanted to get rid of it before they even found anything out.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
it's also saying that Republicans have wanted to ban it since the fucking beginning, and Democrats only started wanting to ban it after this whole is pal thing.
Yeah,
that's fucking telling.
That could absolutely.
I just want to ask
quick,
real fast. Does the TikTok connect to the Wi-Fi? Sorry.
Where did God come from?
There's a comedian on here that did like it was. I think it was during the TikTok hearings mainly, or during social media hearings. He just played, like, I forget his name now. I follow him, but he just played the part of old senators or congressmen just asking ridiculous questions. But there's truth in that. It was several years ago. It might have been almost a decade by now. I don't remember exactly what they were ruling on, but I think it was the Supreme Court, or it was a high-level federal court where they were ruling on something related to the internet, and one of the justices stopped someone talking and asked, like, someone that was there as an advisor. He said something along the lines of, "Can you explain exactly how email works?" And it was like, this person should not be ruling. And look, that's why I'm not a term limit guy when it comes to Congress. But with the Supreme Court and any federal court, there should just be like a big term, like a 15-year or something. But one term, see you later. Because that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only other thing I would say, and I'm not really arguing against you because I'm at least, if not more, half where you are on it.
Mhm.
I just think that if I disagree with everything you said, that wouldn't be an interesting conversation. The other piece I say is the younger members have different constituents, and remember, nothing is simple in politics. Like you said earlier, it could be that they understand it better, and maybe they are more, better versed on it, and maybe they're right and we're right, or maybe they're catering to their constituents just like everyone else in Congress does. So that's the thing. We're not
sort of, but also their constituents. It's not entirely like by age, right? Like AOC's constituents are in her district. Like as much as I see her as a representative of, I do live in Brooklyn, but like she's obviously not my, congressperson directly. Hakeem Jeffries is mine. I called his office and I asked them to have him vote no, and they ignored me, obviously. But like, I think, maybe it's not about understanding the tech, but also interestingly, like the younger generation is also more supportive of PAL. And again, like Democrats only jumped on to this whole idea of a TikTok ban when Iz realized that, that people were discussing PAL a lot more on this app, because historically, because as we already know, Meta and Google have been blocking that perspective on, or that perspective for years, for well before this past year of, obviously conflict. And, it's not fucking surprising. It really isn't. And I'm not trying to be like a conspiracy thinking, person, but like we know for a fucking fact that what has been censored, what has been heavily limited, and now this app is very, very much also limiting that stuff, but in big part because of pressure from lobbyists and from APAC and from, very powerful people who have vested interests in Americans being super, super on board with everything that Iz ever does. And sorry, it's just fucking convenient. It's just really convenient that
the timing suspect. And look, you mentioned that about conspiracy theories, and I'll say this: I think 90% of them are complete BS. But there have been enough that have come true. I think the country largely agrees that there's something going on with like the whole thing with Kennedy. I don't know if we can use the A word. But we'll disagree on what happened. But I think
it's funny that you say. So I have a whole rant about this that I gave 2 nights ago, but.
Yeah, well, I'd love to hear that when we're done here. But the other thing is like the Gulf of Tonkin. You had Jesse Ventura running around, everyone thinking he's crazy, talking about the Gulf of Tonkin. And then I'm watching CNN one day. This was years ago, and they announced it was finally released by the government. I don't think it was FOIA request. I think it was just when they finally declassified it that. Our ships being fired upon in the Gulf of Tonkin never happened, and the entire premise that we went to the Vietnam War and 50-some thousand Americans and who knows how many millions of other people died or unalived. Sorry, it was based on something that was a conspiracy theory for like 50 years. It's crazy. And then, by the way, 2 minutes in, they were like, "Oh, hold on." They switched over. They're like, "It's Justin Bieber's birthday." I'm like, "Wait a minute. We only spent 2 minutes on this Gulf of Tonkin thing. Like, it's the whole reason we went into. We justified going into Vietnam."
Bieber believers matter, brother.
Dude, Bieber. He was like he was even a bigger star then. But come on. So my guilty pleasure though is conspiracy theories. Like 99% are absolute BS, but I still love them. I love hearing them.
Love them. Yeah, absolutely. And we're always very careful here to talk about like we're gonna specify when we're just talking about conspiracy theories versus like when we're gonna indulge in them. But I will say my one rant on like conspiracy theories that I kind of went on 2 nights ago is like because people always like to ask, what's your favorite conspiracy theory? By the way, it's been a while since we really did a proper what's your favorite conspiracy theory night, but we gotta get back to that
again. Can you just try to remember to invite me to the live or something?
I will try. Yes, I will try.
Because most of those are weird, and I don't want to be in a weird one where everyone believes every conspiracy theory. I want to be in a one where we laugh about it, but then at the end we're like, man, one of these might be right. We just don't know which one. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually have, so my favorite one, I actually have been meaning to make a TikTok on it because it's totally slept on, but I discovered it because I like to read declassified FBI files in my free time, and like I stumbled across, it's so fun.
So
And
weird,
I
but I love
stumbled well, I used to be like a screenwriter, so I kind of used it for research a lot of the time. But you know, whatever, neither here nor there. So my favorite thing about, or one thing I love to talk about with conspiracy theories is like, so I don't believe in the conspiracy theory about the term conspiracy theory. Have you heard about this?
I know I have. I don't remember it, but I've definitely heard people talk about it.
So the theory is that the CIA, or I don't know if the theory is that the CIA did it or the FBI made up the term conspiracy theory in order to basically invalidate conspiracy theories around JFK. And the truth is, no, the term was used before that, but it did become more popular following the JFK assassination, or JFK, you know, event. But my favorite thing is about that. So I hate the term conspiracy theory because, firstly, a conspiracy is just two or more people coming together agreeing to do something, usually something nefarious, right? And I can conspire with my friend to throw another friend, a birthday party, right? A conspiracy theory is simply a theory one has about a conspiracy occurring. And that could be that my friend might have a theory that me and, you know, my sister or whoever are conspiring to throw her a, you know, surprise birthday party. And that in and of itself would be a conspiracy theory. And now we use the term conspiracy theory to refer to any sort of kooky idea, even if it doesn't involve a conspiracy, which drives me fucking nuts. So people say like, oh, aliens, that's a conspiracy theory or whatever. Or like, oh, you believe in this, you're a conspiracy. It's like, no. You're forgetting the part that a conspiracy theory needs to, like, requires having a conspiracy involved. But we've moved well beyond that. However, so another thing that drives me crazy is that the quintessential conspiracy theory event that is used, or that is like kind of laughed at, is the JFK event, right? That is the quintessential example of conspiracy theories, like, you know, wet dream or whatever, right? However, ironically, there in fact was a conspiracy that was discovered and admitted by the US government with regards to the JFK assassination. And the whole Warren Commission was found to also be like the result of some conspiring happening, which was that the president and I believe it was the Secret Service as well, and the FBI, I don't fucking know. Because when it originally happened, they were convinced that Russia was behind it. They really, really did not want the American public to find that out. So they decided to hide some facts from the American public, because they just didn't want to publicly acknowledge that and then be dragged into, you know, World War III or whatever. It turned out it was not so much that, you know, as they found out, as stuff went on, they were like, oh, it's probably not actually the USSR itself, but whatever. And then when it came to the Warren Commission, they withheld evidence from the Warren Commission for similar reasons, right? So eventually, in the like investigation that happened in the 70s, I believe, like 78 or something, they found that yes, the United States government conspired to withhold relevant or like information from the American public and the Warren Commission. So in fact, there was a conspiracy and a cover-up around that. However, 20 to 30 years ago, 70% of the American public believed that there was, I think it was 70, 75, I don't know. The majority of the American public, by a long shot, believed that there had been, or was aware that there had in fact been a conspiracy and a cover-up surrounding the JFK event. But now that percentage has gone down, like increasingly. So now we're at a point where I believe like a minority, and don't quote me on this number because I may be wrong on the numbers, a minority of Americans believe or know, in fact, that there was, in fact, a cover-up an actual conspiracy around the JFK event. And that is because, despite the fact that it is well documented, it like the U.S. government itself has admitted as much and released those findings, and it is fact, it is historic fact that there was a cover-up led by the government around that, because we laugh at the JFK events so much and use them as a form of ridicule and we treat conspiracy theorizing as ridiculous. Americans have slowly forgotten that in fact there was a conspiracy and there was a cover-up, and they see the belief in that as more and more ridiculous as time goes on. So fewer people are aware of the history, and it just becomes, it's a whole thing. Anyway,
fantastic.
That was the point of that. That was the point of them implementing that.
No, they did not. You're repeating the conspiracy theory about the term conspiracy theory. But we can prove is like not correct, because the term was used well before it was used with regards to JFK. The term existed. Anyway, sorry.
Really quick, since it's just us in here now, Life Simple, so I can see the simplified, handled yourself really well earlier with the personal attacks. I just wanted to I was really quiet for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So just wanted to say that. I meant to say it earlier. I didn't want to restart the fire. So
I appreciate that, and I do want to say something. I do gotta go. It's about 2:40 where I'm at. I gotta get up, and I recently retired, and so but I take kids to school in the morning, and I gotta get up in about 3 hours to do that. But I did want to say I enjoyed the live, and you mentioned earlier how you did not want to talk about Hollywood and stuff like that, and you being a screenwriter and stuff. I think that's something that you should share and what you went through, because you are on a platform where you won't be censored, and there are people that would probably appreciate that story.
I have talked about it on here. I have. I just it's like it's a long enough story that I'm not going to do.
So I can catch it while I'm in the kid pickup line.
I did a little bit of a video. You can look it up. It's titled Nemesis on my thing, sort of. Actually, no, that's less. That's just something else that happened during COVID that partially broke my brain, but it's less to do with the actual film industry and all that stuff. But
okay. But I did follow you in the world's ST strongest or something, whatever it is. I didn't follow God because he just like lying in the corner like the guy on the first Saw movie.
Yeah,
that's my job.
It's his job.
That is my job. That's what I do.
He randomly came out, and I'm like, oh my God! It immediately reminded me of the dude on Saw who just got up at the end of the movie. I'm like, like I kind of like started looking behind me.
Sorry.
So is God a mod?
God is a mod, yes.
God mod. I like that. You know, so I'll give him a follow too or whatever. But I do appreciate y'all. Hopefully, when you send out your live invites, I can come back on. Y'all been great conversation, everything. Nobody arguing and fighting, and y'all controlling the narrative. Now Bree got a little bit, but Bree was fun. She was entertaining,
Yeah, that was a little frustrating. I do apologize for that.
No, you don't have to apologize, because I get on it. Like I said earlier, I get in a lot of Republican right-leaning lives, and I deal with it all the time. So I'm totally fine with it. I can understand it. All my in-laws are Republicans. Every family gathering. Every family gathering.
Also, to be clear, I often do have MAGA people up here. Sometimes it's respectful, and for me, it's fun because I go through their arguments point by point and start breaking down the logic. So it's not always like super friendly in here, just to be clear.
I get it.
But it's fun.
I go into lives all the time, and that's why I have this profile picture, because I sneak right in with this thing.
Nice. What is that profile picture?
It's just me, just overhead pressing some weights with an American flag in the background.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh my goodness!
I used to compete. When I was in office as mayor, I used to compete in strongman. Like you see World's Strongest Man on TV, like that, like that sport as a whole. So we, that's where the name came from. That's what I was training there for. But I think it just makes me look like MAGA. So I leave it there because they let me write up, and they're like, hey, they greet me, and then I start talking.
Oh, dude, it's so accurate. I was saying that. Well, today I was talking about, the guys, half of them look roided out, and they're the ones who come in here and try to call me fat. And then, but yeah, a bunch of them. We've talked before about how a bunch of them have like American flags in their profile pictures.
I feel
So,
bad because I'm
on
military
point.
and I don't have an American flag in my house, but like now, like the American flag kind of is like identified as
which is
problematic.
crazy. So
That's you know.
we have to take that back though. We can't let them claim the fucking flag. So like I was when I was training, I was sponsored by a company called Rogue, and if you lift or you watch CrossFit or whatever, yeah. So I mean, it wasn't like a big sponsorship. I wasn't a big deal, but they, I got like some free equipment, some shirts, things like that. But I had like one of their shirts in every color, right? So I'd wear it all the time, and on the sleeve there's like just a white printed or whatever the reverse color is, American flag, and there are two reasons I kind of stopped wearing them. One, people would always ask me if I served because they saw that shirt. It just looked, I don't know. It just made me look like I might be a veteran. And I would always have to say no. And I felt like a little bit of a poser there.
It's military or right wing.
Well, and that's the thing. And so I stopped wearing them really when I was like, everyone thinks I might vote for Trump because I'm wearing a shirt that has an American flag on it. But like, I hate that because
I am streaming on Twitch, Nas.
Being a Democrat,
I'm streaming there right now.
More patriotic than being on the right.
The world, I get it because I got a lot of Rogue stuff because I'm from Ohio, so I have a lot of Rogue equipment and stuff like that. And so, but also like the main Rogue that I use is Rogue beer, and that's on the West Coast. They got a brewery, and I love their stuff, But like, I do get the Rogue thing because a lot of my friends that they only buy specifically from Rogue as far as like their gyms and home gyms and stuff because it's like, I guess people identify it as right leaning. So, I totally get it. But hey, I'm gonna get out of here.
Stuff in strongman and strength sports is right leaning. I'm in a group that's called People Who Lift Weights and Listen to NPR. And because it's like we're a minority in the lifty world. So
thanks for the follow.
Hey, y'all have a good night. Keep up the fight. I'll see y'all in the lives. All right.
All right.
Good night, guys.
Right. Thanks for hopping on.
So, Brent, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
I want to know what your thoughts are on your on your mayor there in New York City.
Oh God, fucking garbage. My thoughts? You don't need my thoughts. The guy's a fucking criminal, and everyone knows it. I will say, sorry, ever since Bernie, so I started voting when Bernie was first primarying, 2016. I went out. He's the first one that got me to go out and vote in a primary. And ever since then, I didn't miss a single election, not a local one, obviously not a national one, until the general election where Eric Adams was running for mayor. After I voted in the primary, which was our first ranked choice thing here in New York, which was awesome. Who did I vote for? Oh God.
It was him, Andrew Yang. I don't remember who else.
Garcia. There was a couple of women who were actually pretty good. They were like boring, but like women who like, worked jobs in the government. One of them like was in charge of like trash and stuff. You know what I mean? I fucking forget their names now. Public Works, yeah. I voted for, I think Garcia was the last name of the woman that I put first. Andrew Yang is a fucking Republican in everything except for UBI. I love UBI.
Yeah, but that UBI is like the most anti-Republican thing of all time, too.
But it's his only progressive stance. So
yeah, Well, the only reason I asked is because when I was in office, and it was before he was mayor, he was the borough president of Brooklyn, and I reached out to him because I'm not exclusively on it, but I eat a mostly plant-based diet. I had some health problems not that long ago, and it worked great. But he went on plant-based diet because he had diabetes and he was having neuropathy and he lost his eyesight, and he reversed it by going on this like specific diet. And so I saw him, and I reached out because at the time I could be like, hey, you're the borough president. I'm the mayor of a city in Maryland. And he responded, and he was really nice. and we had a
Oh,
great
that's
conversation. It was like 15 minutes. It was no big deal, but
Yeah.
he was it was a great conversation. Everything. So when I saw he was running for New York City, I didn't know much about him politically, but I had that little experience with him, and I was like, that's great. I'm glad, I'm glad someone that's such a nice person. And then ever since he's been in there, I feel like it's just been like one disaster after another. But look, I'm looking from the outside in, and I know how that
No,
is. I
from
wanted
the
to ask
inside,
him.
it's just as bad, if not worse. Everything. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like the fact, like, and I knew he was garbage from the beginning, and I'm so mad that like, Nas, that he won, but like, that he won the primary. I was like horrified, and I was so depressed on election day. I literally just like didn't even leave my bed until it was like 5 p.m. and I was like, I couldn't be fucked to go vote in this election right now, which I do feel guilty about, but I think also very much like solidified for me like how important voter turnout is. And I mean, I already knew it was so important, but like it just made it so clear to me like how easy it is to depress voter turnout just by giving people an option that they're not excited enough to get out of bed and like get their ass to a precinct. And I live really close to one. It's very embarrassing, but like, yeah, it's hard to take time out of my day to go do something around a bunch of strangers when I couldn't give a fuck about who you're giving me as an option. And I know that the option you're giving me is a disaster. And like, I feel like, a lot of Democrats really, really underestimate that, or they just roll their eyes and act as though like, oh, it's just because people don't care, or I don't. It's just like, no, you got to give people a reason to take time out of their day.
Don't feel bad about it. 'Cause I think voting's important, but I think the important thing is being active in our democracy, which you're doing that here, and you have a bigger influence here. Even if you're not like a big influencer, right? If you've had around 50-ish people in the live, that's 50 people.
I will say, I just worked on. I can't say exactly what I worked on, but I just directed some commercials for a Get Out the Vote style initiative for the city. So I did get to do my part like more officially recently.
Cool. So I used to get a lot of flack from people because for a while I wasn't registered with a party. I'm a registered Democrat, but there was a while I was independent because when I ran for office, political office here in our city is nonpartisan, and I was going to have to work with. I'm in a purple city in a incredibly red county inside of a blue or purple, depending how you, I'll say a blue state in Maryland that sometimes has a Republican governor, right? Yeah. So I was going to have to work with both sides.
Careful. We're going to be able to figure out exactly who you are with all that information.
Look, I was a public figure for a while. It's all right. I've talked about it here and there, so you can find me. I'm the world's strongest mayor at the time. So
that's what I was going to
Google. I'm even more handsome from the front. I won't. But that's why I don't show my profile picture on here. So no, I did that on purpose because I didn't want people to look at my affiliation.
Joe?
It's a great name, isn't it? All the best quarterbacks. Yeah. No, I didn't want people to look at my affiliation and be able to and think that they can determine where I stand on every single issue. So I unaffiliated, and then people said, well, that means you can't vote in the primary in this county. And the whole county, except for maybe Board of Ed, is conservative. It's all Republican. So there are a lot of Democrats here that are registered Republican just so they can have a say in democracy here. But people kept saying it was stupid. It was wasted my vote. And I'm like, I think that having a position as mayor and being able to be viewed as someone that doesn't have a hard stance on one side of the or other is more important than having a vote in a primary. And frankly, if I was going to register, I wasn't going to register as a Republican anyway. So my primary vote barely mattered here anyway. So
that's fair. Yeah,
matter a whole lot. And in Maryland, we're always not always, but for now, we're not going to have a Republican. We're not going to get we're blue. And every now and then we get a Republican governor. There was one when I was in office with Hogan, but he was still very reasonable. He was anti-Trump. He still is, and I think he handled the pandemic well. He's a little old school, and he's definitely conservative, but he's not crazy. Yeah. He's not a delusional MAGA.
Right. I mean, I will say like we have the opposite here, right? Where we have people running as Democrats who are just very clearly Republican. I mean, similar, that's what Eric Adams is really. And I have family members who are, I'm registered as a Democrat. I consider myself an independent because I'm more progressive in general than what the DNC has to offer. I grew up in a country with universal health care, and it's fucking awesome. And, we had a bunch of stuff that Americans would call socialism. But yeah, so but I have family that are very much Republicans, very much, but they're registered as Democrats just to be able to say that they're registered as Democrat. Like, one of them's like a lawyer, and I don't know, I guess it's like a work thing, but also just in general, yeah, they're like registered as Democrats, but actually just very much lifelong Republicans. And I think there's a lot of people in New York like that, which is really frustrating, but whatever.
System we have to work with, unfortunately. It's not good, but I would love to come and listen to your conspiracy lives. This was a pretty good one tonight. Other than the one character, I think it was pretty good. So I like that.
I'm glad you liked it. I hope you'll come back again. I mean, sometimes it gets a lot more fun. Although I have a feeling that now that Trump is kind of in a tailspin, MAGA will be less willing to engage with fact checks here. But that's mainly what we like to do. I like to break down the logic of, Trumpers and stuff and fact check the claims. So much so that I have merch coming thanks to a mod in here that says we fact check here. And so we're going to have some T-shirts and stuff that say that.
It's kind of the point where it's hard to keep up with their rambling of facts that need to be checked. I mean, even the moderators on ABC, like I know, the right says that they were, all for Kamala. The left is saying they weren't hard enough on Trump, but like all we would hear is them fact check. It's like so crazy. It's like the moderators can't, like, I don't even know what I would tell them. Like, I don't know what they could do, because if they fact checked him every time he talked, which is what they would have to do, it would look like they're biased, even if they weren't.
Well,
so
also they wouldn't get anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I mean, I am glad that at the very least, because I got so fucking mad with the last debate when they didn't even fact check him on the abortion claims he was making of like, abortions in the 9th month, or like, babies being born. Babies being born and then aborted. Then they'll see, and then they decide. And it's like, no one fact checked him last time. And I was so fucking pissed. I mean, obviously Biden performed abysmally. But I was like so angry because I was like, you got this fucking frail old man who has to decide whether or not to like use up all of his time fact checking these wild ass fucking claims, and like somehow try to follow his rambling and like make a mental note of every dumb thing he says and then spend all of his time fact checking it, or he has to use up his time speaking to his policies and like saying his thing, and then in which case it leaves all of the lies completely unfact checked and like unchallenged. And it was like it was really frustrating. Obviously he kind of did neither, but I'm so fucking glad with this debate there was like, at least they got the couple of huge ones, the couple of big ones, so that Kamala could like focus more on just answering the questions and like not trying to navigate every lie he had told.
She did a great job moderating that whole thing. They almost didn't need to do anything because she just set trap after trap after trap and absolutely demolished him. And it's sad. He's not a good debater in any way, shape, or form. At a local level, I debated people that were far better debaters than the former President Trump with a team of people. But you know what? That's what happens when you surround yourself with people that will never challenge you, that just say yes to everything and tell you that you're a good boy and you do all the right things and you're so smart and they pat you on the head. And he went out there and he did what he always does and he looked like a total idiot. I can't believe someone had – and look, Kamala's great and she has a lot of experience. But the thing that's crazy to me is no one that's running for president here, has the experience in doing something like that like a Putin does, right? Or Xi. They are master manipulators. And to put him in a room with them after if he can't handle, the soft traps that Kamala sent for him is crazy.
Yeah,
right?
that's
The
true.
stakes are so much higher there than in a debate. I mean, look, Putin is a lifetime KGB. You don't think he knows how to manipulate Donald Trump? Right. Like that's child's play to him. He could do that to sleep. And I hate Putin. I'm not. That's the only kind thing I'll say to him is that he's good at something. But he's obviously like you don't stay in power in Russia for that long without being able to absolutely manipulate everyone you want to. And Donald Trump is like a gift to him.
Mm-hmm. God, yeah, that's the thing that drives me nuts, and I like to bring it up too. Like Donald Trump is Putin's little bitch. Like, for all these men who are so fucking afraid of being emasculated that they can't even respect women, like even a little bit, it's like you would think that they would have a little bit more fucking shame about the fact that their guy is such a little bitch for Trump. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's wild.
They don't see it because he uses big tough words. You know what I mean? Like that's here's the way that I describe it to everybody. When people say, "How do people still follow him?" I think back to school, and not even like high school, more like middle and elementary, where there's that one schoolyard bully, and they have a group of kids that follow them around because they're weak and they're unsure of themselves, and they need this strong leader that just yells at everybody and speaks really tough to kind of like be their umbrella. And that's who Trump is. He's the schoolyard bully that like they just need someone to give them comfort. They want to feel like someone, they don't have it in them to be the assertive one.
Yeah.
They're submissive, but they're they're insecure about it. So they present as these, quote unquote alpha males, puffing their chest out. I mean, I say that too. I mean, obviously there's a lot of women that support Trump, which that totally blows my mind even more. But that's it. Everything's about like, oh, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. They project that, but they're the ones that are the biggest snowflakes of all time.
Oh yeah, they get triggered so easily.
I get that. I'm preaching to the choir here, and it's almost 4 a.m. here. So I just want to say appreciate live, give you a follow, and I'll pop in if you ever want someone to come talk about anything like local politics, or I'm on the board of a hospital system. Healthcare is a big thing, which I get some flack for talking about. I'm a big single payer guy. I voted for Bernie in the primary in 2016.
Bernie girl.
And I fully supported Hillary after that. I thought Hillary would be a great president. I didn't think she was as good of a candidate. Bernie got people fired up. He was the one that got people worked up. So
I mean, I will say I was in New York. I voted for Jill Stein, which by the way gives me a little bit of street cred with the Jill Steiners in here, and it's actually great because I'm able to talk to them and be like, listen, guys, I feel ya. My vote was a protest vote. Yeah. I was one of the people who's like, Trump is fully going to beat Hillary just because of the early polls, like a year before the actual election that said he would beat Hillary. I fully believed it. And so when the election came around, I was like, I'm in New York, so my vote doesn't really fucking matter. I'm mad at the DNC, so I'm going to protest with my vote. So I'm not proud of it, but also like, whatever.
Well, you're a little, I think you're a little younger than me. I'm 42. But I voted for Nader at one point. So this was like, as an 18-year-old in the 2000 election with Bush and Gore. Mm-hmm. I grew up in a house with a outspoken Republican mother and a very quiet, more of like a Southern Democrat type father. Mm-hmm. So 18, I vote for Bush. Whatever. I was just doing what most kids do when they voted for their parents voted for, right? Mm-hmm. But then by the next election, I smartened up a little bit in terms of policy, but I didn't know how everything worked. And I didn't like Kerry. But again, he probably would have been, now looking back, I'm like, he was a great candidate or a great president. He just wasn't like, he was stiff. He wasn't charismatic. He didn't have that I don't know, that whatever Bush had where you think he's an idiot, you want to have a beer with him, right? That whole stupid thing. So I voted for Nader, and I voted for him because
he voted for him.
Yeah, well, he came to my college while I was there. Nader did, to give a talk, and it was actually kind of cool because there was like a club, the Republican club, and there was a Democratic club, and we worked together and he came and spoke to everybody, and we went to dinner and got hot dogs at this place afterwards, and I was just like charmed by him. I was like this kid, I was however old, and that was like a couple years before he even ran in that other election. And I voted for him. I like Nader. He obviously ruined that election for us, but so I think most of us have been there, and then we get embittered in embittered. I'm not saying
Embittered, yeah.
embittered, yeah. But then we realize how it actually works, and we're like, okay, we have to, you have to work with it.
Simon, Republicans are not better than who somehow think Republicans are better on the economy. Okay, just checking. I was gonna fact check you for a second, Simon, but like, you need to correct the record, Andrew. Sorry, go ahead.
I did not vote for George Bush.
You almost voted.
I said that I would have had I been old enough.
There you go.
Right.
Sorry.
I was 17 in the 2004 election. I need to correct the record.
I'm sorry, Andrew.
Well, I'm glad you weren't old enough to contribute to what I contributed to, which is incredible national debt, forever wars, and whatever else I voted for back when I was 18 years old.
God. Yeah. Well, hey, at least you voted at 18. That's more than most can say.
I did, and then I voted for Nader, but then I voted for Obama twice, and
there you go.
I set the record. I've been setting the record straight ever since.
Here's the thing: I didn't even bother to vote for Obama when I could vote, but the first time I could vote. So, because I just, I was young and didn't feel like voting. I was very political growing up. My mother was like a journalist originally, and then after my first year, once I was like 1 year old or whatever, she became like the primary caregiver. But I grew up in a very political household, and she always was tracking politics. Of the two first people I recognized on TV by name when I was like 2 years old were Michelle from Full House, the Olsen twins, and President Clinton. So, I was very much like a Clinton household. And in middle school and then high school, I think it was middle school actually, I like protested the war in Iraq. I was in Spain too, which is fucking pointless, but I was at an international school. Grew up super, super political, but my mother was like so intensely political. I was like, I don't want to be that intense about shit. She would yell at people constantly and not hear people out, which drove me crazy. So when I like got to the US at 18 and I was like in college, I kind of chose to take like a few steps back from giving a shit about politics, because also, when I was in high school and stuff, people called me like the next Michael Moore, all that kind of stuff, because filmmaking, politics. But so I took a step back and I tried to basically disengage as much as possible, because I figured like everything was kind of solved, and politics, from what I saw, like never really changed my life all that much, even though I had cared a lot, especially during, with the forever wars and whatnot. I didn't want to be my mother who would like embarrass herself just by screaming at people for disagreeing with her, in public, until 2016, until 2015, 2016, when my friend who was like, who are you voting for? And I was like, yeah, Hillary, was like, you should check out Bernie. And like, we had a whole full conversation about it, and he kind of got me excited about it. And Bernie got me excited about politics again. And like, yeah, I don't know. At least you were engaged, It's so easy to disengage when you're 18. I mean, if people were ever engaged to start with, and it's so easy to just never engage. And it's such a privileged fucking position to not care about politics. So, yeah.
I mean, it really is. And I look back at my life, and I grew up pretty poor. I grew up in Baltimore City and then just outside of it, and we didn't have a lot. My father, neither one of my parents graduated high school. They went back to get back and get their GEDs like decades later. My father worked on assembly line for General Motors. It was a big thing in Baltimore. That was used to be a lot of industry here. My mother, she worked her whole life at the actually for the government, for the state comptroller's office in tax collection. So we did okay. I wasn't poor. Like I didn't worry about the next meal. Like I wasn't like that. But I had like one pair of cleats through all of high school. Like it was like our cars were always old and kind of beat up, and but I didn't realize the things I never had to worry about, even though we didn't have a lot, because we had a big family. So the thing about Baltimore too, it's very Catholic. I'm not religious at all, but my mother is one of 13. That's how Catholic her family is. You know, we in my dad's side, there are only a few generations here from Italy, but my mother's side, I mean, you know, we're descendants of the Earps. Like Wyatt Earp is a distant relative of mine, which is great, by the way, because the right loves Wyatt Earp until they bring up how big he was on gun control and all the movies.
Really?
You know, he banned guns at every single.
Be careful with the G word on here. Sorry.
He banned pew pews in every city that he was a law, like a lawman.
Really?
Dude, there was so much pew pew control here back in the day. It's not a new thing.
Oh yeah, no, I was talking about that. I just learned about oh god, what's the fucking thing for the Supreme Court? Whatever. Where other people can never mind. Doesn't matter. The Supreme Court, a lot of cases in the Supreme Court are based on actually like not fake information. So they like will have repeatedly on numerous occasions quoted false facts. And one of those facts is the idea that there were no laws basically limiting concealed carry in any states before the year 1800 or something. And this organization was like, is that true? And they started checking around and they found laws basically limiting concealed carry in almost every single county in the United States written before 1800.
Well, and too, back then, but like the you know, the appointed and hired officials had a lot more say in things too. So there might not have been an official law in some place, but it doesn't mean that the sheriff didn't say it's not here, because the sheriff just kind of made up the rules back then. I mean, you know, they had an outcome that they went for, and then they kind of got to do whatever they want. I mean, look, here's the reality about Wyatt Earp. This is the best thing I can tell anyone. He's portrayed in all the movies. Everyone loves Tombstone. There was another movie came out around the same time called Wyatt Earp with Kevin Costner, which was a little more accurate. But it always shows them fighting that gang called the Cowboys and winning and being like the heroes. But here's the reality, and I'm a descendant. My family gets mad when I talk about this, by the way. It was two gangs fighting over control over the casinos there. Like who's gonna run stuff? The Earps and the Cowboys. The Earps were also the lawmen. They were I want to say they were no better than the Cowboys, because who knows what was really going on back then. But they were two gangs. The difference is Wyatt Earp lived, and then he goes to Hollywood as a consultant when Westerns started to be a thing, right? When Westerns came off, and like you're in the industry, it sounds like, so like you should look into this. It's a great rabbit hole. I don't know if it's actually now, because you've educated me, I don't know if it's actual conspiracy, but it's what people would refer to as a conspiracy theory or conspiracy, is he goes there and he got to write his own story. We all know the winners write history, but in his case, he consulted on all these Westerns. He's by far, it's him, Billy the Kid, and Wild Bill are probably the three most famous people from the West, right? And the Wild West. And he got to write his own story. He's the only one that got to do that. And he came out looking fantastic. Yeah, but it's super interesting. I love that. I love like the alternate history. Another great book. I don't know. Teddy Roosevelt's always kind of looked as an icon. He did a lot of cool things, but there's a book called The Imperial Cruise that is basically like what really happened with Teddy Roosevelt, and it's unbelievable. It's an amazing book.
Oh, let me write that down.
I love the author's name. I'm sorry, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh, mine is a side note. It's not important. You can finish. Sorry, I didn't know there was more.
I've just been yapping for the last.
What's the name? What's the name of the book?
It's Imperial Cruise or The Imperial Cruise.
Okay.
But it's basically like Teddy Roosevelt's rise to power, and then his policies, and it goes all the way to. So the author, I think his father served in World War II. Both my grandparents did, so I'm really into World War II in terms of like learning the history of it. But he wrote a book called Flyboys that was really popular too. But he's trying to like uncover the truth. Now, I don't know. Some of the stuff in his book probably isn't 100% true either, but I think it's a good perspective, because everything you ever hear about Teddy Roosevelt is how cool he was, how awesome he was. And, he's like every president no president was 100% awesome, and I think in time we forget about those people because he did a lot with the national parks, and he did a lot of really great things, and he was incredibly progressive, especially for the time.
For the time,
Yeah. And I mean, I would argue he's fairly progressive compared to some people today, but
Sure.
but, he also, it's top 10 books. I try to read, a book a month, and out of all the books I've ever read in my entire life, I'd easily put that in top 10, maybe top 5.
Damn. Wow. Sorry, I do want to answer. Simon, amicus briefs. No. Yes and no. Amicus briefs were the result of something else it's named after the guy that basically got amicus briefs introduced to the court. Whatever. It's like not Brady, because that's Brady violation, but something with a B, I believe. Yeah. Whatever.
Well, my quick aside in terms of the cowboy film industry in Hollywood, there's a little island just south of Long Beach, because Long Beach, like Jets, is like a south-facing beach for a little bit, and then it slants again. But just south of Long Beach, about an hour ferry ride ish from Long Beach, like the harbor. It's called Catalina Island. Mostly fancy restaurants and hotels and people with yachts now and stuff like that. But back in the day, it was pretty barren, and people in Hollywood would go there exclusively to film westerns, because in the island it has these rolling hills and stuff like that. It was a great place to go and film. So they actually had imported buffalo onto Catalina Island, and then very abruptly, because taste changed, I don't know when and why, can't remember. I guess maybe sci-fi got more popular. People stopped making westerns abruptly, and it just wasn't in favor anymore. And instead of relocating the buffalo, the people who owned that property just left them there. So now, still to this day, Catalina has a buffalo population on the island. Totally wild.
Oh, yeah.
In Southern California, we have wild buffalo.
That's amazing.
In Catalina Island.
Of course.
My favorite movie of all time is Dances with Wolves, and whenever people...
Oh, my mother looks almost exactly like the actress in that. Or she did when she was younger.
Her name's Mary something. I can't think of her. Yeah, no, that's I think that's the best movie ever made. I love it.
She looks from I would say from most 90% of angles, she looks exactly like her in that movie. 10% she doesn't at all. But to the point where I get weirded out when I watch that movie, because truly weirded out. It gives me the heebie-jeebies, because she looks so much like my mother through so much of it. Like my mother did. Like my mother used to. I actually have a photo. Sorry. Keep talking.
Have you Worlds? Have you seen Horizon Part 1?
Okay,
yet?
So I haven't, and I've tried. I've almost started a few times. I'm a huge, like I said, Dance is my favorite. I'm a big Costner. One of my favorite westerns of all time is Open Range. Love that one. I mean, everyone likes Silverado, I think. I like some of his movies that I'm not saying they're amazing, but I like movies that largely people didn't like Waterworld and Postman.
Okay.
So I was really excited for it to come out, and then I just have not been able to. I have really bad ADHD. Oh, all right.
Oh wow, yeah, she does look like.
I can totally see it. Yeah, absolutely. But I have really bad ADHD. And so my thing is, if I'm going to watch a 3-hour movie or something, I can tell if I'm in a place where I'm going to be able to focus, or I'm going to pull up my phone or iPad or end up on TikTok without even realizing it. And when I've had the block of time, I haven't been in the mindset where I'm going to be able to sit down and just watch a movie voluntarily. So, and I've chosen, I don't medicate for ADHD at all. Creativity is really important for what I do. And it honestly, it's ADHD, as much as it sucks, it's also gives me the ability to do the things that I do professionally. So
superpowers, man. We have superpowers.
I say that when I'm talking about someone else's ADHD. I feel weird saying that about myself. So yeah. Oh,
No,
yeah,
I will say, my ADHD, my medication helps me to focus that creativity personally.
Does it?
I have different times when I feel like I need it and when I don't. And it's like a feeling of like, because I have, when it comes to writing music, I can get into a hyper focus like without it sometimes, and sometimes I can't. It depends on what part of the music writing process I'm in. When I'm in the early stages of like coming up with ideas and just like, you know, just going with it, then I want to be full on ADHD because that's when my best stuff comes. But then once I have a problem like finishing things. So once I need to get like buckle down and like start editing and like tweaking and all that, I absolutely turn to medication to help me stay on the like tweaking stuff. But when I'm like sitting down and just being like, what should this movie sound like? I'm like the chaotic, ADHD brain. Helps my process. But I want to say about the origin, I think whenever you get a chance, and you don't have to watch it all in one sitting, I think it feels to me like a series because there's so many characters that it changes stories a lot.
Yeah.
It flew by for me. The 3.5 hours like flew by because it's switching between like 15 main characters and their stories constantly.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of criticisms about it, but like I'm not a typical when I watch movies and shows, like the things that are most popular are rarely my favorite things. I just try to I don't know, most of the stuff that I'm really into are typically, I won't say they're not as popular, but I don't know. I like cerebral things. I like to watch things and think. I like long movies, and I like things that have build up. Like when people say, "Well, it took 45 minutes to be any good," I'm like, "Okay, that is probably really good then, right?" Like I don't like just action movies for the sake of action. I don't like a lot of sitcoms I don't love, but good comedy, I love really good comedy. If it takes some thinking, like I'm a big Curb Your Enthusiasm guy. Like that's probably my favorite like sitcom of all time. And I don't know, but so it sounds like it's right in my alley. I just need to sit down and watch it.
It's not terribly deep. I mean, I'll tell you the reason I like it is because it was like a throwback to like, it's a little bit better than what I'm about to say because it doesn't characterize like Indigenous Americans as the bad guys. So it's a little bit different from the examples I'm about to use, but like it reminded me of the golden era of like when Western, because we had kind of a resurgence in Westerns recently where it was like True Grit and it was like, ooh, yeah, the dark and gritty Western. This is
Bone
like
Tomahawk.
a throwback to like, what's that?
I said Bone Tomahawk.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Oh my God. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Finish.
Okay. It's just, this is like a throwback to like, and a lot of it had to do with John Debney's music, just like big Americana sweeping. It was like, it felt like, I mean, it's a boomer movie for sure. Like I left the movie theater and I texted my dad, like, you guys should go watch it. You'll like it. And that's why when you said you like Dances with Wolves, I was like, you're probably going to like Origin because it's like that in that it's, just like a good old fashioned Western kind of vibe.
I like Dances with Wolves, and the other things that I like typically anything that's any kind of film. So movies, shows. My favorite ones are always the ones that elicit like if you can hit every single emotion in one movie. I feel like that's really hard to do, and I think that movie does it just about as good as any. Like even down to the soundtrack, like everything is just peak. Pull every emotion out of you. It's like sadness, hope, comedy, like it hits everything. I just think it's like a really well done movie. And I also like that he had the same kind of criticisms when he was filming it that he's having for Horizon, where he, he was way over budget, and he was directing it. I don't know if he wrote the screenplay. Obviously, he didn't write the original story, but it was one of those where Costner kind of like ran everything, and it was going over budget, over schedule, and everything, and everyone thought it was going to flop, and then it was like this great, amazing masterpiece, at least in my opinion, and some others, but.
Dude, it beat Goodfellas for Best Picture that year.
I mean, it's a much better movie than I like Goodfellas, but Goodfellas is overhyped. It's fun. Casino is a better movie than Goodfellas. Godfather 1's the best Godfather. Everyone likes 2 because it's more fun. But I don't know. I'm a huge movie film guy, Brenna. So I don't know what you did in Hollywood, but I
don't know
love
that it's a
movies.
better movie than Goodfellas. I don't think it's a better movie than Goodfellas, but it is a better Oscar movie than Goodfellas.
I mean, I think it's better than Goodfellas, so we can disagree on that. But yeah, we can agree on the other thing. We can agree on the other thing. I mean, look, I love Goodfellas. I think it's hard not to like Goodfellas, but actually, you know, now I'm thinking about it, there are a lot of similarities between the two. If you look at how it was narrated and how the story was actually told, they're both kind of similar in how it was told. You know what? I'm gonna watch those two on the same day. And I want to see all the similarities with the two, because the more I think about it, the more like the actual how the movie was put together. But I don't know.
Ever since I can remember, I've always wanted to be a gangster.
My favorite TV show of all time, though, and I'm biased because I'm from Baltimore, is The Wire. I think it's the greatest show ever made. Sopranos is my second. So yeah, I mean, it's so good.
Do you like Mad Men?
Oh yeah, easily top 10, probably top 5. That was a great show. That's one though.
Mad Men's my number 1, I will say.
I wouldn't argue. I mean, obviously this is all subjective, but it's easily worthy of a number 1. I loved Mad Men. It was so good. My favorites: so The Wire, Sopranos, Mad Men's up there. I like Breaking Bad, but I like Better Call Saul more. I loved The Leftovers. I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough.
Love The Leftovers.
Not enough people talk about that.
Oof.
Season 1 of True Detective was maybe the best. I think season 1 was one of the best seasons of.
I don't like True Detective.
Even this first season?
I have a lot to say about True Detective.
I love the first season so
Wait, but unanimously we can agree that
bullshit.
Unanimously we can agree the first season of The Newsroom.
Oh,
so good. So good.
That was a great. I mean, and West Wing. We're talking about Aaron Sorkin.
West Wing, great. Yes,
I've watched West Wing like 4 times.
I gotta rewatch that.
I've never re-binged Mad Men. I watched it as it came on. I binged like the first 2 seasons and the other ones I watched live. Yeah,
I've seen it like close to 100 times at this point, probably.
I mean, I'm probably at like 30 with The Wire and Sopranos.
Watch it. Yeah, it's one of those shows that I put on in the background for a lot. At least not anymore, I guess, because now I can't get it like ad free or I don't know where it is anymore. Actually, I don't know if it's still on Amazon Prime. But while I was on
AMC, so probably it might be on Hulu. Anyway, good.
It might be on Hulu now. Yeah, it was on Netflix for many years, and I would always have it on in the background, like to the point where I can tell you almost any episode fucking by memory. I have the Taschen book for it and everything. I know that show like the back of my fucking hand. I will give you 10 ways to analyze it, you know, on any watch. And it is the perfect show. It is a perfect show. Now, granted, I've only watched season 1 and change of The Wire, and I've only watched a couple of episodes of The Sopranos.
All right, we have to talk about The Wire then, because specifically of what you just said. What you just said is very specific to you that I'd like to talk about, because I did the same thing. I watched season 1, loved it, started watching season 2, and I dropped off and I stopped watching it for like a year or 2. I got back into it, rewatched season 1, everyone told me watch season 2 and get through it. Watch season 2, watched all of them. Realized that season 2 is by far like, the problem is most of the characters, the whole story changes from season 1 to season 2, and it feels like you're starting over. Going back, season 2 is one of my favorite seasons once you see everything that happens through all 5. But it loses people for some reason. It's so good.
What show did I love? Mad Men is my favorite. Another one that I haven't heard mentioned, by the way, The Leftovers, so fucking good.
Amazing. It just wasn't long enough for me, but it's probably so good.
That's another one I've watched like a few times now.
Amazing.
And I got introduced to it because I was going I went to a concert for Andrew, you probably know, the composer had a concert.
Max Richter.
Max Richter.
The music in that show was
so
beautiful.
good.
Everything was perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect show.
Yeah, it was really good.
So, I went because I was invited to a concert for Max Richter for it once. Loved it. And I was like, all right, fucking fine. But The Americans.
Great show. Loved it. especially the first season where you're learning everything about them, like you're figuring out like how they live their life, and like the wigs, everything about it just like blew my mind. It was such a cool show. Absolutely.
Oh, and another one, if you guys like spy stuff, The Little Drummer Girl.
I haven't seen that. I never even heard of that.
It's slept on because it's technically I think it's technically a British production. It is a little bit. It takes place in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
It has to do with Iz and Pal, but it's like a.
That's cool.
It's not a real. It's not like a historic thing.
Yeah.
But that's the sort of spy thing that it's dealing with. God, it's by the director. Super.
I watch a lot of British stuff, so I watched the original Wire, The Office before the American version came out.
Oh, yeah.
And the funny thing about that, I'm a huge Gervais fan, but the funny thing about that is I watched the entire British version, and then the American version came out. I was super excited, and I watched the first episode, and the first episode of the American version is exactly the same as the first episode of the British version.
Yeah,
so I'm like, I'm not watching this. I've already seen it. So I stopped, and 2 years later, everyone taught me into watching it again. And it was the only episode they copied. Everything else was completely different. I was like, dude, they faked me out. And that's one of my. The Office is probably the show that has spent the most airtime on my TV. I'm not saying it's my favorite. It's one of my favorites, but it's the one that I will play in the background when I'm doing work. And I just, and every time I rewatch it, I see something new.
Sorry. So the Little Drummer Girl is directed by Park Chan-wook, who's the guy who directed Old Boy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. I got an app on my phone called Sofa where you keep all the lists of the movies and series and stuff you want to watch. I just added it.
It's based on a John le Carré novel, so it's like a spy. It's very much like a spy thing. Oh, it's so good. And it's Florence Pugh before Florence Pugh was Florence Pugh. I saw it once. God, I'm so fucking mad. Not mad, but I like... she's one of those actresses that before she was famous, I saw The Little Drummer Girl, and I was like, I want this actress in my movie. She's going to be fucking huge. And I told everyone who would listen, and then sure enough, basically like 2 years later, she won her first Oscar and then blew the fuck up. And like I have some friends who will like use that in meetings to be like, she fucking discovered Florence Pugh before Florence Pugh was Florence Pugh.
You know what? Actually, okay. So I just did something recently, and I think you're the perfect person to bring this up to. Although I don't know, as I feel like I don't. It might be. I just rewatched Starship Troopers, and this is gonna sound silly, but when it came out, I was in high school. I was like a freshman or a sophomore. I don't remember. I watched it, and it was what it was, a coming of age movie with some nudity and you're killing giant bugs, right? So that was fun. Or unaliving giant bugs. Sorry, I didn't even think about that. These movies are tough to talk about on TikTok here. And I didn't think much of it. I put it on because it was like some silly movie in my head. And I was doing work. I was working on a project, and I stopped and just started watching it. I didn't realize how political it was and how many messages and how like artistic it actually was. It was so corny, but when it was done intentionally to prove a point. It was much movie. And then I was like, there's something weird about this. One of my favorite shows of all time. And I think it has had the biggest effect on pop culture out of any TV show is the Twilight Zone, the original Twilight Zone. I love it so much because they didn't have all the technology, and they were so creative in how they shot everything. And I just love the stories, and the lessons are so good. And there was like this little bit of Starship Troopers that kind of reminded me of it. And then I did some research, and I found out the book Starship Troopers was written in 1959. And it absolutely had that feel of like, you're in the future, but there's some things that just don't fit in the future, like the way people are dressed and like the way certain things work.
Retrofuturism.
Yeah. So there's a word for it. I just didn't know it.
I love retrofuturism.
I saw 1959, it all clicked, and I was like, this is actually like an amazing piece of art that I just never respected because my 15-year-old or 14-year-old little brain just didn't pick up on any of that. I was probably just trying to hold the hand of whoever I went with, or I don't remember what was going on at the time, but it was a silly movie to me. It was a work of art. I think it's amazing.
It's anti-propaganda by in itself being propaganda.
Yeah, it's
for
super
the
cool.
time.
Yeah.
It's very, there are plenty of deep dives about that movie. It's
watching it in my 40s versus 42 as opposed to 14 or 15 was a completely different experience, and it was really cool. Like, it's a really cool movie. But I went through a phase it was over a couple of years. It was like during during COVID, it's like 2020, 2021, where I was trying to catch up on all the classics, and I looked up all these lists of like the top 100 movies. Started to
Interesting.
go through,
I should check that out.
watch all of them.
Fire on Twitch says one of the biggest shows in Korea in the past 2 years is Taxi Driver. It's a revenge show based on true events that have happened in Korea. There's a tech startup episode where the true story is anger-inducing. I haven't heard of it.
Interesting. Oh, what about *Halt and Catch Fire*?
Oh, I really liked it. I only saw the first few seasons,
Yeah,
and then I
it
kind
dropped
of
off.
fell off it.
It dropped off a little bit. I think it was one of those where it had. It's not my top 10 or anything, but I think it had.
I really
potential
liked
be.
it to start, but yeah. Oh, thanks for the follow, Rohan, on Twitch. All right, I am fading, I will say. Sorry, I don't mean to cut off the movie TV conversation.
I was just going to say I got 4% left on my phone, and I'm going to get off of here. So I appreciate the conversation. I didn't know we were going to end on movies. It was
likewise.
awesome. And Andrew, same to you. And hey, God, man, I know you're down there and quiet. I know Life said something earlier about it, but thank you for what you do, my man.
Oh, that's what I do. Good night, Mr. Mayor.
You know what? I don't
If
even
you
know
change your name, you have to change your name to Ned McDodd from that Horton Hears a Who movie, because that would be hilarious.
Well, I would like to. I'll make one last point here before I leave, Brenna. Is movies and TV shows, whenever they want an evil politician, it's always, and even children's books, it's always a mayor. My son had all these like books. It's always like a big overweight bald guy, which isn't too far off of the truth here. But
I assume because a mayor is like small town, it's like local politician, right? Like it's a big deal, but still can feel accessible, right?
Yeah, I think with people, whether it's like mass appeal or the kids, I think mayor or president are the two easiest to understand in terms of like what they do, or at least But I don't know. We're always depicted as the evil one. But in movies, presidents always save the world. Mayors are always, they're always like involved with the mob or doing something crazy. So I don't know. It is
Well,
what it is.
maybe y'all gotta be a little less sketchy, and then we won't, have so much anti-mayor propaganda in our movies.
I thought about it, but being sketchy has its advantages.
So much better. Yeah. I
All
hear
right, well,
you.
good night, everybody. Thanks.